Chapter 451 The reason why you will inevitably fail. Boom. In response to Aruma Maigal's prayer. Enlil. The patron saint of Nippur and Enlil. The protector of the kingdom of Haiti and the king of the gods. Descended on the battlefield with a huge figure of 1,000 meters tall. But the only god who came to the battlefield was Enlil. The water god Enki. The sun god Utu. The moon god Nana. The Venus goddess Inanna. The earth and sea goddess Ninhursag. And the healing goddess Gula. These kings of gods, older than Enlil, did not come. Even Ninurta, the god of agriculture and war, and Shela, the god of war, did not appear. Obviously, the kingdom of Haiti is also a confederation of city-states. Each city-state nominally submitted to the king of Haiti. But in fact the princes of each city-state had great autonomy. This situation does not appear now. When the Babylonian kingdom of the Amorites conquered the Sumer region. The Sumer region was in a state of autonomous city-state princes. So when Aruma Iram, the founder of the kingdom of Haiti, launched a rebellion against the kingdom of Babylon, 10 city-states that broke away from the kingdom of Babylon suddenly appeared in Sumer. Except for the city of Enlil. The other 9 city-states were not conquered by Aruma Iram. But when Aruma Iram announced a rebellion, the princes who ruled these city-states rebelled together. Enlil was just a new city. If no miracle occurred, even if all the men in Enlil city died on the battlefield, Aruma Iram would not be able to conquer 9 tenaciously resisting city-states with the power of one city. Seeing that only one god, Enlil, had arrived in the kingdom of Haiti, Roy immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The kingdom of Haiti is also an autonomous city-state. If Roy wants to conquer this scattered sand, he should not encounter stubborn resistance. Enlil, do you want to be my opponent? Aphrodite summoned the black divine spear with her right hand, looked at Enlil with a smile and said, now you are the king of the gods in the kingdom of Haiti. If I defeat you, will all the Sumerian gods surrender to me? Arrogant goddess. How dare you challenge the king of the gods? Enlil summoned the golden spear and pointed it at Aphrodite and said, Goddess Aphrodite in the Phoenician region, I know that you are as powerful as Inanna, the goddess of Venus. Some ignorant humans do not understand your differences, and even regard you and Inanna as the same goddess. Inanna was once the queen of the gods in the Mesopotamian plains. Even if you are powerful enough to rival Inanna, you will not be able to defeat me. Because the proud and powerful Venus goddess Inanna has now surrendered to me. Oh, do you think I am an ignorant human being? Aphrodite teased teasingly. I heard that 150 years ago, Inanna, the goddess of Venus, was seriously injured by Marduk. In order to eliminate the threat of the city of Uruk guarded by Inanna, the kingdom of Babylon even demolished the city of Lhasa and Uru, the walls of Kai and Ur. You actually boast that you are more powerful than the seriously injured Inanna, which further highlights your weakness. Enlil. Even if some ignorant humans regard me and Inanna as the same gods, it doesn't mean that if Inanna becomes weaker, I will also become weaker. After saying that, Aphrodite stretched out her white wings on her back and attacked Enlil with lightning speed. While Aphrodite and Enlil were engaged in the battle of gods, Loe was also capturing prisoners on the battlefield. Of the 8,000 soldiers sent by Aruma Maigal to fight Roy, more than 1,000 were killed, and more than 2,000 fled back. More than 4,000 people were taken prisoner. After Roy handed over the captives to the management of the Babylonian soldiers, he prepared to launch a second round of attacks on Aruma Maigal. At this time, Aruma Maigal gathered the deserters and restored his strength to more than 12,000 people. On the surface, Aruma Maigal's army had a 4-fold numerical advantage. In fact, Aruma Maigal knew very well that his soldiers had been frightened by the terrifying combat power displayed by Roy's 3,000 cavalry. Faced with the cavalry, which was the strongest weapon of this era for thousands of years, Aruma Maigal could not think of a way to defeat Roy. After some thinking, Aruma Maigal took the initiative and shouted to Roy, Your Majesty the Emperor, it seems that this is indeed a wrong war. I am willing to give up taking back the city-states that originally belonged to us Sumerians in exchange for us to live in peace in the future. I can even surrender to you and help you dominate the plains of Mesopotamia. Hearing Aruma Maigal's words, Roy shook his head without hesitation. My Athenian empire does not allow nobles to exist. Except for the royal family centered on me. Everyone in the Athenian empire is a commoner. I know that the rulers of various city-states in Sumer will definitely not voluntarily give up the wealth they currently have. Power. So I will not accept your surrender unless you are willing to let me take away your power and become a civilian. You want to deprive the rulers of various city-states of their wealth and power. Hearing Roy's words, Iruma Maigal's eyes widened in shock. Because this was something he couldn't even imagine. If Iruma Maigal wanted to deprive the rulers of various city-states of their wealth and power, the rulers of these city-states would definitely join forces to overthrow his throne. Before Iruma Maigal could recover from the shock, Roy led 3,000 cavalry to attack. After coming back to his senses, Iruma Maigal was faced with the choice of fighting or escaping, and finally gritted his teeth and chose to fight. The brave soldiers of the Kingdom of Haiti. The enemy's cavalry is nothing to be afraid of. We can defeat them with our numerical advantage. If Roy's cavalry did not have the advantages of advanced weapons and equipment, the victory of this war would indeed belong to Iruma Maigal. It is a pity that Iruma Maigal, whose thinking is stuck in the Bronze Age, cannot imagine the power gap between the Iron Age and the Bronze Age. Roy's 3,000 cavalry rushed in front of Iruma Maigal's army. There was no suspense about the outcome of this dimensionality reduction battle. Even if all the soldiers of Iruma Maigal were brave enough to die, they would not be able to make up for the insurmountable strength gap. Not to mention, it is impossible for Iruma Maigal to make his soldiers fearless of death. Roy's cavalry really rushed in front of them. Seeing that the attacks of their own soldiers could not cause any damage to these cavalry wearing iron armor, Iruma Maigal's soldiers quickly lost their morale and fled like headless flies. When Roy rushed to Iruma Maigal, most of the soldiers around him had fled, leaving only a few loyal guards to protect him. What a surprise! You didn't run away. Looking at Iruma Maigal, whose expression was filled with despair, Roy teased jokingly. It seems you want to die on the battlefield. I can't figure it out why there's such a huge disparity in our soldiers. Iruma Maigal looked at Roy with pleading eyes and said, Tell me, why can you defeat me so easily? Because the Athenian Empire had mastery of iron. Roy explained frankly. The weapons we make of iron are sharper than bronze weapons. The armor we make of iron is the strongest armor in the world. We have the best weapons and the best armor in the world. Even if you have the numbers advantages, your failure is inevitable. Chapter 452 Governor Mallard surrendered voluntarily. In the history of mankind, technological innovations in weapons have changed the way war is fought every time. The appearance of iron weapons turned the battlefield from stabbing each other with bronze weapons to chopping each other with iron weapons. The emergence of muskets turned close combat on the battlefield into long-range shooting with muskets. Iron weapons. Iruma Maigal looked at Roy's black iron gun and suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Duel. I ask for a duel with you. I want to personally experience the iron weapons you mentioned. Why should I accept your duel? As long as you agree to duel with me, I will give you the city of Nippur. When your army comes to the city of Enlil, I will also give you the city of Enlil. Nippur was the holy city of the Sumerians. Enlil is the capital of the Kingdom of Haiti. After hearing what Iruma Maigal said, Roy said in disbelief, Are you going to surrender to me? Iruma Maigal nodded and said, As long as you defeat me in a duel, I will give you the cities of Enlil and Nippur. But I cannot give you other city-states in the Kingdom of Haiti. Even if I issue an order, the princes who rule these city-states will not just obey. With a smile on his face, Roy raised the black iron gun and pointed it at Iruma Maigal. You used the cities of Enlil and Nippur as the price for your duel with me. This is enough. Seeing Roy accepting the duel, Iruma Maigal took the initiative to attack Roy with a bright golden bronze war spear. As the favorite of Enlil, the king of the gods of the Kingdom of Haiti, Iruma Maigal is also a demigod hero. Roy dodged Iruma Maigal's attack with a solemn expression, and then swung the black iron gun to stab Iruma Maigal. Iruma Maigal turned to dodge, and Roy immediately turned his stab into a slash, tearing a wound on Iruma Maigal's arm. I see. Iruma Maigal held his injured arm and backed away for a while, then said with a complicated expression, Black iron weapons are not only sharper than bronze weapons, but unlike bronze weapons that rely on thrusting, iron weapons can thrust, chop, and sweep. Roy waved his iron gun and pointed at Iruma Maigal. The advantage of iron weapons over bronze weapons is not only the diversity of attacks, but also the toughness of the weapons themselves. Bronze weapons need to add tin when they are cast. If there is too little tin, the bronze weapons will be very soft. If there is too much tin, the bronze weapons will be very soft, hard and easy to break. Iron weapons do not have these problems. So iron weapons will eliminate bronze weapons on the battlefield. After saying that, Roy's iron spear blade collided with Iruma Maigal's war spear blade. There was a loud explosion. The blade of Iruma-Maigal's war spear was split in half by the gun blade. But the blade of the iron spear was not damaged at all. Iruma-Maigal looked at the broken spear blade and said with a wry smile of relief on his face. There is such a huge gap in the weapons between us. It is inevitable that I will lose to you. This is not a problem of my own ability. You are right. If your kingdom of Haiti also has iron weapons, you will definitely be able to defeat me with the numerical advantage of your soldiers. Thank you for comforting me like this. Iruma-Maigal looked at Roy with complicated eyes and said, I will take away all the soldiers in Nippur and give Nippur to you. If you can conquer all the city-states in Sumer. And when your army comes to Enlil, I will give Enlil to you. For you. After saying that, Iruma-Maigal turned around and left with his soldiers. After watching Iruma-Maigal leave, Roy took his 8,000 troops and 5,000 prisoners to the west gate of Malad city, preparing to capture the city. Before Roy's army could attack the city, the west gate of Malad city opened from the inside. And then a middle-aged nobleman in purple robes ran out of the city on horseback. The middle-aged nobleman came to Roy. And Roy took the initiative to look at him and asked, Are you the envoy of the governor of Malad city? I am the governor of the city of Malad in the kingdom of Babylon. The middle-aged noble said respectfully, Your Majesty the great emperor. I have seen how you defeated Iruma-Maigal's army of 20,000 with 3,000 cavalry and saved everyone in Malad city. I am willing to offer Malad city to you and become your loyal vassal. You must surrender to me. Roy said with some embarrassment. I give you a chance to reconsider. Now you must know that there are no nobles in the Athenian Empire. So even if you offer the city of Malad to me, I will deprive you of your noble status and make you an ordinary civilian. Your horse the governor status of Rapid City is no longer a lifelong term. You can have up to 2 6-year terms. The governor of Malad city said with a smile. I don't think that if the Sumerians or the Kassites conquer the city of Malad, I will be able to keep my status as a noble and governor. I have considered it very clearly. I am willing to become a commoner of the Athenian Empire. Please accept me. Of loyalty. It's really suspicious for you to give up your own power and interests so actively. Actually, it was after I received a letter from Princess Semiramis that I decided to leave the fate of our Amorites to your Majesty under Princess Semiramis' persuasion. As long as your Majesty can treat the Amorites well, my family will lose some of the benefits are worth it. Semiramis wrote you a letter. Not only me. Princess Semiramis also wrote letters to the governors of other city-states. Princess Semiramis is both capable and dedicated to your hegemony. She is really a rare and good wife. Roy nodded and said, I will remember Semiramis' merits and give her the reward she deserves. Semiramis wrote letters to persuade the governors of various city-states to surrender to Loe, which was indeed a great achievement. But Semiramis acted without authorization, which also made Roy feel unhappy in his heart. After all, Semiramis, as Roy's woman, was given the status of queen by Roy. For her great achievements with Semiramis, Roy had to give her the status of queen. The meanings between the two are completely different. What I give you is yours. You can't take the initiative to fight for what I won't give you. After saying this silently in his heart, Roy said to the governor of Malad city, Governor Malad, since you have surrendered to me, I will temporarily give you trust. Now I want to take 3,000 cavalry to defeat the Kassites. So I will hand over these 5,000 prisoners to your horse management of the city of Lad. Iruma-Maigal has already said that he will give the city of Nippur to me. And tomorrow you will take 5,000 Babylonian soldiers to take over the city of Nippur. I obey your orders. The governor of Malad city immediately lowered his head and said, If I fail to fulfill your orders, I am willing to accept any punishment from you. I hope you won't disappoint me. After saying that, Roy summoned his 3,000 cavalry and prepared to rush to Tutupo city hundreds of miles away. At this time, Tutupo city was being besieged by the Kashid army. If Roy could not arrive in time, the wealth and population of Tutupo city would be plundered by the Gashites. And the person who would lose the most would of course be Roy. Because Roy had regarded all the city-states in the kingdom of Babylon as part of the Athenian Empire. Chapter 453 King Agum of Kashit surrenders. As early as the Paleolithic Age, 100,000 years ago, humans were inhabiting the western part of the Persian Plateau. In 2700 BC, the Elamites living in the Karen River basin in the southwest of the Persian Plateau established the kingdom of Elam. The Kassites, now one of the many forces in the Mesopotamia, come from the central Zagros mountains in the western part of the Persian Plateau. Due to the influence of the Aryan invasion of the Persian Plateau from Central Asia, The Kassites were forced to migrate from the Persian plateau to the north of the Kharon River basin. The civilization of the Kashit people is very backward. Among the forces in the Mesopotamia, the only one without a large city-state is the Kashit people. However, after hundreds of years of development, the Kashit people absorbed the advanced civilizations of the Mesopotamia and now possess the military strength of the Bronze Age. In the history of another world, after the decline of the Kingdom of Babylon, it was the Kassites who once again conquered the Babylonian and Sumerian regions and faced off against the Mitanni and Assyrian kingdoms for hundreds of years. Tutupo City. This city-state belonging to the Kingdom of Babylon was currently being besieged by an army of 10,000 Kassites. Roy rushed to the outside of Tutupo City with 3,000 cavalry and saw 5,000 cavalry and 5,000 infantry of the Gassit people surrounding Tutupo City from the north and south. It seemed that they wanted Tutupo City to take the initiative. Surrender. Seeing Roy's army, the Gassit people did not take the initiative to attack, but sent envoys to negotiate with Roy. The Kashit people were originally the most backward civilization in the Mesopotamia. In the history of another world, they not only dominated the two river basins, but also established a stable rule for hundreds of years. This is definitely not an accident. Because in past history, both the Sumerians and the Amorites could only establish short-term hegemonic rule. Hammurabi, the greatest king of the Babylonian kingdom, only maintained his hegemony for 20 years. Not even 1/10 of the hundreds of years of hegemony of the Kingdom of Kassite. The envoy of Kashit rode up to Roy, bowed his head and saluted very respectfully. Great leader, I send my greetings to you on behalf of King Agum of Kassite. Are you the army of the Hittite kingdom, coming to conquer the city of Tutupo of the Babylonian kingdom? During the Warring States period in the Far East, there was a diplomatic strategy called distant diplomacy and close attack. The diplomatic strategy pursued by the Kashit people is to make friends at a distance and attack at close range. The Kingdom of Elam, the Kingdom of Babylon, the Kingdom of Haiti, the Kingdom of Assyria, and the Kingdom of Mitanni, which bordered the territory of the Kassites, were all forces that had long been hostile to the Kassites. The Hittite kingdom and the Egyptian kingdom, which were very far away from the Kassites, were the goals of alliance and friendship between the Kassites. I am Loewi, Emperor of the Athenian Empire. Roy looked at the envoy of Kashit with an expressionless face and said, the Athenian Empire will conquer the Mesopotamia. So the Athenian Empire is hostile to you Kassites. We don't need to waste our words. You can now tell the Kassite King Agum and ask him to lead his army to fight with me. After listening to Roy's words, the envoy Jiashi didn't say anything more, turned his horse's head and left. Agum, the king of Jashite, is a young man about 30 years old. The messenger returned to Agum and conveyed Roy's original words to Agum. Agum immediately prepared his 5,000 cavalry for battle. As a backward force with little information, Agum knew that the Hittite kingdom was the strongest force in West Asia. But the Athenian Empire, Agum had never even heard of it. Although he knew that the Athenian army and the Hittite army together destroyed the Kingdom of Babylon, Agum only regarded the Athenian Empire as a vassal of the Hittite kingdom. Agum's 5,000 cavalrymen were assembled, and Roy took the initiative to attack with 3,000 cavalrymen. After the two cavalry armies collided, a one-sided massacre began. Although the Kashit cavalry fought bravely and were not afraid of death, their weapons only had backward bronze war spears. Their armor was backward cloth armor, and their horses did not have stirrups, horsebacks, saddles and other horse equipment. Roy's cavalry used sharp iron spears as weapons, wore strong iron armor and makai to protect the knights and horses, and also had stirrups, saddles and other horse equipment to assist the knights. With such a huge equipment gap, this war is an undoubtedly dimensionality reduction blow. After the first round of confrontation between the two cavalry armies, more than 1,000 of the 5,000 Kashit cavalry were killed and more than 2,000 were injured. When Roy was about to launch a second round of attacks, King Agum of Kassite suddenly dropped his weapon and raised his hands in the air and shouted, "Surrender, we are willing to surrender. Please do not hurt us anymore. We are willing to surrender to the great Athenian Empire." Unexpectedly, King Agum of Kassite would surrender so simply. After Roy ordered the Athenian soldiers to stay put, he rode up to Agum and asked, "Do you really want to surrender?" "Yes," Agum said without hesitation. "Although we are more numerous, you have more advanced weapons. So we are willing to surrender. After you surrender to the Athenian Empire, both you, the king of Kassite, And the nobles of the Kassite people will lose their status and power as nobility. Do you still want to surrender? In this era, after the royal family and nobles surrendered, the royal family could usually obtain noble status. The big nobles could obtain the minor noble status. And the minor nobles could retain their property. The city-state princes surrendered voluntarily and even retained their right to rule. This is exactly why an overlord like Alexander was able to conquer a huge territory in a short period of time. Most of the cities he conquered voluntarily surrendered in exchange for Alexander retaining their right to rule. So once Alexander died, the empire he established fell apart. If every city conquered by Alexander had resisted as tenaciously as Tyre for 7 months, even if Alexander defeated the kingdom of Macedonia, it would be impossible to establish Alexander's empire. After hearing Roy's words, Agum immediately widened his eyes. It is obvious that Agum just wanted to become a vassal of the Athenian Empire. The Kassites were nominally subjects of the Athenian Empire, but in fact they were still ruled by Agum himself. Seeing Agum's reaction, Roy teased jokingly, "Since you don't want to give up King Gassite's power, let's continue this war." Agum gritted his teeth and said, "I am willing to give up my identity as King of Gassite." Roy said with a surprised expression, "If the Kassites join the Athenian Empire, I will transform you with the policies of the Athenian Empire. From now on, the Kassites must abide by the laws of the Athenian Empire and respect the gods arranged by the Athenian Empire." Agum said with a sigh of relief, "This is a good thing we can only hope for. We Kassite people are backward in civilization. So for hundreds of years, we have been absorbing the culture of the Elamites, Cimmerians and Amorites, and worshipping their gods, hoping that their gods can make us Kassites stronger. In the history of another world, the Kassite people did fully accept the inherent culture, gods, and languages of the Mesopotamia. King Kassite not only redeemed the stolen Marduk statue from the Hittite kingdom, but also rebuilt and decorated the temples in Nippur, Lagash, Yor, and Uruk, Agumu. Since you are willing to accept my request, then I have no reason to refuse your surrender." Chapter 454, The Jaxite people are not trustworthy. Of course, Roy would not naively believe that the Athenian Empire was more powerful than the Kassites, so that the Kassite king Agum would willingly surrender. However, Roy did not regard the Kassites as a threat or even an enemy. If Agum has any inappropriate thoughts, the Athenian Empire can crush Agum like an ant. After Roy and Agum separated, Roy led 3,000 cavalry to take over Tutupo city, and Agum also returned to the Gassite army. Agum's son, Agum Jr., was Agum II, king of Kassite, who conquered the Babylonian region in the history of another world. The 12-year-old boy rode up to Agum and complained with some dissatisfaction. "Father, we Kassite people are already so powerful. Why do you still want to surrender to others?" "Son, you don't understand that our enemy is more powerful," Agum said with a hearty smile. "We Kassites can survive and become stronger and stronger because we admit our weakness and are willing to absorb the enemy's advanced civilization and technology. There is no doubt that the Athenians are more advanced and powerful than us, and we owe them surrender is not humiliating. When we Kassites absorb the advanced civilization and technology of the Athenians and have the same weapons and equipment as them, we will be able to break away from the control of the Athenians. Is it like our ancestors surrendered to the Amorites and later took away their territory?" "Right." Agum nodded and said, "The territory where we Kassites live now belongs to the Babylonian kingdom of the Amorites in the past. But now it belongs to us. If our ancestors were unwilling to submit to the Babylonian kingdom at that time like you, we Kassites would have been driven out of the two kingdoms long ago." River Basin, Tutupo City. Seeing Roy approaching with 3,000 cavalry, the governor of Tutupo City took the initiative to open the city gate and came outside the city to greet Roy. Governor Tutupo was an old man over 50 years old. After meeting Governor Tutupo face to face, Roy took the initiative to speak to Governor Tutupo. "Governor Tutupo, I saved Tutupo City. Are you willing to surrender to me and give up your noble status and power? If you are not willing, then return to the city to fight with me. I will use war to capture the city of Tutupo." Governor Tutupo couldn't help but laugh. "If you don't come to the rescue in time, everything in Tutupo City will become the spoils of the Kassite people. Even if you ask me to sacrifice my life, I will not refuse, let alone surrender to you. Semiramis the princess has written to tell me that it is the best choice for us Amorites to surrender to the Athenian Empire. And I will not make a stupid choice for the benefit of my family." After hearing Governor Tutupo's answer, Roy nodded with satisfaction. Since you surrendered voluntarily, I can retain your position as governor. But you will have at most 2 6-year terms. Your Majesty the Emperor. I am getting older. Can my son become the next governor of Tutupo in the future? Cannot. Roy refused without hesitation. The Athenian Empire does not have a hereditary system of power. If your son wants to succeed the governor of Tutupo, he must use his ability to fight for it. Governor Tutupo immediately laughed and said, I have great confidence in my son's ability. Under my training, no one in Tutupo City is more qualified for the position of governor than my son. In the history of another world, the imperial examination system was created during the Sui and Tang dynasties. But official positions in the court were still monopolized by aristocratic families of all sizes. This was not because the emperor did not give civilians the opportunity to serve as officials, but that the educational resources available to civilians simply could not compete with those available to aristocratic families of all sizes. It was not until the Northern Song dynasty that the emergence of movable type printing made the production of books simple. And this was the era when noble sons were born from poor families. Roy's Athenian Empire was also facing the same situation at this time. If nobles and commoners were allowed to compete for civil offices based on their ability, nobles who received a lot of education would definitely have an advantage. After giving Governor Tutupo a thoughtful look, Roy set his goal of creating movable type printing. Only by popularizing education in the Athenian Empire can the nobles truly be ignored by everyone and no longer feel that they are more capable than the common people. Not understanding what Roy's look meant, Governor Tutupo changed the subject and said, Your Majesty, there are 3,000 soldiers in Tutupo City. I am willing to take them to help you eliminate the Kashit people. The people of Kassite have surrendered to me. Roy shook his head and said, I plan to build a Kashit city in the territory of the Kashit people. From now on, King Agumu of Kashit will be the governor of Kashit with the same status as you. Your Majesty, you are confused. After hearing what Roy said, Governor Tutupo said immediately, the Kassites are not trustworthy at all. In the past, when our Amorite kingdom of Babylon was strong, the Kassites also surrendered to us. Later, the Kassites became so powerful that they not only got rid of the rule of the Babylonian kingdom, but also became Babylon the main enemy of the kingdom. You think I'm the incompetent king of Babylon? Roy rolled his eyes and said, Of course I know Agum is not trustworthy. But I don't care about his ambitions at all. The Athenian Empire is a huge empire with an area of 1 million square kilometers and a population of millions. In front of the huge Athenian Empire, the addition of a population of 300,000 people, the Hittites, are like little ants. And the Athenian Empire can crush them to death at any time. And I will use the policies of the Athenian Empire to assimilate the Kassites. And Agum will soon lose the authority of the Kassite king. After receiving a feast from Governor Tutupo in the city of Tutupo, Roy returned to Babylon with 3,000 cavalry the next day. Babylonian Palace. Roy came to the hall and saw Semiramis sitting on the throne reading the clay tablet letter. The so-called clay tablet letters are written in cuneiform on clay tablets. This kind of clay tablet is the prototype of the Fate clay tablet in Sumerian mythology. Seeing Roy entering the hall, Semiramis put down the clay tablet in his hand and said, Dear Your Majesty, congratulations on your defeat of King Aruma Migal of Haiti and King Agum of Gassite. I want to tell you a good news. Not only the cities of Malad and Tutupo, but also the city of Borsippa. The Amorite governors of the cities of Durbat and Kish have also agreed to surrender to you. This must be the result of your writing to them. Roy walked up to Semiramis, leaned close to her fair and delicate face and said, You have made such a great contribution. Should I reward you? The Mesopotamia is far away from Athens, the capital of the Athenian Empire. So I must let an absolutely trustworthy person rule the Mesopotamian plain on my behalf. You are my woman is also the princess of Babylon. Why don't I just let you replace me and become the queen who rules the plains of Mesopotamia? Semiramis said with an unconscious smile on her lips. I'm not your woman yet. Only after we become a physical and mental couple will I be qualified to rule here on your behalf. But I have so many women. Every one of you is worthy of my trust. Roy said with a joking smile. Semiramis, I intend to let your distant sister, the Hyksos Princess Andromeda, rule Babylon instead of me. Chapter 455 begins to conquer the Sumer region. The kingdom of Hannah and the kingdom of Babylon together had a total of 12 city-states. Roy and Ares brought only 20,000 soldiers. If he wants to control 12 city-states with 20,000 soldiers, Roy's troops will definitely be stretched thin. Even if he could barely control 12 city-states with 20,000 soldiers. Roy would stop attacking in a short time, and would be unable to conquer the kingdom of Haiti, the kingdom of Kassite, the kingdom of Elam, and the kingdom of Assyria in the Mesopotamia. Now that the Amorites of the Babylonian kingdom voluntarily surrendered under the threat of the Sumerians and Kassites, Roy's originally stretched troops were immediately sufficient to continue the war. Late November, Ares came to Babylon with a reorganized army of 20,000 people. Roy brought 3,000 cavalry to the outside of the city to hand over to Ares and take over the 12,000 troops brought by Ares. Ares, I have implemented the policies of the Athenian Empire in Babylon. I will leave it to you to implement the policies of the Athenian Empire in the cities of Kish, Borsippa, Durbat, Malad, Nippur, and Tutupo. The policy of the empire. If there is an unwilling noble who wants to resist, no matter what his status is, you can kill his entire family or demote him to slaves as punishment. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will not let you down. After the two completed the handover work, Roy took 3,000 cavalry and 12,000 infantry to the city of Ison in the Sumer region. Ares took 8,000 troops to the nearest city of Kish, preparing to attack the city in Kish. Promote the policies of the Athenian Empire. Ison City. This is the city-state guarded by Gula, the goddess of healing. 400 years ago, the ruler of the city of Ison briefly dominated the Sumerian region. Later, the city of Lhasa, guarded by the sun god Utu, took away the hegemony of the Sumerian region. Roy led an army of 15,000 people to the outside of Ising City. The governor of Ising City directly sent an envoy to surrender. Among the many city-states in Sumer, the city of Ison was only a large city-state with a population of 30,000. And the number of soldiers able to fight in Ison was only 3,000. Facing Roy's 15,000 army, Ison City certainly had no chance of winning. After Roy negotiated with the governor of Ising City through an envoy, even though he knew that he would lose his status and privileges as a noble, the governor of Ising City did not change his mind about surrendering. So Roy captured Ising City without any blood. In order to reward the governor of Ison City, Roy retained his governorship. After reorganizing the 3,000 soldiers in Ison City, Roy left 3,000 soldiers in Ison City and led an army of 15,000 to Adab City. Adab is a city-state guarded by Ninhursag, the goddess of earth and sea. In Sumerian mythology, the goddess Ninhursag is worshipped as the wife of Enki, the first king of the gods, and the mother of the gods. From this, it can be seen that the city of Adab is a powerful city-state. About 800 years ago, the city of Adab briefly dominated the Sumerian region. Roy came to Adab City with 15,000 troops. And Governor Adab also chose to surrender. After all, Adab City dominated the Sumer region 800 years ago. Now Adab City has a population of just over 30,000. And only 3,500 soldiers. The number of Roy's soldiers is close to half of the population of Adab City. This is obviously a losing war. The rulers of Ison and Adab were willing to surrender to Loi because they already knew that the policies of the Athenian Empire were very good to the civilians. Although the nobles would lose their status and power, they could retain property other than the fields if they surrendered voluntarily. After taking Adab City without any blood, Roy reorganized the soldiers in Adab City. After reorganization, Roy left 4,000 soldiers in Adab City to defend the city, and then led 14,000 soldiers to Wunmar City. Wunmar City is a city-state guarded by Shela, the god of war. Although in the history of the Sumerians, the city of Wunmar did not establish hegemony, and the war god Shera, who guarded the city of Wunmar, did not become the king of the gods in the Sumerian region. More than 700 years ago, King Lu of Wunmar after Gazagasha annexed the city of Uruk. He established the third Uruk dynasty with Uruk as its capital, and briefly dominated the Sumerian region. It is worth mentioning that the city of Wunmar, guarded by the god of war Shela, and the city of Lagash guarded by Ninurta, the god of agriculture and war, have been in constant dispute for a long time. The gods of war Shela and Ninurta are also enemies. Roy came to Wunmar City with an army of 15,000 people. He originally thought that Wunmar City would surrender on its own initiative, because Wunmar City is not strong, and there are no other city-states to assist Wunmar City. To Roy's expectation, Wunmar City chose to resist. Looking at the heavily armed defenders on the walls of Wunmar City, Roy couldn't help but sigh. Wunmar City is indeed a city that worships Shela, the god of war. Perhaps this is a manifestation of their strong martial virtue. After sighing with emotion, Roy personally led the soldiers to attack the city. Bang! While the god of war Shera appeared in the sky above Wunma City with a 1,000-meter-tall figure, Roy directly used the power of the demigod hero to break the gate of Wunma City and led the Athenian soldiers into Wunma City. Seeing this scene, the god of war Shera wanted to release his divine power to suppress Roy. The healing goddess Gula and the goddess of earth and Ninhursag took the initiative to come to Wunma City and use their divine power to stop Shera. Goddess Gula. Goddess Ninhursag. Looking at the two goddesses who came to stop her, Shela complained dissatisfiedly. After your city surrendered, you became an accomplice of the invaders. Don't you have the dignity of gods? Goddess Gula said expressionlessly. Since the Athenian Empire did not drive us off the throne, we will be the gods of the Athenian Empire from now on. As the gods of the Athenian Empire, what is wrong with us being your enemy? Goddess Ninhursag said with some shame. Shera. According to the rules of the gods, as the patron saint of the Athenian Empire, we have the responsibility and obligation to fight against the hostile gods of the Athenian Empire. Shela also knew that complaining about the two goddesses would not help. Blocked by the goddess Gula and Ninhursag, Shera could only watch as Roy's soldiers occupied Wunma City, then broke into his Shera temple and knocked down the statue of Shera. Roy did not knock down the statues of Gula and Ninhursag in Ison City and Adab City because they were goddesses. All the male gods, including Shela, would be pushed down by Roy and driven off the throne without exception. After completing the occupation of Wunma City, Roy demoted all the nobles, including the governor of Wunma City, into slaves, and reorganized the 2,000 surrendered troops of Wunma City. Because he was worried about a rebellion in Wunma City, Roy left 4,000 soldiers in Wunma City to manage 2,000 surrendered troops, and then led 10,000 troops to Uruk City. Uruk, this is the city-state guarded by Inanna, the goddess of Venus. In the history of the Sumerians, the cities of Uruk, Ur, and Kish were all city-states that established hegemony many times. It is precisely because the city of Uruk has dominated many times that Inanna, the goddess of Venus who protects the city of Uruk, became the queen of the gods with great authority in Sumerian mythology. In Sumerian mythology, Inanna, the goddess of Venus, Nanna, the moon god, and Utu, the sun god, became a closely related triptych of stars. This was also because Inanna protected the city of Uruk, Nanna protected the city of Ur, and Utu protected the city. The city of Larsa has an alliance. Chapter 456 Hero God Gilgamesh. 3,000 years ago, the ancient Aryans migrated to the Mesopotamia. During this era, there occurred a great disaster that the Sumerians called the Great Flood. The catastrophe called the Great Flood may be a real flood of the Euphrates or Tigris rivers, or it may be the invasion of the ancient Aryans, which is called a flood-like catastrophe. After the Great Flood, the city of Kish, guarded by the god of war Zababar, became the hegemonic city-state in Sumer. Archaeological evidence from another world shows that the king of Kish once mediated the border dispute between the cities of Wunma and Lagash, and also led various Sumerian city-states to organize a coalition to fight against the Elamite kingdom. The last overlord of the kingdom of Kish was King Aga of Kish, who was a contemporary of Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk. In 2650 BC, King Gilgamesh of Uruk seized hegemony by defeating King Aga of Kish, making Uruk the hegemonic city-state in Sumer. Now, 1,000 years later, Roy came to the city of Uruk with an army of 10,000, preparing to conquer the greatest city in Sumerian history. 140 years ago, in order to suppress the rebellions in Larsa, Uruk and Ur, the kingdom of Babylon demolished the walls of these three cities. Under the rule of the kingdom of Haiti, new walls were built in the city of Uruk. Outside Uruk, Roy observed the new city wall of Uruk and found that it was a wall with an average height of more than 5 meters. Legend has it that during the reign of Gilgamesh, a 9-meter-high city wall was built in the city of Uruk. In other words, the current city walls of Uruk have not reached the level of 1,000 years ago. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh is called a tyrant because he forced the Uruk people to build this tall city wall. Later, Gilgamesh relied on the tall and strong city wall to defeat King Aga of Kish, proving that building the city wall was the right decision. Just as Roy was about to attack the north gate of Uruk, the north gate of Uruk suddenly opened. Unfortunately, what came out was not the surrendering messenger, but the heavily armed Uruk soldiers. 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, 6,000. Under Roy's surprised gaze, tens of thousands of troops poured out of Uruk City to confront Roy. The population of Uruk City is only more than 50,000. So under normal circumstances, the strength of Uruk city is only about 5,000. Now there are tens of thousands of soldiers in Uruk city, which are obviously reinforcements from Lhasa city and your city. Are you the emperor of the Athenians? Along with the voice questioning Roy, an Uruk man, who was out of tune with the battlefield, walked to the front of the Uruk defenders. He has a young face, about 20 years old, and his cheeks are as beardless as those of a teenager. Although he was on the battlefield, he was wearing a gorgeous cotton robe and black leather strappy sandals, looking like he was on an outing. Roy's eyes widened instantly when he saw this Uruk man with black broken hair and a handsome face. Because even from a distance of several hundred meters, Roy could tell that this Uruk was not an ordinary human being. Are all humans in this era as rude as you? Seeing that Roy didn't respond to him, the Uruk complained dissatisfiedly. Before you observe what kind of opponent I am, you should respond to my greetings. Am I wrong that you are not the emperor of the Athenians? Feeling that the Uruk man's eyes were staring at him, Roy said immediately, I am Loe, the emperor of the Athenian Empire. And you are the governor of Uruk, the kingdom of Haiti. Governor? How can such a status be worthy of me? My name is Gilgamesh, and I am the city of Uruk. Correct me. I am the only king of all Sumerians. Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh. Upon hearing this Uruk's name, Roy's eyes immediately widened in shock. Although he had long known that this Uruk man was no ordinary human being, Roy never expected that his identity would be the king of Uruk, who was deified 1,000 years ago. Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk, was a real great king in the history of the Sumerians. After Gilgamesh's death, he was deified into the son of a goddess and a human, a demigod whose body was 2/3 god and 1/3 human. Gilgamesh possesses the wisdom of gods and humans, but does not have the immortality of gods. It is now 1,000 years after Gilgamesh's death. 1,000 years is enough time for Gilgamesh to become a heroic god after his death. Gilgamesh. Looking at the protagonist in The Epic of Gilgamesh, Roy suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, I never thought that not only Hammurabi, the Amorite hero god, would come as my enemy, but even Gilgamesh, the Sumerian hero god, would become my opponent. King of Uruk, your time has ended 1,000 years. Now is the era of the king of Athens. Unlike Aga, the king of Kish who lost to you, I will conquer the city of Uruk that you protect. It's so enviable. Not only was Gilgamesh not angry, but he said with a bright smile, this is the difference between people living in the present and those who have died for thousands of years. If possible, I would really like to exchange identities with you. Are you envious of me? Roy said doubtfully. I target a heroic god like you, and long for immortality and a heroic throne like you. But you envy humans who live short lives. Do you aspire to be a heroic god like me? Gilgamesh looked at Roy with pity and said, when you truly become the hero god, you will definitely regret it. Although I have gained eternal life as the hero god, during these 1,000 years, I have been like a sculpture on the hero god's throne, with no freedom of movement at all. After I truly become the hero god, I realized that hero gods and real gods are completely different existences. Gods are only restricted by the rules of gods and cannot interfere with humans. Hero gods are undead souls that have lost their bodies and have no body to support action. I can be like this now. I appear in front of you because Inanna, my main god, wants me to protect the city of Uruk, the undead soul that has lost its body. Roy said with a smile after hearing Gilgamesh's comments about him. Although I want to become a heroic god, I don't intend to give up my body. I want to become a heroic god with a body. To do this, I want to build an unprecedented huge empire. Mesopotamia is the plane that I must conquer. One of the goals. A heroic god with a body. Gilgamesh said with a surprised expression. You are such an interesting guy. You actually want to become a heroic god with a body. Do you want to truly rival the gods? If I can only become an immortal soul, I would rather give up eternal life. The eternal life I pursue is eternal life with freedom. He ha 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 dash. After hearing Roy's words, Gilgamesh couldn't help laughing. I have decided. Come and have a one-on-one duel with me. Behind me are 5,000 soldiers from Uruk city, 3,000 soldiers from Lhasa city, and 3,000 soldiers from your city. As long as if you can defeat me, you can get the city of Uruk, the city of Lhasa, the city of Ur, and these soldiers behind me. Chapter 457 The Family of Venus Goddess Inanna. Gilgamesh. What do you mean? As soon as Gilgamesh finished speaking, an angry female voice asked, "I didn't summon you to do this kind of thing." The next moment, a beautiful black-haired goddess descended behind Gilgamesh with a huge figure that was 1,000 meters tall. This is a goddess wearing a golden collar around her neck and holding a golden divine spear in her right hand. She is wearing a misty white dress and a pair of small and delicate ankles wearing golden strappy sandals. The goddess had beautiful golden eyes. She looked down at Gilgamesh with angry eyes and said, "I asked you to come as a heroic god to lead the city of Uruk to rise again. Not to let you duel with others. Could it be that you were influenced by the Epic of Gilgamesh and longed for someone like Enkidu?" Opponent. The Epic of Gilgamesh. This is a mythological story made up by the Uruk people after Gilgamesh's death. In this story, people's desire for the king's power to be curbed is expressed. So Gilgamesh, who was as powerful as a god, met an opponent named Enkidu. In fact, Gilgamesh and Enkidu are two sides of Gilgamesh. Before Gilgamesh defeated Aga, king of Kish, he was a tyrant who endlessly forced the people of Uruk to build walls. When Gilgamesh defeated King Aga of Kish and gained victory and hegemony, encountered Enkidu. He no longer forced the Uruk people to build walls and became the wise king of Uruk. In epic mythology, Enkidu is the friend Gilgamesh gains. In real history, Enkidu was victorious over Gilgamesh. Enkidu is part of Gilgamesh. And Gilgamesh is Enkidu. Inanna, goddess of Uruk, are you still unwilling to give up your past pride? Gilgamesh raised his head and made eye contact with the goddess. Although the city of Uruk has gained hegemony 5 times in the past history, and you also became the queen of the gods when the city of Uruk rose, the era that belongs to you and the city of Uruk is over. No, my time with the city of Uruk is not over yet. Goddess Inanna said in a decisive tone. You are the first king of Uruk, who led the city of Uruk to establish hegemony. I believe you can once again lead the city of Uruk to conquer the Mesopotamian plains, and make me once again the god of the Mesopotamia. Queen. Gilgamesh said helplessly. My goddess. Just to achieve your unrealistic goal, I propose to fight this human one-on-one. Can't you see that this human's army is more powerful than ours? So I can only beat him one-on-one. Inanna carefully observed the army behind Roy. Although the two armies have different numbers, it cannot be denied that Roy's 3,000 Athenian soldiers have more advanced and powerful weapons and equipment. Therefore, when the two armies fight, the loser will definitely be the coalition forces of Uruk city, Lhasa city, and your city. The enemy's army is indeed stronger. So you must defeat the king of Athens in a one-on-one duel. Seeing that Inanna was convinced by him, Gilgamesh immediately said to Roy, King of Athens, do you want to refuse to duel with me? I have no reason to refuse. Roy jumped off the horse, walked towards Gilgamesh with his iron gun and said, I cherish the life of every Athenian soldier. Being able to avoid a war with a duel is exactly what I hope for. Arrogant human being. It seems that my strength as a heroic god has been underestimated by you. I don't underestimate your strength. So you don't mind if I pray to the gods of the Athenian Empire for help. Even if you don't accept it, I won't change my mind. After Roy finished speaking, the goddess Aphrodite descended behind Roy with her kilometer-tall figure. After seeing the goddess Aphrodite descending and pouring divine power into Roy, Gilgamesh summoned the golden spear and walked towards Roy, laughing and saying, You actually want to use the help of the goddess to defeat me. This is very fair to me. Don't let me down. When the distance between Roy and Gilgamesh was only 100 meters, they both stopped at the same time. After looking at each other for a while, Roy took the initiative to burst out at extreme speed and rushed towards Gilgamesh with an astonishing sound of breaking through the air. Gilgamesh also rushed towards Roy with the speed of a hero god. There was a loud explosion. The moment the figures of Roy and Gilgamesh passed each other, Roy's black iron spear and Gilgamesh's golden spear clashed for the first time. Seeing that the first confrontation between Roy and Gilgamesh turned out to be a deadlock, Inanna glared at Aphrodite with angry eyes and scolded. Why don't you stop? This is a battle between the king of Athens and the king of Uruk. Don't do anything unnecessary to interfere with them. What you said is really strange. Faced with Inanna's accusation, Aphrodite smiled and teased. Gilgamesh has received your divine power from the beginning to come as a hero god. I lent my divine power to Roy. Even Gilgamesh, who is the protagonist of the duel, thinks this is fair. Aphrodite, do you want to be beaten? Can you still beat me? Aphrodite said without showing any signs of weakness. 140 years ago, The walls of Uruk were demolished by the kingdom of Babylon. As the patron goddess of Uruk, you were also severely damaged and weakened by Marduk. Now you no longer dominate the two rivers, queen of the gods of the river basin. And I am not only the master of the Phoenician region and the Sinai Peninsula. I will soon become the master of the Mesopotamia. And get the throne of the queen of the gods of the Mesopotamia that you have dreamed of. You are such a villain. Do you really think I don't have the power to teach you a lesson? Inanna, who was completely angered, immediately called Nanna, the moon god. Utu, the sun god. Lend me your divine power. Following Inanna's call, Utu, the sun god who protects the city of Lhasa, and Nanna, the moon god who protects the city of Yor, simultaneously descended behind Inanna with their 1,000-meter-tall figures. In Sumerian mythology, the moon god Nanna was the father of the Venus goddess Inanna, and the sun god Utu was the brother of the Venus goddess Inanna. The sun god, moon god, and Venus goddess combined together to become the star triad in Sumerian mythology. Although Inanna didn't want to admit this relationship, now that she had someone to ask for, Inanna could only put down her pride and say, Father God, brother, lend me your power. The sun god Utu and the moon god Nanna nodded, and then poured their divine power into Inanna. Dear sister, I will also lend you my divine power. A white-haired goddess with a face very similar to Inanna appeared next to Inanna with a height of 100 meters and said, As your sister, I also want to help you. Ereshkigal. After hearing the words of the white-haired goddess, Inanna rolled her eyes and said, You? A wandering god who was belittled and humiliated by the Amorites, and even had the throne of the patron saint of Kuta city taken away by Nergal. Are you worthy of being my sister? Inanna is willing to accept a relationship with the moon god Nanna and the sun god Utu, because one of them is the patron saint of your city and the other is the patron saint of Lhasa city. And they can provide great help to Inanna. Ereshkigal is a down-and-out wandering goddess, and Inanna will certainly not accept her as her sister. Chapter 458 Inanna and Aphrodite. Before 3000 BC, the Babylonian region in the middle reaches of the Mesopotamia and the Sumerian region in the lower reaches had already entered the city-state era. With the invasion of the ancient Aryans, the Sumerian city-states were conquered by the Akkadians and Amorites, branches of the ancient Aryans. The Sumerian gods who guarded these city-states either lost their thrones and became wandering gods, or they were suppressed and weakened. City-states such as Bad Tabera, guarded by the shepherd god Dumuzi, Larak, guarded by the plant god Pabursag, and Nina, guarded by the water spring goddess Nanshi, were all once powerful city-states of the Sumerians. Now these city-states have been destroyed by the Amorites, and the gods who guarded these city-states have become wandering gods in despair. Although the city-states such as Borsippa and Kuta were not destroyed, Amorite gods replaced Sumerian gods as patron gods. Ereshkigal, the goddess of earth and the underworld who protects the city of Kuta, was taken away from her guardian throne by Nergal, the Amorite king of the underworld. The Amorites also made up Babylonian myths and demoted Ereshkigal to Nergal's wife. Zabarbar, the god of war who protects the city of Kish, became the overlord of Kish 4 times and also became the king of the gods 4 times. The city of Uruk established hegemony 5 times. So Inanna, the goddess of Venus who protected the city of Uruk, became a powerful goddess second only to Marduk in authority and popularity. The city of Kish established hegemony 4 times. So the war god Zabarbar was supposed to be a powerful deity second only to Inanna in authority and popularity. But Kish was too close to Babylon. Inanna, the goddess of Venus, was not overly suppressed by Marduk simply because Uruk was too far away from Babylon. The Amorites could only humiliate the goddess Inanna in the Babylonian myth they made up, and demoted Inanna to the wife of the completely fallen faun Dumuzi. The city of Kish was too close to Babylon. So the war god Zabarbar was completely suppressed by Marduk, the god of thunder. Marduk, Zeus, not only took away Zabarbar's identity as the god of war, but also took away Zabarbar's authority in Kish city, making Zabarbar the nominal patron saint of Kish city. In the history of another world, the god of war Zabarbar only left his identity as the patron saint of Kish city and did not leave any myths. This is enough to see the suppression of Zabarbar by the Amorites. Outside Uruk, Ereshkigal said sadly upon hearing that Inanna did not accept her identity. Dear sister, you can accept the moon god Nanna as your father god, and you can also accept the sun god Utu as your brother. Why can't you accept me as your sister? I sincerely regard you as my sister and am willing to devote myself to you. I will use all my power to help you. Inanna said angrily. Both the moon god Nanna and the sun god Utu were once the kings of the gods who dominated the two river basins. Ereshkigal. Not only did you not have the history to dominate the two river basins and become the queen of the gods. You were also conspired by the Amorite Pluto. Urgal took away the identity of the patron saint of Kuta city. Now you are a wandering god trapped in chronic death. Do you really think you are qualified to be the sister of Inanna, the queen of the gods? Woo 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 woo. Faced with Inanna's questioning, Ereshkigal couldn't help crying. Looking at Ereshkigal, who looked like a wronged little girl, Inanna complained helplessly. The Amorites made up myths, saying that I entered the underworld and was bullied by the ruthless queen of Hades. How do you look like you are ruthless? At this moment, a shepherd's god with a shepherd's whip in his hand came to Inanna with a height of 100 meters and said, Dear Inanna, I'm here to help you too. Dumuzi. Seeing this fawn, Inanna immediately said with disgust, Get out. Get away from me immediately. 400 years ago, the city of Bad Tabera, guarded by the shepherd god Dumuzi, disappeared from the map. Dumuzi, who lost his status as the patron saint of the city-state, became one of the wandering gods in the Mesopotamia. In order to belittle and humiliate the Sumerian queen of the gods Inanna, the Amorites even made the wandering god Dumuzi the weakest among the gods. The proud queen of the gods Inanna in the Babylonian myth they fabricated. S. husband. Although the Babylonian myth fabricated by the Amorites could not change the reality, Inanna still felt disgusted with the shepherd god Dumuzi, and did not want to see Dumuzi appear in her sight. As a wandering god, Dumuzi really wanted to obey the setting of Babylonian mythology, and really become the husband of Inanna, the beautiful and powerful queen of the gods. Dumuzi said with a shy face after being expelled by Inanna. Dear Inanna, I really love you deeply, and want to do everything in my power to help you achieve your goals. You can't even help yourself. And you still want to help me. I want to become the queen of the gods in the Mesopotamia again. Can you help me realize my wish? Dumuzi was immediately speechless. Dumuzi didn't even have the ability to become the patron saint of the city-state again. So how could he possibly have the ability to help Inanna become the queen of the gods? I said so. Seeing Inanna arguing with Ereshkigal and Dumuzi, Aphrodite couldn't help but complain. Do you still want to fight me? I think you should finish arguing with them and then compete with me. No need to wait. I'm going to teach you a lesson now. After Inanna finished speaking angrily, she immediately waved the golden spear and rushed towards Aphrodite. Aphrodite faced her head-on without showing any signs of weakness. And the two goddesses with perfect postures started a battle between the goddesses. Because Inanna was supported by the power of the sun god Utu and the moon god Nanna, the two goddesses were fighting for a while. Phoenician goddess Aphrodite, I have been unhappy with you for a long time, Inanna said to Aphrodite while wielding the golden spear and launching a fierce attack. The Amorites gave me the name Ishtar. This name is exactly the pronunciation of your name Astarte, or Astarte. The Amorites regard you as, or do you think I am you? Or maybe the Amorites want to merge the Phoenician goddess and the Sumerian goddess into one goddess. No matter what, I can't like you. I wouldn't mind becoming a sister god with a deep connection with you. Aphrodite laughed as she blocked Inanna's onslaught. I want to become the queen of the gods in the Mesopotamia. As my sister. Help me convince the local Sumerian gods. Shut up. Inanna said angrily. The throne of the queen of the gods in the Mesopotamia belongs only to me. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will definitely kill you. Don't keep saying things you can't do. Are you deliberately provoking me? Although Inanna was extremely angry, anger obviously could not improve her strength. Inanna put aside her pride and spoke to Ereshkigal and Dumuzi in order to defeat Aphrodite. Ereshkigal. Dumuzi. Lend me your power. As long as you help me defeat Aphrodite, I will not expel you again. Upon hearing Inanna's words, Ereshkigal and Dumuzi immediately lent their powers to Inanna. Chapter 459, Everyone has a chance to be the queen of the gods. 160 years ago, the city of Larsa was the hegemonic city-state in the Sumerian region. The sun god Utu, who protected the city of Larsa, was also the king of the gods in the Sumerian region. 400 years ago, the city of Ison was the hegemonic city-state in the Sumerian region. The healing goddess Gula, who protected the city of Ison, was the queen of the gods in the Sumerian region. 430 years ago, the city of Ur dominated the river basin, and the moon god Nanna became the king of the gods in the two river basins. 500 years ago, the city of Uruk dominated the Mesopotamia. And Inanna, the goddess of Venus, once again became the queen of the gods. 500 years later, Inanna, the goddess of Venus, Nanna, the moon god, Gula, the healing goddess, and Utu, the sun god, have all been reduced to ordinary city-state patron saints and no longer have the authority and divine power of the king of gods. In order to defeat Aphrodite, Inanna not only asked for help from the moon god Nanna and the sun god Utu, but also asked for help from the goddess of the underworld Ereshkigal and the god of thorns Dumuzi, who had lost their status as patron saints of the city-state. After Ereshkigal and Dumuzi lent their divine power to Inanna, although Inanna's divine power only increased by 1/10, it also made Aphrodite feel tremendous pressure. Goddess Gula, Goddess Ninhursag, come and help me too. With Aphrodite's call, the healing goddess Gula and the earth and sea goddess Ninhursag came to Aphrodite's side. Seeing that goddess Gula and Ninhursag wanted to help Aphrodite, Inanna immediately said dissatisfied, Gula, Ninhursag, you were once the queen of the gods in Sumer. But now you have fallen so low that you want to help foreign gods deal with your own sisters. Inanna's words immediately made Gula and Ninhursag hesitate. Aphrodite said with a smile when she saw Inanna using aggressive tactics against the two goddesses. Goddess Gula, Goddess Ninhursag, now we are all goddesses of the Athenian Empire. And I am your real sister. Don't you choose to stand on my side. But on which side of the hostile gods? Goddess Gula immediately denied it. We certainly won't side with the hostile gods. Goddess Ninhursag followed. Goddess Aphrodite, we are here to help you. As the goddesses Gula and Ninhursag lent their divine power to Aphrodite, Aphrodite's divine power once again overwhelmed Inanna and gained the upper hand in the battle. While the two goddesses were engaged in a battle of gods, Loe and Gilgamesh were also fighting fiercely. Because of the divine blessing of Aphrodite, Roy was not at a disadvantage in the battle. But he could not suppress Gilgamesh. Clang clang clang. Accompanied by the sound of Roy's black iron spear colliding fiercely with Gilgamesh's golden spear. Gilgamesh's face showed a joyful smile, as if he was enjoying the most delicious food in the world. That's it. That's it. Gilgamesh said with a laugh as he fought. 1,000 years ago, after defeating Aga, the king of Kish, the overlord of the two river basins, what I longed for most was to get an opponent of the same level as me. Although Enki and myths are all fictional creations of humans, you are the real one. Enkidu. An opponent who can truly satisfy me. Unlike Gilgamesh, who was enjoying the battle, Roy's face became more and more serious. Because Roy never saw hope of defeating Gilgamesh. If this battle becomes a war of attrition, Gilgamesh, as a heroic god, will obviously have more divine power than Roy. In order to defeat Gilgamesh, Roy took the initiative to speak to Ereshkigal, the goddess of the underworld. Goddess Ereshkigal, do you want to ascend the throne of the patron saint of Kuta city again? Hearing Roy's words, Ereshkigal, who was concentrating on providing Inanna with divine power, immediately responded. Hey, of course I want to become the patron saint of Kuta city again. Then you join the Athens Empire. As the emperor of the Athens Empire, I promise to make you the patron saint of Kuta city. Good. Ereshkigal subconsciously wanted to agree. But she immediately realized that joining the Athenian Empire now would be tantamount to betraying Inanna. And becoming the patron saint of the Athenian Empire, Ereshkigal had the responsibility and obligation to be the enemy of Inanna. Seeing Ereshkigal's reaction, Roy said dissatisfied. What are you still hesitating about? I won't give you a second chance. The cities of Uruk, and Larsa are three city-states in a triangle in the Sumerian region on the lower reaches of the Mesopotamia. The moon god Nanna, the Venus goddess Inanna, and the sun god Utu, who guarded these three city-states, were therefore regarded as the triad of stars. The city of Kuta is in the Babylonian region in the middle reaches of the Mesopotamia. The city of Kuta is thousands of miles away from the city of Uruk. The goddess Ereshkigal, who protects the city of Kuta, and the goddess Inanna, who protects the city of Uruk, cannot be true sisters. The sisterly relationship between Ereshkigal and Inanna was completely fabricated by the Amorites in Babylonian mythology. Even if Ereshkigal wants to please Inanna, the proud and powerful Inanna will not let a weak wandering goddess become her sister. Thinking of this, Ereshkigal said with a firm expression, I accept your invitation to become the patron saint of the Athenian Empire. Very good. Then come and help me now. Roy did not ask him to fight Inanna. Ereshkigal first breathed a sigh of relief. And then lent her divine power to Roy. After receiving Ereshkigal's divine power, Loi's divine power immediately surpassed that of Gilgamesh. Ereshkigal. This cheap sister actually defected to the enemy camp in front of her. Inanna accused angrily. I knew you couldn't be trusted. If you had always been on my side, I was going to accept you as my sister. Inanna. Sister. I am not a fool. Ereshkigal said with a smile. I know how proud you are. And you will never let a destitute goddess, who has lost her throne, become your sister. Only when I become a goddess as powerful as you, or even more powerful than you, will you be willing to call me sister. You want to be as powerful as me. And you want to be stronger than me. Inanna sneered and mocked. Wishful fool. Your Kuta city has no resources to establish hegemony. You will never be as powerful as me. That's not necessarily true. Roy interrupted at this time. Although the goddess Ereshkigal has just joined the Athenian Empire, if she performs well, I wouldn't mind letting her become the queen of the gods in the Mesopotamia. Hearing Roy's words, Aphrodite, Inanna, Ereshkigal, Gula and Ninhursag all opened their eyes in shock. Ereshkigal joined the Athenian Empire 1 second. And might he be regarded as the queen of the gods of Mesopotamia by the Athenian Empire the next? Seeing the reactions of the goddesses, Roy said with a smile. Not only the goddess Ereshkigal, the goddess Gula and the goddess Ninhursag also have the opportunity to become the queen of the gods in the Mesopotamia. If the goddess Inanna joins the Athens Empire, I will also consider consecrating you as the queen of the Mesopotamia. Queen of the gods of the basin. Chapter 4 60 Conditions for becoming the queen of the gods. Ha 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 ha. After hearing Roy's words, Gilgamesh couldn't help laughing while fighting Roy. You are so interesting. You actually said that you would give the throne of the king of the gods in the Mesopotamia to other gods. Aren't you afraid that the god you initially served would be angry? Don't be afraid. Roy said without hesitation. Gilgamesh. Before you were born, the goddess Inanna was the goddess who protected Uruk for thousands of years. So as the king of Uruk, you dare not resist the authority of the goddess Inanna. But the Mo whom I first served, the goddess Tiz, is a new god born on the Attica Peninsula. She does not have the ancient authority accumulated by other gods for thousands of years. I see. No wonder you dare to let the goddesses compete with each other. Gilgamesh stared at Roy with interest and said, Now I'm very curious about you. I really want to see what your future will be like. Then just wait and see. While speaking, Roy suddenly stabbed Gilgamesh's golden spear with his black iron spear. There was a loud explosion. The blade of the black iron gun collided with the blade of the golden divine spear. After a brief confrontation, Roy's divine power poured into the spear blade defeated Gilgamesh's divine power poured into the spear blade. And the golden spear instantly collapsed and disappeared. Then, Roy put the blade of the black iron gun against Gilgamesh's heart and said, King of Uruk, it seems you have lost. Gilgamesh asked with a surprised expression. Won't you kill me? Roy shook his head and said, You are a heroic god that has been praised by the Sumerians for thousands of years. I also want to use you to conquer the cities of Uruk, Lhasa and Ur without any bloodshed. Use me. Gilgamesh couldn't help but laugh. This is the reward the winner deserves. I will help you conquer the cities of Uruk, Lhasa and Ur. While the battle between Roy and Gilgamesh was decided, the battle between Aphrodite and Inanna also came to an end. Aphrodite, who could only fight Inanna in a deadlock, launched a fierce attack like a lioness. Aphrodite, why have you suddenly gone crazy? It's not me who's crazy. It's you. Aphrodite said expressionlessly as she attacked. I have regarded the throne of the queen of the gods of the two rivers as my property. Whether it is you or other goddesses who want to compete with me, I will attack you mercilessly. You guy, that's what I should have said. Inanna said angrily. I have been the queen of the gods in the Mesopotamia since 1,000 years ago. You, a foreign god from the Phoenician region, actually want to take away the throne that belongs to me. Roy muttered quietly as the battle between Aphrodite and Inanna became intense. I think there can be two mother rivers in the two river basins. And there can also be two queens of the gods. There is no need for you two to fight so fiercely. Hearing Roy's words, Aphrodite and Inanna stopped fighting at the same time and looked at Roy. Roy said with a bright smile as the two goddesses stared at her like a lioness staring at her prey. What do you think about my idea? Inanna asked impatiently. Human. Do you really want two queens of the gods to appear in the Mesopotamia? Roy nodded and said. The area of the Mesopotamia is so large. I do have the idea of dividing it into two. If the goddess Inanna wants to become one of the two queens of the gods in the Mesopotamia, then you must first join the Athenian Empire and become the Athenian Empire patron saint. Can you ensure that I will ascend the throne of the Queen of the Gods? Can. Roy said with a serious expression. But there is no free lunch in the world. If you want to ascend the throne of the Queen of the Gods in the Mesopotamia, you have to pay a corresponding price. What will it cost me? Help me conquer the cities of Uruk, Larsa, Yor, Lagash, Gilsu, and Del, and bring the moon god Nanna, the sun god Utu, and the god of agriculture, and warn Ninurta all the male gods included will be expelled. You? Upon hearing Roy's request, Inanna's delicate and beautiful face showed an angry expression. It's okay if you ask me to expel the other male gods. The moon god Nanna and the sun god Utu are my allies. This is the price you have to pay if you want to become the queen of the gods of the two rivers. If you don't want to cherish this opportunity, I believe there will be other goddesses fighting for the throne of the queen of the gods of the two rivers. Seeing Inanna hesitate, Aphrodite said excitedly, My dear, you better not make Inanna feel embarrassed. Leave the conquest of the gods of the two rivers to me. And I promise not to let you down. But accordingly, you must also leave the entire two rivers to me. Roy said with a smile. If all the credit is on you, I have no reason to refuse your request. But I believe that not only the goddess Inanna, but also the goddess Ereshkigal, the goddess Gula and the goddess Ninhursag will also have interested in competing for the throne of the Queen of the Gods. At this moment, Inanna suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Leave it to me. I will help you conquer all the city-states in Sumer according to your request. In exchange, you will also let me return to the throne of the Queen of the Gods. Goddess Inanna. Roy glanced at Inanna in surprise, then nodded and said, Goddess Inanna, as long as you fulfill my request, I will make you the Queen of the Gods in Sumer again. After receiving Roy's assurance, Inanna ordered Gilgamesh like a queen ordering her subjects. Gilgamesh, in order for me to become the Queen of the Gods in Sumer again, I ask you to sacrifice the cities of Uruk, Larsa, Yor, Lagash, Gilsu, and Del, to the king of Athens. At your command, my goddess Inanna. After Gilgamesh accepted the order, Inanna looked at the moon god Nanna and the sun god Utu with cold and emotionless eyes and said, I'm so sorry. Although we were allies like family in the past, I have to become your enemy now. Nanna, the moon god, was an old man with silver hair. He looked at Inanna and smiled like a loving father. Dear Inanna, I know you didn't do it voluntarily, so I won't blame you. I don't need you to do anything. I will leave the Two Rivers Valley by myself. After saying that, the moon god Nanna turned into a silver divine light and flew towards the Amori Peninsula in the south. After the moon god Nanna left, the sun god Utu looked at Roy with a calm expression and said, Human, I didn't expect that after you kicked me off the throne of the patron saint of Sippar City, I would now lose the throne of the patron saint of Larsa City and be driven out of the Mesopotamia by you. You shouldn't suggest making things difficult for my sister. Your request. I have long prepared myself to be expelled by you again. After saying that, the sun god Utu turned into a golden light and chased the moon god Nanna and flew to the Amori Peninsula. After the sun god Utu left, Inanna glared at the fawn Dumuzi with angry eyes and said, The moon god and the sun god have left. Why don't you? This loser. Disappear. Dumuzi trembled with fright and hurriedly ran away from Inanna. Looking at this scene, Roy knew that Inanna must hate him deeply. If Inanna wants to let go of her hatred for her, she can only become a family member who is more important to Inanna than the moon god Nanna and the sun god Utu. The moon god Nanna is just a cheap father god, and the sun god Utu is a cheap brother. But Inanna's husband is definitely her biological husband. Chapter 461 The Patron Saints of 12 City-States. The city of Uruk. With Gilgamesh's help, Lowy captured the greatest city in Sumerian history without a single blow. The governor's palace of Uruk City, the former royal palace of Uruk. Roy and Gilgamesh came here. The governor of Uruk brought a group of nobles to greet Gilgamesh, and looked at Roy, who was standing with Gilgamesh. With doubtful eyes, Gilgamesh spoke directly to the governor of Uruk and the nobles. Governor of Uruk, let me tell you some unfortunate news. As the heroic god of Uruk, I lost to the emperor of the Athens Empire. In order for the people of Uruk not to be harmed by the war, and for the goddess Inanna, I have the city of Uruk was dedicated to the Athenian Empire. Lost. The heroic god, who had been praised by the Uruk people for thousands of years, actually lost to the human emperor of Athens. The governor of Uruk and the nobles looked at Gilgamesh in disbelief with wide eyes, obviously unable to accept the defeat of the heroic god of Uruk. Looking at the reactions of the governor of Uruk and the nobles, Roy said with a smile, "Governor of Uruk, nobles of Uruk, for the sake of your great ancestor Gilgamesh, I can allow you to keep the wealth outside the fields. But you will lose your status and power as a noble in the future. If you are dissatisfied with this, you can always launch a rebellion. And the price is that your family will be demoted to lifelong slavery." After speaking, Roy and Gilgamesh entered the palace together. And the soldiers following Roy also took over the entire palace. Palace Hall. There is a marble throne on the stairs deep in the hall. Gilgamesh walked to the bottom of the stairs and stopped. Roy climbed up the stairs, turned around and sat on the throne looking down at the hall. After Roy's eyes met Gilgamesh's, Gilgamesh smiled brightly and laughed as Roy looked down on him. "I miss you so much. I have forgotten this feeling of being looked down upon for thousands of years. Aren't you angry?" "Why should I be angry?" Gilgamesh asked rhetorically. "When I was still alive as a human being, I had looked down on everything in my old age. After my death, I observed human beings on the throne of heroes for 1,000 years. I am no longer the ambitious king of Uruk Gilgamesh. Then I can leave all the conquests of Lhasa city, your city, Lagash city, Gilsu city, and Del city to you. As long as you complete these tasks, I will keep your Gilgamesh temple, allowing you to continue to exist as the heroic god of the Sumerians. Don't underestimate my ability," Gilgamesh said confidently. "Just wait for my good news in Uruk city. In a month at most, I can dedicate these cities to you. You just need to send people to take over these cities." "Very good," Roy said with satisfaction. "Gilgamesh, it seems that you will be the first heroic god worshipped by the Athenian Empire." The next day, Gilgamesh then set out with 5,000 Uruk soldiers, 3,000 Lhasa soldiers, and 3,000 Ur soldiers, and completely handed over the city of Uruk to Loe. In the evening, Roy received the news that Gilgamesh had captured the city of Lhasa without any blood. The third day, Roy received the news that Gilgamesh had captured the city of Ur without bloodshed. The fourth day, King Iruma Migal of Haiti came to the city of Uruk together with the governor of Elidu. Palace Hall. Roy sat on the marble throne to receive the two of them, and took the initiative to speak to Iruma Migal. "Iruma Migal, are you here to surrender to me? But I have not yet conquered all the city-states in Sumer. It's just a matter of time." Iruma Migal lowered his head respectfully and said, "Not even our Sumerian hero god Gilgamesh can defeat you. The entire Sumer region will surrender under your feet. Now I will dedicate the city of Enlil to you." The governor of Elidu city followed. "Your Majesty, the great emperor, I also want to dedicate the city of Eli to you. Then I will accept your surrender," Roy said with a bright smile. "As a reward for you, I can let you retain the identity of the governor. And I can also let you get the agency power of the royal enterprise. Do you want power or wealth?" Iruma Migal said without hesitation. "I want wealth." Governor Elidu hesitated for a moment and then said the same. "I also choose wealth. Then you and your family will move to the city of Uruk and become rich here in the future." Another 5 days passed. Roy received the news that Gilgamesh had defeated the governors of Lagash and Gilsu, and captured the cities of Lagash and Gilsu. Now in Sumer, only the city of Del has not yet entered the territory of the Athenian Empire. Palace Hall. After hearing the news reported by the envoy, Roy couldn't help but complain. What happened to Governor Lagash and Governor Gilsu? The Sumerian hero god Gilgamesh came to conquer them. But they did not surrender voluntarily, but foolishly fought against Gilgamesh. Is it because of worship? Ninurta, the god of agriculture and war, makes them as virtuous as the governor of Wunmar city. As soon as Roy finished his complaint, the goddess Inanna descended into the hall in the form of a human girl, looked at Roy with cold eyes and said, "Human, you should fulfill your promise now and enshrine me as the queen of the gods in Sumer." Although Gilgamesh has not yet arrived at Del City, the governor of Del City has decided to surrender. Looking at Inanna with a cold expression, Roy smiled and said, "Now I have not completely conquered the Mesopotamia, so it will take some time before I can divide the territory for you and Aphrodite. Before that, we discuss the patron saint of Lhasa city, the patron saint of your city. Can you choose the patron saint of Enlil city? The patron saint of Elidu city? The patron saint of Lagash city? The patron saint of Gilsu city? And the patron saint of Del city? Goddess Inanna. Do you want to be the patron saint of the city of Uruk? God became the patron saint of the 8 city-states in Sumer. 8 city-states. 8 city-states. Even though Inanna was a goddess, she couldn't help but look at Roy with wide eyes. You really want me to be the patron saint of these city-states? The male gods who protect these city-states have been expelled. Of course I will arrange new patron gods for these city-states. If the goddess Inanna is not willing, I will arrange for other goddesses to become the patron saints of these city-states. I didn't say I didn't want to. Seeing Roy's playful smile, Inanna suppressed her excitement and said, You said there is no free lunch in the world. What price do I need to pay for you to let me become the patron saint of these city-states? I want you to marry me. As long as you agree to marry me, I will make you the patron saint of 8 city-states. You? Goddess Inanna. I am not forcing you to agree. If you are not willing, I believe there will be other goddesses willing to marry me. Roy's choice is not his alone. Realizing this, Inanna gritted her teeth and said, Wunma city. Nippur city. Malad city. Volsipa city. Give me these 4 city-states and let me be the patron saint of 12 city-states. And I will agree to marry you. Chapter 462 Two Queens of the Two Rivers. 2100 BC. The 5th dynasty of Uruk was established. This was the last time that the city of Uruk established hegemony. And it was also the last time that the Venus goddess Inanna became the queen of the gods in the Mesopotamia. In the history of another world, let alone 500 years from now, even if it takes another 1,000 years, the city of Uruk will not rise again. The era of Uruk is over. And the era of Inanna is over. But now, Loe once again gave Inanna the chance to become queen of the gods. Even if she had to abandon her family allies, the moon god Nanna and the sun god Utu. Inanna did not give up this opportunity. After all, allies are not as important as their own interests. What Roy didn't expect was that in exchange for 12 city-states, a population of about 500,000, the proud goddess Inanna agreed to marry him. What Inanna didn't expect was that Roy agreed to her request without hesitation. It seems that I should ask for the patron saint seats of 16 or 20 city-states. Seeing Inanna's regretful look, Roy couldn't help but laugh. Dear Inanna, I am not a stingy husband. Making you the patron saint of 12 city-states now is just a proposal gift. When you really marry me, I will give you more territory and more people. Inanna asked, her eyes widening in shock. Are you lying to me? Are you really going to give me more territory and more people than I have now? I really want to marry you. So there's no need for me to lie to you. You? Although Roy caused Inanna to lose important allies like family members, the moon god Nanna and the sun god Utu, Inanna had to admit that Roy was too generous. If all of Roy's promises could be fulfilled, Inanna felt like she could wake up from her dreams with a smile. It's the end of December in a blink of an eye. After taking the city of Del without any blood, Gilgamesh is leading his army back to the city of Uruk. Semiramis, who originally stayed in Babylon, and Andromeda, who came to the Mesopotamia under the escort of 5,000 soldiers, also came to Uruk under Roy's order. The city of Uruk. Palace Hall. Seeing Semiramis and Andromeda walking in together, Roy stood up from the throne and walked down the steps to the two. Semiramis. Andromeda. Welcome to the city of Uruk. You already know each other. Upon hearing Roy's words, Semiramis and Andromeda looked at each other. The Hyksos are a branch of the Amorites, dating back 500 years. Semiramis and Andromeda likely had the same ancestors, so there was no doubt that they were distantly related sisters. It's a pity that this distant relationship, separated by hundreds of years, is obviously not as important as the relationship between love rivals. So when Semiramis and Andromeda looked at each other, they could see obvious hostility in their eyes. After looking at Andromeda, Semiramis showed a gentle and sweet smile and said to Roy, "We briefly learned about each other's identities and did not communicate in depth." Andromeda asked Roy directly, "What is your purpose in letting me come here?" Roy said straight to the point. "Although I have included the Mesopotamia into the territory of the Athenian Empire, this is only the border of the Athenian Empire after all. I cannot stay here for a long time. So I want you two to rule the Mesopotamia instead of me. I will let you come together in front of me. I want to divide the ruling area between the two of you. Hearing Roy's words, Semiramis and Andromeda couldn't help, but their eyes lit up. Semiramis said impatiently, "My dear, I am the princess of the Amorites. And I can rule over the Babylonian region where the Amorites live." Roy shook his head and said, "Semiramis, I plan to let you stay in Uruk and rule the Cimmerians. You let me, an Amorite princess, rule over the Cimmerians." Semiramis' smile instantly froze on her face. Because the Amorites and the Cimmerians had a blood feud that lasted for thousands of years. Roy didn't care about Semiramis' reaction and said to Andromeda, "Andromeda, I plan to let you stay in Babylon to rule the Amorites. You two will use Nippur as the dividing line. The eastern cities including Nippur will be ruled by Semiramis. Nippur, the city to the west, was ruled by Andromeda. Let the Amorite princess Semiramis rule over the Cimmerians who hate the Amorites. And let the Hyksos princess Andromeda, a distant relative of the Amorites, rule over the Amorites." Roy deliberately arranged this to cut off the possibility of them not being controlled by the Athenian Empire. Semiramis wanted to segregate the Cimmerian region. And he would definitely not get the support of the Cimmerians. Andromeda wanted to separate the Babylonian region. But she would not get the support of the Amorites. Semiramis and Andromeda obviously understood Roy's intentions. Andromeda said calmly, "I accept your arrangement." Although Semiramis was unwilling to accept it, she could only choose to accept it. Looking at the two people's reactions, Roy said with satisfaction, "Semiramis, the goddess Inanna is the patron saint of the city of Uruk. From now on, if you stay in the city of Uruk to rule the Cimmerian region, you will serve as the highest priestess serving the goddess Inanna. Andromeda Da, the goddess Aphrodite, will become the new patron goddess of the city of Babylon. You will rule the Babylonian region, southern Syria and the Phoenician region in the city of Babylon. You will be the supreme woman serving the goddess Aphrodite." Priest. After hearing Roy's arrangement, Semiramis said with a wry smile, "Sister Andromeda rules several times the territory that I do. It seems that my status in your heart is far inferior to that of Sister Andromeda. This is a matter of course." Andromeda said calmly, "Do you think our future husband will be a man who falls in love with you at first sight because of your beauty? Our status in his heart mainly depends on how long we have known him. You have only known him for a few days. And you want to be there. Does he have the same status as me in his heart?" After Semiramis was speechless, Andromeda said to Roy, "My dear, I will not make stupid mistakes again and betray your trust in me. As a reward for me, can you let me be your woman now? After we separate, I don't know how long it will take until the next time we meet. When? I want to get your child as soon as possible." Roy frowned and said, "But I'm not ready to marry you yet. Because of the mistakes I made in the past. I don't think I am qualified to marry you. I am willing to be your concubine forever and use my status as your concubine to give birth to children for you." Andromeda threw herself into Roy's arms and begged, "Just fulfill my request." Semiramis' eyes widened in surprise, wondering why Andromeda would be so willing to fall for herself. As a Hyksos princess, she actually took the initiative to be Roy's concubine. Roy hesitated, stretched out his arms to hug Andromeda and said, "Then I will satisfy you." Chapter 463, The Kingdom of Elam and the Kingdom of Assyria. On this day Gilgamesh returns to the city of Uruk with his triumphant army. Roy took Semiramis and Andromeda outside the city, and saw tens of thousands of Uruk people spontaneously coming outside the city to welcome Gilgamesh's triumph. As Gilgamesh approached with his triumphal army, the Uruk people, who greeted him, all showed excited eyes worshipping gods or fearing heroes. Gilgamesh, who was sitting on the horse, seemed to feel these gazes and raised his right hand from a distance to wave to everyone. The Uruks responded by shouting his name. "Long live the king of Uruk! Long live Gilgamesh! Long live the king of Uruk! Long live Gilgamesh!" Seeing Gilgamesh's amazing charisma and prestige, Roy immediately had the idea of killing Gilgamesh. But Gilgamesh is long dead. Not only was he dead, he had been dead for thousands of years. In other words, no matter how much charisma and prestige Gilgamesh has, he cannot threaten Roy. When Gilgamesh came to Roy, he not only did not get off the horse, but sat on the horse and looked down at Roy and said, "Thank you so much for coming here to greet me." Roy asked expressionlessly, "How are you feeling?" "It feels so good to be alive," Gilgamesh said with a bright smile, leading the soldiers of Uruk to conquer one city-state after another on the land of the Cimmerians. This feeling has almost been forgotten by me. Now, 1,000 years later, I have once again conquered one city-state after another. Got back the feeling of being alive. Have you regained the feeling of being alive? Are we still going to regain our ambition to fight for hegemony next? As if reading Roy's thoughts, Gilgamesh said with a smile. It seems you have a lot to say to me. Let's go back to the palace first. Good. After Roy agreed, he immediately returned to the carriage with Semiramis and Andromeda. Palace Hall. Roy held a small banquet to celebrate Gilgamesh's victory. After Roy and Gilgamesh sat down around the dining table, looking at the fine wine and food on the dining table, Gilgamesh said with a disappointed expression, as an immortal undead with only a soul left, I cannot enjoy human food. Then let's get straight to the point. Roy said with a serious face. Gilgamesh, your heroic myth has been circulated in the Sumerian region for thousands of years. In the hearts of the Sumerians, your status is probably like the first emperor of the Far East. I want to know now. When do you plan to disappear? Disappear? Do you want me to return to the throne of heroes? Gilgamesh asked seriously. Why do you have such an idea? As an undead, I pose no threat to you. And you can still use me dash. Whether you are a threat to me or not is not decided by you, but by me. Looking at Roy's expression, Gilgamesh said helplessly. As a heroic god that has been praised by the Sumerians for thousands of years, I have the power of faith accumulated for thousands of years as a heroic god. This power of faith is transformed into divine power, which allows me to move for 1 year. And I will return to the throne of God after 1 year. You can still move around for a year. Roy frowned and said, Gilgamesh, I will give you half a year to move around. After half a year, you must return to the throne of heroes. Why? Because the Athenian Empire doesn't need 2 heroes. Hearing Roy's answer, Gilgamesh first showed a puzzled expression, and then said suddenly, you plan to deify yourself and shape yourself into a hero god. You are only 20 years old. Even if it is 10 or 20 years later, it is not too late to do this kind of thing. I, the hero god, have only been around for 1 year. And it will not be too late for you. There will be no impact. 10, 20 years from now. I can't wait that long. Roy and Gilgamesh looked at each other and said, after next year's summer grain harvest, I will begin to deify myself. If you have not disappeared by then, I will destroy your hero temple and let your soul fall from the hero's throne into the underworld of Ereshkigal. You? Facing Roy's threat, Gilgamesh said with a wry smile. Half a year is half a year. In this half year, I want to wipe out the kingdom of Elam, the kingdom of Assyria, and the kingdom of Harat for the Sumerians. I hope you can agree. Can. The kingdom of Elam, the kingdom of Assyria, and the kingdom of Harat were all targets of conquest by the Athenian Empire. And Roy had no reason to reject Gilgamesh. At this time, the Sumerian and Babylonian regions became the territory of the Athenian Empire. And only 4 major powers remained in the Mesopotamia, the kingdom of Elam, the kingdom of Assyria, the kingdom of Harat, and the kingdom of Hittite. In past history, the Elamite kingdom was once powerful and included the Sumerian region into its territory. The Assyrian kingdom, led by the Assyrian king Shamash-Adad, once dominated the upper reaches of the Mesopotamia and formed an alliance with the Babylonian king Hammurabi. If Shamash-Adad had not died prematurely, perhaps Hammurabi would not have had the opportunity to conquer the plains of Mesopotamia. Because when Shamash-Adad was alive, the kingdom of Assyria was more powerful than the kingdom of Babylon. The Hurite and Hittite kingdoms were both powerful kingdoms with populations in excess of 1 million. Because of mutual restraint, these 2 kingdoms were unable to control the middle and lower reaches of the 2 river basins. The Elamites of the Elamite kingdom were indigenous people from the Persian plateau. They lived in the Karen River basin in the southwest of the Persian plateau, and had been waging war with the Sumerians for thousands of years. The god worshipped by the Elamites is Isishinak. Although he is the sun god, he is also in charge of the 2 attributes of light and darkness. In the history of another world, the ancient Aryans who worshipped the sun god migrated to the Persian plateau and made the sun god Mithras the king of gods on the Persian plateau. Hula and the evil god Diva, perhaps Isishinak, who is in charge of both light and darkness, is the prototype of Ahura, the good god of light, and Diva, the evil god of darkness. The Assyrians of the Assyrian kingdom were also a branch of the ancient Aryans. During the period of Hammurabi, The Assyrian king Shamash-Adad established a powerful Assyrian kingdom. From the name of Shamash-Adad, it can be seen that he is an Aryan. For Adad was one of the many names of the thunder god worshipped by the Aryans. Shamash is also the name of the sun god worshipped by the Aryans. In the history of another world, the Amorites wanted to replace the Sumerian sun god Utu with their sun god Shamash. But unfortunately they failed in the end. On the stone pillar engraved with the code of Hammurabi, there is a relief of the sun god granting Hammurabi the scepter symbolizing royal power. This sun god is not the Sumerian sun god Utu, but the Aryan sun god Shamash. As a branch of the ancient Aryans, the Assyrians worshipped Ashur, the god of war, and named their capital Ashur. In the myth of another world, the founder of Nineveh was regarded as the son of Zeus, and Nineveh was one of the capitals of the kingdom of Assyria. Ashur, the Assyrian god of war, may have the same origin as the god of thunder worshipped by the ancient Aryans. Chapter 464 Lucifer, son of bright Venus. In Roy's view, the possibility of Semiramis' rebellion in Uruk is not as high as the possibility of Andromeda's rebellion in Babylon. The Amorites and the Sumerians had a blood feud that had accumulated for thousands of years, and it was impossible for the Sumerians to support Semiramis. Andromeda was in Babylon, and it was possible that she had the support of the Amorites. Because the Hyksos are a branch of the Amorites, Andromeda's ancestors were likely Amorite kings hundreds of years ago. After Roy handed over the city of Uruk to Semiramis with confidence, he took Andromeda back to the city of Babylon. The city of Babylon. Now this most important city in the Babylonian region is governed by Ares. Roy took Andromeda back to the palace, and Ares immediately reported two important news to Roy. The first important news was that Hantili, the brother-in-law of the Hittite king Mursili, launched a coup and killed Mursili to seize the throne. The second important news is that the priest of the Light tribe living on the Armi Peninsula wants to see Roy. In the history of another world, Hantili killed Mursili to seize the throne after the Hittite kingdom destroyed the Babylonian kingdom. This is something Roy has known for a long time. So Roy was not surprised at all when he heard the news that Hantili had seized the throne. What surprised Roy was the second news. The priest of the Light tribe who serves Almighty God wants to see me. After listening to Ares' words, Roy said curiously, "Then I'll meet him and see what surprises he can bring me." Under Roy's order, the priests of the Light tribe quickly came to the palace hall. This priest of the Light clan is an old man wearing a white cotton robe. He walked to the center of the hall, bowed his head to Roy respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, the great Emperor, the servant of Almighty God, thank you for giving me the opportunity to meet. I ask to see your Majesty to tell him that Almighty God is the greatest God and the only true God among the gods. Your Majesty can only surrender to Almighty God. Can you become the greatest king in the world and enter the kingdom of heaven after death to become an archangel beside Almighty God? You said you want me to convert to Almighty God." Roy couldn't help but sneered. "Priest of the Almighty God, since your Almighty God is omnipotent, why doesn't he let you people of light conquer the world, and then be regarded by you people of light as the king of the gods of the entire world?" The priest of the Light tribe said without any hesitation, "There is no doubt about the omnipotence of Almighty God. We, the people of light, cannot conquer other countries because human beings are born with original sin. And we, the people of light, are no exception. Your Majesty, the Emperor, is the Son of God who is favored by Almighty God. Even if you don't take refuge in Almighty God, Almighty God will not be stingy in favoring you. You?" Roy looked at the priest of the Light tribe with pity and said, "It seems that you are not only deceiving others with lies, but you also believe these lies. But I don't believe that human beings are born with original sin, and no one should be enslaved and tortured by others when they are born. So my Athens the Empire is a country where everyone is equal. The teachings of your Light tribe fool the civilians and make them believe that they are born guilty. Being bullied, tortured, exploited and abused is to pay for their original sins. And it is completely catering to the needs of the rulers. Just like the East, just like the dog cult, depose hundreds of schools and only respect the dog cult. The teachings of your Guangming tribe will definitely be deeply loved by the rulers." The priest of the Light tribe said with his eyes widened in shock, "Since your Majesty can understand that our teachings are what your Majesty needs as a ruler, then why do you dash?" "Because I'm different from other rulers," Roy said firmly. "I don't need your teachings of the Light clan and the Dog clan to tame the ignorant people. What I want is that everyone in the Athenian Empire is a citizen who makes their own decisions and dares to resist any injustice. Only in the Athenian Empire everyone is an imperial citizen. And in the Athenian Empire, only then will it not become a decadent country that strikes hard at home and grovels at the outside. A country is not good to its own people. And no matter how it flatters other countries, it cannot gain the respect of other countries. Only the citizens of Athens are constantly striving for self-improvement. Only then could the Athenian Empire remain prosperous and strong. Aren't you worried? The priest of the Light tribe looked at Roy in disbelief and said, Aren't you worried that the Athenians, who have not received the teachings of domestication, will overthrow your descendants? The Athenians have become domesticated stupid people. I really don't have to worry about internal rebellion in the Athenian Empire. But if the Athenian Empire becomes a domesticated dog country, the backward and weak barbarians around it will destroy the Athenian Empire. After all, no matter how big the dog is, it will not survive. Its abilities are not as good as those of a real beast. It seems I can't convince you. Not only are you unable to convince me, you will also be unable to convince the future emperors of Athens. I will issue an imperial order as the founding emperor of the Athens Empire. If the future emperors of Athens accept this teaching of taming the ignorant people, everyone in the Athens Empire will have this kind of teaching. It is the right and duty of a foolish king to kill. Seeing the bright red priest's face with anger, Roy ordered Ares again. Ares, Gilgamesh said that he will destroy the kingdom of Elam, the kingdom of Assyria, and the kingdom of Hurat. Go and conquer the Amorites and the Light tribe on the Amoian Peninsula, and make the Amorites give up their war on Marduk, Zeus. Worship. Let the people of Light give up worshipping Almighty God. You crazy tyrant. The priest of the Light tribe pointed at Roy angrily and said, O bright star, Lucifer, son of the morning, why have you fallen from heaven? Why have you, the conqueror of nations, been cut down to the earth? You have said in your heart, I will ascend to heaven. I will exalt my throne is above the stars of the gods. I will sit on the mountain of gathering, in the uttermost part of the north. I will ascend above the high clouds, and I will be equal with the Most High. But you will descend into Hades, into the uttermost part of the pit. Deep. In the Latin language, Lucifer means bright star. In other words, the bright star is Lucifer. Hearing the priest of the Light tribe calling himself the bright star and the son of the morning, Roy stood up from the throne angrily and said, How dare you say that I am the son of Inanna, and curse me to fall into the underworld after death? In the history of another world, these words spoken by the priests of the tribe of Light were addressed to King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar, who succeeded the throne around 600 BC, not only conquered the Mesopotamia, but also defeated the kingdom of Egypt and conquered the Phoenician region. This was his great achievement in defeating other countries. The people of Light who served Almighty God were not only conquered by Nebuchadnezzar, but were also demoted as slaves to build the Gate of Ishtar, the Hanging Gardens, the Tower of Babel and other buildings. In order to flatter Nebuchadnezzar, the priests of the tribe of Light called the powerful Babylonian kingdom the kingdom of heaven on earth, and called Nebuchadnezzar the deputy king of the kingdom of heaven, who ruled the kingdom of heaven on earth in place of Almighty God. After Nebuchadnezzar dismissed the flattery, the priests of the Light tribe began to slander Nebuchadnezzar. Bright star, son of the morning. The bright star of the morning is Venus. Nebuchadnezzar was called the son of Inanna, the goddess of Venus, by the priests of the Light race, because he built the Gate of Ishtar. Chapter 465 Build me the Temple of Babel. Roy wondered how Lucifer, Nebuchadnezzar, 1,000 years later, would feel about being called the son of Venus. Roy himself would never accept such an offense, because Roy's goal is not to become the son of Inanna, the goddess of Venus, but to become Inanna's husband. Ares, I have changed my mind. You are going to capture all the people of Light in the Amorite Peninsula. I am going to demote them into slaves and let them build the Tower of Babel, Gate of God, temple for me outside the city of Babylon, and open the door to the gods after death. After building the Tower of Babel, Gate of God, temple, I will also let them continue to build the Hanging Gardens. After saying his order, Roy sneered and taunted the priest of the Light tribe. Could what you just said to me be a prophetic revelation given to you by Almighty God? You said that I would fall from the sky, and that I, who defeated all the nations, would also be cut down to the ground. What you said was really nonsense. As a human being, of course I will die one day. You said that I was thinking in my heart, I want to ascend to the sky. I want to exalt my throne above the gods and stars. I want to sit on the mountain of gathering, in the north, the extreme. I want to ascend to the high clouds. I want to be equal to the supreme. You are indeed right. I want to ascend to the sky and let my throne be above the gods. I want to be in the extreme north. Become the god of gods on the mountain where the gods gather. I will surely fall to Hades. But I will also return from Hades. Above all humans and above all gods. Priest of Almighty God. Although you have angered me. But I won't kill you. Because I want you to live to witness the history I created. And I want you to gnash your teeth as you look at the myth I created. You are going to turn our entire clan into slaves. The priest of the Light tribe roared angrily. You crazy tyrant. You human being who is the enemy of God. You are the devil. You are Satan. You cannot defeat the great Baal, master. Put him in jail and don't let him starve to death. Under Roy's order. 2 soldiers took the priests of the Light tribe out of the hall. Looking at the leaving figure of the priest of the Light tribe, Roy said with a sneer. Almighty God, Baal, master. It is indeed like this. The Light clan is a branch of the ancient Aryans. And Almighty God is also the God worshipped by the ancient Aryans. Therefore, the name of Almighty God by the Light clan has always been the great Lord Baal. After watching the priests of the Light tribe leave, Roy looked at Ares and said, Ares, do you have the confidence to complete this task? I will give you half a year to build the Tower of Babel, the Gate of God, temple outside Babylon, and dedicate it to me. This is the first temple that belongs to me. If you don't have the confidence to complete it, I can give this task to others. If you accept this task but fail to complete it, I will give you the severest punishment. At this moment, Ares felt that Roy was very strange and scary. He said, carefully tensing up his whole body. Your Majesty, this is not a temple that you want to dedicate to other gods, but is your own temple. That's right. Roy nodded without hesitation. The Tower of Babel, God's Gate temple, is not dedicated to other gods, but to me as the Emperor of Athens. If this is to build a temple for other gods, even if you fail to complete the task, I will not give you any punishment. But the Tower of Babel, Gate of God temple, is the temple built for me. And it is the first door for me to become a god. Even if you fail to complete the task in time, you cannot escape my punishment. Ares, I entrusting you with the task of building the Temple of Babel, the Gate of God, is proof of my trust in you. As long as you can complete this task, you will become the heroic god of the Athenian Empire in the future, the Ares star god in the night sky. Faced with Roy's coercion and inducement, Ares lowered his head and said, Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will definitely complete the construction of the Temple of Babel, Gate of God. After Ares left the hall, Roy returned to the throne and said to Andromeda sitting next to him, Andromeda, next I have to deal with the affairs of the Hittite kingdom. And I will leave the affairs of the Babylonian region to you. Whether it is Semiramis acting abnormally, or Ares not building the Tower of Babel carefully, Gate of God temple, you have to tell me in time. The Hanging Garden is the gift I want to give you. In the future, we can overlook the beautiful scene of the Mesopotamian plain in the Hanging Garden together. My dear, why do you suddenly seem to be a different person? Andromeda said worriedly. Aren't you against the construction of extravagant palaces? Now you want to build both the Tower of Babel, the Gate of God temple, and the Hanging Gardens. This is completely unlike you in the past. Roy said with a bright smile. Andromeda, you are really too slow. I don't like luxury and waste. But in order to become a god after death, I don't mind any form of large-scale construction. The Tower of Babel, God's Gate temple, is just for myself. The first temple I built. After the harvest next summer, I will build my own temple in every city in the Athenian Empire. The Sky Palace, the Hanging Garden, is a prop I use to deify myself. So the construction of the Hanging Garden it is necessary. In addition to the Hanging Gardens, I will also build a temple for the gathering of gods on Mount Helicon, the sacred mountain of the Pelasgus. After saying that, Roy hugged Andromeda tightly with both hands. Dear Andromeda, although you have disappointed me before, I believe you will not betray my trust in you this time. When the Tower of Babel, God's Gate temple is completed, I will be there at the Tower of Babel. The temple will hold a formal wedding with you and make you one of my wives. Andromeda suppressed the excitement in her heart and smiled. Don't worry. I won't let you down. But the reward I want is not a formal wedding, but our child. In order to satisfy Andromeda's request, Roy stood up and walked to the palace with Andromeda in his arms. The next day, Roy left the city of Babylon with 5,000 cavalry and rushed towards the Hittite kingdom. Hantala launches a coup to seize the throne, and the Hittite kingdom will surely fall into chaos in a short time. As the future husband of the Hittite princess Hatapuna, This is the best time for Roy to intervene in the Hittite kingdom, since Hantili can seize the throne as the husband of the Hittite princess. Roy, as the fiancé of the Hittite princess Hatipuna, can certainly follow suit. Even if he could not seize the Hittite throne, Roy could still incorporate the northern part of Syria, which the Hittite kingdom had just conquered, into the territory of the Athenian Empire. The city of Hattusa in the central part of the Asia Minor Peninsula. This city, guarded by Alina, the goddess of the sun and earth, was one of the two capitals of the Hittite kingdom. In addition to Hattusa, the Hittite kingdom also had another capital, Kusar. It was already the 10th day after Hantili seized the throne, and the entire Hattusa city was still under military control by Hantili's soldiers. Because there are many members of the royal family who have not been caught, including Princess Hatipuna. Since Hantili, as a city-state prince of the Hittite kingdom, could seize the throne by relying on the inheritance rights of his wife, the Hittite princess, other city-state princes could certainly use members of the royal family to compete for the throne. So for his own throne, Hantili must capture all the royal family members. Chapter 466 The Hittite Kingdom that worshipped the goddess. The Asia Minor Peninsula covers an area of approximately 500,000 square kilometers, and is a land rich in natural resources. The two mother rivers of the Mesopotamia, the Tigris River, and the Euphrates River both originate from the Asia Minor Peninsula. The natural resources here mainly include marble, coal mines, gold mines, silver mines and other resources. Perhaps it was precisely because of the lack of copper mines that the Hittite kingdom in the Asia Minor Peninsula became the first powerful country in West Asia to smelt iron weapons. The Asia Minor Peninsula is rich in river resources and has numerous lakes, making 2/3 of the land here, that is, 300,000 square kilometers of land, suitable for farming. Precisely because of the land suitable for farming, the combined population of the various kingdoms in Asia Minor is at least 3 to 4 million. 3,000 years ago, the ancient Aryans, who worshipped the god of thunder, crossed through the Caucasus and entered the Asia Minor Peninsula. The Euphrates River is like a signpost guiding the ancient Aryans. These nomadic peoples followed the Euphrates River all the way south and occupied large areas of land in the eastern part of the Asia Minor Peninsula and the upper reaches of the Mesopotamia. Because they were robbed of their living space by the ancient Aryans, the local groups in the eastern part of the Asia Minor Peninsula and the upper reaches of the Mesopotamia were forced to migrate to other areas. This is why the Phoenicians, who worshipped the goddess Aphrodite, migrated to the Phoenician region, and the Pelasgians, who worshipped the goddess of the earth, migrated to the Greek region. 2,300 years ago, the Hattian people in the central part of the Asia Minor Peninsula entered the city-state era and established many city-states that regarded the goddess of the earth as their patron saint. 2,000 years ago, the Hittites, the ancient Aryan people who worshipped the sun god, crossed through the Caucasus and entered the Asia Minor Peninsula. The appearance of the ancient Aryans who worshipped the sun god represented the complete defeat of the ancient Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder in the eastern European plains, the place where the ancient Aryans originated. From this era, those who entered the continent of Asia Minor were all the ancient Aryans who worshipped the sun god, and there were no longer the ancient Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder. On the Persian plateau, the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder, Indra Zeus, were driven to the Indian region by the Aryans who worshipped the sun god Mitra Vishnu. The sun god Mithras became the king of the gods of the Persian plateau, after the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder, Indra Zeus, briefly conquered the Indian region. The Aryans who worshipped the sun god began to invade the Indian region again, and the god of thunder, Indra Zeus, was driven out of the gods. The throne of the king, the Aryan sun god Mitra Vishnu, and the local god Shiva worshipped by the Aborigines became the king of the two gods. Together with Brahma, who was nominally revered as the creator god, he became the later three-phase god. Before 1800 BC, the Hittites began to conquer and assimilate the Hattian people with the city of Kusar as the center. In 1640 BC, the Hittites conquered all Hattian city-states. During the Hittite conquest of the Hattian people, the sun god worshipped by the Hittites absorbed the Hattian earth goddess and became Alina, the sun and earth goddess. In 1625 BC, the Hittite king Hattusili conquered the Kizilvatna region in the southeast of the Asia Minor Peninsula and invaded the kingdom of Jamhad in northern Syria. 1600 BC, the Hittite king Mursili conquered the kingdom of Jamhad and launched a war to destroy the kingdom of Babylon. Judging from the timeline, it only took 40 years for the Hittite kingdom to complete the unification of the Hattian city-states. The rapid expansion of the Hittite kingdom created many hidden dangers. The Hittite king married powerful city-state princes. And marrying a Hittite princess to the city-state princes was undoubtedly the biggest hidden danger for the Hittite kingdom. As a country that worships the goddess and regards Alina, the goddess of the sun and earth, as the queen of the gods, the princesses of the Hittite kingdom also have the right to inherit the throne. So the city-state princes of the Hittite kingdom Hantili, who married the Hittite princess and became the brother-in-law of the Hittite king Mursili, launched a coup after the war to destroy the Babylonian kingdom, killed Mursili and usurped the throne. Hantili's coup plunged the Hittite kingdom into chaos. The area of Kizzuvatna was conquered by the Hittite kingdom for only 25 years. The kingdom of Jamhad was conquered by the Hittite kingdom in less than a year. Therefore, it is very likely that rebellions will occur in these two areas, causing the Hittite kingdom to lose 1/3 of its territory and population. In the history of another world, Hantili's son-in-law Zidanta launched a coup to seize the throne. And the Kizzuvatna region and the kingdom of Jamhad, the northern region of Syria, became independent from the Hittite kingdom and regained their independence. 1599 BC. When the time entered January, Roy did not celebrate his first new year in this world. Instead, he led 5,000 cavalry into northern Syria, the original kingdom of Tutul. The kingdom of Tutul is a city-state with only one city of Tutul. Because its strength was too weak, the city of Tutul directly surrendered to the Hittite kingdom after the Hittite kingdom conquered the kingdom of Jamhad. Now Roy brought 5,000 cavalry to Tutul city, and the governor of Tutul city surrendered directly, perfectly illustrating how the grass on the wall fell with the wind. Of course Roy would not be polite when dealing with such a loser. Although the city of Tutul actively surrendered, Roy moved all the governor and nobles of Tutul to Babylon, leaving 500 soldiers to take over the city. After incorporating the city of Tutul into the territory of the Athenian Empire, Lowy led his army to the city of Amer. These city-states that had just been conquered by the Hittite kingdom had no strength to resist Roy. The governors and nobles who ruled these city-states immediately sought help as quickly as possible in order to preserve their power and wealth. 2 days later, Hattusa, the capital of the Hittite kingdom, royal palace, Hantili, the usurping Hittite king, received the envoys seeking help in the throne room. You say the Athenians are invading the Hittite kingdom. After listening to the news reported by the envoy, Hantili frowned and said, "It's really abominable that the Athenian emperor Lowy invaded the Hittite kingdom at such a time." Hantili's son-in-law Zidanta was his accomplice in launching the coup. Seeing his father-in-law frowning, Zidanta took the initiative and said, "Father, the first thing we need to do now is to arrest Mursili's children and relatives. We should not go to war with the Athenian Empire at this time. Am I going to watch the Athenians take away northern Syria?" Hantili glared at Zidanta angrily and said, "And I have met Emperor Lowy of Athens. I can see that he is an ambitious young man. Even if I watch him swallow up northern Syria, I can't satisfy his ambition. Next he will invade Kizzuvatna area. And then the core area of the Hittite kingdom, the war between the Hittite kingdom and the Athenian Empire is unavoidable. Carrying out this war is not necessarily a bad thing for us. We can just use the invasion of the Athenian Empire to unite various city-states. Let them recognize me as the new king, and fight against the Athenians together under my leadership," Zidanta said with a hesitant expression. "Since we are going to war with the Athenians, our soldiers will have to be transferred from the city of Hattusha. The children of Mursili will probably use this opportunity to escape." "Idiot." Hantili couldn't help but curse. "I have already controlled the soldiers in Mursili. What will happen if the princes and princesses escape from Hattusa city?" Chapter 467, Worshipping Zeus is a non-citizen. In the history of another world, after Zidanta usurped the throne, both the Kizzuvatna and Jamhad regions separated from the Hittite kingdom. After Hantili usurped the throne, the areas of Kizzuvatna and Jamhad remained within the territory of the Hittite kingdom. The usurpation of the throne by the two people will have two different results. It is obviously because Hantili strongly maintained the rule of the Hittite kingdom in the Kizzuvatna area and Jamhad area and suppressed the local rebel forces. The history of another world has proven that Hantili would not let the Kizzuvatna and Jamhad regions secede from the Hittite kingdom. Therefore, when the Athenian Empire invaded the Hittite kingdom, Hantili's choice to go to war with the Athenian Empire became an inevitable result. After the army controlled by Hantili began to mobilize, the military control of Hattusa city was lifted, which gave Mursili's children and relatives a chance to escape Hattusa city. But Hantili didn't care. After all, Hantili now controls the most powerful army in the Hittite kingdom. Even if Mursili's children and relatives get the support of other city-state princes, It is impossible to defeat Hantali and regain the throne. Yamhad region. Emar city. Roy's army came here. This city, which had been conquered by the Hittite kingdom not long ago, also chose to surrender to Roy. As a reward for the voluntary submission of the governor and nobles of Emar city, Lowy will let them migrate to Babylon with their property outside the land. After driving away the governor and nobles of Emal city, Roy ordered the destruction of the Hadad temple in Emal city. This move aroused strong dissatisfaction among the Amorites. The Yamhad region was originally ruled by the kingdom of Ebla, who worshipped the earth goddess. The Amorite conquest of the Yamhad region not only caused the city of Ebla to lose its status as a capital, but also made Hadad Zeus, the Amorite god of storm and thunder, the king of gods in the Yamhad region. King. After the Hittite kingdom conquered the Yamhad region, in order to appease the Amorites, Hadad Zeus was allowed to join the ranks of the Hittite gods. Teshub, the storm god in Hittite mythology, was Hadad Zeus of the Yamhad region, and also Marduk of the Babylonian region. In another world's history, the Hittite king Tyapin was deified as a plant and harvest god, because the Hittite kingdom worshipped the sun goddess as the queen of the gods. Teliping was also called the son of the sun goddess. The priests of Hadad Zeus Teshub fabricated myths and claimed that Telipin was the son of the storm god and the sun goddess. People who don't understand history will mistakenly think that the god of storms and thunder is the king of gods in the Hittite kingdom. If you gain a deeper understanding of history and discover that the Amorites, who worshipped Hadad Zeus Teshub, were a group conquered by the Hittite kingdom, you will understand that it is impossible for the conquered gods to become the king of the gods of the Hittite kingdom. Hadad temple in the city of Emar. After the Hadad statue was knocked down by Roy's soldiers, the Amorites who were watching were all filled with grief and anger, while the Ebra people, who worshipped the earth goddess, were watching the show with gloating. When a group of fanatical believers of Hadad Zeus Teshub rushed over to help up the statue of Hadad, Roy ordered them all to be killed without hesitation. Not only these people themselves, but also their immediate family members were arrested and executed in public. In order to quickly solve the problem of Emal city, Roy decided to take advantage of the centuries-old ethnic conflict between the Ebra and the Amorites. Gathering most of the residents of Emar city outside the Hadad temple, Roy stood on the head of the Hadad statue and began to speak. Amorites of Emal, Eblas, Hadad, as the patron saint of the Amorites, can neither prevent you from being conquered by the Hittites nor prevent you from being conquered by the Athenians. Facts have proved that Hadad is a weak and incompetent god. So the Athens Empire wants to oust Hadad from the throne. From now on, Hadad and his brothers Yam, king of the sea, and Mot, king of Hades, will no longer be the patron saints of Emal city. In order to let Emal city gain gods, for your protection, I will enshrine Astanis, the goddess of the sun and earth, as the patron saint of the city of Emar. Hearing Roy's words, all the Ebra people cheered happily. All the Amorites looked dissatisfied, because the Amorites feel that the Ebra people are a group that was conquered and enslaved by the Amorites. And the city of Emal is the city of Emal belonging to the Amorites. It would be an insult to the Amorites to have the goddess of the Eblas become the patron saint of the city of Emal. Seeing the reactions of the Eblas and Amorites, Roy continued. From now on, the residents of Emar city, whether they are Eblas or Amorites, will worship the goddess Astanis. Those who continue to worship Hadad will become non-citizens of the Athenian Empire, and will not be subject to the laws of the Athenian Empire. Protection. And any property, including fields, will not be allocated by the Athenian Empire. Even if someone captures someone who worships Hadad as a slave, he will not be punished by any law. Is faith more important or life more important? This is a very real problem. Roy believed that under his own policies, except for a few exceptions, few Amorites would choose to become non-citizens of the Athenian Empire in order to continue to worship Hadad Zeus. After leaving 500 Athenian soldiers to manage the city of Emal, Lowy led 4,000 troops to Aleppo. Aleppo city, the capital of the kingdom of Jamhad, was a city built around a hill. On the hill in the center of the city is the Acropolis of Aleppo, as well as the Temple of Hadad, the king of gods of the kingdom of Jamhad. When Roy came to Aleppo with his army, the governor and nobles here already knew about Roy's destruction of the Hadad temple in Emar city. The governor and nobles of Aleppo city, who originally wanted to surrender, immediately decided to resist to the end, because Roy trampled the statue of Hadad, the patron saint of the Amorites, under his feet, which is enough to prove Roy's hostility to the Amorites. As long as the city of Aleppo waits for reinforcements from Hantali, they can keep their status as governor and noble. Aleppo is the largest city in the Yamhad region, with a population of more than 50,000. The governor and nobles of Aleppo were able to recruit 5,000 soldiers, which was why they had the confidence to resist Roy. It's a pity that the temporarily recruited soldiers are just a group of farmers who put down their hoes and picked up weapons. Roy led the Athenian soldiers to break through the city gate and rush into the city. The conscripted soldiers, who were regarded as life-saving straw by the governor and nobles of Aleppo, laid down their weapons and surrendered, without any consciousness of sacrificing their lives for the governor and nobles. As a negative example of resisting Roy, the governor and nobles of Aleppo city were all demoted to slavery by Roy along with their families, and their property was also confiscated. On the second day after occupying the city of Aleppo, Lowy led the Athenian soldiers to knock down the statues of Hadad, Zeus Teshub, Sea King Yam, Poseidon, and Hades Mot Hades. And Leti the goddess Stannis became the patron saint of the city of Aleppo. He also summoned most of the residents of Aleppo city and announced the same policy as Emar city. Those who continue to worship Hadad, Yam, and Mot will become non-citizens of the Athenian Empire. Even if these non-nationals were captured as slaves or even killed, they would not be protected by the laws of the Athenian Empire. Chapter 468 The Amorites spurned Hadad. Is faith more important or life more important? Just look at the future 3,600 years from now and see whether the state religion in Greece will be the native Greek polytheistic faith, or the church of the foreign god Almighty God. You can understand that the answer to this question is unquestionable. Even the beliefs passed down from our ancestors are not as important as our own lives. Nikaus is an Ebla boy from Aleppo. In the past, under the rule of the Amorites, the Ebra people could only become hard-working farmers or herdsmen, doing the hardest and most tiring work. As the ruling class, the Amorites, even the laziest Amorites, can exploit the Ebra people as landowners and enjoy a wealthy life. Roy led the Athenian army to conquer the city of Aleppo, which brought about earth-shaking changes in the lives of the Ebla people. After the Athenians fairly allocated fields to the Amorites and Eblas, the Eblas no longer had to endure the exploitation of the Amorites. They could cultivate their own fields, and all the harvested food crops belonged to themselves. In order to become a citizen family with better treatment, Nikaus took the initiative to apply to become a soldier of the Athenian Empire. After passing the assessment, Nakas is now a security guard in charge of street security, and is also the captain in charge of 10 team members. At this time, on the streets managed by Nakus was leading his team members to patrol the streets. Nikaus and his team members walked into a grain store run by an Amorite owner, who hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. Although the Amorites, as the ruling class in the past, treated the Eblas completely as slaves, but now the tide has turned, and the Eblas have become accomplices of the Athenians in ruling Aleppo. Looking at the Amorite boss who came up to him with a smile on his face, Nakas joked, "Boss, now the goddess of our Ebra people is the patron saint of Aleppo city. Does your family still worship the three Hadad brothers, the three brothers of Zeus brought by your Amorite ancestors?" The Amorite boss did not answer the question immediately, but looked at the family of 4 brought by Nikaus' team. Nikaus' team brought an Amorite family, consisting of a middle-aged couple and their 2 sons and daughters. Seeing that the grain store owner's attention was attracted, Nikaus took the initiative to introduce him. "Boss, they are non-nationals who believe in the Hadad brothers. We are going to capture them and sell them to slave traders. Their daughter is quite beautiful. I plan to take them back to have children." After hearing Naka's answer, the grain store owner's body trembled with fear. "If you continue to worship the Hadad brothers, you will become non-citizens without legal protection in the Athenian Empire. Lo's policies are no joke. The Ebla people, who were enslaved and exploited by the Amorites in the past, are proving this with their actions." Seeing the reaction of the grain store owner, Nakas urged with a smile, "Boss, please answer my question quickly. Your family is so rich in the food business, and my brothers and I are waiting to divide your family's property. By the way, do you have a beautiful daughter in your family? If your wife is beautiful enough, we will also. I won't think she's old." The grain store owner hurriedly came to his senses and said, "Our family no longer believes in the 3 Hadad brothers. They can't even keep their own shrines. Our family will not believe in such useless gods. Now our family is a citizen protected by the laws of the Athenian Empire. Of course we abide by the Athenian Empire's laws. Law. Worshipping the great goddess Astanis. TSK. After hearing the answer from the grain store owner, Nakusa complained with disappointment. You Amorites are really spineless. Just abandon the faith passed down by your ancestors. The grain store owner rolled his eyes and complained in his mind. Do you Ebla people have any backbone? When we Amorites ruled over the Eblas, we drove the goddess of your Eblas from the patron saint's seat. And you Eblas endured it obediently. Seeing that the owner of the grain store, one of his compatriots, did not insist on his belief in Hadad, the man of the non-national family cried bitterly. Captain Nakaus, please show mercy and let us go. I just made a mistake and said the wrong thing. Now our family no longer worships the three Hadad brothers. Hadad is a false god and evil god. And we will only spurn them. If you don't want to become a non-national, there is no chance of atonement. Nakusa said with a smile. As long as your family is willing to spurn the statues of the Hadad brothers and paint the stolen goods from the toilet on the statues of the Hadad brothers, I believe that you have abandoned the beliefs passed down by your ancestors. Scorn the idols of the three Hadad brothers. They also painted the stolen goods from the toilet on the statues of the three Hadad brothers. This is a belief passed down by our ancestors for thousands of years. But if he doesn't do this, his family will become slaves and suffer unimaginable humiliation and torture. Is it more important to defend the beliefs passed down by our ancestors? Or is our family's happy life more important? Just when Nakaus was about to lose his patience, the male host gritted his teeth and said, We are willing to spurn the statues of the three Hadad brothers and paint the stolen goods from the toilet on the statues of the three Hadad brothers. Which proves that our family has abandoned the worship of false gods and evil gods. Very good. Naka said, clapping his hands. As a reward for you, you can get the status of Athenian citizens. But as a punishment for saying something wrong, your family will be deprived of half of their property. At this time, in Aleppo City, there were a total of 3,000 security team members like Nakasai, all of whom were divided into groups of 10 to sweep away their own jurisdictions. It is not just one or two Amorite families who have become non-nationals because they continue to worship the Hadad brothers. The royal palace in Aleppo. Roy stood on the tallest building in the palace and looked down at the city. Realizing that the riots he was worried about were unfounded. Because Lowy freed the Ebla people from the slavery and exploitation of the Amorites, and let the Ebla people's goddess replace the three Hadad brothers, Lowy has gained 100% support from the Ebla people. With the Ibra people actively supporting Roy's rule, the Amorites had no room for rebellion. I really like areas where two different groups live together, and the outside group enslaves the local group. Roy said with a smile as he looked at the city of Aleppo that he had established a firm rule over. I just let the Igbo people be treated like ordinary citizens, so that these people, who were enslaved and exploited by the Amorites, can see me as their savior. Even if I leave Aleppo with the Athenian soldiers now, Igbo recruited by the Athenian Empire, the layman soldiers, would not allow the Amorites to launch a rebellion because they absolutely did not want to be enslaved and exploited by the Amorites again. At this moment, an Athenian soldier came behind Roy and said, Your Majesty, there is an envoy from Ebla City who wants to see you. Let him come here. The envoy from Ebla City came behind Roy, knelt on the ground with a thud and said, Your Majesty the Great Emperor, we Ebla people have launched an uprising in Ebla City to drive away the Amorite governor and nobles. Now we will dedicate Ebla City to you. I hope you can use Emar City and Amorite. The policy of the city of Aleppo rules the city of Ebla. Chapter 469. The Hurit Kingdom seizes food from the tiger's mouth. Foreign ethnic groups enslave local ethnic groups. Causing local ethnic groups to revolt and resist this kind of thing is not uncommon in history. 20 years ago, when the Hittite king Mursalar succeeded to the throne, there was also an uprising of the Hittites against the Hittites in the Hittite kingdom. Roy was not surprised to hear the news that the Ebla people launched an uprising in Ebla City and captured the city. You Ebla people will dedicate the city of Ebla to me. Roy turned and looked at the envoy from Ebla City and said, I will not let the rebel leaders in Ebla City get any official positions or power. I will only give them some wealth as a reward. Can they accept such conditions? Can. The envoy from Ebla City said without hesitation. We Ebla people launched the uprising not to let the leader gain power and wealth, but just to stop the Ebla people from being enslaved and exploited by the Amorites. Then I will send people to take over Ebla City and let them implement the policies of the Athenian Empire in Ebla City. Roy said with a serious expression. I can assure you that in the future, under the rule of the Athenian Empire, the Ebla people will not be subject to any slavery and exploitation. The cities of Samar and Aralak in the Yamhad region were conquered by the Hittite kingdom 25 years ago. Only the cities of Emar, Aleppo, Ebla, Hama, Ugarit, and Carchemish in the Jamhad region were the city-states recently conquered by the Hittite kingdom. When the cities of Emar, Aleppo, and Ebla entered the territory of the Athenian Empire, they would inevitably have an impact on the cities of Hama, Ugarit, and Karshemish. 3 days later, news of the Ebla rebellion in Hama and Ugarit reached Aleppo. It seems that when the Hittite kingdom conquered the Jamhad region, it indeed weakened the rule of the Amorites. The Ebla people launched uprisings one after another. Obviously not because they could not endure the slavery and exploitation of the Amorites. It was because of the arrival of the Hittite kingdom and the Athenian Empire that they weakened the Amorites again and again. If the military power of the Amorites was still strong, the Eblas would not be able to attack the stone with an egg. After sending people to take over the cities of Hama and Ugarit, Roy patiently waited for the city of Karshemish to actively enter the territory of the Athenian Empire. Result: Roy did not wait for the news that the city of Karshemish would join the Athenian Empire, but instead waited for the news that the city of Karshemish would join the kingdom of Hurit. The Hurrites originated from the Armenian Plateau, which connects the Asia Minor Peninsula, Mesopotamia, the Persian Plateau and the Caucasus. After the Babylonian kingdom fell apart, the Hurritish territory expanded rapidly and captured some city-states that originally belonged to the Babylonian kingdom and the Assyrian kingdom. In the future history, the Hurrites and the Mitanni kingdom they established will flourish for 400 years, and will eventually be completely wiped out by the Assyrian kingdom. Roy couldn't understand why the Amorites in Karshemish would rather submit to the Hurridian kingdom than to the Athenian Empire. Because the Hurrites are not a branch of the ancient Aryans. They worshipped neither the ancient Aryan god of thunder nor the ancient Aryan sun god. The king of gods worshipped by the Hurrites is Kumarbi, because of the integration of ethnic groups who worship the earth goddess. The goddess Shauska has a lofty status in the Hurritic beliefs. To put it simply, in the Hurrit belief, Kumarbi, the king of gods, is the strongest male god, and goddess Shauska is the strongest goddess. The kingdom of Hurrit chose to accept the Amorites from the city of Carchemish, which was really a stupid decision, because according to the habits of the Amorites, even if the Amorites are a conquered ethnic group, they will make up myths so that the gods of the Amorites become the kings of gods of the Hurrites. In the history of another world, there is indeed a mythical story in which Teshub, Zeus, the god of storms and thunder, was born from the head of Kumarbi, the king of the gods of the Hurrit people, and replaced Kumarbi as the king of the gods. The story of the birth of Teshub, Zeus from the head of Kumarbi is the same as the story of the birth of Athena from the head of Zeus, and this is certainly no accident. In Greek mythology, Zeus gave birth to Athena by swallowing her mother Metis. In the Hurrit myth, it was also Kumarbi who swallowed Tishub's mother and gave birth to Tishub. The Hurrites nominally established a Hurrite kingdom with an area and population that rivaled that of the Hittite kingdom. In fact, the Hurrites established 3 political regimes, the Asuwa kingdom in the west, the Hurrit kingdom in the center, and the Neri kingdom in the east. The nominally unified Hurrit kingdom was composed of 3 kingdoms. Because the Hurrit kingdom was in disarray and was in a backward tribal civilization, the Hurrit kingdom could not even conquer the Assyrian kingdom, which had only 3 remaining city-states. In the history of another world, when the Hittite kingdom was in turmoil, the Hurrit kingdom did not seize the Hittite kingdom's territory. Not because they didn't want to, but because they simply couldn't do it. It was not until the Hurrites established the truly unified Mitanni kingdom that they had the strength to confront the Hittite kingdom. Lowy does not plan to pursue the case for the time being when the Hurrit kingdom snatched away the city of Karshemish, which originally belonged to the Athenian Empire. After all, the Athenian Empire had declared war on the Hittite kingdom with actual actions. It would be unwise to break out a war with the Hurrit kingdom at this time. When the Hittite kingdom becomes the territory of the Athenian Empire, the city of Karshemish can become a legitimate reason for the Athenian Empire to conquer the Hurritian kingdom. Samar city. This is an important city in the northern part of Syria, as the gateway for the Hittite kingdom to enter northern Syria. As long as the city of Samar belongs to the Athenian Empire, it can drive the Hittite kingdom out of northern Syria and threaten the Kizilvatna region in the southeastern part of the Asia Minor Peninsula. Today is the festival of the city of Samar in celebration of the city's patron saint, Nidarbar, Baal Zeus. A young girl riding a horse alone, completely hiding herself with a cloak and hood, came to the city of Samar from the west. When the suspicious girl wanted to enter the city, the soldiers guarding the city stopped her and wanted to check the suspicious girl. Little girl, you are able to ride a horse, and it looks like you come from a noble family. If you are not a spy sent by the Athenians, Please show your identity openly. The Athenians are to the east of the city of Samar. It should be impossible for their spies to come from the west like me. Faced with the unreasonable entanglement of the soldiers guarding the city, the girl also understood that they actually wanted to ask for property. In order to avoid trouble, the girl lifted a corner of her hood, revealing a strand of beautiful bee-colored blonde hair. Seeing the girl's beautiful blonde hair, the defenders were immediately frightened. Because of this pure and beautiful blonde hair, they had only seen it on priestesses who served the gods. Samar was a city ruled by the Hittite kingdom. This suspicious girl has such pure and beautiful blonde hair. Whether she is a Hittite or an Amorite, her status will be very noble and cannot be offended by the soldiers guarding the city. Chapter 470 The true Hittite princess Hatipuna. In order to effectively rule the city-states in the Yamhad region, Loe could only let Athenian soldiers take over the cities of Emar, Aleppo, Ebla, Hama, and Ugarit. This left Loe with only 2,000 Athenian soldiers. If Roy went on to conquer the cities of Aralak and Samar, Roy's soldiers would be reduced to 1,000 men in order to effectively rule the two cities. Such a small number of soldiers was obviously not enough to deal with the Hittite kingdom's counterattack. So Roy did not take the initiative to launch an attack, but instead recruited and trained Ibra soldiers in Aleppo. When the number of soldiers is sufficient, Roy will include the cities of Aralak and Samar into the territory of the Athenian Empire. Mid-January. The royal palace in Aleppo. Roy was listening to the news reported by several thousand leaders in the palace hall. A soldier guarding the palace gate suddenly broke into the hall, looked at Roy with ambiguous eyes and said, "Your Majesty, there is a girl outside who wants to see you. She says she is your fiancé." After hearing the soldier's words, Roy rolled his eyes and said, "Do you believe her when she says she is my fiancé? If a random woman comes and claims to be my fiancé, and you have to report it to me, then I will be annoyed to death." "But," the soldier said with some guilt, "but she is very beautiful. She is as beautiful as a goddess walking on earth. Only His Majesty's wives have such beauty that rivals goddesses. Is she really my fiancé?" After listening to the soldier's introduction, Roy immediately asked, "Did she say who she was?" Seeing the soldier shake his head, Roy said helplessly, "Then take her to the hall and let me confirm her identity myself." Several thousand captains witnessed all this and looked at each other with smiles that all men would understand. If the girl outside the palace has an ugly face, even if she claims to be His Majesty's sister or wife, there is no need to report to His Majesty the Emperor. If the girl outside the palace is as beautiful as a goddess, even if it is known that she is fake, she must be reported to His Majesty the Emperor. After all, what is fake can become real. After a while, a girl who concealed herself with a cloak and hood, with only a strand of bee-colored blonde hair exposed under the hood, walked into the palace hall. Seeing the girl's unfamiliar figure, Roy knew that this was the first time the two met. "How dare you pretend to be my fiancé? Let me see your face." After hearing Roy's order, the blonde girl took off her hood and said, "I did not pretend to be your fiancé. According to the oracle of the great moon goddess, you are the husband arranged for me by the moon goddess. So I am indeed your fiancé." After the girl took off her hood, looking at her blonde hair hanging down around her waist, her beautiful big blue eyes like jewels, and her perfect and delicate face, Roy couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because the soldier just now didn't lie. She was indeed as beautiful as a goddess walking on earth. "You? I am Hatipuna, the Hittite princess. Hittite Princess Hatipuna. In the history and mythology of another world, she was the wife of the Hittite king Telepin, who was deified after her death as a protector of wild animals. You are really my fiancé." Thinking of his agreement with the moon goddess Selene, Roy couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. No wonder the great moon goddess wanted to use your identity to walk the world. Your uncle Hantala launched a coup to seize the throne and killed your father mercilessly. Do you need my comfort?" Hatipuna shook her head and said, "I don't need comfort. What I want is revenge. Are you willing to help me get revenge?" Because there are not many soldiers in his hands, Roy has no plans to annex the entire Hittite kingdom for the time being. In Roy's plan, being able to include the Yamhad area and the Kizzavatna area into the territory of the Athenian Empire would be a great harvest. If I refuse to help you get revenge, what will you do next? Find someone willing to help me take revenge. Hatipuna said expressionlessly. Since Hantali can use my aunt's identity as a Hittite princess to seize the Hittite throne, I believe there will be people among the city-state princes of the Hittite kingdom who want to use my identity as a Hittite princess to seize the throne. For example, Tai Liping. Hatapuna nodded and said, Tai Liping is one of the most powerful princes in our Hittite kingdom. If you refuse to help me take revenge, I will go to Tai Liping. This is not okay. You are already my fiancé. And I will not allow you to marry another man. Then are you willing to help me get revenge? Looks like I don't have the option of saying no. Roy stood up from the throne, walked to Hatapuna and asked, Are you really ready to trade your marriage for my revenge? Hatapuna nodded without hesitation. Then I promise you in the name of the moon goddess that I will definitely avenge you. If I break my promise, you can always ask the moon goddess to punish me. After listening to Roy's words, Hatapuna first breathed a sigh of relief, then collapsed into Roy's arms and said, I'm hungry. Gululu. Hatapuna's belly growled with hunger. Roy asked curiously while ordering the palace maids to prepare the feast. Princess Hatapuna, how did you come to me? I am the priestess of the moon goddess. And it is the moon goddess's protection that brings me to your presence. I see. Even 3,600 years later, it is very dangerous for a girl to travel far alone. In this era, the only reasonable explanation for Hatapuna being able to travel thousands of miles alone to come to Roy is that she was protected by the gods. After the palace maid brought the delicious food, Hatapuna asked while enjoying the meal. When I passed the city of Samar, I saw that there was a celebration for Hadad's doppelganger Nidabar. Why wasn't Aleppo celebrating? The three Hadad brothers worshipped by the Amorites have been driven off the throne. From now on, the patron saint of the Yamhad region will be the goddess Astanis. Is Astanis the patron saint of the Kisavatna region? Hatapuna said doubtfully. Isn't the local goddess of the Yamhad region Ishara worshipped by the Ibra people? Ishara is Astanis. Roy couldn't help but complain. Didn't you notice that the pronunciation of these two names is very similar? On the Mediterranean coast. Astanis. Ishara. Astarte. Aphrodite. Astarte. Astaru. Names like Astanu all belong to the same goddess. I didn't expect you, a foreigner from Athens, to know our goddess from West Asia so well. Hatapuna frowned and said, But Astanis is the sun goddess, which is obviously different from the goddess Aphrodite in Phoenicia. The transformation of the goddess Astanis into the sun goddess was the result of the influence of your Hittite sun goddess Alina on her. Seeing Hatapuna's confused expression, Roy explained, You Hittites dominate the Western Asia region and make the sun godhead the most powerful godhead in this region. After the Kisvatna area was conquered by the Hittite kingdom, the goddess Astanis became the sun goddess. This may also be the result of the deliberate promotion of the Hittite kingdom. When Astanis becomes the sun goddess, the goddess Alina can assimilate and absorb her, making her a clone of the goddess Alina. Chapter 471 Plan to conquer the Hittite kingdom. Roy's original plan was just to take advantage of the civil strife in the Hittite kingdom to capture the Yamhad and Kisavatna regions. Annexing the entire Hittite kingdom, this was obviously impossible to achieve in a short time. However, the appearance of the Hittite princess Hatapuna made it possible for the plan to annex the entire Hittite kingdom to be realized. If it were not for Hatapuna, Roy's invasion of the Hittite kingdom would probably have caused the city-state princes of the Hittite kingdom to unite against Roy. Hatapuna became Loi's wife. And Loi, like Hantali, had the right to inherit the Hittite throne. Since Hantali could usurp the throne and become the Hittite king, of course Loi could also seize the throne. As long as this war turns into a battle for the throne between Loi and Hantali, the city-state princes of the Hittite kingdom will have no reason to intervene in the war. Roy's enemies have changed from all the city-state princes in the Hittite kingdom to Hantali alone. And the difficulty of winning this war will plummet. The question is, do I really want to leave these city-state princes alone? The city-state princes of the Hittite kingdom were not fools. If he wanted them to remain neutral in the war between Roy and Hantiri, Roy must ensure that they would not harm their interests. Roy wanted to implement the policies of the Athenian Empire in the Hittite kingdom. And these city-state princes would definitely support Hantali. To ensure the interests of the city-state princes, I can become the Hittite king as long as I defeat Hantali. If I want to implement the policies of the Athens Empire in the Hittite kingdom, I will be the enemy of all the city-state princes in the Hittite kingdom. After some careful consideration, Roy finally decided to implement the policies of the Athenian Empire in the Hittite kingdom. While this would make Loi an enemy of the Hittite kingdom, the Hittite kingdom was not monolithic. 20 years ago, there was an uprising of the Hittites against the Hittites in the Hittite kingdom. Although the policies of the Athenian Empire harmed the interests of the city-state princes, They could ensure the interests of the Hittites conquered by the Hittites, and did not cause much harm to the interests of the Hittite civilians. As long as Roy gets the support of the Hittites, he can conquer the Hittite kingdom. Because in the Hittite kingdom, the conquered and enslaved Hittites were the largest ethnic group, and the Hittites as the ruling class were a minority ethnic group. The second day after Hatapuna arrived in Aleppo, after Roy and Hatapuna finished breakfast, they revealed their plan. Although Roy's plan would harm the interests of the city-state princes and nobles of the Hittite kingdom, Hatapuna did not care at all. My father was killed by Hantili. But the city-state princes and nobles did not unite to eliminate the rebellion, since the city-state princes and nobles do not care about our Hittite royal family. Of course we, the Hittite royal family, do not need to care about the city-state princes and nobles. Hatapuna, the Athenian Empire will allow Hittites and Hattaians to enjoy equal treatment. Will you object to this? Won't. Hatapuna shook her head and said, the Hittites and Hattaians are both our people, and they should be treated equally. It is to take care of the feelings of the Hattaians that we let the great sun goddess Alina annex the Hatchian earth goddess, become the goddess of the sun and earth. This is really gangster logic. If the Hittites had cared for Hatchian feelings, they should not have allowed the sun goddess Alina to annex the Hatchian earth goddess, but should have allowed the Hatchian earth goddess to continue to exist. The sun goddess Alina annexed the Hatchian earth goddess, just like the Hittites enslaved the Hattaians. After complaining in his heart, Roy said with a smile, since you don't object to my plan, let's start this war. Under Roy's order, 2,000 Athenian soldiers and 8,000 Ibrarian soldiers gathered in Aleppo and followed Roy and Hatapuna to the city of Aralak. The city of Aralak is located in the Antioch plain. There is not only fertile and rich land here, but also wealth brought by navigation and trade. In the history of another world, this place was a transit point for the silk trade between the East and the West for a long time. Business travelers from the East would sell their goods to Western merchants here, and let them transport the goods to various civilized areas along the Mediterranean coast. The prosperous city of Aralak is undoubtedly the most powerful city-state in the Yamhad region. It has a population of more than 100,000 and can gather tens of thousands of soldiers. This is why Roy did not attack the city of Aralak with 2,000 Athenian soldiers before recruiting Ibrarian soldiers. Unlike other city-states that were conquered by the Hittite kingdom not long ago, the cities of Aralak and Samar have been conquered by the Hittite kingdom for more than 25 years. So the Hittite kingdom has a fairly stable rule here. After entering the Antioch plain, Lowy and Hatapuna approached the city of Aralak with their army, and at the same time sent envoys in the name of Hatapuna, ordering the Hittite governor of Aralak to surrender. The envoy soon brought back a reply from the governor of Aralak. The city of Aralak was willing to remain neutral when the outcome of the war between Hatapuna and Hantili for the throne was resolved. The city of Aralak would continue to be loyal to the royal family. This was of course a reply that did not satisfy Roy and Hatapuna. The army arrived outside Aralak, and Roy directly launched a siege. While Roy was attacking the city, Hatapuna also shouted to the soldiers defending the city, soldiers of Aralak, I am the Hittite princess Hatapuna. I order you to lay down your weapons and surrender. I need the power of Aralak to defeat Hantili, who usurped the throne. But the governor of Aralak refused to obey the royal family order. He has become an accomplice of the regicide Hantili. There are now 3 ethnic groups in the city of Aralak. The first group was the Eblers. The second group was the Amorites. And the third group was the Hittites. The Hittites were the smallest in number and had the highest status. The Amorites and Eblers were about the same number, but the status of the Amorites was higher than that of the Eblers. As the lowest level of enslaved people, the Ebra people would naturally not defend the city desperately. As the main ruling class, the Amorites were supposed to be the group that desperately defended the city. But the Hittites were pressing on the Amorites. And the Amorites also felt that this was the Hittite city of Aralak. So the Hittites should defend the city with all their strength. As the highest ruling class, the Hittites also felt that their number was too small. So the Amorites and Eblers should defend the city. Therefore, the enslaved Eblers were unwilling to defend the city with all their strength. The Hittites with the highest status were unwilling to defend the city with all their strength. And the Amorites, who were the middle class, the main ruling class, were also unwilling to defend the city with all their strength. Roy personally broke the city gate and led the army into the city of Aralak. And the war came to an end. After occupying the city of Aralak, Roy first demoted the Hittite governor and the Amorite nobles into slaves, and then implemented the policies of the Athenian Empire in the city of Aralak. When the policies of the Athenian Empire allowed the Eblers, Amorites, and Hittites to achieve equality of status and wealth, the Eblers, as the lowest class of enslaved people, immediately became fanatical supporters of the Athenian Empire. Even some Amorites, who did not live a prosperous life, became staunch supporters of the Athenian Empire. Roy recruited soldiers in the city of Aralac and received 4,000 Ebrarian soldiers and 1,000 Amorite soldiers. Chapter 472 The reasons for the victory of the Athenian Empire. The city of Aralac. The present governor's palace, the former royal palace. The news that various villages and towns managed by the city of Aralac were conquered by Athenian soldiers is constantly reaching the palace. Palace Hall. Sitting on the throne, Roy listened to the good news and couldn't help but said to Hatipuna beside him, "Princess Hatipuna, how do you feel about us conquering this place so easily? When the Eblers ruled this area, even though the Amorites were at their peak, the Eblers still persisted tenaciously for hundreds of years. But after the Amorites and the Eblers lived together in this area, it was like the bones of this area had been extracted. When the Hittites came, they surrendered to the Hittites. And when the Hurrites came, they surrendered to the Hurrites. The Retes surrendered. And when the Egyptians came they surrendered to the Egyptians. Why do you think this is? Is this because the Eblers and Amorites cannot work together to deal with foreign enemies? Why can't the Eblers and the Amorites work together? This is because..." Before she finished speaking, Hatipuna noticed something was wrong. Roy said on behalf of Hatipuna, "The reason why the Eblers and the Amorites cannot work together is because the Eblers are being exploited by slavery. And the current Yamhad area is not worth their efforts to protect. For the Eblers, since the Amorites enjoy power and wealth and fighting should also be done by the Amorites. But as foreign conquerors, the Amorites also do not want to fight for the Yamhad region, because the things they robbed are not worth cherishing at all. If there is only a single ethnic group in a land, it is necessary to conquer. Land like this is the most difficult. Land like this is the easiest to conquer if it has multiple ethnic groups. In the history of another world, at the end of the Ming dynasty, there were hundreds of millions of people, but they were conquered and enslaved by the Hu Jin, who had a population of 1 million. Because there were too many ethnic groups in the Ming dynasty, the largest number of lower-class civilians were enslaved and exploited, followed by the gentry class of the dog cult, the corrupt princes and ministers, and the clans who were raised like pigs. Facing the end of the dynasty, who should do everything possible to turn the tide and save the Ming dynasty? The largest number of low-level civilians can be worthy of the Ming dynasty if they can shout twice on the battlefield. The ruling class that enjoys power and wealth are undoubtedly the ones who should do everything they can to turn the tide. Unfortunately, these ruling classes were the first to surrender. Because in the era of monopoly on education, even if the Hu Jin dynasty ruled the world, they still needed these ruling classes as accomplices to maintain their rule. Therefore, the largest number of civilians do not have the obligation to defend desperately, but have the responsibility and obligation to surrender and become accomplices. Are you talking about the Eblers and the Amorites? Or are you talking about us Hittites and Hattians? Hatipuna said with an unhappy expression. Our Hittite kingdom is the strongest kingdom in this area, and will not be easily conquered by you like the Eblers and Amorites. The Hittite kingdom is the kingdom of the Hittites, not the kingdom of the Hittites. I don't think the Hittites who were enslaved by the Hittites will desperately protect the Hittite kingdom of the Hittites. Roy said confidently. 20 years ago, when your father inherited the throne, there was a Hatchian uprising in the Hittite kingdom. Has anything like this ever happened? Hatipuna said doubtfully. I was not born 20 years ago. I have lived for 17 years and I have never heard of the Hatchian people being dissatisfied with us. Do the Hatchian people still need to express their dissatisfaction? Roy rolled his eyes and said. If you are willing to become a slave to serve others, then you can be my slave now. Seeing that Hatipuna was speechless, Roy continued. I am now more and more confident in conquering the Hittite kingdom. To the Hatchian people, I am undoubtedly their savior, and they will firmly support me in conquering the Hittite kingdom. Plus I am your husband, the heir to the Hittite throne. And the common people of the Hittites will not resist my rule. After you conquer the Hittite kingdom, I will rule with you as queen. Hatipuna said suddenly. Under the rule of the Athenian Empire, the Hittites will become a minority. Only if I become queen can the Hittites be protected from the persecution of the Hattians. Under Loi's rule, Eblers and Amorites were ostensibly equal. However, Roy deliberately recruited soldiers from the Ebra people to manage the Amorites. Although he was able to stabilize his rule, He invisibly created oppression of the Amorites by the Ebra people. After the Hittite kingdom became the territory of the Athenian Empire, Roy would definitely recruit soldiers from among the Hittites to manage the Hittites. It was precisely because of this that Hatipuna asked to become a queen, not a queen. Hatipona wanted to become a tool to manage the Asia Minor Peninsula. And Roy certainly had no reason to refuse. Moreover, Roy was also worried that the Hittites might be retaliated by the Hattians after they became a minority group. After all, the Hittites had enslaved the Hattians for hundreds of years. And they had long had a blood feud with each other. After training the soldiers recruited from Aralak City, Roy left Hatipuna to manage Aralak City. And Roy himself went to Samar City with an army of 10,000 people. The city of Samar is the gateway connecting the Yamhad and Kizzavatna regions. As long as Roy controls this place, he can block the Hittite kingdom's army in the Asia Minor Peninsula. After defeating Hantili's army, Lowy was able to enter the Cilician plain in the Kizzavatna region from the city of Samar. In the myth of another world, Typhon, the storm god who was as powerful as Zeus, lived in a cave on the plains of Cilicia. Typhon's wife Echidna was a female monster with the head of a human and the body of a snake in Cilicia. It is obvious that the storm god Typhon is the Amorite god of storm and thunder Hadad Zeus Teshub. It is precisely because Typhon is another Zeus that in the myths that praise Zeus, Typhon becomes the king of evil gods as powerful as Zeus. The goddess Echidna, who has the head of a human and the body of a snake, is based on the earth goddess Astanus, who was worshipped by both Ebra and Cilicia. Samar City. After arriving here, Roy sent an envoy in the name of Hatipuna, ordering the governor of Samar City to surrender immediately. The governor of Samar not only did not surrender, but also asked the envoy to tell Roy that Hantili would soon arrive with an army of 30,000 to destroy the Athenians. In order to deal with Roy, Hantili actually summoned an army of 30,000 people. No wonder his army has not arrived in the Yamhad area in the past half-month. In order to capture the city of Samar before Hantili arrived, Roy personally led the soldiers to attack the city of Samar. The city of Samar serves as the gateway connecting the Yamhad region and the plain of Cilicia. It is bounded by the plain of Cilicia to the west and the plain of Antioch to the south. But the city of Samar is surrounded by barren mountainous areas. Therefore, the population of Samar city is only 20,000. And the soldiers are only 2,000. Under Roy's attack, the gates of Samar were broken. And the Abrarian and Amorite soldiers defending the city chose to surrender. After all, this was the Hittite city of Samar. It is not the Samar city of the Amorites. And it is not the Samar city of the Ebra people. Chapter 473 Queen of the Gods of the Hittite Kingdom. If the Hittite kingdom is a juxtaposition of princes, the Athenian Empire is a juxtaposition of queens. As the emperor of the Athenian Empire, Roy and these queens were one and the same husband and wife, and had completely consistent interests. As the Hittite king, Hantili not only had no consistent interests with the city-state princes of the Hittite kingdom, but also had a mutually hostile relationship. Because Hantili was a city-state prince who usurped the throne, what he was most worried about was that other city-state princes would imitate his behavior. Just like the Zhao family wearing yellow robes and seizing the throne. What they were most worried about was that other generals would imitate them. So they arranged for the emperor and the scholar bureaucrats to rule the world together, and tried their best to suppress and defend the generals. It was against this background of embankment city-state princes that Hantili gathered an army of 30,000 men to prepare for a war with the Athenian Empire. In this war, Hantili was under pressure not to lose. If Hantili loses this war, Hantili, who regicides and usurps the throne, will definitely be jointly opposed by the princes of the city-state. So Hantili must win this war. In order to ensure that this war could be won, Hantili did not speed up his march even if news continued to spread that Roy had conquered the city-states in the Yamhad region one by one. Because the consequences of accelerating the march will weaken the combat effectiveness of his 30,000-strong army. When Hantili's 30,000-strong army entered the Yamhad region, Roy had already controlled the city of Samar, the gateway connecting the Yamhad region to the Cilicia plain. The Oman Mountains extending southward from the Asia Minor Peninsula are the natural dividing line between the Yamhad region and the Cilician plain. Hantili's 30,000-strong army wanted to enter the Yamhad region, but they could only pass through two passes in the Oman Mountains. There are two mountain passes. One is the Oman Pass in the north and the other is the Syrian Pass in the south. In the history of another world, Alexander and Darius also fought a great battle here. The wise Alexander predicted that the Persian army would attack from the Syrian Pass in the south. So he sent heavy troops to guard the Syrian Pass. If Darius took the Syrian mountain passes as his main attack direction, Alexander could take advantage of the terrain to defeat Darius. As a result, Darius did not choose the Syrian pass, but launched an attack from the Oman pass, giving the wise Alexander a hard slap in the face. The Persian army successfully passed through the Oman pass, occupied Alexander's camp, captured all the wounded soldiers and supplies, and cut off Alexander's retreat. The history of another world has proven that the narrow Syrian mountain passes are not the best choice. Therefore, from the beginning, Roy judged that the Aman Pass to the west of Samar city was the only way for the Hittite army to pass. The fact was just as Roy expected. Hantalid did not foolishly choose to pass through the Syrian mountain pass. When the Hittite army passed through the Oman Pass, Lowy came with an army of 10,000 to snipe and confronted the Hittite army on the mountain road. The open terrain of the Oman Pass. Roy's 10,000-strong army faced Hantili's 30,000-strong army. And Hantili's face was not at all relaxed. Because the consequences of losing this war are something Hantili cannot bear. I never thought we would meet in this situation. Looking at Hantili with a solemn expression, Roy couldn't help but laugh. Hantili, the Hittite kingdom has a population of about 2 million. Why did you only bring 30,000 soldiers? To deal with your 10,000 soldiers. My 30,000 troops are enough. Seeing that Hantalid did not answer his question directly, Roy said jokingly, since you don't want to answer, let me take a guess. Although the Hittite kingdom has a population of about 2 million, most of these people are Hattians. You Hittites must use most of your soldiers to suppress the Hattians. People. So you can only raise 30,000 soldiers. As foreign conquerors, a minority group enslaves a large number of local groups, and must regard suppressing local groups as the most important thing. Therefore, in the history of another world, the Hittite kingdom had a huge population and advanced weapons, but it was unable to expand the territory of the Hittite kingdom in West Asia. It was not until more than 200 years later that the Hittites had completed assimilation of the Hattians, and the Hittite kingdom showed its true hegemony and became the Hittite Empire, covering an area of 550,000 square kilometers. When Roy told him about the nature of the Hittite kingdom's foreign power and internal violence, Hantali said with a complicated expression, Your Majesty Roy, actually I don't want to have a war with you. As long as you return the Yamhad region to me, I can support you in conquering the Hurit kingdom. As proof of our alliance, I will also give a Hittite princess, my beautiful daughter marries you. Do you think I'm a fool? Roy rolled his eyes and said, In the Yamhad region, I can easily establish a stable rule by taking advantage of the contradiction between the Eblers and the Amorites. The Hurits in the Hurit kingdom are dominated by a single ethnic group, and conquering this area is the most troublesome. If you really want to avoid a war with me, then conquer the Hurrites in the east of the Hittite kingdom, or the Arzavas in the west as a contribution to your success in securing the Hittite throne. Roy is not a fool. And Hantali is certainly not a fool either. If Hantali led 30,000 people to attack the kingdom of Hurit and the kingdom of Arzawa, Hantali would definitely fail. Because the kingdom of Hurit and the kingdom of Arzawa are dominated by a single ethnic group, they were able to unite and resist to the death in the face of foreign invasion. It seems that this war is inevitable. Hantali gritted his teeth angrily and said, Young man, I hope you don't regret your stupid decision. I'll give you the word regret. I also hope you won't regret your stupid behavior of usurping the throne. After Roy finished speaking, he took the initiative to lead the Athenian soldiers to attack. Hantali prayed devoutly while asking his son-in-law Zidanta to lead the Hittite soldiers to fight against the Athenian soldiers. Great sun goddess, great moon goddess, we Hittites, under your protection, conquer the Hattians and the earth goddess they worship. Now I beg you as the Hittite king, please let the Hittites in your defeat the Athenians and their gods under his protection. Along with Hantili's prayer, a golden divine light invisible to ordinary eyes suddenly illuminated the battlefield. Roy stopped in shock and saw a goddess 10,000 meters tall appearing in the middle of the Asia Minor Peninsula, with a pair of huge white divine wings spread out from her back. This goddess is like the sun on the earth, and her light and heat seem to radiate throughout Asia Minor. Under Roy's shocked gaze, this goddess with beautiful long platinum hair, beautiful big golden eyes, and a face so delicate that it cannot be described in words, walked directly from the center of the Asia Minor Peninsula to the Oman Mountains. The goddess came to a stop in the Oman Mountains, and Roy discovered that behind the goddess's brilliance was a silver-haired goddess with a height of 1,000 meters, the moon goddess Selene. Just like the moon is hidden by the light of the sun, Selene, the moon goddess, was also overshadowed by the sunlight goddess at this time. Goddess Selene. Seeing the moon goddess of the Hittite kingdom, Roy immediately confirmed the identity of the goddess. This beautiful goddess blooming with infinite light and heat is the queen of the gods of the Hittite kingdom Alina, the goddess of the sun and earth. Chapter 474 I will help you suppress the earth goddess. Looking at the figure of goddess Alina, Roy couldn't help but tense up, because the power of goddess Alina is visible to the naked eye. There is no doubt that she is the most powerful god Roy has ever seen. Without the Athenian Empire, Alina would have been the most powerful king of the gods in the world. Just as Roy was observing the goddess Alina, a golden divine light enveloped Roy from behind, warming Roy's body as if to comfort Roy. Roy turned his head and saw Aphrodite appearing behind him. Just as Roy was about to thank her, another goddess Aphrodite descended from the sky with white wings stretched out from her back. Roy immediately realized that the one who shined like the sun goddess Alina was actually another Aphrodite, the sun goddess Astanis. This is really a bad opponent. Looking at the 10,000-meter tall figure of goddess Alina, Aphrodite said with a solemn expression, "Dear, not to mention Astanis and I. Even if all the Athenian goddesses from the surrounding areas come over, it is impossible to defeat Queen Alina. If you want us to defeat Queen Alina, the only way is to I am the queen of the gods of the Athenian Empire." Alina, the sun goddess, was simply the queen of the gods who ruled over the Hittite kingdom of 2 million people. If Loe worshipped Aphrodite as the queen of the gods of the Athenian Empire, and let Aphrodite rule the more than 6 million people of the Athenian Empire, Aphrodite could easily defeat Alina. After hearing Aphrodite's suggestion, Roy couldn't help but complain. "Don't use this opportunity to seduce me and let me regard you as the queen of the gods of the Athenian Empire." Then, Roy said to Selene, "Goddess Selene, you arranged my marriage contract with the Hittite princess Hatipuna. Since Hantili can usurp the throne as the husband of the Hittite princess, I should also be qualified to inherit the Hittite throne. So Hantili and I, the war in Tili is a power struggle within the royal family. Your gods will not interfere in the internal struggle of the royal family. Please, and the goddess Alina, do not interfere in the war between me and Hantili." Selene said expressionlessly, "If you were a city-state prince of the Hittite kingdom, of course my sister and I would not interfere in the war between you and Hantili. But you are not a city-state prince of the Hittite kingdom. You are the emperor of the Athens Empire. You not only want to seize Hittite, he wants the Athenian Empire to annex the Hittite kingdom. If the Hittite kingdom enters the territory of the Athenian Empire, will you regard your sister as the queen of the gods?" Hearing Selene's question, Roy fell into silence. Consecrating Alina as the queen of the gods of the Athenian Empire. Roy certainly thought about this. For the current Athenian Empire, although Alina is the most powerful king of gods in the world, she is still a foreign god. It is too unfair to the goddesses of the Athenian Empire to regard Alina as the queen of the gods of the Athenian Empire. Seeing Roy's reaction, Alina showed a bright and beautiful smile and said in a gentle and sweet voice, "Am I not qualified to be regarded as the queen of the gods by you?" Alina's beautiful voice made Roy feel so happy physically and mentally that he couldn't say anything to refute. This is Alina, queen of the gods of the Hittite kingdom, who is in charge of the sun and the earth. It wasn't as powerful and majestic as Roy had expected, but was as warm and heartwarming as the girl next door. Goddess Alina. Roy looked into Alina's beautiful golden eyes and said with some lack of confidence, "Can you please not interfere in my war with Hantili?" Alina said with a smile, "Although Hantili usurped the throne, he still regarded me as the queen of the gods. If you become the Hittite king, will I still be the queen of the gods?" Roy avoided Alina's gaze with some guilt. Seeing Roy's answer with action, Selene said angrily, "Human, since you want to oust my sister from the supreme throne, how can you have the audacity to ask my sister not to interfere in this war?" At this time, the Athenian army and the Hittite army had collided. Although the 2,000 Athenian soldiers who served as the vanguard had the advantage of weapons and equipment, Hantili's 30,000 soldiers had the numerical advantage. Moreover, the two commanders of the Hittite army, Hantili and Zadanta, were both demigod heroes, enemy of 10,000 people. If Loe fails to engage in this war as soon as possible, Hantili and Zadanta will lead the Hittite army to defeat the Athenian army. Roy had no extra time to negotiate with Alina, so he could only grit his teeth and say, "Goddess Alina, just like I treat the girls around me equally, I also treat the goddesses of the Athenian Empire equally. After the Hittite kingdom enters the territory of the Athenian Empire, I will not regard you as a god of the Athenian Empire. Queen. But I will give you a fair chance to compete with other goddesses for the throne of the Queen of the Gods. The competition you're talking about, how do you compete? Marry me. Please me. After hearing what Roy said, Selene said angrily. Are you crazy? How dare you make such a request to Onisama? Onisama is. I accepted. Before Selene could finish speaking, Alina said with a smile. Your request is very interesting. I will try to learn how a human woman pleases her husband to please you. Sister. Unexpectedly, Alina would accept Roy's request. Selene looked at Alina suspiciously and asked. Sister Sama. Is there something wrong? It's just some indigestion. After Alina finished speaking with a smile, her body suddenly began to change, turning into a snake's body from the waist down. Flap. Flap. After transforming into a goddess, with the head of a human and the body of a snake. The white divine wings on Alina's back flapped slightly, and her huge body flew thousands of meters into the sky. She is both a winged sky god and a snake-bodied earth goddess. Looking up at Alina's figure, Roy couldn't help but murmured with wide eyes. The winged snake goddess. Isn't the winged snake a dragon? The dragon of the sun. On the land far away in the east, there is a god named Zulong. His silence is dark. His vision is clear. As long as he opens his eyes, the long dark night becomes day. As soon as his eyes closed, day turned back into night. This is the myth that was born on the eastern land. And the dragon and snake god is the sun god. The earth goddess worshipped by the Hatchian people keeps shaking its snake tail, as if she is about to separate from the goddess Alina. Surging divine power burst out from Alina's body, causing the space around her body to begin to twist and fluctuate. Alina said with a smile while suppressing the earth goddess in her body. My dear, you must love me as much as you love your wife, and help me suppress the clone's resistance. I see. Looking at Alina fighting the earth goddess in her body, Roy said suddenly. Just like the Hittites must use most of their power to suppress the resistance of the Hatchian people, you must now use most of your power to suppress the one you annexed, the Hatchian earth goddess. Goddess Alina. I can assure you that under my rule, both the Hittites and the Hatchian people will continue to worship you. I will become an accomplice to help you suppress the earth goddess, and make the Hatchian earth goddess completely a part of you. Chapter 475, Should we rescue the earth goddess? In 1640 BC, the last Hatchian city-state Chapua was conquered by the Hittites. The Hittite kingdom moved its capital to the Hatchian holy city of Hattusa. Alina, the sun goddess worshipped by the Hittites, annexed the Hatchian people. The earth goddess. Just 40 years was obviously not enough for the Hatchian people to forget the earth goddess and regard the Hittite sun goddess as the Hatchian protector. Normally, after the Hittite kingdom entered the territory of the Athenian Empire, Roy should have made the Hittites and Hattians equal in status. The Hatchian earth goddess would also be liberated, split from the goddess Alina. This is definitely the last thing Alina wants to happen. Because of the loss of the Hatchian earth goddess, Alina was no longer the patron saint of the Hittite kingdom's 2 million people, but only the patron saint of hundreds of thousands of Hittites. After hearing Roy say that he would help Alina annex the Hatchian earth goddess and make the Hatchian earth goddess become a part of Alina, the goddess Astanus frowned and said, Human, what are you thinking about? Just like the light and heat of the sun are infinite, Alina's greed is also infinite. In the lands conquered by the Hittites, the local gods will be annexed by Alina and become a part of Alina. My transformation from the earth goddess to the sun and earth goddess is proof that Alina wants to turn me into her clone first, and then completely engulf me. If you can save our sisters, the goddess of the earth who was annexed by Alina, our sisters will definitely agree to marry you unconditionally. Aphrodite followed. Although the earth goddess worshipped by the Hatchian people is just a distant sister to me, Alina is a foreign god. If you can save our sisters, we goddesses with the same origin will have a better impression of you. If you choose to become Arena Lena's accomplice, help her eliminate our sisters, and all our sisters will treat you. The words of Astanus and Aphrodite immediately made Roy feel extremely embarrassed. The earth goddess annexed by Alina is indeed a thorny problem. If Roy chooses to rescue the Hatchian earth goddess, he will completely offend Alina and Selene. Roy chose to help Alina annex the Hatchian earth goddess. The goddesses who split from the ancient earth goddess will reduce their favorability towards Roy. Seeing Roy's reaction, Selene also threatened Roy. Now my sister is the earth goddess worshipped by the Hatchian people. If you want to hurt your sister, I will not let you go. Roy looked at Astanus and Aphrodite. Then at Selene and Alina. And finally said helplessly, I will finish this war first and then decide whether to rescue the Hatchian Earth Goddess. But I can guarantee that I will not let the authority of the goddess Alina be compromised. After saying that, Roy rushed into the center of the battlefield and fought Hantele and Zidanta. Hantele and Zidanta. One of them is the Hittite king, who usurped the throne now. And the other is the Hittite king, who usurped the throne 40 years later. Both of them are city-state princes blessed by the gods. And have the strength of demigod heroes. If it were anyone else, they would never be able to defeat their combination. Because although Hantele and Zidanta are not in a father-son relationship, they are father-in-law and son-in-law as close as father and son. And they can trust each other and cooperate in attacks on the battlefield. It's a pity that their opponent is Roy. Roy's strength has reached the limit of a demigod hero. Even if he fights Hantele and Zidanta at the same time, Roy's strength can defeat them. Looking down at Roy's battle with Hantele and Zidanta, Selene asked Alina, Sister, it seems that without our intervention, Hantele and Zidanta will lose to Roy. What should we do? Alina said, as she admired Roy's fighting form with her beautiful golden eyes. I am confident that I can help the Hittites win today's war. But I cannot help the Hittites win future wars. If we become Roy's enemies now, after he conquers the Hittite kingdom, he will definitely destroy the Earth Goddess. Split from me. Then do we have to believe that he will keep his promise, and will not undermine my sister's authority? Why don't you believe him? Alina said with a smile. I believe he will make the right choice. Alina. Astanus looked at Alina with dissatisfied eyes and said, You should give us our sisters back. I reject. Alina said coquettishly like an innocent girl. You are really going too far. My dear Astanus. Now I am your sister Alina. The Earth Goddess worshipped by the Hatchian people. Shameless fellow. You are Alina. The Hittite Sun Goddess. No. I am Alina. The goddess of the sun and earth worshipped by both the Hittites and the Hattians. Why aren't you a one-pillar male god? Aphrodite said helplessly and furiously. If you were a male god like Jupiter, the sun god of the Apennine Peninsula, Roy would definitely choose to expel you without hesitation and rescue the Earth Goddess, who was annexed by you. But you are a goddess. From the east to the west, the sun gods worshipped by the Aryans are all male gods. Why is it that the sun god worshipped by the Hittites, a branch of the Aryans in the middle zone between the east and the west, is you, the sun goddess? Is it because you annexed the Earth Goddess, transformed from a male god to a goddess? Not. Alina shook her head and said, I was the sun goddess even before I migrated to Asia Minor with the Hittites. That means that the Hittites who worship you have always retained the goddess worship inherited from the matrilineal clan era. On the human battlefield, while fighting Hantele and Zidanta, Roy listened to the conversation between the goddesses. Roy immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Alina was not influenced by the Earth Goddess and transformed from a male god into a goddess. If Alina was originally a male god, even if Alina was willing to marry Roy would stay away from Alina. Hantele. Zidanta. I don't have any extra time to waste on you two now. Let me send your souls to the underworld now. After saying this, Roy began to concentrate on fighting. Clang clang clang. Hantele and Zidanta, who could barely hold on when Roy was distracted, immediately fell into a disadvantage under Roy's concentrated attack. As a middle-aged man, Hantele was the first to be unable to hold on, and said while retreating under Roy's fierce attack, Loey. Let's end this war. The Yamhad region belongs to you. And I will sign a contract with you as the Hittite king. The Yamhad region alone cannot satisfy my appetite at all. Then I will give you the Kizarvatna area. As long as you lose today's war, the Kizarvatna region will immediately break away from the Hittite kingdom. How can you give me the Kizarvatna region that does not belong to the Hittite kingdom? Then what do you want? I want the whole Hittite kingdom. Roy said with a sneer. Hantele. There is a saying in the Far East, the initiator has no consequences. Since you can seize the Hittite throne by marrying a Hittite princess, I can also marry the Hittite princess Hatapuna and become a Hittite. The king of Ladder Kingdom. Chapter 476. Hantele borrows a knife to kill his son-in-law. In the Far East, rulers did not need to worry about their daughters and sons-in-law competing for the throne, because the daughter and son-in-law have no inheritance rights at all. A family with only one daughter is considered to be an extinct family. As long as the male owner dies, the family property will be divided among brothers and nephews. Therefore, in past history, we can see cases of the emperor's distant relatives and nephews inheriting the throne. But we cannot see the emperor's daughter and son-in-law inheriting the throne. But in the Western world, princesses as daughters also have inheritance rights and have caused many wars throughout history. For example, 3,000 years later, the 100 Years' War between France and Britain was caused by the marriage between the French royal family and the British royal family, which caused the British king born to a French princess to believe that he had the right to inherit the French throne. In the city-state era 3,600 years ago, there were endless stories of princesses' husbands usurping the throne. In order to avoid this kind of thing, the Egyptian pharaoh family instituted intermarriage within the family and prohibited the marriage of princesses outside the family. Because the Hittite kingdom was established not long ago, it has not yet used laws to reduce the inheritance rights of princesses. It was not until Tai Liping usurped the Hittite throne that the inheritance law was promulgated to reduce the princess's inheritance rights to reduce the possibility of the princess's husband usurping the throne. It's a pity that Tai Liping's inheritance law is a joke, because Tai Liping himself married a Hittite princess and usurped the throne. In fact, the best way to avoid the princess and her husband competing for the throne is undoubtedly to marry the princess to a commoner or a low-level noble. If the princess is married to a big noble or a city-state prince, the more noble the princess's husband is, the more powerful he will be to compete for the throne. Oman Pass, the mountain road where the Hittite army and the Athenian army collided fiercely. Hearing Roy say that he wanted to imitate him, Hantele's face became very ugly. Although Hantele usurped the throne of his uncle Mursili, he did not want anyone to imitate him because Hantele wanted to leave his throne to his son. Seeing the change in Hantele's expression, Roy teased teasingly, "Hantele, don't you be so naive as to think that others will not imitate you. For example, your good son-in-law Zadanta, who is now also your daughter, the husband of a Hittite princess. Do you think he will imitate you? This good father-in-law. Take away the throne you want to leave to your son." Zadanta explained hurriedly. "Father, please don't believe his provocation. I will never compete with my brother for the throne." Will Hantele believe Zadanta? Kadanta is a rebellious person who helped his father-in-law Hantele usurp the throne. As long as Hantele thinks about it carefully, he will understand that his good son-in-law Zadanta will definitely follow his example and usurp the throne. Under Roy's instigation, Hantele and Zadanta, who were originally able to work together as father and son to deal with Roy, immediately turned out to have their own agendas. After Roy launched a fierce attack on Hantele and Zadanta, Hantele suddenly and decisively escaped, leaving Zadanta to fight Roy alone. It was obvious that Hantele wanted to use Roy to kill Zadanta. Without Hantele to share the pressure, Zadanta managed to hold on under Roy's attack, and suffered more and more wounds on his body. Seeing that Roy really wanted to kill him, Zadanta suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Roy, my wife and Princess Hatpurna are cousins. And we are also relatives. Please don't kill me. I am willing to help you overthrow Hantele and support you to inherit the Hittite throne. My father is Hittite, one of the most powerful city-state princes in the kingdom. Our private army has—" Roy interrupted Zadanta. "If your family is not a city-state prince of the Hittite kingdom, I might consider not killing you. Just because your family is a city-state prince with a private army, I must kill you. You bastard. You even killed your own cousin Dash. Your father-in-law Hantele killed his uncle Mursili. As Hantele's accomplice, you also helped him kill his own cousin. Brother-in-law Roy. Please. For the sake of your cousin and nephew." Poof. Before Zadanta could finish speaking, Roy penetrated his heart with a gun blade. Zadanta stared at Roy with wide eyes, and slowly fell backwards. After killing Zadanta, Roy's eyes scanned the battlefield looking for Hantele, hoping to send this cousin to the underworld to be with his good son-in-law. Hoo. Pieces of snowflakes fell with the cold wind. Roy did not find Hantele on the battlefield, but instead saw heavy snow falling from the sky. At this time Hantele escaped from the battlefield. Zadanta was killed by Roy, and the Hittite army no longer had the will to fight. Seeing the heavy snow falling from the sky, the Hittite soldiers turned around and fled. Loe did not lead the Athenian army in pursuit of the fleeing Hittite soldiers, because the heavy snow came so suddenly. Roy's Athenian army was unprepared. In order to prevent the Athenian soldiers from dying in the snow, Loe ordered the Athenian soldiers to capture more than 300 Hittite soldiers who were injured and unable to escape, and then returned to the city of Samar with the Athenian army. After the human war ended, the goddesses Alina, Selene, Istanus and Aphrodite also left the battlefield and returned to their respective temples. Samar City. After leaving the Oman Mountains and returning to Samar City, Roy immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Because the snowfall only covers the higher Oman Mountains, only light rain falls in Samar City. While Roy was treating injured soldiers in the city of Samar and cremating the bodies of the deceased, news of the battle in the Oman Mountains quickly spread to the Kizilvatna area. The area of Kizilvatna was conquered by the Hittite kingdom for only 25 years. Moreover, this place is dominated by a single ethnic group, the Cilicias. So the Hittite kingdom's rule here is very fragile. In the history of another world, the Hittite kingdom had ruled the Kizilvatna region for 60 years. And the Cilicias still broke away from the Hittite kingdom when Zidanta usurped the throne. For the next 160 years, the Cilicias fought tenaciously against the Hittite kingdom until they were conquered by the Mitanni kingdom established by the Hurrites. If it were the Jamhad region where the Amorites enslaved the Ibra people, perhaps they would not have separated from the Hittite kingdom in the first place, let alone resist the Hittite kingdom for 160 years. Now that they learned that Hantili's Hittite army had been defeated by Loi, the Cilicia people in the Kizilvatna area immediately launched a rebellion and killed or expelled the governors and nobles sent by the Hittite kingdom. The Kizilvatna region covers an area of more than 30,000 square kilometers and has a population of about 400,000. In its heyday, Hantili's Hittite army would certainly have been able to suppress the rebellion launched by the Cilicias. After being defeated by Loi in the Oman Mountains, Khan Tili's army suffered thousands of casualties. Although more than 20,000 soldiers were not injured, the morale of these soldiers was very low. So Hantili could only quickly lead the army back to Hattusa city. 2 days later, after learning that Roy had defeated Hantili, Hatapuna came to Samar city from Aralak city. The city of Ardana in the Kizilvatna region also sent an envoy. The governor's palace in the city of Samar. Roy and Hatapuna met the envoys from Ardana city in the hall together. The envoy from Ardana city said straight to the point. Your Majesty the Emperor, now that we Cilicias have expelled the Hittites, the Kizilvatna area no longer belongs to the Hittite kingdom. The war between your Athenian Empire and the Hittite kingdom has nothing to do with us Cilicias. Chapter 477 The traitorous princess who betrayed the entire clan. After Hantili loses to Loi, the Kizilvatna region will be separated from the Hittite kingdom. This is what Roy expected. Not only the Kizilvatna region, but also the city-state princes of the Hittite kingdom will no longer regard Hantili, who usurped the throne, as the king. Roy's next step was to choose between conquering the Kizilvatna region and conquering the Hittite kingdom. The population of the Kizilvatna region is approximately 400,000. The population of the Hittite kingdom was about 1.6 million people. Judging from the superficial numbers, it would have been easier to conquer the Cilicians in the Kizilvatna region. But in fact, it was easier to conquer the 1.6 million people of the Hittite kingdom, because there are no other groups oppressing the Cilicians in the Kizilvatna region. And there are no cases of Cilicians oppressing other groups. But in the core area of the Hittite kingdom, there were more than 1.2 million Hittites, who were enslaved and exploited by more than 300,000 Hittites. Roy targeted the Kizilvatna region, and 400,000 Cilicians would unite to fight against the foreign invaders. Roy targeted the Hittite kingdom, which could save the Hittites and use more than 1.2 million Hittites to conquer the Hittites, who only had more than 300,000 people. By controlling the population of 1.6 million Hattites and Hittites, Roy could bring the entire Asia Minor Peninsula into the territory of the Athenian Empire. The governor's palace in the city of Samar. After the envoy from Ardana city explained his purpose, Roy pretended to be unhappy and said, when my father-in-law Mursili was alive, the Kizilvatna area was also part of the Hittite kingdom. As Hatapuna's husband, I inherit the Hittite throne, and I also want to inherit all the territory of the Hittite kingdom. So you Cilicians will not be allowed to secede from the Hittite kingdom. Seeing the Ardana messenger frowning, Roy continued, I will not punish you for the expulsion of the Hittites from Cilicia, because I also feel that it is unreasonable for the Hittites to rule over the Cilicia. Then are you willing to allow us to govern ourselves? The Ardana messenger said tentatively, if you will respect us Cilicians and allow us to govern ourselves in the region of Kizilvatna, we can remain in the Hittite kingdom and support your succession to the Hittite throne. Can? Roy nodded and said, I agree to let you Cilicians govern themselves. After the Ardana messenger left with satisfaction, Hatapuna immediately said to Roy, do you really want the Cilicia to submit to the Hittite kingdom in name, but remain independent in practice? Roy explained with a smile. I agreed to allow the Cilicians to be autonomous in exchange for their nominal surrender. Because we do not have enough power to conquer the Kizilvatna area for the time being. When we conquer the core area of the Hittite kingdom, we can conquer the Kizilvatna region. To carry out the policies of the Athenian Empire. 1599 BC. Mid-January. A batch of weapons and armor transferred from Egypt came to Samar city. After Roy used this batch of weapons and armor to arm 5,000 iron spear cavalry and 5,000 iron lancer infantry. He and Hatipuna immediately entered the Kizilvatna area from the Oman Pass with an army of 10,000 troops. Roy's goal was of course not to conquer the Kizilvatna region, but to pass through the Kizilvatna region and head to the core area of the Hittite kingdom. As Roy's army entered the plains of Cilicia, the city of Adana immediately sent a messenger to inquire about Roy's purpose. After Roy explained to the envoy, the two major Cilicia city-states, Adana and Tulsa, remained on guard and obviously did not believe Roy. They did not take the initiative to attack Roy. Because the policies implemented by Roy in Phoenicia and Syria proved that Roy was more trustworthy than the Hittites. Even if the Kizilvatna area is really controlled by Roy, only the interests of the nobles will be harmed. Early February. The army led by Roy and Hatipuna came to the city of Hupishna in the wind and snow. Governor Hupishina did not choose to fight desperately for Hantali. Because even if Governor Hupishina was stupid enough to fight against Roy for Hantali's throne, the local Hatchian soldiers were not willing to die in the internal fighting of the Hittites. For the Hatchian people who were enslaved by the Hittites, they did not care who the Hittite king was. Could it be that changing a Hittite king would prevent the Hittites from being enslaved and oppressed? Then Roy used facts to prove to them that changing to a Hittite king would really allow the Hittites to live a better life. After taking over the city of Hupishna, Lowy directly implemented the policies of the Athenian Empire, abolished the privileges enjoyed by the Hittites, and made the Hittites and Hittites equal in status. When Roy redistributed the fields, the Hatchian people cheered and became enthusiastic supporters of Roy and Hatipuna's struggle for the throne. The Hittites, as if mourning their heirs, ran outside the governor's palace crying and angrily denounced Hatipuna as a traitorous princess. After the Hittites conquered the Hattians, they took the Hatchian fields as their own. Even if the Hittites did nothing, they could still enjoy the life of large landowners with no worries about food and clothing. The Hittites could only support the Hittites as tenant farmers. Now Roy returns the land of the Hatchian people to the Hatchian people. The Hittites cannot parasitize the Hatchian people like blood-sucking insects. It would not be surprising even if they want to kill Roy and Hatipuna. Inside the governor's palace, listening to the abuse coming from outside, Hatipuna showed a sad expression on her face. After all, the Hittites who called her a traitor and a traitorous princess were all her people. Roy held Hatipuna in his arms and comforted her. Hatipuna, we did nothing wrong. It was wrong for the Hittites to enslave the Hattians. We are not only the kings and queens of the Hittites, but also the kings and queens of the Hattians. The Hittites, the kingdom belongs to the Hittites and the Hattians jointly. The Hittites and the Hattians are our subjects, and we must treat them equally. If the Hittite kingdom only belongs to the Hittites, we are only the kings and kings of the Hittites. Queen. The Hittite kingdom is a sinful kingdom that is destined to perish. Hatipuna lay in Roy's arms and said with tears, in order to avenge my father and family, I have betrayed all my clan members. You must not let me down. With the support of the Hatchian people, there is no way we can lose. After allocating fields in the city of Hupishna, Roy began to recruit soldiers. And all Hatchian men came to sign up enthusiastically. After all, the Hatchian people were not stupid. They knew that only by letting Roy conquer the entire Hittite kingdom would they not lose the fields assigned to them by Roy. If Loy was driven away by the Hittites would not only lose the fields allocated to them by Loy, but would also become slaves again and be enslaved and exploited by the Hittites. The Hattians enthusiastically signed up to become Roy's soldiers. Not to help Roy fight for the throne, but to keep their own fields and so that they and their families no longer had to be slaves of the Hittites. In just one day, Lowy recruited 5,000 Hatchian soldiers. These Hattians not only have high morale, but also have almost no possibility of betrayal. After reorganizing the Hatchian soldiers with his own army of 10,000, Roy left 3,000 soldiers to guard the city of Hupishna. And then he and Hatipuna headed for the city of Chuvanua with 12,000 troops. Chapter 478. You are the princess of the Hittites. In the core area of the Hittite kingdom, there were more than 1.2 million Hattians and more than 300,000 Hittites. Even if a Hittite did no work, there would be 4 Hittites supporting him. For there were 4 times as many Hittites as there were Hittites. If a Hittite city-state had a population of 50,000, 10,000 Hittites would usually rule 40,000 Hattians. If there were 5,000 soldiers in a city-state, 1,000 Hittite soldiers would usually manage 4,000 Hattian soldiers. When Hantili killed the Hittite king Mursili and usurped the throne, even the city-state princes and nobles among the Hittites were unwilling to desperately oust Hantili from the throne. Now that Roy and Hatapuna conquered the Hittite kingdom as the heirs to the throne of Mursili, the Hittite soldiers who were enslaved and oppressed would certainly not fight tooth and nail to defend the throne of Hantili. Only the Hittite soldiers were willing to fight tooth and nail to retain their power and wealth. It's a pity that there are so few of them. Roy and Hatapuna came with 10 times more troops. Even if the Hittite soldiers were unwilling to give up their special power to enslave the Hattian people, they would choose to surrender in order to survive. After all, the strength gap between the two sides is too big, and resistance is destined to be a meaningless sacrifice. Chuvanua City, Tahuntasa City, Landa City, Rushna City. These Hittite city-states were conquered by Roy with little resistance. After conquering these city-states, Roy's military strength not only did not decrease, but became more and more numerous. Because Roy's policy was strongly supported by the Hattian people. In order to prevent themselves and their families from being oppressed and enslaved by the Hittites as slaves. All Hittite men have the will to become Roy's soldiers and fight to the death. After Roy and Hatpurna conquered the city of Purushanda with an army of 20,000 people, the most powerful city-state prince in the Hittite kingdom, the governor of Kushala city, came to negotiate with Roy and Hatpurna. The city of Kushara was the first city-state of the Hittites, and one of the 2 capitals of the Hittite kingdom. The governor who ruled the city of Kusala was also a distant cousin of Hatapuna, a Hittite royal family. The governor's palace of Purushanda city. Roy and Hatapuna met the governor of Kusala city in the hall. The 40-year-old governor walked into the hall and directly reprimanded Hatapuna. Princess Hatapuna, do you want to destroy our Hittite kingdom? You actually liberated the Hattian slaves, made the Hattians and Hittites equal in status, and distributed the fields to the Hattians. All this it is all the wealth obtained by our Hittite ancestors by conquering the Hattian people. And you have no right to hand over all the Hittite wealth to the Hattian people. Faced with a series of accusations from Governor Kusala, Hatapuna said expressionlessly, Dear cousin, when Hantili and his son-in-law Zadanta killed my father and usurped the throne, did you accuse him like this? Why should I blame Hantili? Governor Kusala asked rhetorically. Hantili's wife is your aunt. And Hantili's son is your cousin. Although Hantili should not usurp the throne, his son is also a descendant of the Hittite royal family. And the Hittite throne has not been taken by anyone else. Let's go. If the Hittite throne is taken away by someone without royal blood, we will definitely stand up and bring order to the chaos. In the history of another world, Hantili's son-in-law Zadanta usurped the throne. And Hantili's grandson indeed regained his own throne with the support of the city-state princes and nobles. And if Hatapuna denies Hantili's right to inherit the throne, then Roy and Hatapuna also have no right to compete for the throne. Seeing that Hatapuna was speechless, Roy immediately said, Governor Kusala, tell me directly why you are here. If you want to surrender to us, I can temporarily retain your status as governor. I'm here to help you find your way back. Governor Kusala glared at Roy angrily and said, If you are willing to correct your mistakes and reduce the Hattian people to slaves again, we, the city-state princes, are willing to join forces to help you regain the throne, returning the Hattians to slavery. Roy said with a joking smile. What if I say no? Then we, the city-state princes, will join forces to deal with you and drive you out of the Hittite kingdom. Governor Kusala said coldly. The Hittite kingdom belongs to all Hittites, not just to the Hittite royal family. If Hatapuna wants to betray all Hittites, then you will be the enemy of all Hittites. Then, Governor Kusala said to Hatpurna, Princess Hatapuna, have you forgotten your identity? You are the princess of our Hittites, not the princess of the Hattians. If we Hittites were defeated or even enslaved by the Hattians, you would still have what you have now. Is it your identity and power? Are you willing to betray all the Hittites in order to avenge your father Mursili? Hatpurna's face showed a strongly shaken expression, and it was obvious that she had been convinced by Governor Kusala in her heart. What is more important than revenge for my father? Or is it more important to ensure the interests of all Hittites? My dear, at first I was carried away by the idea of revenge, Hatapuna said to Roy with a regretful expression. Now that I have calmed down, I feel that we cannot harm the interests of all the Hittites because of revenge. Since the princes of the city-state are willing to join forces to help us revenge, then we might as well. Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, Hatpurna, I once told you if the Hittite kingdom is a country where the Hittites enslave the Hattians, then the Hittite kingdom is destined to perish. Even if the princes of the city-state are now willing to join forces to help you regain the throne, I nor will we give up the idea of rescuing the Hatchian people. Hatapuna said with an unhappy expression. The Hittites are not your kin. So why can't you prefer the Hittites for my sake? Cannot. Then I have no choice but to part ways with you. Hatapuna left Roy and walked to Governor Kusala and said, I am a Hittite princess. And the Hittites are more important to me than the Hattians. Roy did not retain Hatapuna. Because Roy could not give up managing the Hittite kingdom with the policies of the Athenian Empire for Hatapuna. Only by managing the Hittite kingdom with the policies of the Athenian Empire could Roy make full use of the Hittite kingdom's manpower and material resources. If the Hittite kingdom remained as it was, the Hittite kingdom's manpower and material resources will fall into internal strife. Outside the city of Purushanda, Hatapuna and Governor Kusala rode 2 horses to the outside of the city. And hundreds of Hittite knights immediately came to greet them. The man who led the Hittite knights was Tilipin. Seeing that Governor Kusala successfully persuaded Hatapuna, Tilipin said with an excited smile, Princess Hatpurna, with you leading us city-state princes, we will definitely defeat Hantali and make you the Hittite queen. Hatapuna said calmly, do you really want to help me regain the throne? Of course it's true. Tilipin nodded and said, after Hantali usurped the throne, he actually lost the war between the Hittite kingdom and the Athens Empire. Now the princes and nobles of the city-state are very dissatisfied with Hantali. In other words, if Hantali wins the war, you will support him to become the Hittite king. Hatapuna said with a sneer. Now you are opposing Hantali not to avenge my father, but because Hantali lost the war. Chapter 479, Honorable Hittites can be created. Hattusha city. This city, which is about 2 kilometers long and wide, is located in the middle of the Asia Minor Peninsula. There is a large amount of farmland around the city, which provides the city with grains such as wheat, barley, and beans. The large areas of hillside grassland and forest are not only suitable for grazing cattle and sheep, but are also entertainment venues for the Hittite royal family and nobles to hunt wild beasts. There is a river outside the city that provides fresh water, but the flow of the river is too small to be navigable and transport goods. When Hatpurna arrived at Hattusha city under the escort of Governor Kusala and Tilipin, a coalition of city-state princes and nobles from the Hittite kingdom had already surrounded Hattusha city. Hantili, who lost the support of the city-state princes and nobles, directly chose to surrender the royal palace in the city of Hattusa. Hatpurna entered the city of Hattusa and came to the palace hall surrounded by the princes and nobles of the city-state. She saw Hantali sitting on the throne, with his wife and son standing beside him. Hatapuna said angrily when she saw Hantali sitting on her father's throne. Hantali, haven't you accepted the reality yet? My dear niece Hatapuna. Hantali said with a joking smile. I didn't lose to you. It was because I lost to Roy, the emperor of Athens, that I was betrayed by the princes of the city-states around you. Before I lost the war, none of them stood up to oppose me becoming king. What Hantali said is indeed true. The city-state princes and nobles united to support Hatapuna. Not because Hantali usurped the throne, but because Hantali lost the war and could not safeguard the interests of the Hittites. Hantali's wife, Hatapuna's aunt, said at this time, My child, now we return the throne to you and can fully support you. In exchange, Aunt hopes that you will not kill Hantali. Hantali will hand over all his power to your cousin as a token of our respect for him punishment. Did my father's death be in vain? Hatapuna complained angrily. Although Hantali is your husband, my father is also your brother. Why do you prefer your husband so much? If you kill Hantali, will Mursala be resurrected? Cried Hantali's wife. I have lost my brother. Do you still want me to lose my husband and your cousin to lose his father? Although Hantali killed your father, your husband, the Athenian emperor named Loe, also killed your cousin. Her husband, Zidanta, has caused our family to lose an important member. Governor Kusala also advised Hatpurna. Now is the time when the survival of our Hittite kingdom is at stake. Let Hantali survive and atone for his sins on the battlefield. If Hantali dies on the battlefield, then he deserves it. If Hantali can win the war, Then here you are qualified to survive. Other city-state princes also expressed their approval. Seeing this scene, Hantili sneered triumphantly. The city-state princes and nobles will support Hatipuna simply because they need an orthodox heir to the throne to call on all Hittites to unite. When this war is over, Hatipuna will be reduced to a puppet. After everyone's persuasion, Hatipuna gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, "Then I will give Hantili a chance to atone for himself on the battlefield." Hearing Hatipuna's words, Hantili immediately stood up from the throne and said, "Dear niece, the throne is yours now. If you cannot secure the throne, you can consider marrying your cousin. Your cousin can demote his current wife to a side wife and marry you as the new head wife." "You're dreaming." After giving Hantili an angry look, Hatipuna ascended the throne under the gaze of everyone. When the legitimate heir to the throne becomes the queen, the princes and nobles of the city-state have a reason to unite. If Hantili, who usurped the throne, was sitting on the throne, everyone would fight desperately to defend Hantili's throne. They would definitely feel uncomfortable. After all, these city-state princes are either descendants of the royal family or have marriage relationships with the royal family. Hantili has the right to inherit the throne. Don't they have the right to inherit the throne? Governor Kusala is a descendant of the royal family, and his right to inherit the throne is not lower than that of Hantili. Only by allowing Mercili's children to inherit the throne can the princes and nobles of the city-state unite without complaint. Hatipuna sat on the throne and looked down at everyone, speaking in a serious tone. "Fellow compatriots, I know that you supported me on the throne in order to defeat the Athenian Empire and protect the interests of all our Hittites. Now the Athenian Empire is rescuing the Hittites in the cities they captured and has received strong support from the Hittites. Athens, the number of soldiers in the empire is increasing. How do you think we can defeat the Athenian Empire?" Tai Liping stood up first and said, "We Hittite soldiers must be dispersed in various city-states to suppress the Hattians and prevent the Hattians from launching a rebellion against us. Therefore, we Hittites can only assemble up to 20,000 soldiers. In order to defeat the Athenian Empire, we must recruit more soldiers from among the Hattian people. But the Hattians are not fools." Hatipuna frowned and said, "We Hittites regard the Hattians as slaves. And the Athens Empire rescues the Hittites. We recruit Hattian soldiers. Maybe the Hattian soldiers will turn their guns on the battlefield and help the Athens Empire deal with us Hittites. Those who regard others as fools may be the arrogant fool themselves. The princes and nobles of the Hittite city-states would certainly not be foolish enough to think that the Hittites, as slaves enslaved and oppressed by the Hittites, would still be willing to fight for the Hittites." Hantili said suddenly, "Perhaps we can improve the status of some Hattians. Let these Hattians become honorary Hittites. And let them enjoy the same status as the Hittites. The only condition for a Hattian to become an honorary Hittite is to fight on the battlefield, fight like HL for us. Let the Hittites be honorary Hittites." Hearing this proposal, Governor Kusala couldn't help but shook his head and said, "Now 4 Hattians support 1 Hittite, which is already unbearable for the Hittites. If we let some Hattians become honorary Hittites, there will be 2 Hattians supporting 1 Hittite. Due to the situation, the Hattian people will definitely break out in uprising again. We don't have to keep our promises," Hantili said with a sneer. "We can first use the honorary Hittites to coax the Hattites to fight desperately for us. When we win the war, we can kill these honorary Hittites and say that they all died on the battlefield." In the history of another world, the Spartans, Dorians, also used similar methods to coax the local Spartans, Helots, who were enslaved and oppressed by them to fight for them. As a result, the local Spartans, Helots, won the war for the Spartans, Dorians. Not only did the Spartans, Dorians fail to fulfill their promise to liberate them, but they also destroyed the 2,000 local people who had experienced the baptism of war. The Spartans, Helots, were all killed. Hatipuna said with some reluctance, "We Hittites not only want to coax the Hattites to fight desperately for us, but also kill the honorary Hittites. Is this going too far?" Princess Hatipuna, "The Hattian people are slaves," Governor Kusala explained. "Slaves are not humans. Slaves are domestic animals. And we don't have to pity them like humans." Chapter 480. The Hattian people no longer want to be slaves. Hatipuna took the initiative to come to Roy because after Hantili usurped the throne, the city-state princes and nobles of the Hittite kingdom did not respond at all. Hatipuna wants to avenge her father Mercili and can only rely on Loe, the fiancé arranged for her by the moon goddess Selene. Now the city-state princes and nobles of the Hittite kingdom are willing to support Hatipuna. And Hatipuna chooses to stand with them. This is a normal thing. After all, The Hittites were all descendants of Hatipuna. If it were Roy, he might have made the same choice as Hatipuna. Roy was able to treat the Hattians and Hittites equally simply because neither the Hatchian nor the Hittites were related to Roy. The city of Ulama. The city of Ninasa. The city of Kayseri. After separating from Hatipuna, Roy conquered 3 Hittite city-states in succession, allowing the Hittites to be rescued. When Roy prepared to attack Tesha city, Roy's soldiers had increased to 30,000. The Hatchian people rescued by Roy were so fanatical that if Roy had not set strict standards when recruiting soldiers, perhaps the number of Roy's soldiers could be increased to 50,000. Although Roy could not imagine how much suffering the Hittites suffered due to the slavery and oppression of the Hittites. However, the Hittites ruled and enslaved the Hattians as slaves, which was undoubtedly an aid to Roy's conquest of the Hittite kingdom. Tesha city. This city was originally called Karnesh. 150 years ago, this was the first Hittite city-state conquered by the Hittites and the second capital of the Hittites. It was not until the Hittite kingdom moved its capital to Hattusa 40 years ago that Tesha lost its status as a capital. When Roy arrived outside the city of Tesha with an army of 30,000 people, Hatipuna also arrived here with the city-state princes of the Hittite kingdom and an army of 40,000 people. The plain outside the city of Tesha became the battlefield for the confrontation between Roy's Athenian army and Hatipuna's Hittite army. Roy said with a smile as he looked at Hatipuna, who looked heroic in the female general's armor. "Dear Hatpurna, do you really want to fight this war with your future husband? I'm not the one who wants this war." Hatipuna said with a serious face. "As long as you side with me on the Hittite side, you can be my husband and become the Hittite king." You all heard what Hatipuna said. Roy asked the Hatchian soldiers behind him, "Do you still want to become the slaves of the Hittites? Let the Hittites take away the wealth you produce. And let the Hittites play with your wives, daughters and sisters. Unwilling dash. Unwilling dash. Unwilling dash." More than 20,000 Hatchian soldiers roared like a roaring mountain and a tsunami. When the Hatchian soldiers calmed down, Roy continued, "Hatti, I am not your savior. The one who can save you is not me, but you. If you don't want you and your family to become slaves of the Hittites again, then do your best to defeat the Hittites who want to enslave you. Ladder man. Defeat the Hittites, defeat the Hittites. Defeat the Hittites, defeat the Hittites." Looking at the wolf-like Hatchian soldiers, Hatipuna and the city-state princes all looked solemn. Although the Hittite army had a numerical advantage, its morale was far inferior to that of the Athenian army. "It seems we will most likely lose this war." In the past, the Hittites were able to conquer the Hattians. Firstly, because the Hatchian city-states were independent of each other. Secondly, because the Hittites had war horses. And thirdly, because the Hittites had iron weapons. Now Roy's Athenian army has more advanced iron weapons. And Roy's Hatchian soldiers have a fighting will that is not afraid of death. Hatipuna's Hittite army was superior only in numbers. Moreover, the Hittite army was composed of 20,000 Hittite soldiers and 20,000 Hatchian soldiers. Even if these Hatchian soldiers obtained the status of honorary Hittites, their fighting will was still very negative. After all, the Hittites were foreign conquerors who enslaved the Hattians. Of course, the Hattians would not be foolish enough to believe in the credibility of the Hittites. If they did not rebel at this time, they were worthy of their status as honorary Hittites. In order to defeat Loe, Hatipuna also spoke to the Hittite army. The Hittites still have honorable Hittites. The Athenians are foreign conquerors who invaded the Hittite kingdom. We must defeat the Athenians and protect all the lands of the Hittite kingdom. Roy shouted immediately. "Dear Hatipuna, this land originally belonged to the Hittites. And you Hittites are also foreign conquerors." Hatipuna's face darkened and she directly ordered an attack. Han Tili, Tilaping, Governor Kusala, and other city-state princes immediately led their soldiers to charge. Roy also faced him head-on without showing any signs of weakness. The Athenian army and the Hittite army collided like two torrents. The Hittite soldiers all risked their lives to fight so that they and their families would no longer be slaves. In order to continue to enslave and oppress the Hatchian people, the Hittite soldiers also showed their determination to fight to the death. The ones with the lowest morale on the battlefield were the honorary Hittites, who were composed of Hattians. When these honorable Hattians fight with Hatchian soldiers, the Hatchian soldiers will torture their souls. Why are you willing to be slaves and accomplices of the Hittites? As long as we defeat the Hittites, all the Hittites will be freed from slavery. In the center of the fierce fighting battlefield, Roy was surrounded by Han Tilly and Tai Liping. Roy said jokingly while fighting Han Tilly and Tai Liping. Han Tilly. When we were at the Aman Pass. You used me to kill your son-in-law Zidanta. And now you want to use me to kill Tilipin. As long as Tilipin is killed by me, you will become the Hittite kingdom. The only demigod hero. Even if Hatpurna becomes the queen of the Hittites, she will not dare to have a direct conflict with you. Han Tilly said with a dark face. Don't drive a wedge between me and Tai Liping. What provocation. Isn't it true that you used me to kill Zidanta? If you hadn't left Zidanta and escaped alone, you should have been the one killed by me at the Oman Pass. Because the young Zidanta was more powerful the ability to escape. It is because you left Zidane Tower first that Zidane Tower was unable to escape from me. Seeing that Tai Liping began to conserve his strength under Roy's instigation, Han Tilly felt extremely depressed. Han Tilly used Roy to kill Zidanta because Zidanta might compete with his son for the identity of the heir. Moreover, after killing Zidanta, Han Tilly can control the city-state of the Zidanta family before his grandson grows up. Tai Liping was not Han Tilly's son-in-law and would not compete with Han Tilly's son for the identity of heir. Han Tilly had no reason to let Roy kill Tai Liping. In order to make Tai Liping believe in him. After Tai Liping began to conserve his strength, Han Tilly burst out with more power and attacked Roy. As if he wanted to die with Roy. Pity. Tai Liping continued to preserve his strength. Because Tai Liping did not want to die on the battlefield like Zidanta did. Han Tilly not only has sons and daughters, but also grandchildren. Tai Liping is not married yet. Han Tilly had the consciousness to die with Roy, while Tai Liping just wanted to retreat from the battlefield. Chapter 481 I will treat you all equally. Outside Taisha city. The war between the Athenian army and the Hittite army gradually became clear. And the balance of victory began to tilt towards the Athenian army. If Roy was willing to pay the price with injury. The two demigod heroes of the Hittite kingdom, Han Tilly and Tilipin, would have been killed by Roy. Because Roy wanted to avoid himself being injured. Han Tilly and Tai Liping were able to persist until now. Not only was Loe the coach stronger than Han Tilly and Tilipin, but even the Athenian soldiers also defeated the Hittite soldiers in battle. Hatpurna stayed on the outskirts of the battlefield under the protection of Governor Kusala to watch the changes in the battlefield situation. Seeing that the balance of failure was tilted to the side of the Hittite army, Hatpurna said with a sad expression, Dear cousin, it seems that the Hittites really don't want to be slaves to us Hittites. More than 2/3 of Roy's army were composed of Hattians. So this can be said to be a war between the Hittites and the Hittites. If the Hittites lose this war, they will continue to be slaves to the Hittites. If the Hittites lost this war, they could no longer enslave the Hattians. Governor Kusala said with a shaken and unbelievable expression. How could we Hittites lose to the Hattians? The Hattians are a farming people like sheep. And we Hattians are nomadic people like prairie wolves. Just like wolves can eat grass. The Hattians are born to be eaten by us. The weak enslaved by the Hittites. Cousin. Aren't you still willing to face reality? Hatpurna looked at Governor Kusala with pity and said. We Hittites are no different from the Hattians. The Hittites are not stronger than the Hattians. Our ancestors were able to conquer the Hattians only because our ancestors smelted more advanced iron weapons. And the Hattians could only smelt bronze weapons. Now the Hittites not only have the iron weapons that Roy brought to them, but also have the will to fear death. It is natural for the Hittites to defeat us Hittites. Then what are we Hittites going to do? Are we going to be conquered by the Hattians now and become their slaves? Will not. Hatpurna said with a firm face. I won't let this happen. For the future of the Hittites, I am willing to bear all the infamy. Dear cousin, if you also want to contribute to the future of the Hittites, order the surrender in my name. Va? Surrender. Whether in the past, present or future, those who order surrender will suffer infamy. After hearing Hatpurna's words, Governor Kusala immediately wanted to refute. But he also knew in his heart that if this war continued, the lives of the Hittites would only be in vain. Just when Governor Kusala hesitated, Roy finally seized the opportunity of Han Tilly's weakness and penetrated Han Tilly's heart with a gun blade. Foot. Han Tilly's face showed a twisted expression of pain. But instead of screaming and wailing, he held Roy's gun blade with both hands and shouted. Tai Liping, kill him quickly. Tai Liping, who had high hopes from Han Tilly, not only did not take advantage of this opportunity to attack Roy, but instead turned around and ran away. Seeing Tai Liping's decisive escape, Roy teased with a joking smile. Han Tili. It seems that you have overestimated Tai Liping's consciousness. Rather than using this opportunity to kill me, Tai Liping would rather prioritize saving his own life. Han Tili turned his head and looked at Tai Liping's escaping figure with an expression of anger and annoyance. He opened his eyes wide and fell backwards. Seeing Han Tili being killed by Roy and Tai Liping escaping from the battlefield, Governor Kusala no longer hesitated and immediately shouted an order to surrender. Hittites. Princess Hatapuna orders you to surrender. We have lost this war. Roy also shouted. Surrender without killing. Athenian soldiers obey orders and do not harm those who surrender. When the soldiers on both sides stopped fighting, Tilipin, who had fled the battlefield, rode a horse to Hatapuna and said, Princess Hatapuna, please leave with me. Hatapuna smiled and shook her head. If I leave with you, who will protect the future of us Hittites? Seeing that Hatapuna was unwilling to leave, Tiliping had no choice but to escape alone. After the Hittites who laid down their weapons and surrendered and became prisoners of Athenian soldiers, Loe came to Hatapuna and Governor Kusala and said with some dissatisfaction, originally, you could have stayed with me as my wife. But now you have become my prisoner. Do you have any regrets in your heart? Hatapuna shook her head without hesitation and said, as a Hittite princess, I have to fight for the benefits that the Hittites want. So I won't regret it. If it is the era of feudal centralized power and family rule, the rulers only need to enjoy extravagantly and have no responsibility for the people at the bottom. Because of the continuous development of weapons, the people at the bottom are simply unable to resist the rulers at the top. But in an era of backward weapons, rulers need to bear responsibility. If they just enjoy luxury, their rule will collapse in a short time. In the Far East, in 841 BC, a Chinese riot broke out and drove away King Zhuli because the Chinese had a huge numerical advantage. Even with tools such as sticks and hoes, they could defeat soldiers using bronze weapons. Entering the Iron Age, it was difficult for peasant uprisings to succeed. The rulers no longer regard the people at the bottom as citizens, but as weeds that cannot be burned away by wildfire and are regenerated by the spring breeze. Roy could understand Hatapuna's idea of standing with her tribe, so Roy did not blame her. Governor Kusala, who was ignored by Roy, took the initiative to ask Roy, Athenians, do you want to reduce us Hittites to slavery? Roy rolled his eyes and said, don't you know? I treat Hittites and Hattians equally. So under my rule, the Hattians are not the slaves of the Hittites, and the Hittites are not the slaves of the Hattians. If you don't let the Hittites become our Hittite slaves, how will we Hittites survive? Can't you Hittites survive without the Hittites serving as slaves? Roy said dissatisfied. Although you Hittites, as nomadic people, do not know how to farm, you can also herd cattle, sheep and horses as a means of survival. I guarantee that under my rule, you Hittites can live a life without worries about food and clothing. I trust you, Hatapuna said with a gentle and sweet smile. The only thing I worry about is the revenge of the Hittites. In order to protect the Hittites, I will marry you and become the queen of the Hittites. The Hittites enslaved the Hattians for hundreds of years, and the two groups had a deep hatred that was difficult to resolve. In order to prevent the Hittites from persecuting the Hittites, the best way is to make Hatapuna the Hittite queen. Roy nodded and said, I will marry you and make you the queen of the Hittites and the Hittites. But you must treat the Hittites and the Hittites equally. And you must not do anything to favor the Hittites. Governor Kusala breathed a sigh of relief and then said to Roy, Your Majesty the Emperor, what treatment will we, the princes and nobles of the Hittite city-states, receive if we surrender to you? Except for the royal family, all the people in my Athenian empire are civilians. Roy looked at Governor Kusala and said, a city-state prince like you can cooperate with me to become a first-class citizen and big businessman of the Athenian empire. Chapter 482 The city-state princes and nobles surrendered. When Hatapuna could only rely on Roy to avenge her father mercilessly, Roy told Hatapuna that she should be a queen who would treat both the Hittites and the Hittites equally. As a result, Hatapuna used her actual actions to prove that her heart was biased towards her own people after all. Roy has decided in his heart that he wants to find someone to manage the Hittite kingdom with Hatapuna. But unfortunately there is no suitable candidate at the moment. Taisha City. With the surrender of the Hittite army, the second capital of the Hittite kingdom was also included in the territory of the Athenian Empire by Roy. Palace Hall. Roy and Hatapuna held a grand banquet. Except for Han Tili who was killed by Roy and Tai Liping who escaped. All the city-state princes and nobles who participated in the Battle of Tasha City accepted the banquet. Roy and Hatapuna were sitting on the throne looking down at the hall. And Roy took the initiative to speak. Dear princes of the city-state. Dear nobles. I believe you are no stranger to my identity. I am the husband appointed by the great moon goddess for Princess Hatapuna. Since Hantali can inherit the throne as the princess's husband, and is not affected by you. If the princes and nobles of these city-states object, then you will not stand up to oppose me as the husband of Princess Hatpurna when I inherit the Hittite throne. The princes and nobles of the city-state all remained silent. After all, they were all prisoners who lost to Roy on the battlefield. Of course, the prisoners had no qualifications to oppose Roy. Seeing everyone's reaction, Roy continued. Since you don't object, then I will exercise my power as the Hittite king. First, I will abolish slavery in the Hittite kingdom. From now on, Hittites and Hattians will be compatriots with equal status. Then I will abolish slavery in the Hittite kingdom. Abolish the city-state princes and nobles. From now on, in the Hittite kingdom, except for the royal family centered on me, everyone else will be a commoner with equal status. Finally, I will redistribute the fields in the Hittite kingdom. And everyone will be deprived of their illegal occupation. Fields. No matter in any era. Fields are the most important wealth. Even in the industrial age. Humans will not be able to survive without fields to grow food to fill their stomachs. After hearing Roy's words about depriving them of their most important wealth, their fields, a young and energetic noble stood up angrily and said, I don't have a problem with you not letting the Hatchian people be our slaves. And I don't have a problem with you demoting us to civilians. But if you want to deprive us of our fields, do you want us to die? Do you know that I have how many family members? Servants and followers would lose their fields. You can still survive if you lose the land you illegally occupy. Roy said coldly with an expressionless face. As long as you send away the servants and followers at home, the jobs I will arrange for you will allow your family to have enough food and clothing. You asked us to send away our slaves and followers. The young noble said angrily. We don't have slaves or followers. If you persecute us in the future, how can we resist? I understand. You limit the wealth we have so that we can become civilians and unable to resist your rule. You're pretty smart. Roy said directly and frankly. I want to turn you, the city-state princes and nobles with huge wealth and private armies, into real civilians so that you cannot threaten the royal power. If you can accept my policy, you will be my subjects from now on. I will not. You will be held accountable for the crimes you committed against the Hatchian people in the past. If you cannot accept my policies, I will demote everyone in your family as slaves. And the wealth accumulated during your time will also be confiscated. After Roy finished speaking, Governor Kusala immediately stood up and spoke seriously. I have decided to accept His Majesty the Emperor's arrangement and give up my identity and power and the illegally occupied fields. Since we lost to His Majesty the Emperor on the battlefield, we have no right to choose. This is the best result for us. After hearing the words of Governor Kusala, some city-state princes and nobles lowered their heads unwillingly. In the past, the Hattians lost to the Hittites on the battlefield. So the Hattians became slaves of the Hittites. The Hattians' wealth, wives and daughters were taken away by the Hittites. Now Roy defeated the Hittites on the battlefield, but did not demote the Hittites into slaves. Comparing the Hittites' own behavior, they really had no right to be dissatisfied. What should we do if the Hatchian people take revenge on us in the future? A city-state prince said worriedly. We the Hittites know best how much the Hattians hate us. You don't believe me. Don't you still believe Princess Hatapuna? Roy said with a smile. My Athenian Empire has a vast territory. So I will not stay in Asia Minor forever. After I leave Asia Minor, Hatapuna will be the queen who rules Asia Minor in my place. Don't you think that Hatapuna will not protect you? My tribe. Will you watch you suffer revenge from the Hatchian people? Hatapuna followed. If you are really worried, then participate in the recruitment of soldiers of the Athenian Empire. By becoming a soldier of the Athenian Empire, you will not only enjoy the benefits of a civil family, but also have the force to protect the Hittites. After all, I am a Hittite. Princess, if my men were all Hatchian soldiers, I would also be worried that the Hatchian soldiers would not obey my orders. Governor Kusala said immediately. Princess Hatapuna, I will let my son take all the Hittite soldiers from Kushala to join the Athenian Empire. Other city-state princes and nobles also expressed their intention to let their sons and Hittite soldiers become soldiers of the Athenian Empire. In the Battle of Tessa, Thousands of Athenian and Hittite troops were killed and as many as 4,000 wounded. As a result, Roy's soldiers not only did not decrease, but increased to 60,000. After the Hittite army, which originally numbered 40,000, laid off the old, weak and wounded, they all joined Roy's command. Not only did their military strength double, but the governors of the city-states such as Kashala, Salissa, Samha, Amakuva, Tamnia, and Vasusana also dedicated the city-states they ruled to the army. Give it to Roy in exchange for being treated as a first-class citizen and a big businessman. While Roy sent Athenian soldiers to take over these city-states, he took Hatipuna, the city-state princes and nobles, and 20,000 troops to the city of Hattusha. Hattusha city. When Roy arrived here, he received some important news. The first news is that the Hatchian city-states of Hakpisa, Nerik, and Sharpiva, which were conquered by the Hittite kingdom 40 years ago, have rebelled. Now these three city-states have been replaced by the local Hatchian city-states. People control. The Hatchian people who now control these three city-states have sent envoys, hoping to peacefully coexist with the Hittite kingdom ruled by Roy. The second news was that Tilipin left the Hittite kingdom with 3,000 Hittite soldiers and entered the territory of the Paklay people in the northwest of the Hittite kingdom. Tiliping's purpose was probably to conquer the Paklay people. The third news was that the kingdom of Asuwa, one of the three kingdoms of the Hurit people, sent an envoy to arrange a marriage with Roy. Roy's marriage partner is not only a Hurit princess, but also a priestess serving the goddess Shauska, which is enough to prove that the kingdom of Asuva attaches great importance to this marriage. Chapter 483 Planning of the Asia Minor Peninsula. Hattusha City. The palace of the Hittite king. Now Roy and Hatipuna are the new owners. In the splendid palace hall, Roy was sitting on the golden throne belonging to the Hittite king, looking at the map of Asia Minor Peninsula he had drawn. The city of Hakpisa, the city of Nerik, the city of Sharpavoy. These three city-states, where the Hatchian people launched rebellion, have been separated from the map of the Hittite kingdom by Roy. Roy frowned as he looked at the three northern city-states leading to the southern shore of the Black Sea. During Roy's conquest of the Hittite kingdom, a rebellion by the Hittites was to be expected. What Roy is now in a dilemma is whether to conquer the three Hatchian city-states. Roy has always portrayed himself as the savior of the Hittites, so that the Hittites no longer have to be slaves of the Hittites. If Roy took the initiative to conquer the Hatchian city-states, the persona Roy created for himself as the savior of the Hatchian people would collapse. Just then, Hatipuna brought the food with a group of young and beautiful palace maids. After Hatipuna came and sat down next to Roy, she said to Roy, who was attentive, "I just received the news that Tai Liping has conquered a Pollock tribe with a population of tens of thousands and married a Pollock princess named Anna. Maybe it won't be long before Tai Liping will be among the Pollock tribe, build a territory and become a king." Roy said with relief after hearing the news, "If I leave the three Hittite city-states alone, they will eventually be conquered by Tilipin. In order for the Hatchian people in these three city-states to avoid being enslaved by the Hittites, I must include them in the territory of the Athenian Empire, with the reason to conquer three Hatchian city-states." Roy looked at Hatipuna happily and said, "Dear Hatpurna, thank you for the good news." Hatipuna said with a faint smile, "If you really thank me, don't accept the princess of the Hurite people. Are you worried that the Hurit princess will take away your power?" Seeing that Hatipuna did not deny it, Roy said with a serious face, "Hatipuna, the entire Asia Minor Peninsula has an area of 500,000 square kilometers and a population of more than 3 million. It is impossible for me to hand over such a huge territory and population to you to rule. Even if I don't follow the Hurits if the princess gets married, I will also let others manage the Asia Minor Peninsula with you. Then you should marry the princess of the Hurit people." Hatipuna frowned and said, "If you find a woman who has a better relationship with you to rule the Asia Minor Peninsula with me, my authority will definitely be suppressed. The princess of the Hurit people met you later than me, and I would rather be her opponent." Roy hugged Hatipuna's slim waist, held her in his arms and comforted her. "Dear Hatpurna, your worries are all unnecessary. I just want others to rule Asia Minor with you, and will not let them take away your power. I plan to divide Asia Minor into 3 parts. Asia Minor, the Hittite kingdom in the center of the peninsula, is ruled by you. The Hurridian kingdom in the east of Asia Minor is ruled by Princess Hurit. And the western part of Asia Minor is ruled by Princess Arzava. Not only a Hurit princess, but you also want an Arzava princess." "That's right." Roy nodded and said, "Next. I am going to conquer 3 Hatchian city-states. And I will leave it to you to propose to Princess Azava for me." 1599 BC. End of February. Roy left the city of Hattusha with an army of 20,000 people, consisting of 10,000 Hittite soldiers and 10,000 Hatchian soldiers, and headed for the Hatchian city-state of Hakpisa in the north. February in the Anatolian plateau still retains the severe cold of winter, and unmelted snow and ice can be seen everywhere on the roads. When Roy led the army forward, the moon goddess Selene once again transformed into a fully armed human and came to Roy on a white horse. Seeing Selene coming to his side, Roy asked in surprise and amazement, "Goddess Selene, are you going to transform into a human and help me fight?" "I'm here to spy on you," Selene said calmly. "Even without my help, you can conquer the cities of Hakpisa, Nerik, and Shapua controlled by the Hatchian people. Spy on me." After the Hatchian people took control of the cities of Hakpisa, Nerik, and Shapeva, they have regarded the Hatchian earth goddess as their patron saint. Selene said in a serious tone, "The Hatchian people's worship of the earth goddess must not be revived. So I want to monitor you and confirm that you will conquer these 3 Hatchian city-states and re-enshrine your sister as the patron saint of the Hatchian people. It turns out that you and the goddess Alina were worried that I would accept the Hatchian earth goddess. If she accepts everything you ask for, wouldn't you accept her?" Roy was immediately speechless, because Roy knew that the Hatchian earth goddess was willing to obey all of Roy's requests unconditionally. Roy would definitely accept the Hatchian earth goddess. The city of Hakpisa. When Roy came here with an army of 20,000 people, the Hatchian governor, who controlled the city of Hakpisa, sent an envoy to express his willingness to surrender to Roy. The number of armed soldiers in the city of Hakpisa is only 2,000 at most. Roy's army has a tenfold numerical advantage, even if the Hatchian governor of Hakpisa city is crazy enough to resist Roy. The final result will be failure. After Roy received the envoy from Hakpisa city, he directly stated his request to the envoy. "If the city of Hakpisa is willing to surrender, I can make the leaders who launched the uprising become merchants with no worries about food and clothing. If the city of Hakpisa chooses to resist, all the leaders and their families will be demoted to lifelong slaves." The messenger brought Roy's request back, and the city of Hakpisa finally surrendered to Roy. Because Roy's policy treated Hattites and Hittites equally, the average Hatchian did not want to fight against Roy. Although the big and small leaders who control the city of Hakpisa are ambitious, they are not crazy. When it was impossible to defeat Roy, accepting Roy's arrangement and becoming a businessman with no worries about food and clothing was the best outcome. After Roy's army took over the city of Hakpisa, Roy and Selene came to the temple in the center of the city together. This temple was originally dedicated to the Hatchian earth goddess. When the Hittites conquered the Hatchian people, they replaced the statue of the earth goddess with the statue of Alina and changed this temple into the temple of Alina. The Hatchian people launched an uprising and replaced the statue of Alina with the statue of the earth goddess, turning the temple back into a temple of the earth goddess. Looking at the statue of the earth goddess enshrined on the throne deep in the temple, Selene ordered the soldiers angrily, "Tear down the statue of the earth goddess from the throne that belongs to Alina, the goddess of the sun and earth." When the soldiers carried out Selene's order, a goddess with a face very similar to Aphrodite and Astanis descended into the temple in the form of a human girl, stared at Selene angrily and said, "In order to drive me off my throne, you actually disguised yourself as a human being. You shameless goddess. Do you really want to kill the real owner of this land?" Selene said without wavering, "The real owner of this land is my sister." Chapter 484 The Hatchian Goddess Enora. The battle of faith has always been brutal. Just like no king would voluntarily give away his throne to others, no god would voluntarily give away his throne to others. In the history of another world, in order to snatch Mnemosyne's faith, Apollo's priests killed Mnemosyne's priests and occupied the temple of Delphi and the guardian of Thebes belonging to Mnemosyne, God's throne. So in mythology, Apollo's priestess and human lover Manto worshipped Apollo's mother and son in Thebes. After being stopped by Niobe, queen of Thebes, Apollo and Artemis used divine arrows to the story of the shooting of Niobe's family. In order to spread the faith of Almighty God, the priests of Almighty God also devalued other gods as demons, devalued the priests of other gods as heretics serving demons, and used cruel fire to deprive them of their lives and property. Without the brutal burning of fire to persecute millions, or even tens of millions of heretics over thousands of years of history, it would have been impossible for the belief in Almighty God to spread throughout the world. In the history of 3,000 years ago, there are records of the priests of Almighty God and the priests of Baal Marduk Zeus competing for faith. Because Baal Marduk Zeus was more tolerant of other gods, the priests of Baal did not use force to destroy the priests of Almighty God. The priests of Almighty God left records, as if to show off. Their prayers caused Almighty God to send down fire from heaven and burn the priests who served Baal. The other world is a truly godless world. The priests of Almighty God claimed that they were the priests of Baal who were burned to death by the fire from heaven. In fact, they were the priests of Almighty God who used the fire to destroy the priests of Baal. The city of Hakpisa. At this time, in the temple of the goddess, Selene and the earth goddess also started a confrontation over their faith. The earth goddess knew that she could not convince the shameless Selene. So she complained directly to Roy. Human, are you going to turn a blind eye to Selene's actions? Facing the earth goddess's question, Roy showed a helpless expression. Roy felt very sympathetic to the earth goddess, who was deprived of her throne and faith by Alina. But Alina showed no hostility toward Roy. Even when Roy proposed to marry Alina was not angry. Of course Roy loved the goddess who tolerated him so much. The great earth goddess. You can call me Astanis. Or you can call me Astanu. Inora. Ilpatiga. Ishara. Or Istastaya. After hearing the goddess introduce herself, Roy shook his head and said, although you have the same origin as the goddess Astanis. The goddess Astanis is now the goddess of the Cilicians. And you are the goddess of the Hatchian people. In order to distinguish you, I call you goddess Inora. In the history of another world, the original patron saint of Hattusa city was Inora. In addition to Inora, the earth goddess also has another name, Ina. Can. Goddess Inora, I am very sympathetic to your experience. 100 years ago, you were the earth goddess worshipped by the Hittites and the real owner of the land of the Hittite kingdom. Now, 100 years later, the sun goddess Alina replaced you as the goddess of the sun and earth, and also became the master of this land. Now that the Hittites are no longer slaves ruled by the Hittites, it is natural for you to want to take back everything that belongs to you. Then why don't you stop Selene? Selene is a god who competes with me for faith. How can she order the tearing down of my statue? Goddess Selene's current behavior is equivalent to Selene being both a player and referee in the game. This is undoubtedly cheating. Stupid goddess. Selene said with a mocking sneer at the goddess Inora. Do you think he will take your side? Roy followed. Goddess Inora. Because goddess Alina has given me a lot of things, I will not support you. Whatever Alina gives you, I can give you. Even if Alina can't give you, I can give you. In order to compete with Alina for the Hittite kingdom's population of 1.5 million. Roy believed that Inora would indeed satisfy his requirements more than Alina. Alina is willing to marry Roy because she wants to rule the Hittite kingdom's population of 1.5 million and must get Roy's support. Seeing Roy hesitate, Selene said dissatisfied. What are you hesitating about? Reject Inora quickly and let her give up her unwanted fantasies. Isn't this too cruel? Roy said unbearably. Whether it is for the Hatchian people or the goddess Inora, this is too cruel. Are you going to betray me and my sister? Selene. Roy asked tentatively. Can you marry me with Alina? As long as you agree to marry me, I will make up my mind to drive away the goddess Inora. You? Selene said, glaring at Roy fiercely. How greedy are you? I agree to your request. As long as you don't betray me and my sister, I will marry you together with my sister. Roy immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said to Inora expressionlessly. Goddess Inora, if you knew me earlier than Alina and Selene, and agreed to marry me earlier, I would definitely help you regain the throne and make you the guardian of the Hittite kingdom's population of 1.5 million. God? It's a pity that Alina and Selene knew me earlier and agreed to marry me earlier. So I can only be a villain with them. Under my rule, Alina is the Hittite and the Hatchian the common patron saint of ladder people. Bang! As Roy finished speaking, the soldiers pushed Inora's statue to the ground. Inora was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She stared at Roy and Selene with a pair of black snake eyes and said coldly, I will not accept the fate you have assigned to me. After saying that, Inora transformed into a figure with the head of a human and the body of a snake and flew out of the temple. Seeing Roy driving away Inora, Selene said with satisfaction, although you made excessive demands on me and my sister, and dared to ask me and my sister to marry you, you did not betray me and my sister. This deserves a reward. What would you have done if I had just accepted the goddess Inora? I will kill you. You can't kill me. Because the goddess Inora will protect me. Snort. Selene snorted and did not deny Roy's words. After leaving 5,000 soldiers to control the city of Hakpisa, Roy and Selene took the remaining 15,000 troops to the city of Nerik. Temple of Inora in the city of Nerik. Inora took the initiative to convey the oracle to the priestess who served her, asking the Hatchian people to resist Loi. Although she knew that there was a huge gap in strength between the two sides, and that the Hatties of Nerik City and Chapua City together would not be able to defeat Roy, Inora did not want to sit still and wait for death. And Inora is not alone. Gali Smintheus Apollo, the patron saint of the Paklay people, intends to lend a helping hand to Inora. Gali is the god of plague and the king of bows in charge of hunting. His plague power may allow the Hatchian people to defeat many with less. Chapter 485 Plague and Apollo. The king of bows. Research from another world shows that the Hittites were genetically different from traditional Aryans. The Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder. This may be the main reason why the Hittites worshipped the sun goddess. Although the Hittites also came from the Eastern European plains and the Caucasus, they belonged to a different ethnic group from the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder. So the Hittites retained the goddess worship inherited from the matriarchal era. When the Aryan tribe, which worshipped the sun god, dominated the plains of Eastern Europe, the Hittites also formed sun worship under their influence. The Hittites were not the only Aryan group in Asia Minor. In addition to the Amorite group in the eastern part of the Asia Minor Peninsula, there are also the Palax, a branch of the Aryans, in the western part of the Asia Minor Peninsula. Unlike the Hittites, who absorbed the Hattians and the rapidly rising civilizations of Mesopotamia, the Palax were in a backward tribal civilization. Because the Palax posed no threat to the Hittites, the Hittites did not conquer the Palax, who were considered distant relatives. Like they enslaved the Hattians, the Palak people lived a backward nomadic life, worshipping Gali Smintheus Apollo, the king of bows who was in charge of hunting, and also regarded Gali Smintheus Apollo as the god of plague. Roy has no interest in conquering the Pollock people for the time being. For Roy, conquering the farming people is the most cost-effective way. A farming people rooted in the land will not rebel as long as they can live a life without worries about food and clothing. The nomadic people migrate for a long time, and the food they produce often cannot even feed themselves. So they must rob the farming people. Conquering the nomads not only has huge management costs, but also cannot obtain tax revenue in a short period of time. And you must continue to invest in them. Perhaps this is why the Hittites were unwilling to conquer the Palax. Nerik City. This is the most populous Hatchian city among the 3 city-states where the Hatchian people launched an uprising, with 50,000 Hattians and 10,000 Hittites, in order to fight against Loi's 15,000-strong army. The city of Nerik not only formed an army of 5,000, but also borrowed 3,000 soldiers from Chapua. In addition to the 8,000 soldiers in Nerik City, 5,000 Pollock soldiers also appeared outside Nerik City. The commander of the Pollock people is Tai Lai Ping, and his current identity is the King of Pollock. After Roy's army was stationed outside the city of Nerik, the Palax harassed Roy's soldiers. When night falls, Roy and Selene visited the military camp and visited injured soldiers. Injury tent. Several soldiers wounded by Pollock arrows are being treated. Roy took Selene into the camp and immediately asked with concern, "Soldiers, have your wounds become infected or worsened? During the process of treating your injuries, you must report any situation in time. In this age of backward medicine, injury itself is not a fatal condition, but complications from injuries can be fatal." In response to Roy's concerned inquiries, the soldiers stated that their injuries were not serious. Complained an Athenian soldier holding a wooden arrow. "Your Majesty, these savage Pollocks are so disgusting. Their wooden arrows only caused flesh-grazing wounds on my body. But this arrow was stained with blood in advance." Roy took the wooden arrow and observed it carefully in the firelight, and found that there were indeed 2 kinds of blood stains on the wooden arrow. The new blood stains belonged to wounded Athenian soldiers, and the old blood stains did not indicate whether they were human or animal blood. Looking at the wooden arrow in his hand, Roy had an ominous premonition in his heart. After some hesitation, Roy ordered the soldiers. Injured soldiers and medical soldiers are temporarily staying in the camp and are prohibited from going out. Soldiers from outside are not allowed to come in. Although it is just my guess, the Pollock people may want to spread diseases and plagues in our military camp. So you should be aggrieved first. One time, after leaving the sick camp, Roy took Selene to the barracks kitchen. Seeing 2 stale wild deer carcasses in the barracks kitchen, Roy frowned and asked. Where did this wild deer come from? We found this when we were collecting water. A food soldier explained. This should be a corpse that was dead for no more than a day. So I think burn the carcasses of these 2 wild deer. And boil all the water you brought for an hour. Roy said angrily. We are at war. So we must not ask for food from unknown sources. And clean water taken from the wild must be boiled thoroughly. The food soldiers immediately carried out the order and threw the carcasses of the 2 wild deer directly into the burning fire. After Roy took Celine out of the barracks kitchen. Celine joked with a smile. Are you too worried? There will be no problem even if you eat a wild deer carcass that has been dead for less than a day. I also hope I'm being overly concerned. Roy said with a solemn expression. But I must prevent our enemies from spreading disease and plague upon us. In the myth of another world. The Greek coalition expedition to the city of Troy. And the first surprise the Trojans gave them was the plague. At that time, Apollo Smintheus Goli, the god of plague and king of the bow, was one of the patron saints of Troy. The Greek coalition landed on the coast of Troy. And Apollo's priests prayed to Apollo to punish the Greek coalition. Apollo shot arrows of plague in the sky at humans and livestock in the Greek coalition. The plague spread among the Greek coalition for 9 days and 9 nights. The Greek coalition also burned corpses for 9 days and 9 nights. Because there are no gods in the other world. The mythical Apollo sent plague to the Greek coalition forces. Perhaps the priests of Apollo, the god of plague, deliberately spread diseases or plagues to the Greek coalition forces. Or perhaps the Greek coalition forces landed in the Troy area and attacked Asia Minor. There is no resistance to the native diseases of the peninsula. Roy knew that the patron saint of the Pollock people was Apollo, the god of plague and king of bows. Of course, he had to guard against Apollo's priests spreading diseases and plagues to the food and water of the Athenian army. Roy's army was stationed south of the city of Neric. The Pollock army was stationed to the north of Neric city. In the Pollock military camp, 2 soldiers were reporting the news to Tyloping. Tyloping sat on a throne covered with leopard skin. And in his arms sat a beautiful and enchanting girl. Anna, the princess of the Pollock people and the priestess of Apollo. After hearing the news brought by the soldiers, Tyloping asked Anna, My dear wife, does your method really work? Dear husband, please do not doubt the power of Apollo. Anna said with a confident smile. Even if the enemy has a large number of soldiers, they can't fight against the plague commanded by the god Apollo. We Pallaks have defeated many enemies in this way. And you know it well. If we Pallaks are prepared for your attack, beware. Before you conquer us Pallaks, all your soldiers will fall ill. When Tyloping conquered the Pollock people, the Pollock people also used the method of spreading plague to deal with Tyloping. Unfortunately, Tyloping launched a blitzkrieg against the Pollock people. Before Tyloping's soldiers fell ill, Anna's tribe had been conquered by Tyloping. And Anna, as a princess, was also occupied by Tyloping. Tyloping said with a proud smile. It seems that I have not lost the favor of the goddess. As long as I can defeat, or even kill the hateful Loi, I can take back the Hittite kingdom. Then I will let Hatperna be my queen. You can do it if you feel aggrieved. My second queen. Tyloping and Anna certainly didn't expect that all Anna's methods of spreading the plague would be cracked by Roy. Chapter 486 The Sun Goddess and the Thunderstorm Goddess. There were 8,000 defenders inside the city of Neric. And 5,000 reinforcements from the Pollock people outside the city. Although Roy's Athenian army had 15,000 men, which was 3,000 more than them combined. This numerical advantage could not make up for the defensive advantage of the defenders of Neric city. The second day after arriving in Neric city, in order to ensure victory, Loi made a special request to Selene. Goddess Selene, I hope you can participate in this war and lead 5,000 soldiers for me to deal with the Pallaks. Hearing Roy's request, Selene couldn't help but smile. My purpose of following you is to monitor you, not to help you fight. Don't you want to be the patron saint of independence? Roy said seductively to Selene. Now you are just a subordinate god of Alina. And all your power and power come from Alina. If you help me win this war, I will make you the patron saint of a city and a place. And let you have your own authority. Are you trying to sow discord between me and my sister? 100,000 square kilometers. Roy said with a smile. I guarantee that you will get a territory with an area of no less than 100,000 square kilometers and fertile and rich land. Selene hesitated for a moment. Then finally said with a smile. Since you said so, let me help you once. Money can make the world go round. This sentence is really a wise saying. Even gods can accept employment as long as they can afford the price. After reaching a deal with Selene, Roy immediately divided the Athenian army into two. Roy led an army of 10,000 to attack the city of Nerik, while Selene led an army of 5,000 to attack the Pollock camp. Nerik city. After Roy began to attack the city with an army of 10,000, the goddess Inora, who protected the Hatchian people, appeared over the city of Nerik with a figure of 1,000 meters tall. Seeing that Roy wanted to use the power of the demigod hero to break down the gate of Nerik city, the goddess Inora said angrily, "Human, if you choose to be Alina's accomplice, then you are my enemy." While speaking, Inora waved her right hand and pointed at Roy. Rumble. A bolt of thunder immediately fell from the sky. Roy dodged in time to avoid being hit by Inora's thunder. Goddess Inora. Unexpectedly, the goddess Inora, who has the same origin as Hestia, is also a goddess of thunder. Roy looked up at Inora in surprise and said, "Are you not only an earth goddess, but also a thunder and rain god?" The interior of the Asia Minor Peninsula has a subtropical summer dry climate with an average annual precipitation of 300 millimeters. In order to meet the needs of the Hatchian people, it is normal for Inora to become the thunder god in charge of rainfall. The patron god of the Amorites, Marduk Zeus-Hadad Tishub, was originally the god of thunder and storm. In the Hittite mythology of another world, he became the god of storm and thunder. It was obviously a usurpation. Inora's identity as the thunder and rain god, just like when Zeus came to the Argos region of the Peloponnese Peninsula. Because the Argives worshipped Hestia as the goddess of thunder, Zeus used his identity as the god of thunder to usurp Hestia's authority and territory. If Hestia worshipped by the Argives was the storm goddess, Zeus would use his identity as the storm god to usurp Hestia's authority and territory. In the long history, I have indeed fulfilled the Hatchian people's need for rain and become the god of thunder and rain. Goddess Inora said with a sneer. Today I will use the power of the god of thunder and rain to prevent you from attacking Nerik city. Rumble. Another bolt of thunder fell from the sky and struck Roy. After Roy dodged the thunder, dense raindrops fell on Roy, and soon turned into a downpour that hindered Roy's soldiers from attacking Nerik city. Seeing that the heavy rain had made the ground muddy and made it difficult to climb the walls of Nerik city, Roy's eyes widened helplessly, preparing for his soldiers to retreat. At this moment, Alina's voice suddenly fell from the sky. "Inora, don't make useless resistance." The next moment, the scorching dazzling sunlight pierced the rain clouds and enveloped the city of Nerik. Winter and spring are supposed to be the rainy season in Asia Minor. At this time, the sky was as hot as the scorching sun in summer. Under the scorching sun, not only the rain clouds were dispersed, but the muddy ground and wet city walls also became dry. Roy looked at the sun in the sky and saw the goddess Alina appearing in the sky where the sun was, like a sun blooming with light and heat. The light and heat that disperses rain clouds and evaporates rain all come from Alina. "Alina," Inora said angrily after Alina used the power of the sun goddess to destroy her thunder god's power. "Are you my natural enemy and nemesis? I want to fight you openly. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" In response to Inora's challenge, Alina immediately fell from the sky. After Alina landed on the ground with her 10,000-meter-tall figure, Inora showed a desperate expression on her face when she saw the huge stature gap between the two sides. Seeing Inora's reaction, Alina smiled jokingly. "Dear Inora, I will give you a fair chance to fight. I will make you convinced that you lost, so you won't have any complaints." After saying that, Alina shrank into a figure that was 1,000 meters tall. The two goddesses faced each other with equal-sized figures for a moment. Inora took the initiative to summon a black magic gun and attacked Alina and said, "Alina, I want to wash away the shame of losing to you." Alina also summoned a black magic gun and said with a smile while resisting Inora's attack, "Dear sister, why don't you admit that you can't defeat me? My hometown, the far north, has ice, snow and severe cold that you can't imagine. I survived in the country of ice and snow, and I have a stronger body and fighting skills than you. So you can't defeat me. Because you are stronger, will I be conquered and enslaved by you? And will you take away everything from me?" Inora said as she attacked Alina. "Alina, give me back everything you took from me." "No." Alina refused without hesitation. "What I snatched already belongs to me. You can use your strength to snatch it back from me." But I will not take the initiative to give it back to you. Bang! While the two goddesses were fighting, Roy used the power of the demigod hero to break the gate of Nerik City and led his soldiers into Nerik City. If the enemy were the Hittites who treated them as slaves, perhaps the Hittite soldiers in Nerik City would resist to the death. But the Lowi were different from the Hittites. Under Roy's rule, the Hattians and Hittites had equal status. No one would regard the Hattians as slaves. Of course, the Hattian soldiers in Nerik City did not need to fight to the death against Roy. So Lowi led the Athenian army into the city, and the defenders of Nerik City began to surrender on a large scale. Roy encountered little resistance and came to the Enora temple in the city. Walking behind the statue of Enora worshipped in the open air, Roy held down the right leg of the statue with his left hand and said to Enora before knocking the statue down, "Goddess Enora, although this is very unfair to you, there is no place for you in the Hittite kingdom. From now on, this will be the eternal territory of the goddess Elena." Chapter 487 The Moon Goddess and the God of Plague. West of Nerik City. The Pollock military camp. When Roy led the Athenian army to attack the city of Nerik, he saw that the number of Roy's soldiers did not decrease significantly. Tai Liping frowned and asked Anna, "What's going on? We have put plague seeds in all nearby water sources. Why haven't Roy's soldiers decreased?" Anna said at a loss, "I don't know what's going on. We have used this method to deal with so many enemies. Why didn't it work this time?" Tai Lai looked at Anna expressionlessly and said, "It seems that your god Apollo is not as powerful as you brag. I am really stupid. If God Apollo is really powerful, how come you Pollocks don't even have your own city-state?" Tai Liping, "I won't allow you to slander the great god Apollo." While Tai Liping and Anna were arguing, Selene attacked with 5,000 soldiers. After Tai Liping led his soldiers to fight, he saw that his enemy turned out to be Selene in human form. He asked Selene unwillingly, "Great Moon Goddess, why do you want to help that human? I am a real Hittite. Why don't you help me defeat Lowi?" Tai Liping, "You are so stupid." Selene came to the Iron Column and explained while attacking, "My sister and I are not gods that only belong to the Hittites. All the people living in our territory, whether they are Hittites or Hattians, will be treated equally by us. Now you Hittites will be defeated and conquered by Lowi, because you only want to enslave the Hattians and do not treat the Hattians as compatriots. If the Hattians and the Hittites could unite as one, how could Roy conquer 150 of the Hittite kingdom with 10,000 soldiers? 10,000 people. The Hittites treated the Hattians as slaves, and the Hittite kingdom would only fall into endless internal strife. The Hittites must use their main force to suppress the Hattian rebellion. In the history of another world, the Hittites were able to establish the Hittite Empire because after the Hittites conquered the Hattians, it took more than 200 years to achieve the assimilation and integration of the Hittites and Hattians. As a Hittite king who usurped the throne in another world, Tai Liping was certainly not a fool. He also knew that the Hittites, as a minority group, had been treating the majority group of Hattians as slaves, and that the Hittite kingdom would eventually collapse on itself. Roy treats the Hittites and Hattians equally, which is the most correct direction for the development of the Hittite kingdom. What a heartless god. Tai Liping complained through gritted teeth. As long as the Hattian people are willing to worship you, you will treat the Hittites and the Hattian people equally. Have you forgotten that you are the patron saint of the Hittite people? Tai Liping, "My sister and I have not done anything wrong to the Hittites," Selene said calmly. "The choice my sister and I have made now is the best result for the Hittites. You have already betrayed the Hittites and defected to the Palex. So what qualifications do you have to accuse me and my sister?" After saying that, Selene used a fierce attack to knock the iron gun out of Tai Liping's hand, and then pressed her own gun blade against Tai Liping's neck. After Tilipin closed his eyes and waited for death, Selene did not kill Tilipin. Tai Liping, "Perhaps your choice can create another future for the Hittites." Selene retracted the gun blade from Tai Liping's neck and said, "Just take the Hittites who follow you and work hard for another future for the Hittites." Goddess Selene. Tai Liping opened his eyes and looked at Selene in confusion. "You want me to move to other places with my followers and re-establish a kingdom ruled by the Hittites? You have the potential to become a king. If you hadn't appeared in the same era as Roy Dash." Before Selene could finish her words, a black arrow suddenly fell from the sky and struck Selene. A loud sound. Selene waved her gun blade to block the black arrow, and then looked towards the direction in which the arrow flew. At this time, A god dressed as a hunter and holding a silver bow was standing among the clouds with a height of 1,000 meters. Gali Smintheus Apollo. Seeing Apollo, the patron saint of the Pollock people, Selene teased jokingly. You shady rat, Smintheus dares to challenge me. Then I will teach you a lesson. After saying that, Selene turned into a goddess with a height of 1,000 meters and 2 wings on her back, and flew towards Apollo in the clouds with the speed of teleportation. In the myth of another world, Apollo possesses the godhead of light, prophecy, music, poetry, medicine, laws and regulations. But that was after 1200 BC, when the Greeks conquered the Troy area and created the Greek Apollo, which was not the original Apollo of the Asia Minor Peninsula. At this time, there was still 400 years before the Greeks created their Apollo. As the prototype of Apollo, Gali Smintheus Apollo was the patron saint of the nomadic Palak people and the god of bows in charge of hunting, the god of plague who spreads plague. In Hittite mythology, Apollo's name was Apollonius. Perhaps the name Apollo came from the changed pronunciation of Apollonius. Among the clouds, before Selene could fly to Apollo, Apollo summoned a golden sword to resist Selene's attack. There was a loud explosion. After Apollo's golden sword collided with Selene's gun blade, Apollo said expressionlessly, "What a heartless goddess. Do you want to kill me?" The Palaks are also a branch of the Aryans from the plains of Eastern Europe. In the myth of another world, Apollo is a god from the Asia Minor Peninsula far away from the mainland of Greece. But he is attributed to the son of Zeus. Perhaps because Apollo and Zeus are both Aryan gods. As an Aryan god, Selene is certainly no stranger to Apollo. You just attacked me with plague arrows. And now you say I want to kill you. That's just a greeting. My arrow can't hurt you. Apollo's divine arrows are of course perfect when used against humans. Selene is a more powerful god than Apollo, so Apollo's arrows cannot harm Selene. Clang clang clang, Selene said jokingly while wielding the gun blade to attack fiercely. Whether you say low or not, I have to beat you. From the west of the Hittite kingdom to the Troy area in the northwest corner of the Asia Minor Peninsula, it was the territory where the Pollock people were active. This vast area is home to hundreds of thousands of Pollock people. As the patron saint of hundreds of thousands of Pollock people, Apollo was supposed to be more powerful than Selene. But the Palaks are nomadic people with backward civilization. In the Pollock tribe, usually only the big and small leaders can use bronze weapons, and others can only use wooden or stone spears, because the Palak people were backward in civilization and weapons. Although Apollo had hundreds of thousands of people, his level of divine power was similar to that of the patron saint of a large city-state with a population of 50,000. As the sister and subordinate deity of Alina, queen of the gods of the Hittite kingdom, Selene's power far exceed that of ordinary patron saints of large city-states. So from the very beginning of the battle between Selene and Apollo, Apollo was unilaterally suppressed by Selene. Chapter 488 I'll give you 100,000 square kilometers. Helping foreign gods seize the territory and authority of local gods. This is not the first time Roy has done this kind of thing. But Roy used to help the goddesses of the Athenian Empire seize the territory and authority of local male gods. Roy felt very guilty for helping goddess Alina seize the territory and authority of goddess Inora, because goddess Inora was completely a victim. Inora just give up fighting with the goddess Alina for the territory of the Hittite kingdom. After saying these words cruelly, Roy directly pushed Inora's statue to the ground. There was a muffled bang. Inora's statue fell to the ground. Inora, who was fighting with Alina, immediately screamed in pain, turned around and stared at Roy with her fierce black snake eyes. Dear sister, I'm so sorry. Alina apologized and grabbed Inora's right hand and neck from behind. Inora didn't resist, but she kept glaring at Roy. Roy knocked down Inora's statue, which obviously made Alina extremely happy. She grabbed Inora and said to Roy, "You have completely become Inora's enemy for me. Should I eliminate Inora so that you can avoid Inora's revenge?" "Don't want." After Roy rejected Alina's proposal, he looked at Inora with sincere eyes and said, "Goddess Inora, you should also become the goddess of the Athenian Empire. Although I cannot return the territory of the Hittite kingdom to you, I can make you a patron saint again somewhere else." Hearing Roy's words, Inora had a shaken expression on her face. Seeing Inora's reaction, Roy continued, "I will give you 100,000 square kilometers of rich territory." "Are you serious?" Almost all the goddesses of the Athens Empire are descendants of the ancient earth goddess, Gaia Tiamat, that is. Your sisters. For the sake of your many sisters. I cannot deceive you. Inora hesitated for a while. Then finally gritted her teeth and said, Okay. I accept your proposal. I will become the goddess of the Athenian Empire. You will give me a territory of 100,000 square kilometers. Alina immediately let go of Inora's hands. Then held Inora in her arms and said, Dear sister. It's great that we can continue to be sisters. It's so disgusting. Inora said with a look of disgust. Is it interesting for you to be so hypocritical? If you really treat me as your sister, just return my territory to me. That's not okay. Alina said with a smile. I really regard you as my sister. But I will never give your territory back to you. While Alina and Inora ended their battle. The battle between Selene and Apollo also had a winner. After being stabbed in the right shoulder by Selene's spear blade, Apollo, who was strong on the outside but smart on the inside, turned into a black rat Smintheus, and burrowed into the ground without hesitation. While Apollo was escaping, the Palatian soldiers collapsed completely under the attack of the Athenian soldiers, and fled from the battlefield ignoring Tiapin's orders. As a nomadic people with a tribal system, the Polic people have skilled fighting skills. But they are not soldiers who truly obey orders. Tai Liping could recruit them to fight. But he could not let them fight a tough battle with heavy casualties. These barbarians with backward civilization. Looking at the Polic warriors who collapsed and fled, Tai Liping said helplessly. They are only willing to participate in a war that must be won and share the spoils. They are not real soldiers at all. It seems that if I want to fight against the Athenian Empire, I must first train the Polic warriors into real soldiers. As soon as Tai Liping finished speaking, Anna drove a chariot to his side. Honey. It's time for us to leave. Tai Liping boarded the chariot and said, Anna. You Palecs let me down so much. You Palecs are vulnerable to a real army. Anna rolled her eyes and said, The enemy has more powerful weapons and more advanced armor. This war is not fair to us Polic people at all. We Polic people are not fools. And of course we will not fight to the end. After the war inside and outside the city ended, the city of Neric was also included in the territory of the Athenian Empire. The next day, when Loe reorganized the 8,000 soldiers of Neric, the city of Chalpeva sent envoys to surrender to Loe. And the last city-state of the Hittite kingdom entered the territory of the Athenian Empire. After screening the soldiers of Neric city, Roy mixed the 5,000 Neric city soldiers with his own 15,000 soldiers. After leaving 5,000 soldiers in the city of Neric to maintain rule and maintain law and order, Roy personally led an army of 15,000 to take over the surrendered city of Charpua. The city of Charpuva is located at the mouth of the Kizil River. Before the rise of Black Sea trade, Charpeva, a coastal city, had no potential for development. But under the rule of the Athenian Empire, Chalpeva would become the hub of Black Sea trade and develop into one of the major port cities in the Black Sea world. Because he attached great importance to the city of Charpua, Roy left 10,000 soldiers in Charpua to maintain security and protect it from the intrusion of the nomadic Palecs and Hyasa. Mid-March, Roy returned to the city of Hattusa with 5,000 soldiers. At this time, Hattusa city seemed to be revitalized. Although the Hittites in the city all looked listless, as the majority of the population, the Hittite residents all had happy smiles on their faces. Royal Palace. Roy returned to the palace hall and saw the Hittite royal family, including the governor of Kushala, all in the court ruled by Hatapuna. Nowadays, half of the officials of the Hittite kingdom are Athenians appointed by Roy, and half are Hittites who are mainly members of the Hittite royal family. Although he was a little dissatisfied with this situation, Roy did not say it out loud, because Roy would soon return to the city of Athens and leave the Hittite kingdom completely to the rule of Hatapuna. You all get out. After driving away all the officials in the hall, Roy came to Hatapuna and smiled. Queen Hatapuna, you seem a little disappointed to see me back. Hatapuna rolled her eyes at Roy and said, I have done so many things for you during this period. But you think I want to monopolize the queen's power? Roy asked as he sat down next to Hatapuna, holding her in his arms. What have you done for me? I have arranged the marriage with Princess Huret for you. Hatapuna said with an unhappy look on her face. As long as you go to Kumana city in person to marry Nefertiti, the princess of the kingdom of Asuva, this Huret princess will become your wife. Where is the princess of the kingdom of Arzawa? King Iobates of the kingdom of Arzava does not want to marry his daughter, Princess Philano. To you. because a Mycenaean leader named Bellerophon is also seeking to marry Phileno. Oops. Bellerophon. Roy is no stranger to this name. In the myth of another world, Bellerophon was the father-in-law of Zeus. And the illegitimate son Sarpedon born of his daughter out of wedlock was identified as the demigod son of Zeus. According to the timeline of mythology, Bellerophon and Pelops should both be figures around 1300 BC. However, scientific research in another world has some versions that believe that Pelops should be a figure around 1600 BC. After all, myths are just myths. And the timeline of myths certainly cannot be regarded as the timeline of real history. Chapter 489 Princess Nefertiti of Asuwa. Just like there are three political regimes in the territory of the Hurit people, the Kingdom of Asuva, the Kingdom of Hurit and the Kingdom of Neri, there are also three major ethnic groups living in the territory of the Hurit people. The Kingdom of Asuva was established by the Asuva people, who worshipped the earth goddess Shoskar. The Kingdom of Neri was established by the Hurit people, who worshipped Kumarbi. The Kingdom of Hurit was established by the Hurit people and the Amorites. Although the Amorites of the Hurit kingdom were originally a group conquered by the Hurits, the Amorites in turn used the advanced civilization of the Mesopotamia to assimilate the backward civilization of the Hurits, and also made Mardu, the patron saint of the Amorites. Zeus Hadad became the patron saint of the Kingdom of Hurit as the storm god Teshub. Kumana City. When Roy came to the city-state with an army of 5,000, it was already the end of March. As one of the two major city-states of the Asuwa kingdom, Kumana City has a population of about 30,000. The Asuwa people outside the city-state live together in tribes and villages. In the history of mankind, the more advanced civilization develops, the more serious the ruling class exploits and squeezes the bottom class. The Asuwa people live in poverty, mainly due to backward production methods. This kind of nomadic tribal group is what Roy dislikes the most. In the advanced civilizations of Egypt and Sumer, even without the oppression of foreign conquerors, the local royal families and nobles would enslave and exploit the lower-class civilians. Roy wanted to conquer these areas. As long as he implemented the policies of the Athenian Empire, he would be able to gain the support of the lower-class civilians. Because although Roy was a foreign conqueror, Roy's policies were better for the lower-class civilians than the local royal family and nobles. As long as the lower-class civilians have a sound mind, they will know that between the rulers of their own race who enslave them and Roy who treats them well, they should support Roy. Although the nomadic peoples and farming peoples in the tribal system are backward in civilization, their rulers do not exploit the lower-class civilians seriously. Therefore, it is difficult for Roy to use the policies of the Athenian Empire to gain the support of the lower-class civilians. This is why Roy did not list the three kingdoms of the Hurit as a target for conquest. When Roy's army entered Kumana City, the defenders of Kumana City did not stop them. Under the curious onlookers of the residents of Kumana City, Roy went directly to the Shoskar temple in Kumana City. Temple of Shoskar. Before entering the temple, Roy saw a goddess, who was very similar to Aphrodite, and Astanis enshrined on the throne deep in the temple. Roy walked into the temple, and a priestess wearing white cotton robes and gold and silver jewelry greeted Roy with two temple maids. The priestess walked up to Roy. Roy looked at the girl with black hair, dark eyes, fair skin and delicate face and asked, "Are you Nefertiti, the princess of the Kingdom of Asuva?" "I am the only priestess who serves the goddess Shoskar in Kumana City." The priestess looked at Roy with a sweet smile and said, "So I am Nefertiti. I am Loe, Emperor of the Athenian Empire." Roy asked tentatively, "Did your father get your consent for arranging your marriage with me? If you don't want to, I won't force you to marry me." Nefertiti shook her head and said, "After hearing about your conquest of Mesopotamia and the Hittite kingdom, I have always longed to marry a great hero like you. I married you voluntarily. And the city of Kumani is my dowry," Roy said with his eyes widened in surprise. "Kumana City and the surrounding tens of thousands of square kilometers of territory are your dowry." Nefertiti nodded and said, "That's right. In order for me to gain your attention, my father will give you the area managed by Kumana City as a dowry." "Your father is really," Roy said with a smile that his father-in-law, whom he had never met before, was so generous. "No wonder the defenders of Kumani City did not prevent my army from entering the city. Then I will accept you and Kumani City without mercy. You first come back to Athens with me to learn the policies of the Athenian Empire, and I will let you return to the city of Kumani and become the queen who rules the eastern part of Asia Minor." The next day, Roy took Nefertiti out of Kumana City and headed to the Kizzavatna area. Cilicia Plain in Kizilvatna region. Ardanar city. When Roy arrived here with Nefertiti and an army of 5,000. It was already April. The Cilicians of Ardanar city were extremely on guard against Roy. Before Roy's army arrived in Ardanar city sent an envoy to inquire about Roy's purpose. Roy did not receive the envoy from Ardanar city and directly took over Ardanar city with his army. The governor's palace in Ardanar. Before being conquered by the Hittite kingdom. It was originally a royal palace. After the Hittite kingdom conquered the city of Ardanar. This palace became the governor's palace of the governor of Ardanar appointed by the Hittite kingdom. After the Kizilvatna area broke away from the rule of the Hittite kingdom. A rebel leader, who claimed to be a descendant of the king of Ardanar occupied the governor's palace, and appointed himself governor of Ardanar. When Roy brought Nefertiti to the governor's palace. Governor Ardanar brought a group of rebel leaders to greet Roy, and took Roy to the original palace hall. Palace hall. Roy took Nefertiti and sat on the throne that used to belong to King Ardanar. Governor Ardanar took the initiative to ask Roy. Your Majesty the Emperor. You once promised to allow us Cilicians to govern themselves. Now what is your purpose in coming to Ardanar city? I did promise you that in exchange for allowing you autonomy. The Kizilvatna region will continue to remain in the Hittite kingdom under my rule. Roy explained expressionlessly. But I allow you autonomy by letting the Cilicians govern the Kizilvatna region. Now that I am here, it is not to change the status quo of the Cilicians governing the Kizilvatna region, but to the policy of the Athenian Empire is implemented in the Kizilvatna area. If you are willing to cooperate, I will arrange for you to become a businessman with no worries about food and clothing. If you are unwilling to cooperate, I will expel you all. After hearing Roy's words, Governor Ardanar immediately said dissatisfied. We are the heroes who drove out the Hittites. How could you treat us like this? I could have established myself as king. But I chose to believe in you and become a governor who submitted to you. Not only did you not let me become a hereditary governor, you also asked me to become a civilian businessman. Others also protested disapprovingly. If you can't accept it, I can start a war with you. Roy glanced at everyone with cold eyes and said, as long as you agree, I will withdraw from Ardanar city with my soldiers. And then conquer Ardanar city with war. At that time, you will become my prisoners. I don't need to discuss with you. I can directly demote everyone in your family to lifelong slavery as punishment. Roy's words immediately silenced Governor Ardanar and others. Because these people knew very well that they were able to launch an uprising and drive away the Hittite governor, because the Hittite governor only had about 1,000 soldiers. If they go to war with Roy, they have no chance of winning. The fate waiting for them is to be demoted as a slave by Roy together with their family. Chapter 490 Hecate. The goddess of Arzava. The leaders of the rebel army, including Governor Ardanar, launched the rebellion to live a better life rather than to die with their families. Therefore, under Roy's threat, the rebel leaders finally chose to give up their power and became big businessmen under Roy's arrangement. These rebel leaders were willing to surrender to Roy not only because they knew they could not defeat Roy, but also because the Athenian Empire's policy favored lower-class civilians. After truly incorporating the city of Ardanar into the territory of the Athenian Empire, Lowy led 3,000 troops to Tulsa, another large city-state in the Kizilvatna area. The rebel leaders in Tulsa also succumbed to Low's threats and surrendered their power. After Roy led an army of 3,000 to take over the city of Tulsa, he implemented the policies of the Athenian Empire here. 1599 BC. Late April. After the Athenian Empire's policies were implemented throughout the Kizilvatna area, Roy returned to the city of Ardanar alone and took Nefertiti back to the city of Athens on an Athenian warship. 3 days later, the Athenian warships on which Lowy and Nefertiti traveled passed through the sea between the island of Cyprus and the Kizilvatna area and entered the waters south of the Antalya Plain. The Antalya Plain is the most beautiful region of Asia Minor. It is located on the coast of the Mediterranean Sea and is surrounded by countless mountains. To the east is the beautiful Konyat Beach. To the west is the endless Lara Beach. To the south is the clear Mediterranean Sea. And to the north is the lush Taurus Mountains. The port city of Paha, on the Antalya Plain, is one of the important trading ports on the northern coast of the Mediterranean. The Antalya Plain is now ruled by the Arzava people, who worship the goddess. To the west of the Antalya Plain is the Lydia region. In the history of another world, the residents of the kingdom of Arzawa were originally Arzavas. Starting from the Mycenaean era, before 1600 BC, branch groups of the Aryans began to migrate here, giving the kingdom of Arzava a new ethnic group. In the myth of another world, Bellerophon is the Mycenaean hero who migrated to the kingdom of Arzava. In the heroic myth of Bellerophon, Bellerophon came to the Lydia region. Although the local king Iobates accepted him, he also arranged many difficult tasks for him. Bellerophon's first mission was against Typhon and Chimera, the son of Echidna. The prototype of Echidna is actually Astanus, the patron saint of the Kizilvatna region. The sons of Echidna were the Cilicians whom Astanus guarded. Bellerophon's first mission was to help the Arzavas fight against the Cilicians in the Kizilvatna area. Bellerophon's second task was to deal with the barbaric Solomers. The prototype of the Solomar people may be the Palek people in the north of the kingdom of Arzava. Bellerophon's third mission was to deal with the Amazons. The Amazon kingdom, ruled by a queen in Greek mythology, was actually the Hittite kingdom that worshipped the goddess. The Amazons in Greek mythology lived on the Asia Minor Peninsula. Their territory reached the southern shore of the Black Sea in the north and bordered the Lydia region in the south. In real history, only the Hittite kingdom in the Asia Minor Peninsula fits the setting of the Amazon kingdom. Although the Palek people can be considered consistent with the setting of the Amazons, the Apollo worshipped by the Palek people is a male god, and there is no historical record of a princess inheriting the throne. The Hittite kingdom not only worshipped the goddess, but also had many historical records of princesses and their husbands inheriting the throne. When Roy's warship passed through the waters south of Lydia, he stood on the deck and looked northward at the territory of the kingdom of Arzava. Roy was full of curiosity about the patron goddess of the kingdom of Arzava. The territory of the kingdom of Arzava mainly includes Antalya, Lydia, Caria, and Ionia. In the history and mythology of another world, there is no clear record of the patron goddess of the kingdom of Arzava. But the goddess Hecate in Greek mythology is thought to have originated from the Caria region. In Greek mythology, Hecate is the daughter of Asteria, the goddess of meteors. The name Rhea may be a word related to mother. Interpreting the name Asteria separately, Rhea mother Aster, the name Aster is obviously a variation of the name of Astanus. In other words, Hecate is also a branch of the ancient earth goddess. Perhaps just like Metis and Athena are both the names of Metis Athena. But in mythology, these two names are arranged to form a mother-daughter relationship. The names Hecate and Asteria were originally the names of the same goddess. In Greek mythology, Hecate is regarded as the most respected goddess of Zeus. Zeus gave Hecate valuable gifts and gave her the land and the sea that did not produce grain. She was also honored in the starry sky and was highly respected by the immortal gods. She is the goddess of the earth, the goddess of the sky, and the goddess of the sea. This is the trinity of Hecate. In Greek mythology, there are only two goddesses who did not leave any mythological stories like transparent people. Nor did they become the wives or daughters of Zeus, but were greatly respected by Zeus. The first goddess was Hestia, who became the eldest sister of Zeus in mythology. The second goddess is the goddess Hecate. As the eldest sister of Zeus, Hestia is revered as the oldest and most sacred goddess on Olympus and the chief goddess of all. Hestia will be respected by Zeus because when the Mycenaeans brought Zeus to the Argos area guarded by Hestia, the Argos people guarded by Hestia accepted Mycenae people gave the Mycenaeans the opportunity to conquer the Argives, and also gave Zeus the opportunity to usurp the territory and authority of Hestia. Zeus gave Hecate great respect, apparently because the Arzava people whom Hecate guarded accepted the Mycenaean immigrants brought by Bellerophon. The Argives, guarded by Hestia, accepted the Mycenaeans, guarded by Zeus. The Arzavas, guarded by Hecate, also accepted the Mycenaeans, guarded by Zeus. This is the reason why Hestia and Hecate are like transparent people in mythology, leaving no mythological stories, but receiving the greatest respect from Zeus. When the Athenians, Spartans, the Bands, and Pylos fought against the Mycenaeans, their goddesses were humiliated and belittled in mythology, reduced to the wives and daughters of Zeus. The goddess Shaskar from the kingdom of Asuva, the goddess Hecate from the kingdom of Arzava, and the goddess Hesione from the Troy region. When the Athenian warship sailed from the Mediterranean Sea into the Aegean Sea, Roy looked at the Asia Minor Peninsula and said with a bright smile, "You are all also branches of the ancient earth goddess. Soon I will reunite you with other sisters and become the goddess of the Athenian Empire." Hoo. With the help of the howling southeast wind, the Athenian warship on which Roy was riding was like an arrow from the string, sailing towards the city of Athens at the fastest speed. The city of Athens at this time, the Royal Opera House of Athens, planned by Roy, with a capacity of 20,000 spectators, was officially built. Chapter 491, Just Let Them Squeeze Their Heads Out. 1599 BC. Mid-May. Now, half a year later, Roy finally returned to his own city of Athens, the capital of the Athens Empire, port of Piraeus. After half a year of development, the port has undergone tremendous changes and has become a small city with a population of about 20,000. After Roy and Princess Nefertiti of Asuwa landed at the port, Nefertiti looked at the bustling port town with shocked admiration on her little face. Is this the city of Athens, the capital of the Athenian Empire? This is the first time I have seen such a prosperous city. This is not the city of Athens. Roy held Nefertiti's little hand and smiled as he walked down the street. This is Piraeus, the port of Athens. The real city of Athens is to the east. As the most important port in the Athenian Empire, the current prosperity of Piraeus port is even unbelievable to Roy. It is no wonder that Nefertiti regarded Piraeus port as the city of Athens. Roy and Nefertiti admired the scenery all the way from Piraeus port to the city of Athens, and saw that the city of Athens had also undergone tremendous changes. The current city of Athens has developed into a city with a population of more than 50,000. Entering the city of Athens, Roy and Nefertiti saw slaves working in many shops on the streets. Ordinary Athenian residents could also wear precious cotton robes, which showed that the Athenians lived a very prosperous life. Is this the kingdom of gods? Walking on the streets of Athens, Nefertiti said in disbelief. I have never seen such a rich city. Athens has so many people, but there is not even a poor person begging. Roy said with a proud smile. Nefertiti, if under my rule, your people can live the same life as the Athenians, will you let me use your name to conquer the Hurrites? Nefertiti nodded without hesitation and said, we Asuwa people worship the goddess Shaskar. As a princess, I also have the right to inherit the throne. I support your majesty in using my name to conquer the Asuva kingdom and all the Hurrites, so that the Hurrites can also live a similar life. Live like an Athenian. The just completed Royal Opera House of Athens is just west of the Acropolis. Before Roy took Nefertiti to the Acropolis Hill, he took a special look at the Royal Opera House of Athens. Standing in the center of the Opera House and scanning the surrounding auditorium, Roy said with a satisfied smile. Procne and Philomela did a great job. I should really thank them. Nefertiti asked doubtfully. Your Majesty, is this a gladiatorial arena used to watch gladiatorial matches? No. This is an opera house for enjoying operas. In a few days you will be able to see the opera written by me. After saying that, Roy took Nefertiti to the Acropolis Mountain, Acropolis Hill, Royal Palace of Athens. As soon as Roy and Nefertiti entered the palace, Procne and Philomela, who got the news, ran to greet Roy. Honey. Brother Roy. Procne and Philomela happily ran to Loie and saw that their beloved husband and brother had brought back a beautiful and noble girl. When they were alone and missing Roy, Roy was always surrounded by other girls. Realizing this, the smiles on their faces immediately froze. Seeing Procne and Philomela suddenly stop and not throw themselves into his arms, Roy took the initiative to come over and hold them in his arms and said, Procne, Philomela, I'm back. Thank you for managing the city of Athens for me. You did a good job. Nefertiti said enthusiastically to Procne and Philomela. Two sisters. I am Princess Nefertiti of the Kingdom of Asuva in the eastern part of the Asia Minor Peninsula. My father used 10,000 square kilometers of territory as a dowry to marry me to His Majesty the Emperor. Hearing Nefertiti's words, Procne and Philomela felt like they were slapped in the face again. Because Nefertiti is also a woman with a more noble status than them and a larger dowry than them. Facing a love rival like Nefertiti, Procne and Philomela always lacked confidence. Princess Nefertiti, welcome to the city of Athens. After saying hello to Nefertiti, Procne held back tears and lay in Roy's arms. Brother Roy, you are finally back. Philomela directly complained with dissatisfaction. Brother Roy, why do you bring back a girl every time you come back? Don't go out to fight anymore. Leave the fighting to my brother Erechtheus or Pandora's brother Rhadamanthus. Roy didn't use 1,000 words to defend himself, and directly picked up Procne and Philomela and walked to the palace. Because Roy understood that it was easier to convince them to sleep with them than to convince them. The next day, when the summer sunshine illuminated the entire palace, Roy, Procne, and Philomela walked out of the palace with dark circles under their eyes, and finished washing under the service of the palace maid. Palace Hall. After lunch and breakfast, Roy sat on the golden throne with Procne and Philomela in his arms, and began to understand the current situation in the city of Athens. Now the city of Athens and the port of Piraeus have a combined population of 70,000. Of which 30,000 are slaves. After understanding the demographic structure, Roy frowned and said, "It seems that we need to conduct household registration management of the population of the Athens Empire to prevent outsiders from enjoying the benefits of the Athens Empire." Procne said doubtfully, "Brother Roy, don't you hope that our population will be as large as possible? In the past, our population was too small. Of course I hope that our population will be as large as possible. Now the Athenian Empire has turned half of the Mediterranean Sea into a lake. With millions of square kilometers of territorial waters and a population of more than 9 million. So we have to strictly manage the population." Then, Roy ordered to the 4 heralds in the hall. "Herald, write down the law I'm going to say next. In the territory of the Athenian Empire, cities and villages must register their population. Only residents whose families have lived in the territory of the Athenian Empire for generations can become free citizens of the Athenian Empire. Families can apply for 20 acres of cultivated land. Only families that serve and pay taxes for the Athenian Empire can become citizen families and enjoy the welfare benefits of citizen families. Citizen families can apply for 50 acres of cultivated land. And children of citizen families can attend school for free. Enjoy free medical care. Citizens have the right to vote and be elected. Citizens are guaranteed to find jobs after they lose their jobs. And citizens enjoy retirement benefits after retirement." After Roy finished talking about a series of citizen benefits, Philomela said with wide eyes, "Brother Roy, citizens enjoy so many benefits. The Athenians are afraid that they will squeeze their heads to join the army and become citizens by serving in the army. I just want them to fight over their heads and join the army." Roy said with a smile, "As the lives of Athenians get better and better, there will definitely be more and more people who are unwilling to fight on the battlefield. Only by distinguishing free people from citizens can we ensure that there will always be people who want to join the army. Being able to rely on after all. There are only a minority of people who do business and pay taxes to become citizens. And the only way to become a citizen is to join the army." Chapter 492 I want to be the king of the gods. No matter in any era. Soldiers are the core force in protecting the country. In the far east of another world. Because Zhao Song bullied orphans and widowed mothers and usurped the throne of the world. He created a situation where he shared the world with the scholar bureaucrats and suppressed the warriors together. The result was naturally that the hammer was given. And Zhao Song became a coward. The most humiliating dynasty in history. The Zhao Song royal family also suffered divine punishment during the Jinkang disaster. Later, the Ming dynasty inherited the evil trend of suppressing warriors from Zhao and Song dynasty. And the regular army of the empire could not even defeat the rebellious refugees. Of course Roy knew that Zhao Song and Ming dynasty tried their best to suppress the warriors. Not only because the civil servants wanted to seize power, but also because the emperors of Zhao Song and Ming did not want the warriors to threaten the imperial power. But Roy didn't care. As long as the Athenian Empire can continue to be strong. Even if the throne of future generations is usurped by more capable people. Roy will only offer his heartfelt blessings. "Brother Roy." Procne frowned in confusion and said, "Just now you said that children from citizen families can go to school for free. Do you want universal education?" "That's right." Roy nodded and said, "Public education has 2 benefits. The first benefit is that officials can be selected at will. Those with noble backgrounds claim that they are born extraordinary. Only they have the ability to become officials or commanders. Their arrogance comes from the fact that they have received education. As long as we popularize education so that everyone has the ability to be an official. Officials who hold power will not develop an arrogant mentality. Because everyone has the ability to be an official. If you don't want to be an official. Some people have the ability and want to be an official. People. The second benefit of universal education is that it allows soldiers to have their own ideas. In the past, aristocratic generals who held military power were able to threaten the royal power because soldiers could only blindly obey orders. After universal education, every soldier understands the truth. If anyone wants to rebel, they will end up dead. My throne will be passed down for eternity. Roy just said that even if the throne of future generations is usurped by someone more capable, Roy will not care. But Roy also has his own selfish motives. Therefore, in order to eliminate the threat to the throne from civil servants and military generals, Roy wanted to popularize education in the Athenian Empire. Everyone received education. And those ambitious civil servants and military generals naturally could not command others to usurp the throne from above. Procne, Philomela, in order to inherit the throne for eternity. I will not only eliminate the threats to the imperial power from civil servants and military generals, but also eliminate the dissatisfaction of the lower class people against the royal family. In the future, the administration of the Athenian Empire will be handed over to elected officials, and the royal family will he is only responsible for managing the army. In this way, even if the Athenian Empire makes wrong policies, the people cannot blame the royal family, but must rely on the royal family to correct the chaos. Philomeela's eyes immediately lit up, and she said happily, "Brother Roy, when can we hand over the management of the city of Athens to elected officials? If we don't have to manage the city of Athens, my sister and I can always stay with Brother Roy to prevent you from always having new girls around you. Elected officials need to take their time. You're definitely going to have to work hard for a few more years." After Philomeela showed a disappointed expression, Procne asked Roy, "Brother Roy, since we want to register and manage the population of the Athens Empire, what should we do with the foreign population and slaves? Whether they are foreigners or slaves, they are not members of the Athenian Empire and must leave the Athenian Empire within a time limit. Can't they apply to join the Athenian Empire? Women among the foreign population and slaves could marry Athenian men and become residents of Athens. And after 10 years they would become free citizens of Athens. What about Athenian women marrying non-Athenian men? Athenian women who marry men outside their own country are expelled from their citizenship and are required to leave within the same time limit as foreigners." Roy said with a serious face. The prosperity of the Athenian Empire were all achieved by Athenian men on the bloody battlefields. I don't want to see foreign men who have no contribution to the Athenian Empire and can stay in the Athenian Empire with their descendants and enjoy just because they marry Athenian women the work that Athenian men sacrificed their lives to achieve. Procne and Philomeela nodded in agreement. And then Roy continued. "Procne, Philomeela, I saw that the Royal Opera House of Athens has been built. Now let the actors perform according to the Legend of the King of Athens written by me. If the effect is good, let's put the Legend of the King of Athens, promote the performance to every city and town in the Athenian Empire, so that everyone in the Athenian Empire can understand my greatness. One step further, build temples for me in every city in the Athenian Empire. And let my statues be owned by the Athenian Empire human offerings." "Brother Roy, you are a great person." Philomeela couldn't help but laugh. "Only gods and dead hero gods will accept offerings. I'm about to die. Brother Roy, I'm not kidding." Roy looked at Procne and Philomeela with a serious expression and said, "In order to become a god after death, I have planned to end my life." Procne said in disbelief, "Brother Roy, you must be kidding. Right? We are still so young. Even if you really want to become a god after death, you can wait until decades later." Roy shook his head and said, "If possible, I would also like to enjoy a few decades of life as a human being. But the world does not stand still. I have a reason why I must die and become a god now." Philomeela said with tears, "What is your reason? Is this reason more important than the dozen wives around you? Not only do I want to be a god after my death, I also want to become the king of the gods of the Athenian Empire." Seeing Procne and Philomeela's eyes widening in disbelief, Roy explained patiently, "The Athenian Empire has just been established, so none of the goddesses in the Athenian Empire have the authority to fight against me, the emperor. Now that I have become a god, I can compete with the goddesses in the Athenian Empire for the throne of the king of gods. If I wait a few decades after that, all the goddesses in the Athenian Empire had stable authority, so I could only become a heroic god after my death. Procne, Philomeela, I am eager to become a god. Not only for myself, but also for myself. For you. When I become the king of the gods of the Athenian Empire, I will help you become gods and make you immortal goddesses. Brother Roy, you have now become the most powerful human king in the world. And you still want to become the king of the gods." Procne couldn't help but sigh. When will Brother Roy's ambition be satisfied? I keep growing the Athenian Empire so that I can become a god. Now that I am a human, I have become the most powerful human king in the world. After I become a god, of course I will also become the most powerful human king. King of gods. Procne, Philomeela, you are my most beloved sisters. Aren't you willing to support me? Of course we support Brother Roy. Procne said helplessly. As Brother Roy's wife, we will support everything Brother Roy wants to do. Chapter 493 The Legend of the King of Athens Act 1. Roy wanted to become a household hero in the Athenian Empire, and let 3-year-old children know Roy's heroic deeds. Even if he wrote a book, The Legend of the King of Athens, and distributed it for free to more than 9 million Athenians, he would not be able to satisfy him in a short time. Roy's request. Because almost all of the more than 9 million people in the Athenian Empire were illiterate. If Roy wants to deify himself, the easiest and fastest way is to perform opera. Late May. A sunny day. 20,000 residents of the city of Athens were summoned to the Royal Opera House of Athens to watch the first act of Legend of the King of Athens. As the protagonist of The Legend of the King of Athens, Roy also brought Procne, Philomela and Nefertiti to the best position in the audience. After 20,000 spectators filled the auditorium. In the ocean set arranged by the crew, a black-haired boy wearing a mask slowly walked from the east of the ocean, talking as he walked. In the Far East, there is a prosperous Chinese continent, where there are also ethnic groups who worship the gods. In the south of the Chinese continent, there is a country that worships the sun god. That is my hometown. I am a royal family of the kingdom of the sun and the successor to the sun. A divine man of divine blood. Because of the war between the powerful Xia kingdom and the powerful Shang kingdom, I, as a distant relative of King Ji of Xia, was persecuted by King Shang and had to stay away from my hometown and come to the distant world of the Aegean Sea. After listening to the black-haired boy's self-introduction, Nefertiti asked curiously, "Your Majesty, why does the King of Athens who plays you wear a mask? Not just the King of Athens, but everyone in the play wears a mask." Roy explained with a smile. This is done to prevent some people with insufficient intelligence from worshipping opera singers as idols. Is the self-introduction of the King of Athens true? Your Majesty is a royal family from the Far East, a noble god who inherits the blood of the sun god. It may not have been true before, but in future history and mythology, I will be a noble godman who inherits the blood of the sun god. So in the future, I will inherit the power of my great ancestors and become the only sun god in the Athenian Empire. At this moment, as the curtain changed, the King of Athens landed at the port of Piraeus and met Pandion, the leader of the Athenian tribe. Impressed by the temperament and talent of the King of Athens, Pandion immediately brought the King of Athens back to the Athenian tribe. After Pandion's family members appeared, Procne and Philomela, who were wearing masks, fell in love with King Loe of Athens at first sight. The two sisters whispered loudly about their love for the King of Athens. Seeing this scene, Philomela, as the person involved, couldn't help but ask Roy, "Brother Roy, did my sister and I fall in love with you at first sight when we first saw you? Didn't you and Procne fall in love with me at first sight?" Roy showed a joking smile and said to Procne, "Procne, didn't you fall in love with me at first sight?" Procne rolled her eyes at Roy, then smiled. "Brother Roy is right. The first time I saw you, I fell deeply in love with you." Hearing Procne's answer, Roy laughed and said, "Philomela, it doesn't matter what the facts are, because in future history and mythology, it will be recorded that Procne and Philomela fell in love with their future husbands at the first sight of King Loe of Athens." Philomela frowned and said, "Although as Brother Roy's wife, I don't mind being thought that I fell in love with Brother Roy at first sight. But it doesn't feel good to deceive others like this." At this time, the curtain changes, and the King of Athens proposes to Pandion that the Athenian tribe should worship the goddess Metis as its patron saint. Seeing this scene, Roy reminded Procne, "Good sister, it's your turn now." The goddess Metis was the first goddess worshipped by the Athenian Empire. For ordinary people to play the role of the goddess Metis is undoubtedly a serious crime of blasphemy against the goddess. Therefore, the only people who can play the role of the goddess Metis are the priestesses who serve the goddess Metis, or the royal family of Athens. Procne is both an Athenian royal and a priestess of the goddess Metis, so she is a suitable candidate to play the goddess Metis. On the Athenian coast created by the curtain, the King of Athens and Pandion prayed for the arrival of the goddess Metis. Under the wide-eyed gaze of 20,000 spectators, Procne, wearing golden strappy sandals and holding a golden war spear, stepped onto the stage on a seawater curtain. Nefertiti said in surprise when she saw the King of Athens and Pandion worshipping Procne as the goddess Metis, "Your Majesty, the goddess Metis played by Sister Procne is not wearing a mask. Will she be regarded as the goddess Metis?" "There's nothing wrong with Procne being worshipped as the incarnation of the goddess Metis," Roy said with a smile. "As the first queen of the Emperor of Athens, Procne will definitely be deified into a goddess in the future. She is regarded as the incarnation of the goddess Metis. The only negative impact is that she will become a subordinate god of the goddess Metis. Immediately after the first act of the Legend of the Kings of Athens ended, the audience burst into thunderous applause. At this moment, Roy jumped onto the stage and held Procne, the goddess Metis, in the eyes of the audience, in his arms with both hands. Seeing this scene, the audience instinctively reacted that Roy was blaspheming the goddess. Then she realized that Procne was just playing the role of the goddess Metis. Fellow Athenians, I am your Emperor Loe. Roy held Procne, the goddess Metis, in the eyes of the audience, and said loudly with a smile, I want to tell you that I don't like war. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Roy's words, the audience couldn't help laughing. Because as long as you understand Roy's deeds, you will know that Roy is either starting a war or on his way to the battlefield. Loe itself is synonymous with war. Roy, who is synonymous with war, actually said that he does not like war. This is really a big joke. Seeing that the audience were all laughing at his joke, Roy continued, although I don't like war, I never run away from it. Because I want to protect my wife and every Athenian. I must defeat the enemy on the battlefield. Athenian men, if you are like me, you have to go to the battlefield for protection. If you want to protect your family and compatriots and protect the Athenian Empire, then actively sign up to join the Royal Navy and Army of the Athenian Empire. The Athenian Empire will give you all the treatment of a citizen family. And the Athenian royal family will provide you with remuneration and pensions to ensure that your sacrifices will not be defiled. If you are disabled on the battlefield, the Athenian royal family will also arrange for you to become security guards and maintain law and order in your hometown. This was not just a recruitment advertisement for Roy, but also a way of planting an idea in the Athenians. All remuneration for Athenian soldiers was provided by the Athenian royal family. In other words, Athenian soldiers were all private soldiers of the Athenian royal family. Since the Royal Army of Athens and the Royal Navy of Athens are both private armies of the Athenian royal family, they will certainly not be incited to rebel by others. The emperor himself advertised it. The Athenians in the audience said, Your Majesty the Emperor, I will sign up to join the army tomorrow. I am going to get my oldest son to sign up. When my wife gives birth to my child, I will sign up. Chapter 494 Citizens' Assembly of the Athenian Empire. It is impossible for the Royal Opera House of Athens to perform opera performances every day. After all, the residents of Athens, as spectators, also have to work and live normally. In order to make full use of the Royal Opera House of Athens, Roy used the Royal Opera House of Athens as the venue for the citizens' meeting. Citizens' Assembly. In the history of another world, this was the nominal highest authority in the city-state of Athens. In fact, the supreme power of the city-state of Athens was held by the king. Later, after some reforms, the citizens' assembly actually became a meeting of nobles. And the highest power of the Athens city-state was controlled by the citizens' assembly, nobles' assembly. There were no aristocrats in Roy's Athenian Empire. And the power of the citizens' assembly would certainly not be usurped by the aristocrats. The day came when the citizens' assembly was held in the city of Athens. Roy once again brought Procne, Philomela and Nefertiti to the Royal Opera House, and went directly onto the stage. Sitting in the auditorium of the Royal Opera House were members of thousands of citizen families in the city of Athens. Seeing that the people attending the citizens' meeting had almost arrived, Roy stood in the center of the stage and said loudly, Dear citizens of Athens, the city of Athens is like the heart of the Athenian Empire. The policies implemented in the city of Athens will be extended to every city and village in the Athenian Empire in the future. I want to discuss the future of the Athenian Empire with you now. It is up to me. Let's talk about the officials of the Athenian Empire. I encourage all of you to spend some time learning Chinese characters and arithmetic, and then become an official of the Athenian Empire after training and examination. Becoming an official and gaining power, this is not an exclusive ability that nobles are born with. I conquered countries and once saw in a city an 8-year-old child from a noble family serving as an official and holding power. I believe that none of you would think that children from aristocratic families are born extraordinary and can manage others at the age of 8. In fact, that 8-year-old the aristocratic child who is an official only enjoys the power and treatment of officials in name. And his work is completed by the civilians below. As long as you are willing to learn, everyone can have the ability to be an official. If someone advocates that only certain people can excel, being able to serve as an official or general means that he only wants to allow the nobility or similar classes to monopolize power. After Roy finished speaking, a middle-aged man said, Your Majesty the Emperor. If you ask us all to study and take exams, can you guarantee that we can all become officials? If there are not so many positions for us to be officials, what is the use of the knowledge we have learned? Good question. Roy said without hesitation. Of course there are not so many positions in the Athenian Empire for all of you to be officials. But everyone has the ability to be an official. So that the officials with power will not dare to act arbitrarily. Because these officials all understand that there is nothing special about them. There are countless people who can replace them. If they cannot do their job well, the emperor can ask them to resign at any time. If the qualifications for office are monopolized by a group, this group will be corrupt, arrogant, autocratic, and will inherit power, hereditary power. This is how the hereditary aristocracy came about. In order to prevent the officials of the Athenian Empire from acting recklessly, you must sacrifice yourselves, and everyone should learn the knowledge of being an official. After the middle-aged man sat down, an old man with a white beard stood up and said, Your Majesty, the great emperor, I have lived so long and have never seen or heard of a ruler as wise as you. Under your rule, the Athenians all lived a happier life than they had ever had before. We don't have to worry about not having enough to eat, let alone being oppressed by the nobles. But I think we can still live a better life. His Majesty the Emperor is rich in the entire Athenian Empire. Why does he still collect taxes from us citizens? Like us, if I am a fourth-class citizen, can I be tax-free like a free citizen? After hearing what the old man said, Roy rolled his eyes and said, Old man, I believe your question must be the voice of many citizen families. You don't want to pay taxes. But I want to tell you that citizen families must pay taxes. And the Athenian Empire will also use laws to severely crack down on tax evasion. What do you think? The emperor and the Athenian royal family are rich in the entire Athenian Empire. So who do you think pays the salaries of Athenian soldiers and officials? Where do you think the money for building bridges and paving roads comes from? Who do you think supports the security guards who maintain public security? Who pays for universal education? After issuing a series of questions, Roy continued. Although I will make you pay taxes, your money does not go into the emperor's treasury, but is all used to build the Athenian Empire. If you don't want to pay taxes, yes, I will deprive you of your citizenship and demote you to freedom citizens. You are prohibited from enjoying all citizen treatment and benefits. So you don't have to pay taxes. After Roy finished speaking, Procne said with some dissatisfaction, You are so shameless. Not only you citizens are paying taxes, but even our royal family is also paying taxes. The taxes you pay are simply not enough to complete the construction of the Athenian Empire. The royal family uses private property to subsidize the Athenian Empire every year. Financial. Don't think that this is the Royal Athenian Empire. It is natural for us to subsidize the Athenian Empire's finances. Loie added. The Empire of Athens belongs to each of us. And the emperor and citizens govern the world together. Since you enjoy the treatment and benefits of citizens, you must bear your responsibilities and obligations. The white-bearded old man nodded hurriedly and said, His Majesty the Emperor is absolutely right. I will never have the stupid idea of exempting myself from taxes in the future. After the white-bearded old man sat down, a middle-aged woman stood up and said, Your Majesty the Emperor, my son is a soldier of the Athenian Empire. I am proud of my son. But as a mother, I do not want my son to die on the battlefield. I heard that you are either fighting a war or rushing to the battlefield. Halfway through, I would like to ask you not to fight anymore and please accept the advice of a mother. I reject. Roy said without hesitation. I have long said that I am a peace-loving person who hates war. If possible, I don't want a war. I want to be with my beautiful and lovely wives every day. But our thoughts cannot change other people's thoughts. If we don't conquer the enemies around us, the enemies around us will come to attack us. Only by taking the initiative to eliminate the enemies can we minimize the sacrifices. Don't think that because the Athenian Empire is strong, the enemies around us will not dare to attack us. Athens, there are millions of nomads living in the north and west of the empire. These nomads who do not produce anything. The food they produce is simply not enough to feed themselves. As the population increases, these nomads will definitely come to attack us. Even if they being killed while attacking the Athenian Empire would not be worse for them than starving to death. The middle-aged woman said with a painful expression. Can't a great man like you figure out a way to make war disappear forever? As long as the Athenian Empire has no borders, we can make war disappear. Roy said with a smile. One day, The Iberian Peninsula in the far west of Eurasia, and the Shenju continent in the east will become the territory of the Athenian Empire. And then war will disappear forever. Chapter 495, the demands of free people must also be listened to. The Emperor of Athens was not only the Emperor of the citizens of Athens, but also the Emperor of the free citizens of Athens. Loewy could use the citizens' assembly to understand the demands of Athenian citizens. If he wanted to understand the demands of the free people of Athens, Roy could only pay a private visit incognito. The second day of the citizens' meeting, Roy took Procne, Philomela, and Nefertiti to a remote village in the north of Athens. Koronos village. Cement roads have been built in this village. Roy's golden carriage drove into the village. And he saw that apart from children running around and playing, there were only some old people drying wheat in their yards. The carriage stopped in the middle of the village. And Roy took the girls out of the carriage and came to the nearby farmyard. An old man was drying wheat in the yard at this time. When he saw the four Roys walking into his yard, the old man immediately showed a bewildered expression on his face. After all, Roy took a golden carriage and paid a private visit incognito. As long as they were not ignorant, anyone could guess Roy's identity. Old man. We are travelers passing through. Roy took the initiative to say to the old man, what's drying in the yard is this year's newly harvested wheat. Right? The old man nodded. And Roy continued to ask, how is your harvest this year? The old man said with a simple smile, our family has 20 acres of land, which can harvest more than 3,000 kilograms of grain. In addition to the 20 acres of land rented by His Majesty the Emperor, which is allocated 1,000 kilograms of grain. My family has enough food to feed the whole family of 7. And there is still more. The excess grain is exchanged for salt. My 2 sons work outside and can earn 3,000 kilograms of grain a year. Old man. I have lived for so long. And this is the first time that our family can earn 7,000 kilograms of grain a year. Life will definitely get better and better. Old man. What do you think of the current emperor? Hearing this question, the old man couldn't help rolling his eyes. After all, the old man was not a fool. He had already guessed Roy's identity when he saw Roy's golden carriage. His Majesty the Emperor is a very good man. The old man praised sincerely. Under the Emperor's governance, our life is getting better and better. And our security is guaranteed. We don't have to worry about bandits appearing. Moreover, the Emperor also built bridges and paved roads for us. And built cement roads right in front of our homes. Then do you have any demands for the Emperor? It would be great if the Emperor could give us more fields. This is not okay. Roy refused without hesitation. The population of the Empire will continue to increase. If we allocate land to you without restrictions, there will be no fields to distribute to future generations. At present, if you want to allocate more fields, you can only let your sons serve as soldiers and become a citizen family. I can get 50 acres of land. Then I have no appeal. Roy glanced at the old man's house and said, Old man, why don't you demolish your house made of mud and wood and build a cement house? Where do we have the money to build concrete houses? If the Emperor lends you money to build houses, would you be willing? Roy said with a smile. The cost of building 3 cement houses is 30,000 kilograms of grain. And your family cannot afford it all at once. The Emperor's Royal Bank can lend it to you free of charge and interest-free. You only need 10 years to repay the debt. Repay 3,000 kilograms per year. Food will not affect your family's normal life. Are concrete houses so cheap? It's so cheap. All the building materials belong to the Emperor. When he builds your house, the Emperor only charges the labor cost, not the materials. You are so kind. I want to kneel down to you. Seeing that the old man really wanted to kneel down and worship him, Roy immediately supported the old man and said, Old man, I am just a traveler passing by. Everyone in the Athens Empire is equal. Even if you really see the Emperor, you don't need to kneel down. After leaving the old man's yard, Roy took the girls to the yard of another family. At this time, a woman was taking her 10-year-old daughter to wash clothes. In this era, women almost never go out. So the woman doing the laundry obviously didn't know Roy's identity. Seeing Roy and others walking into the yard, the woman stopped washing clothes and looked at Roy and asked, What's the matter with you? Her daughter also looked at Roy and others with curious eyes. Sister, I want to ask how your family is doing. Our family is doing well. Then do your family have any demands that you would like to tell His Majesty the Emperor? What's the use of what I said? The woman couldn't help but laugh. Will the Emperor listen to my appeal as a woman? Actually, I am the Emperor's envoy. Tell me your demands and I will help you convey them to the Emperor. After hearing Roy's words, the woman glanced at Roy's golden carriage and said, I do have a request. I heard that the Emperor is the favorite of Metis, the goddess of wisdom, and has invented many magical things. I hope the Emperor can invent a loom so that I can weave cloth less hard. No problem. The looms of this era worked very slowly. Women weaved at home, usually only to meet the needs of making clothes for family members. Sister, the Emperor will soon invent a new loom. In the future, Athenian women will use this new loom to not only make clothes for their families, but also to weave excess cloth and sell it for money. That means that we women can weave cloth to support ourselves in the future and no longer completely rely on our husbands. That's right. Roy nodded and said, in the future, women can also provide income for the family. And your life will definitely get better and better. Even if you earn 9,000 kilograms of food a year, it will be no problem. After leaving the village of Koronos, the golden carriage drove slowly on the road back to the city of Athens. Seeing farmers harvesting wheat in the fields on both sides of the road, Roy couldn't help but say, it seems that after the steam engine is invented, the diesel engine will be invented next. The production method using human and animal power is really backward. To increase food production, we must either allow more people to farm the land or change production methods. If it were a feudal autocratic ruler, he would definitely choose to suppress changes in the mode of production, because keeping a large number of people on the land can facilitate their rule. But Roy's Athenian Empire was not a feudal autocracy, nor was it ruled by rule of man. The Athenian Empire was ruled by law, and anyone who wanted to go beyond the law would be punished by the law. Looking at Roy's profile, Nefertiti couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, I have been observing for so long and found that the Athenian Empire seems to have no boundaries between the rulers and the ruled. If this situation continues, won't there be trouble in the Athenian Empire? I know what you're worried about, Roy said confidently. Nefertiti, in any era there will be ambitious people who want to rule others. The existence of such people can provide legitimacy for the existence of the royal family. We can use operas like A Legend of the King of Athens to tell the Athenians that the emperor's existence is necessary, because the existence of the emperor can suppress those who are truly ambitious. Chapter 496 The Six Goddesses of the Athenian Pantheon. June is the harvest season. Good news of a bumper grain harvest came from all regions of the Athenian Empire. In addition to the abundant food harvest, the Athenian Empire also had enough iron weapons to arm 100,000 infantry and 20,000 cavalry. The most important good news is that the Athenian Empire's first steam test ship was launched in the port of Piraeus. The speed of a sailboat is usually only 120 miles an hour. The speed of a steamship can reach 60 miles an hour. The distance between the east and west of the Mediterranean is about 8,000 miles. With a steamship that can sail 800 miles in one day, it only takes 10 days at most for news from the city of Athens to reach any area in the Mediterranean world. And news from any area in the Mediterranean can also reach the city of Athens within 10 days. City of Athens. Royal Palace of Athens. Loe, Procne, Philomela, and Nefertiti sat around a table, and the four of them repeatedly calculated the grain output of various regions of the Athenian Empire. After 10 confirmations, Roy finally said with a satisfied smile, it can't be wrong. This year, the Athenian Empire's food can support an additional 3 million people. Even if I conquer the Balkan Peninsula, I conquer all the Thracians and Illyrians who live a nomadic life in the Balkan Peninsula. The grain of the Athenian Empire can also feed them for a year, allowing them to transform into a farming nation. The area of the Balkan Peninsula is 550,000 square kilometers. The nomads living in the north of the Athenian Empire had at least 1 million people. If Roy wanted to conquer them, the first thing he had to consider was how to provide them with the food they needed to survive for a year after converting the grasslands occupied by these nomads into cultivated land. Now that there is enough food to sustain the lives of these nomads, Roy can launch a war without any scruples and turn the entire Balkan Peninsula into the territory of the Athenian Empire. Looking at Roy, who was full of excitement, Philomela couldn't help but say, Brother Roy, leave the war to conquer the Thracians to Brother Erechtheus, and leave the war to conquer the Illyrians to Caesar. Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, I do not think that if left to Erechtheus and Caesar, They would lose the war to conquer the Thracians and Illyrians. But I must direct this war myself. For I intend to die in it. Brother Roy. Procne. Philomela. After I die, it will be up to you to help me become a god. You want the opera, Legend of the King of Athens, to be performed in every city in the Athenian Empire. And also in the Athenian Empire. Build a temple for me in every city in the Athenian Empire. So that I can enjoy the worship of everyone in the Athenian Empire. I will hand over the royal army and royal navy of the Athenian Empire to you. If anyone is unwilling to obey you, even if the other person is my woman, you can also take her down. Looking at the painful expressions on Procne and Philomela's faces, Roy comforted them. As long as everything goes well, I can become the hero god in a year. Procne. Philomela. We are only temporarily separated for a year. So you can fulfill my wish. Facing Roy's plea, Procne and Philomela could only nod with tears in their eyes. The Athenian Empire launched its war machine and began to mobilize soldiers and food from various regions. At the same time, Loe used 1,000 manpower to build a temple of the Athenian Empire on the top of Mount Helicon, the sacred mountain of the Pelasgus. 1599 BC. Mid-July. The war machine of the Athenian Empire was ready. Before going into the war, Roy deliberately climbed the 1,500-meter-high Mount Helicon to the Athenian Pantheon located on the mountainside. Pantheon of Athens. Roy walked into the temples and saw all the goddesses of the Athenian Empire lined up in the temples. As the patron saint of the city-state, the statue of the goddess stands on a silver throne. A goddess who becomes the head of the gods in a region. The statue of the goddess stands on a golden throne, possessing power and power that rivals the ordinary king of gods. A subordinate god and heroic god who does not have the status of a city-state patron saint. The statue of the god stands on a bronze throne. On the steps deep in the temple, there is a black throne without a statue. That was the throne that belonged to the king of the gods of the Athenian Empire, the throne that Roy had reserved for himself. Walking to the steps deep in the temple, Roy turned around and sat on the black throne, looking at all the statues below. The statues of Persephone, Sekhmet, Aphrodite, Istaeus, Inanna, and Alina all stand on golden thrones. It shows that they are great goddesses with a territory of more than 100,000 square kilometers. And their power rival the king of gods. Among all the goddesses, the most powerful is undoubtedly Alina. And her golden throne is also rendered with a layer of platinum. Sister Persephone. At Roy's summons, Persephone descended into the pantheon. The statue of Persephone standing on the golden throne became Persephone herself. Good brother. Persephone stepped down from the golden throne and came to Roy with a smile on her face and asked, "What do you want from your sister? You haven't forgotten our agreement." Roy said with a smile. "With my help, Sister Persephone became one of the 6 strongest goddesses in the Athenian Empire. Her power are enough to rival the ordinary king of the gods. Now I plan to become a god after my death. I hope you, sister, can fulfill our obligations, agreement." Persephone turned to look at the statues of Sekhmet, Aphrodite, Istaeus, Inanna, and Alina. There is no doubt that they are all more powerful goddesses than Persephone. Without Roy's help, Persephone would never have become a great goddess at the same level as them. Looking back, Persephone looked at Roy seriously and said, "Good brother. Sister is very grateful for everything you have done for me. So I will try my best to help you realize your wish." At this moment, Alina's statue suddenly burst into dazzling light. In the next moment, the statue of Alina turned into Alina herself. "My dear, I think you need more than just Persephone's help." Alina walked down from the platinum throne, walked towards Roy and Persephone and said, "Although Persephone is the earth goddess in charge of the cycle of life and death, the growth rate of plants is very slow. If you want Persephone to help you resurrect after death, will it take 10 years or 100 years? Alina." Roy looked at Alina with confusion and asked, "Why do you know my goal? My dear, don't you think that other goddesses don't see what you are thinking?" Alina said with a smile, "Your goal has long been an open secret. If you want to be resurrected earlier, I think you need my help. It takes several months for a seed to germinate, grow and mature. And it only takes a day for the sun to set and rise again. Complete the cycle. Then what benefit do you want from me? Does a wife need a reason to help her husband?" Alina looked at the black throne behind Roy and said, "I want to be your wife to sit with you on the throne of the king of the gods in Athens." Chapter 497 Zeus. guardian goddess of Dodona. The Athenian Empire mobilized a large number of soldiers and food to the Balkan Peninsula. But of course it could not hide it from the various forces in the Balkan Peninsula. City of Athens. Before the war began, Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazon tribe, came to the palace to negotiate with Roy in person. Palace Hall. Hippolyta saw Roy and asked him directly, "Do you want to conquer us Thracians?" "You misunderstood." Roy explained. "I intend to conquer the Illyrians." Mycenaean King Perseus led his army and used bronze weapons to carry out a dimensionality reduction attack on the semi-nomadic and semi-agricultural Illyrians. Now he has conquered the Illyrians living in the mountains of Albania, Macedonia, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, and Slovenia. We have established a powerful kingdom with an area of 200,000 square kilometers and a population of about 1 million. I cannot allow the Athenian Empire to have such a powerful neighbor. So I plan to destroy Perseus' kingdom of Mycenae. You are lying, Hippolyta said angrily. Perseus' Mycenaean kingdom rules almost all mountainous areas. There is no need for cavalry to deal with Perseus. You mobilize 20,000 cavalry to the Macedonian plains. This is used to conquer us Thracians. Now that Hippolyta saw it, Roy said frankly, "I really want to deal with the Illyrians and Thracians together." Hippolyta, now you can go back and gather your Thracian knights to prepare to resist the invasion of the Athenian cavalry. Why do we have to go to war? Hippolyta knelt down in front of Roy and cried on his knees. "I have long said that I am willing to be your woman. And my people are also your people." Roy reached out his arms and picked up Hippolyta, holding her in his arms and comforting her. "I don't want to do this either. But if I want to transform you Thracians into a farming nation, I can only put a knife on your neck. If I don't launch a war against you, will you voluntarily become a farming nation? The lifestyle of farming people is more strenuous than the lifestyle of nomadic people herding horses and sheep. Nomads are not fools. They are certainly not willing to accept a more difficult lifestyle." Hippolyta said through tears, "I offer my body to you. Can you let my tribe go?" "Cannot." Roy shook his head and refused without hesitation. "After I conquer all the Thracians, all the Thracian tribes will become farming people. With the exception of your Amazon tribe. What do you want the other Thracian tribes to think? Then can you give us a little more time? I will find a way to convince my people to become a farming people." Hippolyta made one request after another. Roy said impatiently, "Hippolyta, do you have some misunderstandings about our relationship? Although you are not only beautiful, but also the noble queen of the Amazon tribe, I have no feelings of admiration for you. And I am even less likely to make concessions for you. How could you be so heartless to me?" Looking at Hippolyta's crying face, Roy said with determination, "I am such a heartless man. Do you know my true face and still have unrealistic illusions about me? I will make the Amazon tribe surrender to you." Hippolyta cried, "I can get the men of the Amazon tribe together without weapons. And then your Athenian cavalry can kill them all." Roy said with his eyes widened in surprise. "Hippolyta, aren't you afraid of being regarded as a traitor by your people by doing this? I would rather be a queen who betrays my people than see my people massacred by the Athenian cavalry." "Dear Hippolyta, you made the right choice." Roy lowered his head and pecked Hippolyta's lips. Then said with a bright smile, "Even if none of your tribe can understand your betrayal, I will always regard you as a great queen. As a reward, I will make you my wife." Hippolyta begged as she lay in Roy's arms. "My dear, you must take good care of my people." After Hippolyta left the city of Athens, Roy immediately set out from the Thebes area with an army of 30,000 men and entered the kingdom of Mycenae ruled by Perseus. In just 1 year, Perseus followed Roy's rapid expansion and established a Mycenaean kingdom covering an area of 200,000 square kilometers in the Balkan Peninsula. It's a pity that Perseus only learned Roy's rapid expansion and did not learn Roy's ruling style. Therefore, in the Mycenae kingdom of Perseus, the Mycenaeans and honorary Mycenaeans who followed Perseus were the ruling class, and the ordinary Illyrians were the ruled class. Roy led the Athenian army into the kingdom of Mycenae. The Illyrians under the rule of Perseus not only did not resist, but warmly welcomed the Athenian army to rescue them. The Athenian army conquered every Illyrian city and village without bloodshed. And Roy couldn't help but sigh. Perseus is really a qualified tool man. It was Perseus's enslavement and exploitation of the Illyrians that made the Illyrians yearn for the Athenian empire. On the 10th day of the war against the Mycenaean kingdom, Roy sent 10,000 troops to take over the Aetolia, Calydon and southern Epirus regions. Roy himself led an army of 20,000 men to the city of Dodona, in the middle of the Epirus region. Roy encountered no resistance along the way because Perseus gathered all the Mycenaean soldiers, and honorary Mycenaean soldiers, who followed him to the city of Dodona. Dodona City. This is the city newly built by Perseus. It is worth mentioning that the patron saint of Dodona is neither Zeus, nor Poseidon nor Hades. The patron saint of Dodona is a goddess named Dione. It is worth mentioning that Dione's name is actually the feminine form of the name Zeus. In other words, Dione is actually the effeminate Zeus. The narrow plain outside Dodona. Roy led an army of 20,000 men to confront Perseus' 50,000 men. Roy, you really came to attack me again. Perseus, who was wearing golden bronze armor and holding a golden bronze war spear in his right hand, said with a confident smile on his face. It's a pity that I was prepared for it a long time ago. You can't even think of destroying the kingdom of Mycenae that I established. Roy didn't pay attention to Perseus's words, and looked at the guardian goddess Dione, who appeared above the city of Dodona. In the myth of another world, the demigod hero Achilles once dressed as a girl in girl's clothes. Even Odysseus and Diomedes could not see through Achilles' disguise. Roy once thought that there must be something wrong with Odysseus and Diomedes themselves. But now, Roy saw the goddess Dione Zeus wearing the goddess's gorgeous robe, a gold necklace around her neck, and a hair ornament on her head. He actually felt that this goddess had a beauty and charm that was not inferior to other goddesses. This is Zeus disguised as a goddess. Vomit. Realizing this, Roy couldn't help but vomited. Chapter 498 Rejection of Dione. The mother of Zeus. You? Roy watched Dione Zeus vomit, which was obviously a provocation and humiliation to Dione Zeus. The goddess Dione glared at Roy and yelled angrily. Human. You are as crazy as ever. How dare you blaspheme the great goddess Dione? Hearing Dione's words, Roy rolled his eyes and smiled. Zeus. I read a lot. Don't lie to me. The name Dione is the feminine form of Zeus. So you who claim to be a goddess are actually Zeus who became a goddess. Stupid humans. After being exposed by Roy, Dione, the mother of Zeus, said with a proud look on her face. Don't you really know that our gods have no gender? So we can come as male gods according to human needs. Or we can become goddesses to meet human needs. Gods have no gender. In other words, gods can change gender at will. From male gods to goddesses. And from goddesses to male gods. This is of course something Roy has known for a long time. In another world's history, Lelvani, the god of the underworld in Hittite mythology, was originally a male god. The god of the underworld, Lelvani, may be the Amorite god of the underworld, Mot Hades Nergal, who was later transformed into a goddess under the influence of the goddess worship in the Hittite kingdom. The snake demon Iluyanka in Hittite mythology is a debased form of the goddess Astanis. In Hittite mythology, Iluyanka once fought with Tishub and took away his heart and eyes. He was later killed by Tishub in revenge. The real history corresponding to this myth is the war that took place between the Eblers who worshipped Astanis and the Amorites who worshipped Tishub who had Marduk Zeus. Although the Eblers once defeated the Amorites, the Amorites finally defeated the Eblers completely. Astanis was reduced to the demon Iluyanka in the myths concocted by the Amorites. And even her gender was concocted as male. You said that gods have no gender. Are you trying to fool me like a fool? Roy teased jokingly. If gods have no gender, why are you, Poseidon, and Hades all male gods? Perhaps in ancient times, when you were worshipped by the Aryans as thunder, you did have no gender. After a long historical evolution, now you have long had a fixed gender as a male god. Now you will become a goddess, just to replace the goddess worshipped by the Illyrians, and gain the faith and worship of the Illyrians in the shortest possible time. Waiting for Illyrians when the demi-humans forget the goddess they worship. You will surely resume your identity as the male god Zeus. The Illyrians not only worshipped male gods such as Ars and Hermes, but also worshipped the sea goddess and the forest goddess under the influence of the Pelasgus. In the Greek mythology of another world, Leda, who gave birth to the Gemini star gods Castor and Polydeuces to Zeus, Queen Clytemnestra of Mycenae, and Queen Helen of Sparta, was Ito, the goddess of the sea in the Lea region. The Illyrians in the Caledon region also worshipped the mountain goddess named Altia. In the history of another world, after the Dorians conquered the Peloponnese Peninsula, the Mycenaeans and Akkadians, who did not want to be enslaved by the Dorians, migrated in large numbers. The Arcadians migrated to the Calydon region, allowing Artemis to replace the Calydon region's native goddess Althea. This is the basis for the story of the Caledonian boar hunt. The Caledonian prince Meleager fell in love with Atalanta, the incarnation of Artemis, and killed his two uncles for Atalanta, and was eventually killed by his mother Althea. In this story, after Althea kills Meleager, he also takes his own life. Atalanta became the biggest winner, symbolizing Artemis replacing Althea as the patron goddess of the Calydon region. The Mycenaeans migrated to the Dodona area in Epirus, and Zeus replaced the local goddess and became the patron goddess of the Dodona area as the goddess Dione. This is where the Dodona sanctuary of Zeus comes from. The Mycenaeans did not let Zeus replace the local goddess with the identity of the male god Zeus. Apparently because the Mycenaeans migrated here as if they were fleeing and did not have the absolute strength to defeat the local ethnic groups. This is also Zeus's consistent style. For example, when the Hyksos conquered Egypt, because the number of Hyksos was too small and they did not suppress the absolute strength of the Egyptians, they asked Zeus to replace the local Egyptian storm god Seth with the identity of the storm god. When the Mycenaeans, a branch of the Hyksos, migrated to the Argos area with Zeus, because the Argives worshipped Hestia, the goddess of thunder, they asked Zeus to replace the locals with the identity of the god of thunder, Hestia, goddess of thunder. When the Hittite kingdom conquered the Amorites in the Yamhad region, the Amorites asked Hadad, Zeus Marduk, to replace the local earth and thunder goddess Enora with the identity of the thunder god Teshub. The more unfavorable the situation is for Zeus, the more Zeus can compromise. Not to mention changing his godhead. Even changing his gender is not a big deal to Zeus. Although the Mycenae kingdom established by Perseus now has an area of 200,000 square kilometers and a population of millions, there are only a few thousand Mycenaeans who worship Zeus. Almost all of the millions of people in the kingdom of Mycenae were Illyrians who worshipped the goddess. In this case, it is quite normal for Zeus to become a goddess in order to gain the faith of the Illyrians. As for the thousands of Mycenaeans who forced millions of Illyrians to worship the male god Zeus, even Roy wouldn't dare to do such a crazy thing. Even if Roy stood in Perseus's position, he could only turn Zeus into a goddess to replace the local goddess worshipped by the Illyrians. It was impossible to force the Illyrians to believe in male gods. Human, I am a goddess now too. Dione looked at Roy expressionlessly and said, if you defeat Perseus, will you make the goddess Dione the goddess of the Athenian Empire? Don't ask such stupid questions. Roy said immediately. Even if your divine body really turns into a goddess, I will still treat you as a male god. So after I defeat Perseus, I will only expel you and will never let you become a goddess enshrined by the Athens Empire. Could it be that you were she transformed into the goddess Dione not only to replace the local goddess worshipped by the Illyrians, but also to join the Athenian Empire after Perseus' defeat? Perseus is the favorite of Zeus, the great king of gods. So Perseus will never lose to you. I also hope that Perseus can defeat me and end my life as a human. After responding to Dione, Roy looked at Perseus who was confronting him and said, Perseus, your father god Zeus really has high hopes for you. And I also want you to kill me. Don't let us down. Let me see if your soldiers can defeat Athens with bronze weapons. Dimensionality reducing strikes by soldiers using iron weapons. Roy, I won't lose to you. Perseus finished speaking with a serious expression and took the initiative to lead his soldiers to attack Roy. Chapter 499 Three goddesses carve up the Balkans. There is a saying that painting a tiger is not the opposite of a dog. Perseus's imitation of Loe can be described in this sentence. Roy's rapid expansion of the Athenian Empire often brought a better life to local groups. The kingdom of Mycenae established by Perseus obviously did not allow the local Illyrians to live a better life. Because Perseus's ruling system made Mycenaeans and honorary Mycenaeans the ruling class, ordinary Illyrians supported the upper-class Mycenaeans and honorary Mycenaeans. Under this system, not to mention ordinary Illyrians, even the Illyrians who became honorary Mycenaeans would not risk their lives to support Perseus' rule. After all, the Illyrians who were enslaved and exploited under Perseus were the true kin of the honorable Mycenaeans. Outside Dodona, Roy's 20,000 Athenian army collided with Perseus' 50,000 army. Perseus' army consisted of 5,000 Mycenaean soldiers and 45,000 honorary Mycenaean soldiers. Honorary Mycenaean soldiers were in charge of the battle, and Mycenaean soldiers served as supervising troops behind. The armies of both sides collided like two torrents, and the honorable Mycenaean soldiers initially burst out with amazing morale. However, as the two sides fought, The Athenian soldiers, who used sharp iron spears and wore iron armor, began to carry out dimensionality reduction attacks on the honorable Mycenaean soldiers, who used bronze war spears. The war turned into a unilateral massacre by the Athenian soldiers. The morale of the Mycenaean soldiers quickly collapsed. Apparently these honorable Mycenaeans, Illyrians, did not want to sacrifice their lives for Perseus and the Mycenaeans. Seeing this expected battlefield situation, Perseus shouted to the honorary Mycenaean soldiers, while asking the Mycenaean soldiers supervising the battle to kill the honorary Mycenaean soldiers, who retreated and fled. Honorable Mycenaeans. No one is allowed to retreat. The great goddess Dione is the greatest and most powerful goddess. As long as we pray sincerely to the goddess Dione, we will definitely be able to defeat the enemy. Hearing Perseus' words, the honorable Mycenaean soldiers could only pray for Dione's help while moving forward driven by the war team. Dionysus immediately responded to the prayers of the honored Mycenaeans and stretched out her left hand to release divine light to illuminate the honored Mycenaean soldiers on the battlefield. Under the divine light of Dionysus, the honorable Mycenaean soldiers not only increased their strength, but also their courage to fight against the Athenian soldiers. Seeing that Dione began to interfere in the war, Loe also loudly summoned the goddess of the Athenian Empire. Metis, Mnemosyne, Amphitrite, please help us defeat our enemies. The next moment, Metis, Mnemosyne, and Amphitrite descended from the sky accompanied by 3 divine lights. After the 3 goddesses arrived, they did not immediately join the battle. They all looked down at Roy expressionlessly. Sensing the dissatisfaction of the 3 goddesses, Roy pretended to be confused and said, Goddess Metis, Goddess Mnemosyne, Goddess Amphitrite, don't you want to get involved in this war? Then I can only seek help from other goddesses. Metis said angrily through gritted teeth. Is this what you want to say? We were the first 3 goddesses to give you blessings. But now Persephone, Aphrodite, Istanus, Alina, Inanna, and Sekhmet are here under your rule. She has become a great goddess, with a territory of more than 100,000 square kilometers. And her power are comparable to those of ordinary kings of gods. But we are ordinary patron saints of city-states. Don't you feel sorry for us? I'm feeling it too. Mnemosyne said expressionlessly. Without our help from the beginning, you wouldn't be where you are now. Even Amphitrite couldn't help but say. Persephone and Aphrodite joined the Athenian Empire later than us. Why are their strength and status higher than ours? Faced with the collective complaints of the 3 goddesses, Roy said with a smile. Just like Procne and Philomela, the importance in my heart will not be lost to that of any other girl. You are the first 3 goddesses who gave me the blessings of the gods. Your importance in my heart will not be lost to any other goddess. Now I promise you that this time I conquer the Balkans, I will allocate new territories to you, so that your territories will all exceed 150,000 square kilometers. After hearing Roy's promise, Metis said with a satisfied smile. What I want is not only the territory, but also the throne of the queen of the gods of the Athenian Empire. Since you have built the Athenian pantheon on Mount Helicon, then worship me as the protector of Athens and make me the leader of the Athenian pantheon. Owner, just stop it. Dione suddenly roared angrily at this moment. More than 1/3 of the Balkan Peninsula is my territory. You said in front of me that you want to carve up the Balkan Peninsula. Do you think you will be able to defeat me? It's so noisy. Metis looked at Dione with disdain and said, Zeus, do you think you can defeat us by becoming a goddess? We don't even need to join forces. I can defeat you alone. After saying that, Metis summoned a black divine spear and took the initiative to attack Dione. There was a loud explosion. Metis' spear blade collided with Dione's spear blade. Dione was taken a step back by Metis' huge and astonishing power, and said with an expression of disbelief on her face, How is this possible? I am the patron saint of the kingdom of Mycenae, with an area of 200,000 square kilometers, and a population of 1 million. You are only the patron saint of the city of Athens and the Attica Peninsula. Why is your divine power more powerful than mine? The city of Athens and the Attica Peninsula that I protect are the heart of the Athenian Empire. Athena said with a proud smile. As the patron saint of the city of Athens, I am the most special patron saint of the Athens Empire. Although my territory does not exceed 100,000 square kilometers, my power are second only to the 6 great goddesses. Although you have 20 with a territory of 10,000 square kilometers. Those Illyrians who were enslaved and exploited by the Mycenaeans did not agree with you and worship you from the bottom of their hearts. So now you are strong on the outside and vulnerable on the inside. You Dion glared at Metis with angry eyes, but could not utter a retort. Because what Metis said is true. The Illyrians who were enslaved and oppressed by the Mycenaeans did not recognize and worship Dion. If I had 20 years, I had 40 years to annex the goddess worshipped by the Illyrians. You would never be able to defeat me. After uttering this impotent and furious cry, Dion called loudly. Poseidon. Hades. Ares. Hermes. What are you waiting for? Following Dion's call, Poseidon, Hades, Ares, and Hermes descended on the battlefield and came behind Dion. It seems it's our turn to help. Mnemosyne said to Amphitrite with a gentle and sweet smile. Should I take care of them alone? Or should we take care of both of them? Chapter 500 I want to die with you. In the kingdom of Mycenae established by Perseus, Poseidon, Hades, Ares, and Hermes also had the status of patron gods of the city-state. Poseidon and Hades are powerful patron saints with an area of 20,000 square kilometers and a population of 100,000 each. Ares and Hermes are also patron saints with an area of 10,000 square kilometers and a population of 50,000 each. Judging from the superficial data, their combined strength should far exceed that of Mnemosyne and Amphitrite. But in fact, the Illyrians they guarded were still in the Stone Age, and the territories of Mnemosyne and Amphitrite had entered the Iron Age. With such a huge gap in civilization, even if Poseidon, Hades, Ares, and Hermes joined forces, they would not be able to withstand the dimensionality reduction attack of Mnemosyne and Amphitrite. So after hearing Mnemosyne's inquiry, Amphitrite said without hesitation, I'll handle them all by myself. After saying that, Amphitrite summoned the silver trident, and her body rushed into the surroundings of Poseidon, Hades, Ares, and Hermes like a whirlwind. Amphitrite fought against the four male gods alone. And Metis also fought one-on-one with Dion, the mother of Zeus. Mnemosyne looked down at Roy and asked, Do you need me to help you? Roy was already fighting with Perseus at this time. Upon hearing Mnemosyne's inquiry, Roy refused without hesitation. Unnecessary. Although the current Perseus is more powerful than the Perseus a year ago, and is already a demigod hero worthy of Roy's serious action, there is still a clear gap between his strength and Roy. In this case, Roy would certainly not accept Mnemosyne's help, causing the strength gap between himself and Perseus to become even stronger. Because Roy has decided to make Perseus his enemy to kill him. In order to make it very reasonable for Perseus to kill him, Roy had deliberately suppressed his own strength and made himself and Perseus a deadlock. Perseus, you have indeed become stronger now. Roy teased Perseus while fighting him. Perhaps the two of us can fight to the death. I don't want to die with you, Perseus said with a look of disgust. I still have a wonderful life to enjoy, so I won't let myself be killed by you. What a shame. Your fate is not decided by you, but by me. As soon as Loe finished speaking, Perseus' honorable Mycenaean soldiers began to break down and run away. Some honorable Mycenaean soldiers ran into the middle of Roy and Perseus in a panic. After separating Roy and Perseus, Perseus sneered and said to Roy, Is this your fate too? After saying that, Perseus turned around and ran away without hesitation. Surrounded by honorable Mycenaean soldiers, Roy could only watch as Perseus escaped. You guys dash. Looking at the honorable Mycenaeans surrounding him, Roy could only shout helplessly. Surrender without killing. Everyone put down their weapons and surrender. Under Roy's intimidation, the honorable Mycenaean soldiers surrendered. These honorary Mycenaeans were originally Illyrians. Since they were able to surrender to Perseus and the Mycenaeans and become accomplices of the Mycenaeans in dominating the Illyrians, they would certainly not sacrifice their lives for Perseus. At the end of the war, 30,000 of the Mycenaean soldiers of Perseus' honor were made prisoners of Loe. Perseus fled from Dodona with more than 10,000 soldiers. Although defeating Perseus was the inevitable result, the process was so simple, which actually made Roy feel a little dissatisfied. Because Roy wanted to fight an even war with Perseus and die together with Perseus in a reasonable way. After the war between humans, Dion, the mother of Zeus, glanced at the temple of Dion in Dodona with reluctance, and then ordered to Poseidon, Hades, Ares, and Hermes, We should go. After saying that, Dion, the mother of Zeus, took the initiative to end the battle with Metis and turned into a golden light and flew to the Albania region in the north. Poseidon, Hades, Ares, And Hermes also ended their battle with Amphitrite and flew north after Dion. Seeing that Dion decisively abandoned the city of Dodona, Roy immediately ordered the Athenian soldiers to rush into the city of Dodona and destroy the temple of Dion in Dodona. After leaving 5,000 Athenian soldiers to manage 30,000 prisoners, Loe led 15,000 Athenian soldiers to pursue Perseus' army into Albania. Chased by Loe, Perseus did not stop in Albania and continued to flee to the north into Bosnia and Herzegovina. Roy left 5,000 soldiers to take over the Albanian region and then continued to pursue Perseus. When Perseus fled to Croatia, Roy had to give up chasing Perseus in Bosnia and Herzegovina. For Perseus had 50,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry in Croatia. Even if Roy gave up occupying Bosnia and Herzegovina, it would be difficult for Roy to defeat Perseus' 60,000 army with 10,000 Athenian soldiers. After leaving 10,000 Athenian soldiers to take over Bosnia and Herzegovina, Loe left Bosnia and Herzegovina alone and headed for the Macedonian plain in the north of the Athenian Empire. Macedonian Plain. This area was ruled jointly by the Athenian Empire and the Thracian Amazon tribes. Now in the western area of the Macedonian Plain, there are 20,000 cavalry and 30,000 infantry from the Athenian Empire gathered. The supreme commander of this 50,000-strong army is Roy's chief uncle Procne and Philomela's brother Erechtheus. When Roy arrived at the Athenian military camp on the Macedonian plain, materials from the Athenian Empire were still being delivered in a steady stream. The Illyrians were different from the Thracians. The Illyrians were a semi-nomadic and semi-agrarian people. Plus they were enslaved by the Mycenaeans. Roy led the Athenian soldiers to drive away Perseus and the Mycenaeans. He only needed to use the policies of the Athenian Empire to bring a better life to the Illyrians, so that the Illyrians could obey the rule of the Athenian Empire. The Thracians were completely nomadic. If the Athenian Empire wanted to conquer the Thracians and establish a stable rule, it would inevitably use a large amount of materials to support the Thracians until the Thracians transformed into a farming nation. If Roy doesn't want to support the Thracians, then the Thracians can only be expelled, eliminated or reduced to slaves. And then immigrants from the Athenian Empire can be used to reclaim the fertile plains where the Thracians live. Athenian military camp. Roy walked into the military camp and saw Erechtheus training with a cavalry team. Loe couldn't help but frown when he saw the cavalry trained by Erechtheus obeying orders, and the soldiers also respected and admired Erechtheus. Although Erechtheus was not a qualified king, he undoubtedly had the charisma of a hero. If he were not his cheap brother-in-law, Roy would never let him become the commander of 20,000 iron lancers and 30,000 armored infantry. Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty re-employed Wei Qing and Hu Qubing. Loe sighed when Erechtheus saw Loe and rode towards Loe. Sure enough, it's not because they are capable, but because they are not only capable, but also trustworthy. Chapter 501 Thracians and the Three Barbarians. Athenian military camp. Loe, your majesty. Erechtheus came to Loe. First called Loe by his first name, and then added the honorific. After Erechtheus got off the horse, Roy took the initiative to hug him and said, "Dear brother, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Facing Roy's unprecedented intimacy, Erechtheus asked stiffly, "Is our relationship so good? We are a real family." After separating from Erechtheus, Roy said with a smile, "Erectus, if I die suddenly, do you want to become the next emperor of the Athenian Empire?" "Why would you say such a thing?" Erechtheus said with confusion. "You are a demigod hero. It wouldn't be surprising if you could live to be 90 years old in the future." "Erechtheus, just answer my question directly. If I die suddenly, do you want to become the next emperor of the Athenian Empire?" Erechtheus shook his head and said, "Your Athenian Empire is too huge. I have neither the ability nor the ambition to manage the Athenian Empire." It was obvious that Erechtheus was not lying. After all, the Athenian Empire was really huge. Even Loe, who established the Athenian Empire, used his wives to rule various regions of the Athenian Empire. "Dear Erechtheus, in this war to conquer the Balkans, I plan to leave it to you to command the Athenian soldiers. Depending on your merits, I can make you the governor of Britain or the governor of Japan." Hearing Roy's words, Erechtheus looked at Roy with his eyes widened in disbelief and asked, "Do you really want to give me the command of 20,000 cavalry and 30,000 infantry?" Roy nodded immediately and said, "You are the brother of Procne and Philomela, and you are the only one who can gain such trust from me. As long as you live up to my trust, I will make you the Cancer star god among the 12 constellations of the zodiac in the future." Erechtheus said a little embarrassed, "I don't deserve your trust." Now I do things for you for Procne and Philomela. As long as you can take good care of my sister, I will be satisfied. After making plans with Erechtheus to conquer the Balkans, Loe rode alone to Hippolyta's Amazon tribe. The Thracians were nomadic people and their tribes frequently moved around. Hippolyta's tribe is now located in the Byzantine region in the Eastern Balkans. It is close to the Bosporus Strait, controls the gateway to the Black Sea, and is the transportation hub of Europe and Asia. Its strategic position is very important. Byzantium. When Roy came here, he saw that there were city walls built with cement from the Athenian Empire. Hippolyta seemed to want to build a Byzantine city here. Next to Hippolyta's royal tent, there is also a palace being built with cement. When Roy walked towards the king's tent, Hippolyta, who was returning from patrolling the territory, happened to see Roy and immediately rushed to Roy on her white horse. You finally came. After Hippolyta's white horse stopped in front of Roy, Hippolyta looked at Roy with a complicated expression and asked, "Where are your troops? I can summon my Thracian knights at any time. My army is still in the west of the Macedonian plain. Erechtheus will arrive tomorrow with 20,000 cavalry." Roy suggested to Hippolyta, "Hippolyta, you can summon the Thracian knights under your command by paying military salaries, and ask them not to bring weapons when they gather." Hippolyta accepted Roy's proposal and asked the 12 female knights who followed her to convey the order. Although it is already summer, the sea breeze from the Black Sea can still bring cool temperatures to the Thracian plains. After Roy and Hippolyta entered the king's tent, Hippolyta took Roy to sit on her throne like a diligent wife serving her husband, and ordered her maids to prepare water and food for Roy. Roy naturally enjoyed Hippolyta's service and asked her, "Hippolyta, are you really ready to wake up? Now you are not only betraying your own tribe, you are betraying all Thracians." Hippolyta said nonchalantly, "So what? Our Thracian tribes have been killing each other all the time. And I won't have any guilty thoughts about other tribes who betrayed the Thracians. In the history of another world, the Thracians were once described in this way: the Thracians are the most powerful nation in the world. If the Thracians had a leader, or if they could work together, I believe they would be invincible and would far surpass all other peoples in the world. However, since it is difficult for them to unite, they will never be able to achieve their goal of being number one in the world. So that's their weakness. The Thracians of the different parts of the country have their own names, but the customs of all the tribes are exactly the same, with the exception of the Gatai, the Trauci, and those who live above the Crestons. This is the description of the Thracians at that time by the historian Herodotus, who was born in 480 BC. By the 1st century AD, the Thracian region south of the Danube could send 15,000 cavalry and 200,000 infantry to the battlefield. It is a pity that the Thracians are always divided and like to kill each other. They fight endlessly in the Thracian region, and when they serve as mercenaries in foreign countries, they often fight with their own people. In foreign countries, they are well known as mercenaries. They can be seen from the deserts of North Africa to the mountains of Armenia. Whether it is their violent and bloodthirsty wildness, their undoubted strength in combat, or their famous tendency to defect in the face of battle, are not shy about betrayal, and are the reasons why they are famous. The most powerful Thracian warrior in history was the slave gladiator Spartacus, who launched an uprising in the era of the Triumvirate. Thinking of Spartacus, Roy said with a confident smile, "Dear Hippolyta, I believe you can help me tame the unruly Thracian knights and unite them under the banner of the Athenian Empire. When the Athenian Empire conquers Eastern Europe, Central Europe, Western Europe, and Northern Europe, the Thracian knights will become the main force of the Athenian Empire against the nomadic Slavs, Germans, Celts, Gauls, and Iberians. Are the Slavs you are talking about our distant relatives from the north?" Hippolyta said confused. "Among our Aryan branch groups, the Slavs are weak. So we Thracians occupy the Great Plains of the northern Balkan Peninsula with fertile land and warm climate. The Slavs can only live in the Dnieper River basin, where the winter lasts for half the year. The Slavs are no match for us Thracians. As long as the Thracian knights gallop to the Dnieper River, the Slavs will crawl at our feet." After hearing Hippolyta's words, Roy couldn't help laughing. It seems that in this era, the three major barbarians are just small roles that are not even supporting roles. Then when I conquer you Thracians, I will also conquer the Slavs and let the god of thunder worshipped by the Slavs, where the dragon, Zeus, disappeared together with the sun god Baluberg. Chapter 502, First annex the Amazon tribe. Nomads usually have all the people as soldiers, and only the old, weak, Sick and disabled men do not need to participate in the battle. In this model, every family in the tribe will be respected. So the internal exploitation of the nomads is lower than that of the farming people. This is why the nomads are very united. In the history of another world, whether it was the Roman Empire in the west or China in the east, farming peoples with huge population advantages were always oppressed or even destroyed by nomads. This is because after entering the Iron Age, the problem of internal oppression by farming peoples became more and more serious. The more serious it is, the Thracians of this era were standard nomads. The Amazon tribe ruled by Hippolyta can summon up to 20,000 Thracian knights under the mode of all soldiers. The second day after Roy arrived at the Amazon tribe, the knights of the Amazon tribe were summoned to Byzantium by Hippolyta's order. It's close to noon. Thracian knights gathered in groups on the Byzantine grasslands, waiting for Hippolyta's pay. The reason why the nomads are very united is that the nomadic ruling class does not exploit the tribesmen seriously. The ruling class of the nomadic people is unwilling to exploit the tribesmen because the civilian class of the nomadic people is generally poor. If the civilian class is exploited, it will easily arouse their resistance. If the nomadic people lived a prosperous life, they would not risk their lives to attack the farming people. Now there is a good thing that falls from the sky. Queen Hippolyta suddenly wants to pay everyone. And the knights of the Amazon tribe certainly don't want to miss it. A hot summer noon, Roy and Hippolyta came to the center of the grassland where the knights gathered. Seeing Hippolyta's arrival, the knights lined up under the command of their respective leaders. After the knights had finished lining up, Hippolyta spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear. Fellow tribesmen, as you have heard, today I will give each of you 100 caddies of grain and a caddy of salt. But nothing comes for free in the world. All the things given to you come from the Athenian Empire. Emperor, my future husband Loe. For this reason, I have decided to make the Amazon tribe a part of the Athenian Empire. From now on, we will also be Athenians. And I will manage you with the policies of the Athenian Empire. After hearing Hippolyta's words, the leaders of the various vassal tribes said dissatisfiedly, Queen Hippolyta, why should we be Athenians? We are Thracians. And we have the beliefs and traditions passed down by our ancestors. Are you trying to betray our ancestors? I want to withdraw from the Amazon tribe. From now on, my tribe will no longer be your vassal. Not only the leaders, but also ordinary knights said. The Athenians are a farming people. Queen Hippolyta wants us to become farmers who cultivate the fields. I just want to be a shepherd herding horses and sheep. I don't want to work hard tilling the fields. Queen Hippolyta not only betrayed us, she also betrayed the ancestors. At this point Hippolyta was blamed by everyone as expected. Just when the leaders of each tribe wanted to lead the knights away, the thunderous sound of horse hooves suddenly approached. Then under the horrified eyes of the Thracians, Erechtheus galloped in with 20,000 Athenian cavalry and surrounded 20,000 Thracian knights. Seeing that the Athenian cavalry were fully armed and the blades of black iron spears reflected the cold light in the sun, the leaders asked questions one after another. Queen Hippolyta, do you want to kill us? You called us together just to use this kind of conspiracy. You are the mistress of an Athenian. But we are all your people. Seeing that Hippolyta was speechless under everyone's accusations, Roy spoke loudly on Hippolyta's behalf. Shut up. All of you. Hippolyta is doing this all for your own good. Have you really not discovered that as the population of Thracians increases, the food you get from herding horses and sheep is no longer enough to feed you? If this situation continues, do you want yourself and your family to starve to death? A tribal leader said immediately. We can go and rob the Athenians if there is no food. You Athenians have lots and lots of food. Robbing those who have food when they don't have it, this is the experience passed down to you by your ancestors. Roy said with a sneer. But can you defeat the Athenians? Upon hearing Roy's question, the Thracians all fell silent. Hippolyta said at this time, we cannot defeat the Athenians. This is a fact that you all know. Although we Thracians have the strength and courage to not lose to the Athenians, the Athenians have sharp iron weapons. Fellow tribesmen, everything I do is to protect you and enable you to live better. If you are still willing to believe in me, then accept my order and join the Athens Empire with me. If you are unwilling to accept my order, I can let you leave. After Hippolyta finished speaking, Erechtheus led the Athenian soldiers to capture the leaders. Facing the ferocious Athenian soldiers, some leaders, big and small, changed their minds and expressed their willingness to obey Hippolyta's orders. After all the leaders, big and small, were captured, the leaderless Thracians were all confused. Seeing the Thracians' reaction, Roy said immediately, "Since you can't make a choice, then you should understand the situation of the Athenian Empire." After Roy finished speaking, 20,000 Athenian soldiers walked into the 20,000 Thracians, began to tell them about the good life of the Athenian Empire, and persuaded them to join the Athenian Empire. If leaders, big and small, took the lead, the Thracians could still resist joining the Athenian Empire. Now these Thracians were leaderless, and under the orders of Hippolyta and the chattering persuasion of the Athenian soldiers, most of the Thracians agreed to join the Athenian Empire. Roy also distributed rewards on the spot. Those who were willing to join the Athenian Empire could receive 100 caddies of grain and 1 caddy of salt. Thracians unwilling to join the Athenian Empire would be expelled. Seeing that the Thracians who joined the Athenian Empire actually received food and salt, coupled with the threat of expulsion, eventually all 20,000 Thracian knights joined the Athenian Empire. Although he used carrots and sticks to get all the Thracian knights of the Amazon tribe to agree to join the Athenian Empire, it was obviously impossible for Roy to give them 100 pounds of grain and a pound of salt every month. So next, Roy will arrange work for them. Let them either become soldiers of the Athenian Empire, move to the mountains and continue to be shepherds, or become farmers with the help of the Athenian Empire. 3 days later, 10,000 qualified Thracian knights became the cavalry of the Athenian Empire, together with the arrival of 30,000 Athenian infantry. Erechtheus had 30,000 Athenian cavalry and 30,000 Athenian infantry under his command. While the Athenian Empire was annexing the Amazon tribes, various Thracian tribes in Thrace were also communicating with each other to prepare against the invasion of the Athenian Empire. Finally, summoned by Aetes, the tribal king of the Sun tribe, 100,000 Thracian knights gathered on the lower Danube plain. Perseus also joined the Thracian coalition with 10,000 cavalry and 50,000 infantry, preparing to use the Thracian coalition to defeat Loe. Chapter 503 An army of 60,000 versus 160,000. Lower Danube plain. Sun tribe station. 100,000 Thracian coalition forces and Perseus's 60,000 troops gathered here, making the place a sea of people. The royal tent of Aetes, the tribal king of the Sun tribe. The chiefs of the Thracian tribes and Perseus gathered here, and were enjoying the banquet Aetes held for them. The leaders happily drank and ate meat, and even directly played with the royal maids who served them. They seemed confident in defeating the Athenian Empire. Aetes sat on his throne, and beside him sat his daughter Phyllis. Perseus, as an ally who brought 60,000 troops, was placed closest to Aetes. Looking at Phyllis' beautiful and lovely face, Perseus took the initiative to ask Aetes, "Great King Aetes, in order to fight against the Athenian Empire, I think the Illyrians I rule and the Thracians you rule should form a powerful empire. Will you marry Princess Phyllis to me? Let my and Princess Phyllis's child, your grandson, become the king of Illyrians and Thracians." Aetes said with an unhappy frown, "Perseus, although we share a common enemy, I will not marry my daughter to you." Aetes' rejection was what Perseus had expected. So Perseus was not disappointed. "Princess Phyllis." Perseus looked at Phyllis and asked, "Will you let me be your husband?" "I don't want to." Phyllis refused without hesitation. "We are a branch of the Aryans who worship the sun god. And you are a branch of the Aryans who worship the god of thunder. If I marry you, the Balkans will be the territory of the great sun god Helios. And you will still worship him. The territory of Zeus, the god of thunder. My father Aetes is the favored son of the sun god Helios. We will never accept the god of thunder that you honor. You don't want to marry me, do you want to miss out on the best husband in the world? Isn't Roy, the emperor of the Athens Empire, better than you?" Phyllis mocked with a disdainful sneer. "I know that you have been defeated by Loe. Like a lost dog. Loe expelled you from the Peloponnese in the southern Balkans to the Croatian region in the northern Balkans." Perseus immediately fell silent. Because what Phyllis said is true. "Princess Phyllis, I don't deny that Roy is more powerful than me. But he is our enemy. If we lose the war with Roy, you and King Aetes will become Roy's slaves." The territory of the Sun tribe and its vassal tribes is the Bulgarian region. This area covers an area of 110,000 square kilometers, and has a population of more than 500,000. Mineral resources here are rich, and the main mineral deposits include coal, lead, zinc, copper, iron, uranium, manganese, chromium, mineral salt and a small amount of petroleum. Most importantly, it has fertile land watered by the Danube River. In the history of another world, Bulgaria has always been an agricultural country rich in agricultural resources. As long as this place is conquered, in 2 or 3 years, the Athenian Empire will add a grain-producing area. In addition to the Bulgarian region ruled by the Sun tribe, the Romanian, Hungarian, and Serbian regions ruled by other Thracian tribes are also fertile and productive areas. In the Ukrainian region in the north of the Balkan Peninsula, where the Slavs live, both sides of the Dnieper River are even more black soil watered by the Dnieper River. Eets and Perseus formed a coalition to deal with Roy. Of course, Roy would not choose to be beaten passively. After a large amount of supplies from the Athenian Empire were transported to Byzantine city and turned into a logistics center for the Athenian army, Roy took the initiative to enter the Bulgarian region with 60,000 Athenian troops. The plains on the west coast of the Black Sea east of the Balkan Mountains. Roy's 60,000-strong army met the Thracian coalition's obstruction here. The 30,000 cavalry and 30,000 infantry of the Athenian Empire faced off against the 100,000 Thracian coalition and Perseus' 10,000 cavalry and 50,000 infantry. The enemy had a huge numerical advantage, so they were confident of defeating the Athenian army. After sizing up the Thracian coalition, Roy asked Erechtheus, "Erechtheus, I leave this war to you to command. Are you confident that you can win? I have no reason to lose." Erechtheus said confidently, "Although the enemy outnumbers us by 100,000, our weapons and equipment are iron weapons and iron armor. The enemy uses backward bronze weapons and does not even have metal armor. The gap between the two sides is really too big." The difference in strength between the Athenian army and the Thracian coalition was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Even if the Thracian coalition had 3 times the numerical advantage, the Athenian army could not fail. Roy was also confident that the Athenian army would be victorious in reducing its dimensionality. After hearing Erechtheus's answer, Roy immediately said, "Then I will leave this war to you to command." Erechtheus accepted it calmly, and then commanded 30,000 Athenian cavalry to be divided into 3 cavalry legions to attack, followed by 30,000 infantry to cooperate with the cavalry. Eets and Perseus obviously did not expect that the numerically inferior Athenian army would take the initiative to attack. Eets immediately led the Thracian knights to fight head-on, and Perseus also led his 60,000 troops to wait for the opportunity. As Roy's old rival, Perseus knew the strength of the Athenian army better than the Thracians. So Perseus did not want to fight a tough battle. In the endless Green Sea, the Athenian army and the Thracian coalition were like 2 torrents colliding together. As soon as the battle between the 2 sides began, the Thracian coalition fell into a disadvantage. The bronze spear blades of the Thracians could hardly penetrate the iron armor of the Athenian soldiers, while the iron spear blades of the Athenian soldiers could easily tear through the cloth and leather armor of the Thracian knights. The attack of the Athenian soldiers can easily knock down the Thracian knights from their horses, but the attacks of the Thracian knights can hardly knock down the Athenian cavalry who use saddles, stirrups and other horse equipment from their horses. Seeing that the situation on the battlefield turned out to be a unilateral massacre of Thracian knights by Athenian soldiers, Eets immediately found Erechtheus and wanted to kill Erechtheus as the commander to reverse the situation. Seeing that Eets regarded him as a target, Erechtheus came to Eets without showing any signs of weakness. The commander-in-chief of the Athenian army and the commander-in-chief of the Thracian coalition launched a one-on-one battle. The sun god Helios took the initiative to come with the Thracian gods and gave his divine power to Eets. Because Helios also knew that Eets lost this war and the Thrace region was conquered by the Athenian Empire, he would not only lose the throne of the king of the Thracian gods, but also lose his identity as the patron saint of the Sun tribe. Was driven out of the Thracian region by the Athenian Empire. After Helios arrived with the Thracian gods, the goddesses Metis, Mnemosyne, and Amphitrite also came to the battlefield to confront the Thracian gods. The Amazon tribe joined the Athenian Empire, and Bendis, the moon goddess who protected the Amazon tribe, became one of the Athenian gods. But Bendis did not want to be an enemy of her brother, so she did not participate in this battle of the gods. Chapter 504 Conditions for not killing Eets. Balkan Peninsula, Eastern Bulgarian region. On the plains on the west coast of the Black Sea, the Athenian army and the Thracian army continued to collide like 2 raging torrents. Although the Thracian coalition had a huge numerical advantage, the Athenian army relied on advanced weapons and equipment to reduce the size of the attacks, killing Thracian knights and falling continuously. In order to change this unfavorable situation, Eets, the king of the tribe of the Sun, took the initiative to fight one-on-one with Erechtheus, the commander of the Athenian army. The goddesses Metis, Mnemosyne, And Andis of the Athenian Empire, the goddess fit right, also started a war of gods with the Thracian gods headed by the sun god Helios. Roy observed the situation on the battlefield and said with a satisfied expression, "Erechtheus is truly my Wei Qing. It seems that after my death, he will become Procne and Philomela's greatest help in maintaining the Athenian Empire. In addition, Ares and Caesar are both Athenians. The Athenian Empire should not have been torn apart under the rule of Procne and Philomela." Just then, Loe saw Eats begin to overpower Erechtheus in battle. Although Erechtheus has now grown into a great hero, with strength close to that of a demigod hero, enemies of 10,000 people. He is still not a demigod hero, enemies of 10,000 people, after all. Even if Eats, who is over 40 years old, is a demigod hero whose strength has begun to decline. His strength is still not something that Erechtheus can compete with. Erechtheus is the help Roy left to Procne and Philomela. Of course Roy cannot let him be killed by Eats. So seeing Erechtheus falling into a disadvantage, Roy directly summoned the wings of the sky, and then flew to the place where Erechtheus and Eats fought. "Young man, you are quite capable," Eats praised while fighting Erechtheus. "If I give you another year to grow, you will definitely become a demigod hero. It's a pity that you shouldn't challenge me now. Roy made you my enemy. Does he regard you as a threat and want to use me? Kill you?" "You guessed wrong," Erechtheus said, rolling his eyes. "My sister is the first queen of the Athens Empire. And Roy did not arrange for me to fight you. I took the initiative to command this war. Then you really deserve to die." There was a loud explosion. Eats launched a powerful and heavy attack, knocking Erechtheus to the ground. Just when Eats was about to rush over and kill Erechtheus, Roy's figure suddenly fell from the sky and blocked Eats. "Erechtheus, leave Eats to me, and you can command the soldiers." Erechtheus glanced at Eats with some reluctance, and finally accepted Roy's order and turned around to leave. Perseus, who was also observing the battlefield situation, immediately brightened up when he saw Roy appearing on the battlefield. Perseus certainly didn't think Eats could kill Loe. But while Loe was fighting Eats, Perseus unexpectedly attacked Loe and might have killed Loe. Mycenaean soldiers. Honorable Mycenaean soldiers. Now let's go help our allies. Under the command of Perseus, a 60,000-strong army composed of Mycenaeans and honorable Mycenaeans entered the battlefield, allowing the disadvantaged Thracian coalition to regain hope of victory. Perseus himself walked around behind Roy. The war between gods also involved 3 Athenian goddesses suppressing the Thracian gods headed by the sun god Helios. Helios, the sun god of the sun tribe. Gepalesis, the sky god of the Dacian tribe. Zalmoxis, the god of the underworld of the Geta tribe. Prestolos, the god of war of the Apsan tribe. And Cleikandeion, the god of war of the Stone tribe. Sberthuld, the thunder god of the Surd tribe. Cybele, the earth goddess of the Phrygian tribe. Sabazios and Zala, the plant gods of the Sabasa tribe. Heroes, the harvest god of the Stribe tribe. These 9 gods have used all their strength to protect their thrones, because they all knew that once the Thracian region was conquered by the Athenian Empire, Hieron, the patron saint of the Dorians, who was driven off his throne by the Athenian Empire, would serve as a lesson to them. Unfortunately, even though they tried their best, they could not make up for the strength gap between them and Metis, Mnemosyne, and Amphitrite. Metis, the goddess alone, could suppress Helios, the king of the gods in Thrace. Mnemosyne and Amphitrite, 1 against 4, also suppressed their opponents. Balkan Mountains. Gods such as Hieron, the patron saint of the Dorians. Jupiter, the sun god of the Etruscans. Mars, the patron saint of the Latins. Quirinus, the patron saint of the Sabines. Janus, the door god, etc. They were all on a peak overlooking the battlefield. "Your Majesty Jupiter, the other you, Helios, is going to lose." Mars asked Jupiter, "Aren't you going to help the other you? If I go to help him, will he give me the throne of the king of the Thracian gods? Or will he make me the second sun god in Thracia?" Jupiter said expressionlessly, "Although Helios and I have the same origin, after we split into different gods, we have become competitors after all. The sun god is a unique godhead." Helen couldn't help but say, "Are we just going to do nothing?" Jupiter sneered. "If the Thracian gods can defeat the goddess of the Athenian Empire, we will punish that damn human being. As long as there is no human being who rejects male gods, We may not be able to become the gods of the Athenian Empire. If the Thracian gods cannot defeat the goddess of the Athenian Empire, we just treated her like a good show. The other gods nodded in agreement. In the human battlefield, just as the Athenian army unilaterally suppressed the Thracian coalition, Loe also unilaterally suppressed Eets. Although he knew that he was no match for Roy, Eets still fought tenaciously with Roy. After all, in this era, not just this era, but also in other eras, if the Supreme Commander takes the lead in escaping from the battlefield, it will cause a serious blow to the morale of the soldiers. So as long as Eets doesn't want to lose this war, he must fight to the death in front of Roy. Eets, it seems you really want to die. Seeing that Eets still refused to surrender, Roy said expressionlessly, since you are unwilling to surrender, then I will let you die on the battlefield. Don't kill my father. Just as Roy was about to kill Eets, Phyllis, the daughter of Eets, approached and shouted while sitting on horseback. Roy, if you kill my father, then you will never get me. After hearing Phyllis' threat, Roy had to give up the idea of killing Eets. It was not difficult for Roy to conquer 500,000 Thracians in Bulgaria. But if Roy wants to rule the Thracians in Bulgaria, he must get the help of Eets or Phyllis. After giving up on killing Eets, Roy proposed to Phyllis. Princess Phyllis, I don't have to kill your father, but you must become my wife and lead the Thracians in Bulgaria to join the Athenian Empire. Chapter 505, Victory belonging to the Athenian Empire. Roy was fighting Eets while negotiating with Phyllis. This was undoubtedly the time when Roy was most distracted. Good. Just when Phyllis agreed to Roy's request, Perseus, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly attacked Roy from behind. Sensing Perseus' sneak attack, Roy turned around to deal with it with ease, and teased Perseus with a disdainful sneer. Perseus, you really underestimate my strength. To deal with an Eets, I don't need to use all my strength at all. So your sneak attack from behind is impossible to succeed. There was a loud explosion. While speaking, Roy's spear blade collided with Perseus' spear blade. Although Roy blocked Perseus' attack, Eets also attacked from behind. Caught in the siege of Eets and Perseus, Roy frowned and said with an unhappy expression, it's really troublesome. Being besieged by two demigod heroes is already a very troublesome situation. What's even more troublesome is that Roy has to suppress his own strength to avoid serious injury or killing Eets. At this moment, Dione, the mother of Zeus, came to the battlefield with Poseidon, Hades, Ares, and Hermes. Seeing Loe being surrounded by Eets and Perseus, Dione smiled happily. Human, it seems you are in trouble. So let us help you. After speaking, Dione immediately injected 2 streams of divine power into the bodies of Eets and Perseus. With the blessing of Dion's divine power, Eets and Perseus burst out with excitement to attack Roy, as if they were beaten to death. Whoosh! Roy was about to summon other goddesses from the Athenian Empire to come, when a huge 10-meter-long silver arrow suddenly struck Dione. After Dione dodged the arrow, the moon goddess Bendis came to the battlefield and confronted Dione. Poseidon, Hades, Ares, and Hermes. Looking at the back of the moon goddess Bendis, Roy asked doubtfully, Goddess Bendis, don't you want to participate in this battle? I just don't want to fight the Thracian gods. Bendis said with his back to Roy. If my opponent is not the Thracian gods, I will not shirk my responsibilities and obligations as the Athenian gods. Then can you take on the Mycenaean gods by yourself? Cannot. After Bendis' honest answer, Artemis, the goddess of hunting, descended from the sky with her subordinate god Calypso. Immediately afterwards, Roy's half-sister, the goddess Hestia, also descended from the sky. Good brother, we are here to help you, Artemis said expressionlessly. Based on our merits, you must increase my territory appropriately. With that, Artemis struck Hermes with her arrows, and Hestia struck Poseidon with thunderfire. Dione, Hades, and Ares were about to besiege Bendis. The Illyrian sea goddess Leda and the forest goddess Althea also came to the battlefield and stood with Bendis. Oh no! Oh no! Along with a pair of huge wings covering the sun in the sky, the goddess Hera also descended from the sky, surrounding Dione with Bendis. Even sister Hera is here dash. Seeing that there were so many goddesses from the Athenian Empire on the battlefield, Roy knew that there was no need to summon other goddesses. As if hearing Roy's murmur, Hera glared at Roy with a cold look and said, it's enough for me to be here. My share of the newly conquered territory cannot be lost to other goddesses. After saying that, Hera summoned the Black Divine Spear to attack Dion, as if she wanted to monopolize the credit for defeating Dion. Under the siege of Hera and Bendis, Dion no longer had room to instill divine power into Perseus and Aetes. And Perseus and Aetes were suppressed by Loe again in the battle. Seeing that there was no chance of killing Roy, Perseus immediately fled the battlefield. Roy and Aetes turned into a one-on-one duel. Aetes, who had been struggling to hold on, was soon knocked away by Roy's gun blade, and his bronze war spear flew away. When Roy's gun blade was pressed against Aetes' heart, and Aetes closed her eyes and waited for death, Phyllis rode a white horse to the two of them and said, "Roy, you promised not to kill my father. Then you must fulfill our agreement." Roy said with a bright smile, "As long as you fulfill your agreement, your father will be my father-in-law. Of course I will not hurt your father." Phyllis nodded, then shouted at the top of her lungs, "Thracians, this war is over. I am Phyllis, the daughter of Aetes. Now I order you all to surrender. Don't sacrifice your lives in vain anymore." Phyllis, seeing that Phyllis actually called on the tribe to surrender, Aetes glared at her daughter angrily. But he also knew this was a losing battle. If this war continues, it will only cost the lives of the tribesmen. At Phyllis's call, the Thracian knights, who had already lost all morale, surrendered one after another. Seeing that the Thracians had surrendered, Perseus immediately fled to the northwest with his army. Originally Perseus had an army of 60,000. Because some of the soldiers were killed, wounded, or taken prisoner on the battlefield, only 10,000 cavalry and 40,000 infantry were left to escape with Perseus. After the war between humans ended with the failure of the Thracian coalition, Metis, Mnemosyne, and Amphitrite also defeated the Thracian gods headed by the sun god Helios. Helios reluctantly left the battlefield with the Thracian gods and fled to the Balkan Mountains. On a peak in the Balkan Mountains, Helios, the sun god, met Jupiter, the sun god. As sun gods with the same origin, Helios and Jupiter are undoubtedly a pair of brother gods. And they can even be regarded as the same god. Coincidentally, they were all driven from the throne of the king of the gods by Roy's Athenian Empire. At this time, the two looked at each other, and Jupiter took the initiative to suggest, "Helios, should I call you another me? Or should I call you my dear brother? Now our enemies are getting stronger and stronger. In order to defeat this hateful human being, are you willing to merge with me?" Helios said expressionlessly after hearing Jupiter's proposal. "We were originally divided into two by the same god. And now we have to merge into one again. Then after we merge into one, will Helios be the main body? Or will Jupiter be the main body? This kind of thing wait until we defeat Roy, this hateful human being, before we make a decision." Helios was about to agree to Jupiter's proposal when the earth goddess Cybele suddenly said, "King Sun God, I can no longer follow you. The Empire of Athens does not reject goddesses like me. Since we cannot defeat the Empire of Athens, I plan to join the Empire of Athens." Helios hesitated after hearing Kubla's words, and finally remained silent. Helen said unceremoniously, "When the Thracians migrated to the Balkans, you were the earth goddess worshipped by the local Pelasgi people. At that time, we Thracian gods generously chose to accept you. Now you, a poisonous snake, have betrayed us." Kubla glared at Cylon with his snake eyes, and then flew away. Chapter 506 The Last Thunder God Paelong. The Thracian region was the domain of a single ethnic group, the Thracians. Here there were no other groups oppressing the Thracians, and no Thracians oppressing other groups. So for the Thracians, the Athenian Empire was the only enemy of the Thracians. Without the cooperation of the Thracian royal family, it would be difficult for Roy to effectively govern the Thracians in a short period of time. So even if Phyllis, the daughter of Aetes, was not a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, Roy would still make Phyllis his wife. The royal tent of the Sun tribe. Roy returned here with Aetes, Phyllis and the leaders of various tribes, and sat directly on the throne that originally belonged to Aetes as a victor, and asked Phyllis to sit next to him. "Dear Thracians, from now on, the Thracian region will be included in the territory of the Athens Empire, and Phyllis and I will become the supreme rulers of the Thracian region. Do you all have any objections?" Hearing Roy's words, Aetes and the chiefs all remained silent. Seeing everyone's reaction, Roy continued, The entire territory of the Athenian Empire must implement the policies of the Athenian Empire. I will transform the Thracians into a farming nation and abolish your status as aristocratic leaders. If you are willing to cooperate obediently, I will arrange for you to become merchants with no worries about food and clothing. The big and small leaders looked at Eats, who said expressionlessly, I have an objection. Can't you allow us Thracians to govern themselves and provide us with horses, cattle and sheep for the Athenian Empire? We Thracians are considered a minority in the Athenian Empire, so you should give us preferential treatment. Allow you to be autonomous, and give you preferential treatment. Roy rolled his eyes and said after hearing Eats' request, although we Eastern feudal scholars like the outer sage and the inner king exploit and enslave their own ethnic groups at home, and take and ask for things like the Holy Mother externally, I am the ruler of the outer king and the inner sage. I use force to enforce the king's rule externally. This is the Holy Mother's way of treating all people equally. You Thracians can enjoy the treatment that Athenians can enjoy, but giving you the treatment of superior citizens is not allowed by my Holy Mother's way. If you cannot accept my arrange, I can allow you to leave with your followers. Facing Roy's tough attitude, Eats said helplessly, we Thracians are born nomads on horseback. Why do you have to force us to become a farming people? Because if you don't grow food, you will starve to death. Roy said coldly with an expressionless face. If you can solve your food problem on your own, I have no interest in saving you. Phyllis said at this time, I heard that the Babylonian kingdom and the Hittite kingdom in the east are self-sufficient in food. Are you going to conquer them to save them? That's right, Roy said without hesitation. In the kingdom of Babylon, the Amorites enslaved other ethnic groups. And in the Hittite kingdom, the Hittites enslaved the Hattians. I am not invading and conquering these places, but saving the local ethnic groups who are oppressed by slavery. Why don't you respect other people's fate and let go of your desire to help others? Phyllis teased while pouting her cherry lips. Do you want to bring the entire world under your rule under the guise of saving others? Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, I will only save the civilized ethnic groups in the civilized world. For those areas that have not yet established civilization, I have no interest in incorporating them into the territory of the Athenian Empire. Then Roy spoke to Eats and the chiefs. If you have no objection, then hand over your power to rule the tribe to me. If you choose to resist, I will demote all members of your family into slaves and let you live in regret for the rest of your life. After Roy finished speaking, the leader of the Phrygian tribe, who worshipped the earth goddess Cybele, immediately said, We, the Phrygian tribe, are willing to accept your arrangement. Very good. In order to achieve the effect of buying horse bones with thousands of dollars. Roy nodded with satisfaction. I will make you a first-class citizen and ensure that your annual income is no less than 50,000 kilograms of grain. 50,000 kilograms of grain. This is definitely a great asset for any family to enjoy a prosperous life. For noble leaders without ambition, exchanging their power for wealth is not an unacceptable option. With the leader of the Phrygian tribe as an example, a second leader immediately expressed his acceptance of Roy's arrangement. Roy also promised without hesitation, I guarantee that your annual income will be no less than 40,000 kilograms of grain. Then the third, fourth, fifth. Finally, it was Eats' turn. Seeing that Eats had no intention of standing up, Roy could only take the initiative to speak. King Eats is the recognized king of all Thracians. I guarantee that your annual income will be no less than 100,000 caddies of grain. Eats rolled her eyes in response. Because this wealth is nothing compared to the power he lost. Roy sat in charge of the Sun tribe and began to transform the Thracians in Bulgaria. Erechtheus entered Romania with 30,000 Athenian cavalry and began to conquer the Thracian tribes in Romania, Serbia, Hungary, and the Illyrians in Croatia from east to west. Half a month later, Erechtheus then fought from eastern Romania, the west coast of the Black Sea, to western Croatia, the east coast of the Adriatic Sea. And the entire Balkan Peninsula was nominally included in the territory of the Athenian Empire. Next, there was the actual rule over the areas conquered by Erechtheus. To Roy's surprise, Erechtheus actually defeated Perseus. And Perseus was forced to flee to the west bank of the Dnieper with 10,000 cavalry who worshipped Peron Zeus, the god of thunder. The territory of the West Slavs, a branch of the Lenes, the royal tent of the Sun tribe. There is a wooden table in front of Roy. On the wooden table is a world map drawn by Roy himself. After adding the Balkan Peninsula to the territory of the Athenian Empire, Roy looked at the Ukrainian region on the northern shore of the Black Sea. The Ukrainian region covers an area of more than 600,000 square kilometers, which is larger than the entire Balkan Peninsula. Although it is easy to conquer the Slavs in Ukraine, it is not worth the effort to actually rule this too large an area. Original. Lowy was somewhat hesitant about conquering the Ukrainian region, but thinking that the thunder god Perun, Zeus, worshipped by Lady Saslavia, was the only Aryan thunder god, Zeus, on the continent of Europe, who was not driven off the patron saint's seat by him, Roy made up his mind. In order to conquer the Slavs, the god of thunder, Perun, Zeus, worshipped by the Slavs, was deposed from his throne. Beloberg, the sun god worshipped by the East Slavs, must be dethroned regardless of whether he is a man or a woman, because Lowy wants to divide the Ukraine area among Hera, Artemis, and Hestia, giving them a larger territory. Perseus, this will be our last battle. Chapter 507 Zeus, King of the Slavic Gods. Aryans, this is the collective name for the nomadic peoples who originated from the steppes of southern Russia and the plains of Eastern Europe. In the ancient times before 3000 BC, the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder lived widely in the grasslands of southern Russia, and the Aryans who worshipped the sun god lived widely in the colder Eastern European plains. As the population increased, the Aryans began to migrate to the south, where the climate was warmer. The Aryans who worshipped the sun god migrated to the southern Russian grasslands, and the Aryans who worshipped the thunder god were forced to migrate to the east, south, and west. The Aryans, who worshipped the god of thunder, migrated eastward to the steppes of Central Asia, then to the Persian plateau, and finally to India. The Aryans, who worshipped the god of thunder, migrated south to the Asia Minor Peninsula, then to Mesopotamia, the Amorite Peninsula, the Phoenician region, the Egyptian region, and finally to the Peloponnese Peninsula in Greece. The Aryans, who worshipped the god of thunder, moved westward to the Ukraine, Poland, Germany, and Gaul, and became the West Slavs who worshipped Perun, the god of thunder, and the Germans who worshipped Thor, the god of thunder. The Celts of Taranis, god of thunder. After the Aryans who worshipped the sun god drove away the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder and occupied the southern Russian grasslands, they also began to migrate to the east, south, and west just like they were chasing the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder. The Aryans, who worshipped the sun god, migrated eastward to the steppes of Central Asia, then to the Persian plateau, and finally to India. So the king of gods on the Persian plateau became the Aryan sun god Mithras. The king of gods in the Indian region changed from Indra, the Aryan god of thunder, to Vishnu, the Aryan sun god, and Shiva, worshipped by the indigenous people. The Aryans, who worshipped the sun god, migrated south to the peninsula of Asia Minor to establish the Hittite kingdom, which dominated Western Asia. The Babylonian kingdom, established by the Amorites, a branch of the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder, was the Hittite kingdom that worshipped the sun goddess Alina. Destroy. The Aryans, who worshipped the sun god, migrated westward to Ukraine, Germany, the Apennine Peninsula, Gaul, and the Spanish Peninsula, and became the East Slavs who worshipped the sun god. The Germans, who worshipped the sun god Bad, worshipped the sun god Zu. The Etruscans of Pittus, the Celts who worshipped the sun god Luga, and the Iberians who worshipped the sun god Oronzaro. 1599 BC. August. Lowy and Erechtheus entered the Ukrainian plains with 10,000 Athenian cavalry and 20,000 Thracian knights. While traveling in the vast green ocean, Roy couldn't help but said to Erechtheus beside him, "Dear Erechtheus, it is unrealistic to turn the nomadic peoples of Eastern, Central, Northern, and Western Europe into agricultural peoples. And we cannot leave these nomads alone. Now I want to appoint you as the king of the steppe, responsible for conquering all the nomads in the north of the Athenian Empire and bringing them under the rule of the Athenian Empire. When the Athenian Empire has enough manpower and material resources, we can transform the nomads in Eastern, Central, Northern, and Western Europe into agricultural peoples." King of the prairie. Erechtheus said hesitantly, "You can safely give me such great power. I trust you." On the grasslands between the Dniester and Dnieper rivers, the West Slavs lived a nomadic tribal life. Perseus came to this area with 10,000 cavalry and used bronze weapons to attack the West Slavs who worshipped Perun, the god of thunder. Now he has conquered dozens of West Slav tribes. Perseus was able to easily conquer these West Slavic tribes not only because of the reduction of military force, but also because Zeus, the god of thunder worshipped by the Mycenaeans, is the same as Perun, the god of thunder worshipped by the West Slavs. The same deity, Perun, Zeus, the god of thunder, conveyed oracles to the priests of various West Slavic tribes, asking them to accept the rule of Perseus. After learning that Roy was chasing him into the Ukraine, Perseus summoned soldiers from various West Slavic tribes and asked for help from the East Slavs who worshipped the sun god. Kherson region. Roy and Erechtheus came here and finally met the 50,000-strong coalition of West Slavs led by Perseus, and the 100,000-strong army led by King Dieberg of East Slavs. In the history of another world, Dieberg was a heroic god who transformed into the sun god and was worshipped by East Slavs, West Slavs, and later South Slavs. Dieberg was deified as the sun god because he was the leader of the East Slavs and the favorite of the sun god Baluberg worshipped by the East Slavs. While the Athenian army and the Slavic coalition were confronting each other, the Slavic gods also descended on the battlefield as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Behind Sislav's army, the god of thunder Perun, Zeus, the god of earth and the underworld Vels, Hades, and the god of fire Svarog, Poseidon, were glaring at Roy. Behind the East Slavic army, the sun god Beroberg, Helios, and the moon goddess Sislaberg, Bendis, looked proud, as if victory was already in their hands. Is this the hometown of Hadad, Zeus, the god of thunder, who defeated the earth goddess, Gaia Tiamat, in the Mesopotamia 1,500 years ago? The goddess Hera descended behind the Athenian army and looked at the southern Russian grasslands with curious eyes. After the goddesses Metis, Mnemosyne, and Amphitrite arrived, Amphitrite said in surprise, "The enemy's moon goddess Sislaberg looks very much like our moon goddess Bendis. I would rather say they are like twins." The moon goddess Sislaberg is originally another Bendis, even if she and Bendis are regarded as the same god. Mnemosyne looked at Perun, Vels, and Svarog with a solemn expression and said, "It seems that Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades have become one with another one of them." "You're right, Perun," Zeus admitted frankly. "Now I am both Perun and Zeus. In order to defeat you, I will return to the most primitive state. Vels, Hades, Svarog, Poseidon. You are all derived from me clone. Now return to my true body. Under the command of Perun, Zeus, the bodies of Vels, Hades, and Svarog, Poseidon, were absorbed into the body of Perun, Zeus. After Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades became a trinity, Poseidon and Hades did not completely disappear. On the left and right shoulders of Zeus, the heads of Poseidon and Hades grew respectively. There are 3 heads on one body. This is the trinity of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. It is also the most powerful final form of Zeus. Now, Zeus, who transformed into a trinity, spoke with 3 heads at the same time. "My name is Triglav, 3 faces, the king of the gods who rules the sky, the earth, and the underworld. No, you are just a dog next to me." Sun god Baluberg said expressionlessly, "Perhaps I can give you a name and call you Cerberus, the 3-headed dog." Chapter 508 Zeus, the beloved dog of the sun god king. Triglav, 3 faces, the trinity of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, is a 3-headed dog. Loie actually has no objection to this conclusion. But seeing the image of the trinity of Zeus, Roy first thought of Aztakaha, the prototype of the 3-headed dragon Ghidorah from another world. Azdaka, Zeus, is the head of the evil gods in Persian mythology. He also has 2 brothers, the drought demon Apiosa, Poseidon Svarog, the fire god, and the plague demon Hades, Hades Viles. In Persian mythology, it was Borum Verus Ragnar, the clone of the sun god Mithras, who defeated these evil gods. It is obvious that Azadakara and his 2 brothers are Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, worshipped by the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder. The sun god Mithras crusaded against the 3 Zeus brothers and demoted the 3 Zeus brothers to evil gods correspondingly. The Aryans who worshipped the sun god defeated the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder. "You said I was a dog." Hearing the sun god Baluberg say that he was a dog, Zeus angrily glared at Baluberg with 2 eyes of his 3 heads. Baluberg said expressionlessly, "I said you are a dog. Do you have any objection?" "No," Zeus said without hesitation. "The West Slavs who admire me can't beat the East Slavs who admire you. And I can't beat you. It's reasonable for you to force yourself. Since you say I am a dog, then I will be a dog by your side." Seeing Zeus bowing his head in submission, Baluberg smiled proudly. Among the gods in the sky. As the sun god. I am the most powerful king of the gods. Moon goddess Sisleberg said with a smile. Although the god of thunder also has great power. My brother, the sun god, is your natural enemy and nemesis. You should really thank your brother for his kindness and allowing you to be a guard dog. The powerful sun god king. The beautiful moon goddess. Zeus looked at Baluberg and Sisleberg with cold eyes and said, since I am your watchdog and you are my master, should you make the decision for my dog? Now the Athenian Empire wants to conquer the Sislavs. And the Athenian gods also want to destroy me. The Sislavs, a god worshipped by humans. Even if you beat a dog, it depends on the owner. You should protect my dog now. Baluberg nodded and said, now that my beloved Dyberg has led the East Slavs to assist the West Slavs, of course I will not leave your pet dog alone until death. And I myself also want to avenge the other me, Helios. At this moment, Helios and Jupiter fell from the sky and landed in front of Baluberg and said, another me. If you really want to avenge us, just merge with us. The enemy is far more powerful than you expect. We must become a trinity. After saying that, Helios and Jupiter threw themselves into Baluberg's body. Baluberg did not refuse. Because Jupiter and Helios originally originated from the same god as him. The next moment, the sun god Baluberg became a 10,000-meter tall giant. With the heads of Helios and Jupiter growing out of his left and right shoulders respectively. Elder brother. Seeing Baluberg transform into a trinity like Zeus. The moon goddess Sisleberg's eyes widened in shock. Baluberg looked at Sisleberg with 6 eyes from 3 heads and said, my sister. It's a pity that Bendis and Minerva betrayed their brother. Otherwise you would also be able to transform into the form of the trinity. Then, Baluberg turned to look at Hera, Metis, Mnemosyne, and Amphitrite and said, damn earth goddess. As the goddess of snakes, you should surrender to the greatest sun god in the sky. Now if you dare to challenge the sun god king, I will use the flames of the sun to destroy you all. After saying that, Baluberg's body turned into a blazing sun, blooming with infinite light, releasing endless solar fire to burn towards the goddesses. Amphitrite immediately turned into a huge figure of 10,000 meters tall and stood in front of Baluberg, releasing endless aqua blue power to annihilate each other with Baluberg's solar fire. Seeing the sun god Baluberg erupting with astonishing divine power, Mnemosyne asked worriedly, Amphitrite, do you need me to help you? Amphitrite shook her head and said, no need. Next to it is the endless water of the Black Sea. So I will not lose to the sun god. The Kherson region is bounded by the Dnieper River to the east, the Black Sea to the south, and the South Bug River to the west. These are the favorable conditions for Amphitrite to fight against the sun god Baluberg. Under the influence of Amphitrite's power, a steady stream of water vapor gathered from the surrounding rivers, lakes and the Black Sea, turning into Amphitrite's divine power. How can this be? Baluberg said in disbelief when he saw that Amphitrite alone could fight against him. Why are you so powerful? Proud sun god. Amphitrite explained with a smile. Although you have millions of square kilometers of territory, your population is only hundreds of thousands. And the East Slavs who worship you have not even entered the real Bronze civilization. Although my territory and population are smaller than yours, I worship you. My Pulaski people have entered the Iron civilization. And our battle is the dimensionality reduction, attack of advanced civilization on backward civilization. So it is impossible for you to defeat me. Seeing that Amphitrite and Baluberg were evenly matched, Metis summoned the black divine spear and looked at Zeus and said, what a long journey. 1,500 years ago, you left your hometown under the oppression of the sun god. And now you have returned to your hometown. Metis. Zeus stared at Metis with 6 eyes from 3 heads and said, are you going to kill me? I have not forgotten the harm you caused to the ancient earth goddess, Gaia Tiamat, 1,500 years ago. If I hadn't defeated the ancient earth goddess, the ancient Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder defeated the people who worshipped the earth goddess. Would the Pelasgus have migrated to the Greek area and given birth to you branch goddesses of the ancient earth goddess? Really? Goddess who doesn't know how to be grateful. I am like your father god. Because of my appearance. You were born. Shameless guy. I will kill you now. After Metis finished speaking angrily, he immediately brandished the black divine spear to attack Zeus. Swish! A pair of white wings appeared behind Zeus. And then he flew to the sky with teleportation speed to avoid Metis' attack. Looking down at Metis from the sky, The middle head of Zeus said with a smug sneer on his face. I am the god of thunder. Lord of the sky. The great king of the gods. Lord of the sky. The earth. And the underworld. My name is Triglav, Three Faces. And my priests give me the name Cronus. But I prefer the name Zeus. Because I met you in Greece with the name Zeus. My dear Metis. I want you to be my god queen. Are you willing to accept me? Propose. Chapter 509 The War of Gods and the War of Humans. Looking up at Zeus in the sky. Metis said in a cold voice with no expression on his face. Are you out of your mind? You actually made an inexplicable proposal to me at this time. I was serious. Zeus said with a confident smile. Dear Metis. As the patron saint of the Mycenaeans. I have witnessed how the Athenians developed from the Athenian tribe to the current Athenian empire. You are the patron saint of the city of Athens, and were originally supposed to be the queen of the gods of the Athenian empire. But Roy, who wanted to blaspheme the goddess, did not let you sit on the throne of the queen of the gods. I can help you seize the throne that belongs to you. You mean Dash? This is a Ukrainian region far away from the Athenian empire. I can help you kill Loe. Serve your priestesses Procne and Philomela as the queen of the Athenian empire. And you can become the protector of the Athenian empire. Zeus said with a smile. And the price you need to pay is to be my wife. Metis said with a disdainful sneer. Then the priests who serve you will make up myths, because this is an era when women must obey their husbands. So Zeus, the husband of Metis, the queen of the gods of the Athenian empire, is the real king of the gods of the Athenian empire. Sadly Zeus, since you know that the throne of the queen of the gods belongs to me, why should I marry you in exchange for the throne that originally belonged to me? As a proud queen of the gods, I will not let any man desecrate me. Do you want to become a goddess who will never marry? That's right. I will become an Athenian girl, Athena, who will never marry. After Metis finished speaking, white wings stretched out from her back. The next moment, Metis flapped his wings and flew to the sky where Zeus was, wielding the black divine spear and aiming at the three heads on Zeus's neck. You were stupid enough to refuse my proposal, Zeus said in a loud voice like thunder while dodging Metis' attack. Metis, let me show you my true form. With an angry roar, Zeus's body began to twist and deform. Zeus's three heads turned into three dragon heads. Zeus's wings turned into dragon wings. A long dragon tail stretched out from behind him. And then his body turned into a dragon body. After transforming from a human form into a three-headed dragon, the dragon head in the middle of Zeus spits out thunder to attack Metis. The head on the left side of Zeus, Poseidon, spits out fire to attack Metis. And the head on the right side of Zeus, Hades, spits out black. The plague attacks Metis. Facing the full attack of the three heads of the three-headed dragon Zeus, Metis also showed the true form of the Earth Mother Goddess, turning into a snake body from the waist down. Clang clang clang. After wielding the black divine spear to block the thunder, fire, and plague attacks of the three-headed dragon Zeus, Metis said while counterattacking with the black divine spear. Zeus, this is no longer 1,500 years ago. 1,500 years ago, I, the ancient Earth Goddess, was just the goddess of snakes with the attribute of the earth. Now, 1,500 years later, I am not only the goddess of the earth, but also the goddess of the earth, the goddess of the sea, and the god of the sky just like you. As the trinity of Pallas Athena, I will never lose to your trinity. While Metis fought fiercely with the three-headed dragon Zeus in the form of a winged snake, the goddess Hera targeted the moon goddess Sislaberg. Moon goddess Sislaberg. Hera summoned the black magic gun and pointed it at Sislaberg and said, although according to Roy's usual style, after the Athenian Empire conquers the East Slavs, you will also become the goddess of the Athenian Empire. But you are not the goddess of the Athenian Empire yet. Do you want to surrender to me directly? Or let me defeat you? Surrender. Arrogant guy. Sislaberg summoned a golden divine spear and said angrily while actively attacking Hera. Do you think I am just a subordinate god who is attached to the sun god? As the sister of the sun god, I have authority second only to the sun god. So my strength will not be weaker than the thunder god Pelong Zeus. There was a loud explosion. Hera's spear blade collided with Sislaberg's spear blade. After both goddesses were shocked by each other's powerful power, Hera said with a smile, your strength is beyond expectations. But you are no match for me. Don't underestimate me. Sislaberg said with a cold face. Although your weapons are more powerful, I can use my combat skills to make up for the weapon gap. Seeing that Metis, Amphitrite, And Hera all had their own opponents. Mnemosyne couldn't help but say, "Can I just be a spectator today?" At this time, Mars, the patron saint of the Latins, Quirinus, the patron saint of the Sabines, Hieron, the patron saint of the Dorians, Gepalesis, the sky god of the Dacian tribe, and the Geta tribe Zalmoxis, the god of underworld, Prestoros, the god of war of the Apsan tribe, Candaeon, the god of war of the Crest One tribe, Svelthuld, the god of thunder and lightning of the Surd tribe, Sauber Sabazios, the plant god of the Chi tribe, Heroes, the harvest god of the Zealous tribe, Janus, the door god, Ars, the god of war, and Hermes, the god of fawns. After being expelled from the Athenian Empire, the 13 pillars of gods, who were reduced to wandering gods, came to the battlefield at the same time. Seeing these 13 wandering gods, Mnemosyne's eyes immediately brightened. Although you are all destitute wandering gods, there are so many of you. So you are barely qualified for me to spend time with you. After saying that, Mnemosyne transformed into a figure 10,000 meters tall and launched an attack on the 13 wandering gods who were 100 meters tall. In order to delay the battle, Mnemosyne did not summon a weapon. A battle of the gods broke out between the gods of both camps. And the 30,000 Athenian army and the 150,000 Slavic coalition also launched a war. Roy put Erechtheus in charge of commanding the battle. And Roy himself came to the center of the battlefield and fought with Perseus, the leader of the West Slavs, and Dieburg, the leader of the East Slavs. The center of the battlefield, Dieburg, the king of East Slavia, faced Roy head-on. Seeing that Perseus wanted to besiege Roy with him, Dieburg said dissatisfiedly, "Perseus, what do you want to do? Do you think I can't defeat this Athenian? Now I order you to leave and not to hinder my duel with him." Perseus did not obey Dieburg's orders. He said to Dieburg while waiting behind Roy for Roy to reveal his flaws, "Great King Dieburg, although you are the undoubted king of the grassland, Roy, this Athenian is more powerful than you imagine. Only if we join forces can we possibly kill this damn guy. There is a war going on. And in order to win this war, please put aside your boring heroism for a while." After listening to Perseus's persuasion, Dieburg finally said with a cold face, "The final blow that kills him belongs to me. Remember that." After speaking, Dieburg brandished the golden bronze war spear and attacked Roy. Facing the siege of Dieburg and Perseus, Roy said with a joyful smile, "Dieburg, the son of Baluburg, the sun god, Perseus, the son of Zeus, the god of thunder, you are all deified heroic gods in mythology. You are qualified to die with me." Chapter 5:10 The Fall of Three Demigod Heroes. As the greatest hero in the world, what troubles Roy now is how to end his life to be worthy of his status. Both Perseus and Dieburg were great kings, who became heroic gods in the myths of another world. To die together with Perseus and Dieburg on the battlefield is obviously very suitable for Roy's identity. On the battlefield in the Kherson region, King of East Slavia Dieburg's golden bronze war spear launched a raindrop-like attack on Roy. And King of West Slavia Perseus was also looking for Roy's flaw behind Roy's back. Roy waved his iron gun to block Dieburg's attack while guarding Perseus. Clang clang clang. After a series of collisions between the spear blade and the gun blade, Dieburg looked at Roy with wide eyes in disbelief and asked, "You are as powerful as me?" As the favorite of the sun god Baluburg and the ruler of millions of East Slavs, Dieburg has always regarded himself as the most powerful hero. Roy is the first enemy who can fight him head-on without losing. Hearing that Dieburg believed that the two had the same strength, Roy's lips curved into a disdainful sneer. Dieburg obviously didn't realize that when Perseus was looking for Roy's flaws from behind, Roy didn't use all his strength to fight Dieburg. Although Dieburg had used all his strength to fight, Roy still retained about half of his strength to guard against Perseus' sneak attack. "You poor, stupid guy. If it wasn't to avoid getting hurt, I would have killed you long ago." In this era of backward medicine, injuries are very troublesome and may even lead to death due to the symptoms caused by the injuries. So all this time, Roy has been trying to avoid getting hurt during the battle. Hearing Roy's humiliation to him, Dieburg attacked Roy even more angrily, and even gave up on guarding against Roy's counterattack. Perseus no longer waited and attacked Roy from behind. Facing the front and back attacks of Dieburg and Perseus, Roy used extreme speed to avoid their attacks, while looking for the best time to counterattack. Time passes minute by minute. 30,000 Athenian troops faced off against a 150,000 Slavic coalition. Although the Slavic coalition has a numerical advantage, the Athenian army has the advantage of dimensionally reduced weapons and equipment. Coupled with the command of Erechtheus, the Slavic soldiers fell one by one in front of the Athenian soldiers. The death of their companions caused more and more Slavic soldiers to flee the battlefield, as they realized that they could not defeat the Athenian soldiers. In the center of the battlefield where Roy fought with Deiberg and Perseus, a circle of about 100 meters in diameter appeared as the surrounding soldiers fled. This battle must be over. Seeing that Perseus already had the idea of preserving his strength and escaping from the battlefield, Roy pretended to attack Deiberg, creating an opportunity for Perseus to escape from the battlefield. When Perseus seizes the opportunity to flee the battlefield, Roy immediately attacks Perseus from behind. Perseus shouted as he sped away, sensing the attack from behind. Roy, have you forgotten that we are related? My half-brother is your brother-in-law. Perseus's mother Danae became the concubine of Pandion, Roy's father-in-law, and gave birth to a young son for Pandion. So not only is Perseus half-brother Roy's brother-in-law, but Perseus can also be considered Roy's brother-in-law. Hearing Perseus mentioning the relationship between the two, Roy couldn't help but mocked. Perseus, don't people like us not recognize our relatives? You are not my relative. Maybe I will give you a chance to survive. In the history of the Far East, when there were no external threats, the greatest threat to imperial power was often from relatives. For example, in the 400-year history of the Han dynasty, the generals who were relatives of the Han dynasty often came to power. And Wang Mang, the relative of the Han dynasty, even usurped the Han dynasty and established itself. In the absence of external threats, there were very few examples of ordinary subjects threatening imperial power. Perseus was undoubtedly an ambitious man. His identity is indeed Roy's relative. Therefore, even if Roy lets go of Deiberg, who is more powerful than Perseus, he will never let Perseus go. But Perseus's eyes widened with a desperate expression, and he looked down to see Roy's gun blade piercing his body from behind. After giving Perseus a fatal blow without mercy, Roy turned to face Deiberg. Deiberg did not escape when Roy killed Perseus. Seeing that Deiberg actually wanted to fight him one-on-one, Roy praised him with a smile. Deiberg, you did not act like a coward who ran away. You are worthy of being the king of the East Slavic steppe. As a reward for you, I will let you die in the hands of the greatest hero in the world. While speaking, Roy avoided Deiberg's attack in the flash of lightning, and at the same time stabbed Deiberg's heart with his own gun blade. Perseus, Deiberg. Seeing their darlings Perseus and Deiberg being killed, the three-headed dragon Zeus and the sun god Baluberg roared in anger at the same time. Metis, who had originally suppressed the three-headed dragon Zeus in the battle, immediately seized the opportunity to pierce the body of the three-headed dragon Zeus with the blade of the black divine spear. Metis's spear blade pierced the body of the three-headed dragon Zeus. The three-headed dragon Zeus used Zeus's head and Hades' head to spray thunder and plague to attack Metis, while using Poseidon's head to attack Roy. Breathing flames. Boom 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 boom. A flame 100 meters in diameter immediately fell from the sky and instantly flooded Roy's location. Metis said angrily after seeing this scene. Zeus, how dare you violate the gods' rules and attack humans? Zeus said with a laugh. I am about to lose to you now. And you have kicked me off the throne of the patron saint of the West Slavs. Do I still need to abide by the gods' rules? Even if I die and disappear, I will have Roy, a hateful human being, buried with me. It seems that you have already realized your demise. So there is really no need for you to continue to abide by the gods' rules. In order to restrain the gods, the mother of the world established rules to restrict the gods. There is no reason for humans to actively provoke or attack gods. As guardian gods, gods cannot directly attack humans. Gods who violate the rules will be deprived of their patron saint's throne. If Perseus had not been killed by Loe, Perseus could have led the Mycenaeans, who followed him to conquer other ethnic groups, and allow Zeus to regain his throne as the patron saint. Now that the Athenian army has defeated the Slavic coalition, and Perseus was killed by Loe, Zeus has completely lost hope of rising again. Zeus naturally no longer needs to abide by the rules of the gods. Because Zeus violated the gods' rules, the consequences would not be worse than the current situation. Zeus broke the rules of the gods and attacked Roy, making his figure appear directly to human eyes. Loe. When Erechtheus saw the three-headed dragon Zeus spouting endless flames and covering Loe, he immediately screamed in horror. And an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Under the fire attack of the three-headed dragon Zeus, even Roy, the most powerful demigod hero in the world, would not be able to survive. That is to say, Roy is probably dead now. Chapter 5:11 The king of Athens fell into the underworld. As the flames spewed out by the three-headed dragon Zeus enveloped Roy. Good brother. I'm here. The goddess Persephone appeared from the ground in the form of a human girl, blocking the flames that could burn Roy. Sister Persephone. Seeing Persephone using her divine power to block the surrounding flames, Roy first breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Perseus and Dryberg, burned by the divine flames spewed out by the three-headed dragon Zeus. Perseus and Dryberg, who had not yet expired, were being burned alive. How pathetic. Roy looked at Perseus and Dryberg with pity, and then said to Persephone, Sister Persephone, it's up to you to end my life and begin our plan. Are you really ready to die? After Roy nodded with a firm expression, Persephone summoned a black sickle, and then swung the sword towards Roy. Swish! Persephone slashed at Roy from across the air, and a dark blade flashed across Roy's body. When Persephone's dark blade flashed across his body, Roy's vision immediately went dark, and his consciousness lost all contact with his body. When Roy regained consciousness, he found himself standing lightly in front of Persephone, with an uninjured corpse lying at his feet. Roy, I am dead. Realizing this, Roy was surprised to find that he could neither move nor speak. Don't worry. Let me take care of you next. Persephone seemed to hear the voice that Roy could not make. She used her left hand to release a black divine power that enveloped Roy's soul, consciousness and body. Next, you are no longer a human on the ground, but a dead person returning to the earth. After saying that, Persephone took Roy's soul, consciousness and body and sank into the ground. The deaths of Dryberg, the king of East Slavia, and Perseus, the king of West Slavia, completely collapsed the fighting will of the Slavic coalition. When the war ended and 100,000 Slavic soldiers became prisoners of the Athenians, Erechtheus immediately came to the center of the battlefield where Loe fought Perseus and Dryberg. At this time, the place had been burned to scorched earth by the flames of the three-headed dragon Zeus. Erechtheus personally walked through every inch of the scorched earth and found 2 corpses burned to ashes in the scorched earth. Who is the third person who disappeared? If Roy was still alive, there would be no reason for Roy to hide. There are ashes of 2 corpses. Could one of them be the ashes of Roy's corpse? Could the 2 piles of ashes that were regarded as 2 corpses be the mixed ashes of 3 corpses? Loe, you bastard. Are Procne and Philomela going to be widows before they are 20? Erechtheus obviously couldn't accept Roy's death. Erechtheus certainly didn't care about Loe's life or death. What he cares about is whether his 2 sisters Procne and Philomela will become widows. 1599 BC. Mid-August. The envoys of Erechtheus rushed to the city of Athens and told Procne and Philomela the news that Loe had died on the battlefield. City of Athens. The throne hall of the royal palace of Athens. Brother Roy is dead. Upon hearing the news brought back by the messenger, Procne and Philomela on the throne felt as if they were struck by lightning. Although they had known about Roy's plan for a long time, they still couldn't accept that Roy would end his life as a human being. After all, if Roy's plan failed, they would really become widows at a young age. Tick 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 tick. Tears of sadness flowed out of the corners of their eyes, and Procne and Philomela hugged each other and cried bitterly. After crying until the tears dried up, Procne wiped the tears on her face and said, Philomela, the most important thing now is to complete the task assigned to us by Brother Roy. We cannot remain immersed in sadness. Philomela complained dissatisfiedly while crying. How can Brother Roy treat us like this? Is it true that we have become widows and Brother Roy doesn't care? Brother Roy really cares about us. So why would he abandon us for the goal of becoming gods? Although her heart was also full of complaints about Roy's ruthless abandonment, Procne still insisted on fulfilling her responsibilities as a wife. Under the command of Procne, a large number of envoys left the city of Athens and traveled to various regions of the Athenian Empire by land and sea. These messengers will bring news of Roy's death to the queens who rule each region, and order them to build temples to Roy in various cities. The first person to receive the news was Harmonia in the city of Thebes, because her city of Thebes is closest to the city of Athens. The royal palace of Thebes. Throne hall. After hearing the news brought by the messenger from the city of Athens, Harmonia, who was sitting on the throne, frowned and said, "You mean orders? I can understand asking me to build a temple for Roy. But what qualifications do Procne and Philomela have to order me? It's not just Harmonia who can't take orders. Nephel in Egypt, Andromeda and Semiramis in Mesopotamia, Hadapona in Asia Minor, and Hippolyta in Thrace, none of them could accept orders from the city of Athens. Only Chiron and other girls, who were not strong in character, accepted orders from the city of Athens. The dark and lightless underground world. Underworld. Persephone's temple of the underworld. For Roy's soul. The darkness of the underworld is like daylight. And Roy can see everything in the darkness. At this time, Roy was watching how Persephone used her divine power to protect her body and keep her body in a state of just death. After Persephone's black power wrapped around Roy's body like a cocoon, Roy began to worry about the state of the Athenian Empire. Roy knew very well that while he was alive, the Athenian Empire could remain a whole with himself as the center. Without herself as the center to maintain the Athenian Empire, the queens who managed various regions of the Athenian Empire on their behalf could cause the Athenian Empire to fall apart at any time. Now in the underworld, Roy could only pray that the queens would not betray her husband. In this day and age, wives must be loyal to their husbands. But widows can remarry. In the myth of another world, Odysseus was unable to return to Ithaca after the Trojan War. So he was thought to have been shipwrecked and died on the way home. Odysseus's young and beautiful wife was regarded as a queen with a throne and attracted hundreds of suitors to propose marriage. If Loe's wives chose to remarry, not only would the Athenian Empire be torn apart, but the fruits of Loe's efforts would also be stolen by other men. In his uneasiness, Roy couldn't help but have thoughts of regret. Maybe I shouldn't be so eager to start becoming a god. After all, if Roy's plan fails, Roy's wives will become young widow queens, with endless followers wooing them. Is this what it feels like to live like a year? Before I return to the human world as a heroic god, you must not betray me. In Roy's silent prayer, bits of starlight passed through the darkness of the underworld and entered the temple of Persephone, constantly gathering around Roy's soul. Chapter 5:12 Hero God has no freedom at all. In the darkness of the underworld, Roy's soul was completely unable to judge the passage of time. Maybe it's a day. Maybe it's a month. Maybe it's a year. After an unknown amount of time, Roy suddenly found himself surrounded by tens of millions of starlights, the power of faith. Persephone's temple of the underworld. Tens of millions of starlights wrapped around Roy's soul like a cocoon. But Roy's soul could not interfere with these starlights. And these starlights did not have any impact on Roy's soul. What a surprise. On the throne deep in the temple, Persephone, who was using her divine power to protect Roy's body, suddenly looked at the tens of millions of stars wrapping Roy's soul in surprise and exclaimed, "You actually gained such a huge power of faith in such a short period of time. Is this the power of faith?" Roy said doubtfully after hearing Persephone's words. "Sister Persephone, since this is the power of faith that belongs to me, why can't I absorb and use it?" "Because you are the soul of humanity," Persephone explained with a smile. "For example, you are like a water pipe now. The power of faith enters the water pipe from the front, and then leaves the water pipe from the back. No matter how much power of faith you have, you cannot absorb it. Because you're human souls, it is impossible to absorb and utilize the power of faith. So if you humans want to become gods, you must become subordinates of our gods and absorb the power of faith with the help of our gods. With the help of our gods, human souls will change from water pipes to becoming a cup of water, can retain the power of faith that entered the cup. The human soul is like a water pipe. It cannot retain the power of faith." After hearing Persephone's explanation, Roy immediately pleaded, "Sister Persephone, can you help me absorb the power of faith?" "Of course. I won't break your agreement with me." After Persephone finished speaking with a smile, she stretched out her left hand and pointed it at Roy's soul, injecting a golden divine power into Roy's soul. Under the influence of Persephone's golden divine power, Roy's soul was no longer in a light and airy state, but seemed to have an entity. Immediately afterwards, the tens of millions of starlights surrounding Roy's soul began to merge into Roy's soul. This is the power of faith. As the power of faith integrated into his soul, Roy was shocked to feel that his soul was undergoing an incredible transformation. If Roy's soul was originally a water cup, absorbing the power of faith turned Roy's soul into a cup filled with water. When the water in the water glass overflows, the huge power of faith filled Roy's soul. And Roy's soul actually bloomed with golden divine light that illuminated the dark and lightless temple of Persephone. Brother Roy. Brother Roy. Brother Roy. Brother Roy. Just when Roy felt the change in his soul, the familiar girl's call suddenly appeared in Roy's ears. Roy was trying to remember the owners of these two girls' voices. The next moment, Roy's soul was transferred from the dark and lightless temple of Persephone to a brightly lit temple. After recovering from the shock, Roy found himself standing deep in the temple, usually on the throne where the statue of the god is enshrined. In the center of the temple in front of Roy stood Procne and Philomela, both of whom were praying devoutly with their eyes closed. The girl's voice that called Roy just now was the prayer uttered by Procne and Philomela. Procne. Philomela. Seeing Procne and Philomela, Roy immediately asked in surprise. Tell me quickly. How long have I been dead? What is the situation in the Athenian Empire now? Has anyone launched a rebellion to break away from the Athenian Empire? Has any of the girls who are my wives remarried as widows? Roy asked a series of questions. But Procne and Philomela didn't respond at all. As if they didn't hear Roy's voice. Procne. Philomela. When Loie called out to them again, Procne and Philomela finished their prayers and opened their eyes. Immediately afterwards, Roy's soul returned to the dark and lightless temple of Persephone. Temple of Loie in Athens. Philomela, who looked haggard, opened her eyes, looked at the statue of Loie enshrined on the throne in front of her and said, Sister, I seem to hear Brother Roy's voice. I heard it too. Procne said calmly. This should be an illusion caused by us missing Brother Roy too much. When Procne and Philomela left the temple of Loie, a group of young men with noble temperament and handsome faces immediately swarmed over and were blocked by the soldiers protecting Procne and Philomela. Since the death of Loie, Procne and Philomela have become the most powerful and wealthy widows in the Athenian Empire and in the entire world. Men who want to marry them can queue from Athens to the port of Piraeus. The widows troubled by suitors are, of course, not just Procne and Philomela, but also Harmonia, Nephele, Andromeda, Hadapuna and others. Hades, Temple of Persephone. Returning from the bright human world to the dark underworld, Roy's heart was filled with unspeakable loss. Why did I return to the underworld again? Procne and Philomela couldn't hear my voice just now. This is the heroic god of mankind. Persephone explained with a smile. As a heroic god, you have no freedom of action. You can only come to your temple when humans pray devoutly. Sister Persephone. Roy immediately pleaded. Can you help me? I want the freedom to move at will. I want to interfere with humans at will, so that humans can hear my voice and see my appearance. The only way to satisfy these requirements of yours is to give you a body. After saying that, Persephone looked at Roy's body. Dear brother, are you going to let me help you resurrect? Or do you want me to give your body to Alina and Selene? If I help you resurrect, you will have to wait for a while. If you want to be resurrected as soon as possible, I will hand you over to Alina and Selene. But I can only promise that I will not break the agreement with you. Whether Alina and Selene will violate the agreement is not something I can decide. Letting your destiny be decided by others is undoubtedly the greatest risk. When Roy leaves his destiny to Persephone, it is the first time that he leaves his destiny to be decided by others. Now, Roy is faced with a decision whether to put his fate in someone else's hands for the second time. Just when Roy hesitated, the moon goddess Selene suddenly descended on the temple of Persephone. I'm here to pick you up. Selene looked at Roy's soul in surprise and said, I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, you would become a heroic god with the help of Persephone. Now as agreed, let my sister and I help you achieve resurrection. Looking at Selene's beautiful face, Roy recalled Alina's gentle and sweet smile. So Roy no longer hesitated, looked at Persephone and said, Sister Persephone, please give my soul and body to Selene. Chapter 5:13 I am a burning flame. In the southern Russian steppes before 3000 BC, the ancient Aryans, who worshipped the god of thunder, began to migrate southward, eventually entering the Asia Minor Peninsula, the Armenian Plateau and the Mesopotamian Plains. But before the ancient Aryans entered the Asia Minor Peninsula and the Armenian Plateau, they needed to pass through the Greater Caucasus Mountains and the Lesser Caucasus Mountains, as well as the Caucasus region between the two mountain ranges. The Caucasus region is located between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, covering an area of approximately 150,000 square kilometers. It is rich in natural resources, including manganese ore, iron, molybdenum, copper, gold, natural gas, petroleum, fuller's earth, chalcedony, diatomaceous earth, agate, refractory materials and clay used in making concrete, cement raw materials, lead, zinc, construction stone and other resources. In the Caucasus region in the Western Caucasus, the Leoni River irrigates fertile plains, giving it approximately 30,000 square kilometers of agricultural land. In the Azerbaijan region in the Eastern Caucasus, there are the Shirvan Plain and the Mugan Plain irrigated by the Kara River. The agricultural land here exceeds 40,000 square kilometers. In other words, the entire Caucasus region has more than 70,000 square kilometers of agricultural land. During the Paleolithic age 40,000 years ago, people were already living in the Caucasus. When the Aryans moved south through the Caucasus in ancient times, there were ethnic groups worshipping the earth goddess living here, forming an early farming civilization. After the ancient Aryans who worshipped the sun god expelled the ancient Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder, and became the new masters of the southern Russian steppe, the neighbors of the Caucasus. The Caucasus began to worship the sun goddess and moon goddess under the influence of their northern neighbors. Now, 1,500 years later, there are three major ethnic groups living in the Caucasus: those who worship the earth goddess Samsmari, those who worship the sun goddess Mzekali, and those who worship the thunder god Kopala. Around 2000 BC, the Hittites, who worshipped the sun goddess, entered the Asia Minor Peninsula from this area where they worshipped the sun goddess Mzekali. Therefore, Alina, the sun goddess of the Hittite kingdom, did not become the sun goddess after coming to the Asia Minor Peninsula and being influenced by the earth goddess worshipped by the Hatchian people. Alina was the sun goddess from the beginning. In addition to the three main ethnic groups, there are also ethnic groups in the Caucasus that worship the wolf god Mangbel and those who worship the hunting goddess Dali. On the Armenian plateau in the southern Caucasus region, there lived branches of the ancient Aryans, the Armenian tribes who worshipped the sun god Areg and the moon goddess Azlik, and the Har tribes who worshipped the thunder god Teshub and the plague god Nergal. The Asa Aziz tribe, Caucasus region in the Western Caucasus. In the myth of another world, this is the place where the Greek hero Jason led the Greek heroes to seize the golden fleece and abduct the immortal goddess Medea. Prometheus was punished by Zeus and also became a prisoner in the Caucasus Mountains. In Greek mythology, the Caucasus area was the territory of the sun god Helios. So the ruler of the Caucasus area was Eets, the son of the sun god Helios. Myths are novels similar to Journey to the West. So myths are certainly not the same as reality. In reality, the Caucasus area is indeed the territory of the sun god. But the sun god worshipped here is not Helios. So the rulers of Caucasus are not descendants of the sun god Helios. Perhaps this is why in Greek mythology, the sun god Helios did not interfere in the tragedy of Medea. Although the sun god Helios has nothing to do with the Caucasus area. Eos Circe, Selene Pasiphae and Medea, who became Helios family members in mythology, are really is the goddess of Caucasus. The prototype of Eos Circe is the sun goddess Mzekli of the Caucasus region and the sun goddess Alina of the Hittite kingdom. The prototype of Selene Pasiphae Medea is the moon goddess of the Caucasus region and the moon goddess of the Hittite kingdom. Because their prototypes are the sun goddess and moon goddess, they become the family members of Helios in mythology. In mythology, Circe and Medea are both goddesses who are good at using magic and potions. This is because they usurped part of the power of Samsmari, the earth goddess in the Caucasus. Samsmari is not only the goddess of the earth, but also the goddess of magic, potions and prophecies. In Greek mythology, Medea was a priest and disciple of the goddess Hecate. The real goddess Hecate is an earth goddess worshipped by the Arzavas in the southwest of Asia Minor, and has nothing to do with the Caucasus. It is obvious that the myth maker, who did not know the specific situation directly regarded Hecate, the earth goddess in the southwest of the Asia Minor Peninsula, and Samsmari, the earth goddess in the Caucasus, as the same goddess. The relationship between Medea and Hecate in mythology can reflect that in reality, the sun goddess and moon goddess in Caucasus did not originally have the power to control magic, potions, and prophecies. They were influenced by the earth goddess Se. It was through the influence of Mesmari that he gained the power of magic, potions and prophecies. Caucasus Plain. The Caucasus tribe on the east coast of the Black Sea. When the sun rose from the east, Roy found himself lying on the grass with his head facing the east. Two 10-meter-high goddess statues came into Roy's eyes. One of the two goddess statues is holding the sun wheel and the other is holding the moon wheel. It can be seen that one of them is the sun goddess, and the other is the moon goddess. Looking away from the two goddess statues, Roy had a series of questions in his mind. Who I am? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Just when Roy was confused, a beautiful silver-haired girl wearing a beautiful pure white dress, a gold belt around her waist, and golden strappy sandals appeared next to Roy, smiling with her beautiful golden eyes. Looking down at Roy with interest, he said, "You're awake. You?" Looking at the familiar beautiful face of the silver-haired girl, Roy's eyes widened and he asked, "Who are you? Who am I? Don't you remember your name?" The silver-haired beautiful girl said in surprise. "If you think about it seriously, can't you remember nothing?" Roy frowned and thought carefully. The scene of a raging fire burning the grassland emerged in his mind. Phaethon burning. Phaethon, is that your name? Roy just recalled the raging fire burning the grassland and subconsciously said Phaethon. Because in Greek, Phaethon means burning. The silver-haired girl took Phaethon as her name. Roy said with a wry smile, "I can't remember my name right now. You can take Phaethon as my name. Now that you know my name, it's time to tell me yours." "Medea," the silver-haired girl said with a cute smile. "You can call me Medea." "Medea," Roy said as he stood up from the grass. "I think I must have met you. Are we acquainted?" Medea turned her back to Roy and said, "We are strangers meeting for the first time. If I really know you, why would I ask for your name?" Chapter 5:14 Human Body and Divine Soul. Roy stood up and looked around, and found that the place he was in seemed to be an open-air temple. Behind Roy are the statues of the sun goddess and the moon goddess. There is an altar on the grass in front of Roy, and on the altar is a copper pot that is cooked by a bonfire. Seeing this golden copper pot that was constantly emitting steam, Roy's mind immediately recalled the magic of resurrection from the dead. In the Greek mythology of another world, the gods cannot change the fate of human death, let alone resurrect the dead human beings. Only when Pelops was killed by Tantalus, because Pelops was still a baby, Clotho, the goddess of fate, resurrected Pelops. In addition to Clotho, the goddess of fate, another goddess who can resurrect the dead is Medea from Colchis. In the story of Jason, Jason returned to his hometown with the golden fleece and Medea. His uncle Peleus did not return the throne, and the incompetent Jason could not defeat Peleus with force to regain the throne. In order to help Jason get revenge, Medea told the daughters of Peleus that she had the magic to resurrect the dead and restore youth to the old. In order to prove her ability to the daughters of Peleus, Medea slaughtered an old sheep and cooked the body in a copper pot. When Medea reopened the lid of the pot, a lively little lamb jumped out of the copper pot. Seeing Medea's miracle of resurrection from the dead and rejuvenation, the daughters of Peleus, instigated by Medea, hacked the sleeping Peleus to death, and then cut Peleus' body, throw it into a copper pot, and steam it until cooked. By the time the daughters of Peleus wanted Medea to perform the miracle of resurrection from the dead and rejuvenation, Medea and Jason had already escaped from the city of Iolcus, and the daughters of Peleus had also become. He killed his father with his own hands. Roy couldn't help but shudder when he saw the copper pot on the altar. "Medea, have you cooked my body?" Upon hearing Roy's inquiry, Medea said with a smile, "It seems like you really can't remember anything." At this moment, a dissatisfied voice suddenly said, "Don't tease him like that." The next moment, a beautiful girl with long platinum hair fell from the sky and landed in front of Roy and Medea. This is a girl with sparkling golden eyes just like Medea. Looking at the blonde girl standing with Medea, Roy suddenly thought of something and turned around to look at the faces of the sun goddess and moon goddess. Only then did Roy discover that the face of the moon goddess was exactly the same as that of Medea, and that the face of the sun goddess was also carved according to the face of the blonde girl. "You are the goddess of the sun and the goddess of the moon. Then what kind of god am I? You really can't recognize us." The beautiful sun goddess, with long platinum hair hanging down her waist, walked up to Roy, looked at Roy up and down and said, "Your amnesia should be temporary. Since you can't remember it now, let's introduce ourselves to each other. When we first meet, I am the sun goddess worshipped by the Colchis people in the Colchis area. My name is Muzekari. My name is Phaethon." After introducing his name, Roy frowned and said, "Mzekali, since the name of the moon goddess is Medea, I think the name Circe might be more suitable for you. Our gods have many names. My name in Asia Minor is Alina. If you like to call me Circe, I can treat it as the new name you gave me." Mzekali glanced at the Asia Minor Peninsula in the southwest. Then looked at Medea and said, "My sister is not only named Medea. You can also call her Alma or Selene." Selene. Hearing the name, some vague memory images emerged in Roy's mind. "You really can't remember?" Medea came to Roy and said, "This is the name you gave me." "Sorry." Roy pressed his forehead with his left hand in pain and said, "I really can't remember anything. Can you tell me why I'm here?" Mzekali and Medea looked at each other. And then Mzekali said to Roy, "In your current state, I think it's better to let nature take its course. Although I can't tell you your past identity, I can tell you that you are now a god between humans and gods. I am a god between humans and gods." Mzekali's words sent a flood of information into Roy's mind. XX times Phaethon. Age, 21 years old. Race, human body times god soul. Godhead, none. Strength level, lower god. The body of a human and the soul of a god. Is that why I am between humans and gods? Be happy. Medea said with a hint of jealousy. Your current state is very enviable. Because you have a human body. You are not restricted by the rules of gods. Because you have the soul of gods. You have the power to be superior to humans and can communicate with gods. A rivaling force. It seems like I am a newly born new god. After glancing at the copper pot on the altar, Roy asked Mzekali. Goddess Mzekali. How do I obtain godhood? You want to gain godhood? Mzekali said hesitantly. The main way for our gods to obtain godhead is to defeat other gods and directly take other gods' godhead as our own. After hearing these words, Roy immediately stared at Mzekali and Medea with the eyes of a hunter staring at his prey. The next second, Roy stopped. Because Roy can feel that the divine power of Mzekali and Medea is very powerful. And it is definitely not something that he can match now. Seemingly sensing Roy's thoughts, Mzekali said with a joking smile. The second way for our gods to obtain godhood is to slowly absorb it from other gods. This method not only takes a long time, but also has a high possibility of failure. Slowly absorb the divinity of other gods. After hearing the word slowly, Roy was no longer interested in this method. Goddess Mzekali. Has there been such a quick way to directly defeat other gods and seize the godhead? Some. Mzekali said with a blushing face. If you become husband and wife with me, you can directly share my sun godhead. Then if I marry Medea, can I directly share Medea's moon godhead? Medea teased with a smile. Although this is true, the moon god is usually a goddess. Do you want to become the moon god? Well. Roy was stunned for a moment. Then shook his head and said. In no mood. Then. Roy walked to Mzekali and knelt down on one knee, pleading with a sincere expression. Beautiful Mzekali. I ask you to marry me. You want to share my sun godhead. Seeing that Roy did not deny it, Mzekali said with a smile. Although I am Alina, it is not impossible for me to marry you according to your agreement with Alina. But I don't want you to eat my soft rice. Because sharing my power and power with you will make my the strength is weakened by half. Chapter 5:15 I am the younger brother of two goddesses. The idea of wanting to eat soft rice was rejected by Mzekali. Roy stood up and said helplessly. It seems that I can only defeat other gods and directly seize the gods of other gods as my own. This is the way to go in line with your status. Mzekali stretched out his right hand and pointed from the east to the southwest and said. In the east of the Colchis region, there are the Sarsbel tribe who worship the earth goddess Samzamari. The Mangbel tribe who worships the wolf god Mumbel. The Coppola tribe who worships the thunder god Coppola. And the hunting goddess. The Dali tribe of Dali. In the south of the Colchis region, there are Armenian tribes who worship the sun god Areg and the moon goddess Azlik. In the southwest of the Colchis region, there are Armenian tribes who worship the thunder gods Teshub and the Hayasars tribe of Nergal, the god of plague. As long as you defeat the patron saints of these tribes, you can seize their godhood. Moon goddess Azlik. Hearing this name, Roy subconsciously looked at Medea. Medea said immediately. Although Azlik and I are both moon goddesses worshipped by the ancient Aryans, Azlik and I are not the same god. Because Azlik is the sister of the sun god Arij. And I am the sun goddess. Mzekali's sister. I see. Roy said suddenly. Your relationship with the moon goddess, Azlik, can only be regarded as distant sisters. Only the moon goddess Alma, Selene, in Asia Minor Peninsula can be regarded as another you. On the contrary, it is the moon goddess Sislerberg who is further away from Azlik. Bendis. And Minerva. as the sisters of the sun god, can be regarded as the biological sisters of Azlik, the sister of the sun god. After saying that, Roy was immediately stunned. Why do I know the moon goddess Sisleberg, Bendis, and Minerva? Seeing Mzekli and Medea staring at him with doubtful eyes, Roy came back to his senses and said, Goddess Mzekli, Goddess Medea, with my current strength, I shouldn't be able to defeat any gods. Can you help me and join forces with me to defeat the gods around me? Sure, Mzekli said without hesitation. But after defeating the surrounding gods, their territory must belong to me. I agree. Roy nodded and said, I just want to seize the divinity of other gods and have no interest in their territory. Thut. Hearing Roy's words, Medea couldn't help but sneer. It seems you still don't understand the importance of territory. Mzekli rolled his eyes at Medea, and then said to Roy, now that we have reached cooperation, you can lead the warriors of the Colchis tribe to conquer the surrounding tribes. I will send an oracle to the leader of the Colchis tribe and ask him to obey your orders. In another world's history, the Colchis tribe was the most powerful tribe in the Caucasus. The kingdom of Colchis, which was once powerful in the Caucasus, was established by the Colchis tribe. The Sarsbel tribe has a larger population, but the Sarsbel tribe is an alliance composed of large and small tribes. Therefore, when the Colchis tribe has a population of 100,000 and the Sarsbel tribe has a population of 200,000, the Colchis tribe is actually more powerful than the Sarsbel tribe. After Mzekli finished speaking, her statue of the sun goddess and Medea's statue of the moon goddess began to shine with dazzling light. After a while, the middle-aged male leader of the Colchis tribe hurriedly came under the altar of the open-air temple with his wife, children and leaders. These humans obviously could not see the figures of Mzekli and Medea, so they did not worship Mzekli and Medea directly, but worshipped the altar and prayed. After the pious prayers of the Colchis, Mzekli sent down an oracle to them. The people of Colchis, who had received the oracle, discovered Roy standing behind the altar. King Colchis led everyone to Roy, looked at Roy with suspicion and asked, young stranger, are you the person the oracle said? The great goddess sent an oracle to ask me to obey your orders. Can we know your identity? The people of Colchis are all blonde and blue-eyed. So Loey with black hair and black eyes is obviously a foreigner. The goddess's oracle actually asked King Colchis to obey the orders of foreigners. It is no wonder that King Colchis would question the goddess's oracle. After hearing what King Colchis said, Roy said with a smile, okay. My identity is not a secret. I am not a human like you, but the younger brother of the great sun goddess and moon goddess. My name is Phaethon, the god of blazing fire. After speaking, Roy raised his right hand and pointed at the sun in the sky. Because the sun is the primordial fire. Are you the brother of the sun goddess and the moon goddess? Seeing King Colchis' disbelieving expression, Roy nodded seriously. In fact, Roy originally wanted to tell them that he was the husband of the sun goddess and the moon goddess. Considering that this kind of front-loading behavior not only blasphemed Mzekli and Medea, but also caused serious offense to the Colchis people who worshipped the goddess. Roy said that he was Mzekli and Medea, Medea's younger brother. In the Colchis region, Mzekli is not only the sun goddess, but also the sun virgin goddess. It can be seen from this that in order to avoid the goddess being blasphemed, the people of Colchis directly defined the identity of the goddess as a virgin goddess from the name. In order to prove his identity as a god, Roy aimed his left hand at the copper pot on the altar to release his divine power. An invisible divine power held the copper pot like a big hand. And then under Roy's control, the hot copper pot rose into the sky under the gaze of King Colchis and others. After using his divine power to raise the copper pot to a height of 100 meters to prove his identity as a god, Roy put the copper pot back to its original position. During the entire process, not a drop of boiling water in the copper pot was spilled. Witnessing the miracle performed by Loey, King Colchis and others recovered from the shock and immediately worshipped Loey, the younger brother of the sun goddess Mzekli, devoutly. After Roy consumed his divine power to perform a miracle, dense starlight poured into Roy's body from the surrounding void. After absorbing these little bits of starlight, the power of faith, Roy was surprised to find that the divine power he had just consumed was instantly restored. Great God Phaethon, I am willing to obey your command in obedience to the oracle. King Colchis looked at Roy excitedly and said, I believe that under the leadership of our great gods, we Colchisians can defeat all our enemies. Very good. Roy smiled with satisfaction. Then you gather the soldiers now. And I will lead you to defeat the Sazbel tribe. As a god, I also want to conquer Samzamari, the earth goddess worshipped by the Sazbel tribe. Roy's first order was to lead the Kolkis tribe to launch a war against the more populous Sazbel tribe. King Kolkis hesitated only for a moment before deciding to obey Lowy. After all, the Kulchizans were more united than the Sazbals. And the Kulchizans had a chance of defeating the Sazbals. If the Kulchizans cannot defeat the Sazbeans, King Kolkis will definitely refuse Roy's order. Chapter 5:16 Earth Goddess Samzamari. Whether it is the southern Russian steppe in the northern Caucasus, or the Armenian plateau and the Asia Minor Peninsula in the southern Caucasus, there are a large number of nomadic people living there. Even in the eastern Caucasus, there are a large number of nomads living. In order to compete with these nomads on horseback, the farming people in the Caucasus raised a large number of war horses. King Kolkis gave the order, and 5,000 knights of Kolkis and 5,000 foot soldiers gathered together. Seeing these Kolkis knights who were skilled in equestrian skills, Roy couldn't help but frown. Because the Kolkis knights neither used stirrups, saddles and other horse equipment, nor did they use iron guns, iron armor and other weapons and equipment. For the knights under his command, these equipment should be indispensable. King Kolkis, our Kolkis knights only use ropes to fix their bodies on their horses, and use wooden spears and stone spears to fight the enemy. After Roy raised his question, King Kolkis nodded. Our enemies use the same equipment, so we won't lose to them on the battlefield. Don't you even have bronze weapons? Some. King Kolkis pointed to a column of infantry and said, 1,000 of my bodyguards are equipped with bronze war spears. This is really a war between rookies. 1599 BC. October. At this time, winter wheat has been sown, and it is a suitable time to launch a war. Led by Roy and King Kolkis, 5,000 Kolkis knights and 5,000 infantry entered the territory of the Sazbears. Although the Saspirians were aware of the Kolkis invasion, it took a lot of time to gather soldiers from the scattered tribes. Therefore, before the Sasbaya army was assembled, the Kolkis army conquered the Sasbaya tribes one after another. It was not until the third day of the Kulchizan invasion that the 6,000 cavalry and 8,000 infantry gathered by the Sazbals stood in front of the Kolkis army. An army of 10,000 Kolkis against an army of 14,000 Saspirians. When the weapons and equipment of both sides are the same, it is obvious that the Sazbals with more numbers have a higher chance of winning. Before the two sides fought, King Kolkis said to Roy with some lack of confidence, Great God Phaethon, now that we have conquered 30,000 Saspirians as the fruits of victory, maybe we should avoid a head-on war with the Sazbears. After hearing what King Kolkis said, Roy rolled his eyes and said, Can the Sazbears be willing to lose 30,000 people? Now that this war has begun, this war can only come to an end if the Kolkis and the Sazbears decide the winner. After saying that, Roy rode alone and rushed towards the Sasbaya army. King Kolkis could only grit his teeth and follow Roy, fighting a war with a huge numerical disadvantage. The army of Kolkis and the army of Sazbel collided with each other like two torrents. Roy charged forward, one man and one horse, directly towards King Sazbel, the supreme commander of the Sazbals. The Sazbears who stood in front of Roy were all knocked down by the power of Roy's wave. Just when Roy was about to rush in front of King Sazbel, an angry female voice asked, Are you a human or a god? Roy raised his head and saw an earth goddess with black hair and snake eyes descending from the sky, glaring at him with angry eyes. Are you the goddess Samzamari who protects the Sazbears? Roy said with a smile. I am participating in the war of mankind, so my current identity is human. Even the strongest demigod heroes among humans cannot use divine power like gods. Samzamari said angrily. You can directly release divine power to attack humans. This is not something humans can do. So you are not human. As a god, you directly interfered in human wars. You violated the rules of the gods. Now I will punish you on behalf of the mother of the world. After saying that, Samzamari summoned a golden divine spear with her right hand and stabbed Roy. There was a loud explosion. Just before Samzamari's spear blade was about to hit Roy, the sun goddess Mzekali came behind Roy and blocked Samzamari's attack with her spear blade. Immediately afterwards, the moon goddess Medea came in the form of a hunting goddess, bent her bow and shot an arrow at Samzamari. Seeing Mzekali and Medea entangled with Samzamari, Roy continued to rush towards King Sazbel. In front of Roy, who can use his divine power to attack humans, even the heroes of the Sasabal people, an enemy of 100 men, and the great heroes, an enemy of 1,000 men, will be knocked to the ground by Roy's divine power. In the blink of an eye. Roy then came to King Sazbel. As the favorite of Samzamari. King Sazbel is also a powerful demigod hero. Facing Roy approaching him. King Sazbel did not run away. But directly waved a bronze war spear to fight Roy. Roy waved his palm directly at King Sazbel. There was a muffled bang. Roy's divine power impacted King Sazbel, causing the demigod hero to fall off his horse and fall to the ground doubting his life. Roy came to King Sazbel, looked down at King Sazbel on horseback and said, "You must be the king of Sazbel. Now you are my prisoner. Hurry up and order the Sazbels to surrender, so as not to cause more casualties on both sides." "Who are you?" King Sazbel looked at Roy with disbelief and asked, "Are you really human? How did you defeat me just now?" King Sazbel, "You don't have to feel ashamed if you lose to me. Because I am an immortal god." Roy stretched out his right hand to release his divine power, and used the invisible divine power to lift King Sazbel from the ground and said, "If you refuse to obey my orders, I will have the Colchisians reduce you and your family to slavery for life." Roy used invisible divine power to lift King Sazbel 10 meters into the air. King Sazbel finally believed that Roy was a god, seeing that the Colchis were suppressing the Sazbeans under the leadership of King Colchis. The Sazbears were doomed to fail. And the Sazbelis shouted with a trembling voice, "Men of Sazbel, I command you all to surrender. Men of Colchis have the help of the gods. And we have lost this war." Under the order of King Sazsail, the Sazsail people stopped fighting one after another. Although the war between humans has ended, the war between gods continues. Facing the joint attack of Mzekli and Medea, Samzamari resisted tenaciously, turning this battle of gods into a war of attrition. Seeing that Mzekli and Medea were unable to defeat Samzamari in a short time, Roy raised his right hand and aimed at Samzamari to unleash his divine attack. If this was a one-on-one battle between Roy and Samzamari, Roy's attack would not be able to cause real damage to Samzamari. But this is a close battle between Mzekli and Medea and Samzamari. At this time, Roy's attack became the straw that broke the camel's back. Hit in the abdomen by Roy's divine power, Samzamari could no longer hold on and was knocked to the ground by the divine attacks of Roy, Mzekli, and Medea. Chapter 5:17 I just want a powerful godhead. I actually lost. Defeated by the joint attack of Roy, Mzekli, and Medea. Samzamari was obviously unwilling to lose. Samzamari lay weakly on the ground, crystal tears falling from the corners of her eyes, dripping to the ground to revive the withered flowers and plants. Mzekli and Medea came to Samzamari as victors. Mzekli said with a proud and bright smile, "Dear Samzamari, will you surrender to me now and become my sister?" "Are you kidding?" Samzamari said angrily. "My territory is bigger and my people are more. What qualifications do you have to make me surrender? A war cannot be won by having a large territory and a large population." Medea said with a cold face, "If you are unwilling to surrender, then we will kick you off the throne. Now that you have become a wandering god who has lost his territory and his throne, can you still be as stubborn as you are now?" Samzamari immediately fell silent. Although she didn't want to become Mzekli's subordinate god, she didn't want to be kicked off the throne and become a wandering god. Because wandering gods are dying slowly and will eventually fall and disappear. A moment of silence. Samzamari finally said to Mzekli, "I am willing to surrender to you. Please don't drive me off the throne." Faced with the threat of death, both humans and gods will make the right choice. After the army of Colchis defeated the army of Sazbaya, the Sazbaya soldiers became prisoners. But the king of Sazbaya and the noble leaders of the Sazbaya people all received preferential treatment. Because the Colchisans did not intend to depose the Sasperian king and the Sasperian noble chiefs. In this war, only ordinary Sazbel soldiers died in vain because of the failure of the war. In the Colchian military camp, King Colchis held a banquet in his royal tent attended by the nobles of Colchis and the royal family and nobles of Sazba. In the king's tent, the nobles of Colchis and Sazba were drinking and eating meat in a lively manner. And the Sazbears all swore that they would obey the orders of King Colchis in the future. King Sazbel even declared that he would abolish his royal status and become a nobleman who surrendered to King Colchis. Roy sat next to King Colchis and watched all this, always feeling that this was wrong. The great god Phaethon, seeing that Roy remained silent, King Colchis took the initiative to speak. "We are able to win this war because of your help. To thank you, I will make my little daughter a priestess to serve you." King Sarsbel said immediately. King Colchis. Since we are the defeated, we should sacrifice my daughter, our Susperian princess, to the great god Phaethon. King Colchis and King Sarsbel were actually vying to dedicate their daughters to themselves. Roy complained with some dissatisfaction. Do I look like I would be interested in a human girl? If you are really sincere, let me be the husband of the goddess. After hearing Roy's words, King Sarsbel immediately shut up. King Colchis said hesitantly. Since we have defeated the Susperians, let the goddess Samsamari, who protects the Susperians, marry the god Phaethon. No. King Sarsbel immediately objected. The great goddess Samsamari cannot be blasphemed. If you want to blaspheme the goddess, the men and women of the Saspelians will take up arms and fight you to the end. I have no interest in the goddess Samsamari. Roy interrupted the quarrel between King Colchis and King Sarsbel, and then ordered the two of them. Perhaps Dali, the goddess of hunting, can interest me. Next, we will conquer the Dali tribe protected by Dali, the goddess of hunting. After saying that, Roy stood up and left the king's tent. It was already a night with a full moon hanging in the sky. On a mountain peak not far from the military camp, Mzekali and Medea were communicating with Samsamari, or in other words, they were robbing Samsamari of her divine power. Roy poured his divine power into his legs, then jumped across several thousand meters and landed directly on the top of the peak where the three goddesses were. Seeing Roy arriving, Mzekali and Medea stopped. And then Mzekali said, we did not take away her godhead, but only strengthened our own magic, potions and prophecy powers. You can take at least one of the earth, magic, potions and prophecy godhead possessed by Samsamari. Looking at the pitiful goddess Samsamari sitting on the ground, Roy shook his head and said, I don't want to be the god of earth with the head of a human and the body of a snake. Nor do I want to be the god of potions that cure diseases and save people. The magic godhead and prophecy godhead are not strong enough. So I will not take action against the goddess Samsamari. After hearing Roy's words, Samsamari looked at Roy gratefully and said, are you a god or a human? Why do you want to help Mzekali and Medea? I am neither a god nor a human being. Roy said calmly, now I am a being between humans and gods. I will help Mzekali and Medea because I am their younger brother. The next day, the Colchis and Sarsbels formed a coalition of 20,000 troops and headed to the territory of the Dali tribe under the leadership of Roy. Some of the wounded soldiers were left behind to burn the bodies of those who died on the battlefield. The Dali tribe, which worships Dali, the goddess of hunting, lives in the mountains east of the Colchis plain and leads a semi-nomadic and semi-agricultural life. The population of the Dali tribe is only 50,000. And their number of young and middle-aged men is not even 10,000. Roy led an army of 20,000 to attack the Dali tribe. And the result was of course no suspense. The goddess Dali, who protected the Dali tribe, was also killed instantly by Mzekali, Medea, and Samsamari. Roy was also not interested in the hunting godhead of goddess Dali. Because in Roy's opinion, even if his first godhead was not the sun godhead, it should still be the thunder godhead. So after conquering the Dali tribe, Roy led an army of 25,000 people composed of Colchis, Sarsbeers, and Dali people through the mountainous lowlands and entered the Azerbaijan region in the eastern Caucasus region. The Mangbel tribe, which worships Mangbel, the wolf god, and the Coppola tribe, which worships Coppola, the thunder god, live a nomadic life in Azerbaijan. Because the food produced by nomads could not feed the increasing population, the Coppola people, who worship the god of thunder, continued to migrate to the Pontine corridor of the Asia Minor Peninsula, and eventually became the Hayasarza tribe that threatened the Hittite kingdom. Roy entered the Azerbaijan region with an army of 25,000 people. And the first person he encountered was the Mangbel tribe. The population of the Mangbel tribe is only 80,000. And their young and middle-aged men are only more than 10,000. Facing the 25,000 troops brought by Roy, there was no doubt about the outcome of the war. The wolf god Mangbel, worshipped by the Mamber people, even fled directly under the siege of Mzekali, Medea, Samsamari, and Dali. Then, Mabel was kicked off the throne by Roy. Although the goddess Samsamari and the goddess Dali received preferential treatment, and did not lose the patron saint seat due to the failure of the war, the wolf god Mangbel was not a goddess. Even if Roy loses his memory, he will not give any male god preferential treatment. Chapter 5:18 The Three Brothers of Thunder God Coppola. The Aryans in ancient times worshipped the sun, the moon, thunder, and fire. The The essence of these worships was the worship of natural phenomena. The wolf god Mangbel is obviously a worshipper of wild animals, which is fundamentally different from the worship of natural phenomena. Therefore, the wolf god Mangbel is not an ancient Aryan god. The Mangbel tribe that worships the wolf god Mangbel is not a branch of the Aryans from the southern Russian steppes. The wolf god Mumbel has the form of a wolf, compared to the Aryan gods who represent natural phenomena. The wolf god Mumbel is closer to the Earth Mother Goddess in the form of a snake. The origin of the wolf god Mangbel may be the same as the Earth Goddess Samsmari. He is a local deity in the Caucasus, and the Mangbel tribe is a local ethnic group in the Caucasus. If the wolf god Mangbel and the Mangbel tribe, who worshipped him, migrated from other places, their origin is likely to be the Armenian plateau. The Hurrites, who also originated from the Armenian plateau, may be the same people as the Mangbel tribe. Kumarbi, the patron saint of the Hurrite people, is also the same god as the wolf god Mangbel. Starting around 2000 BC, the Aryans, who worshipped the sun god, began to enter the Persian plateau from the Central Asian steppes, competing with the Aryans, who worshipped the god of thunder, for control of the Persian plateau. As the Aryans who worshipped the sun god continued to expand their territory, they not only forced the Aryans who worshipped the thunder god on the Persian plateau to migrate to India, but also moved westward into the Armenian plateau. The Hurrites who originally lived on the Armenian plateau were forced to migrate. Some moved to the Caucasus and became the Mangbel tribe, and some moved to the northern part of the Mesopotamian plain. Because the Mangbel tribe and the Kopala tribe are different ethnic groups that worship different gods, the Kopala tribe did not interfere when Roy conquered the Mangbel tribe. For the Kopala tribe, the war between Roy and the Mangbel tribe was like a snipe and a clam fighting. The war between Roy and the Mangbel tribe ended, and after the Mangbel tribe was conquered, the Kopala tribe immediately took the initiative to attack the territory of the Mangbel tribe, in order to deal with the army brought by Roy and the Mangbel tribe. The Kopala tribe, with a population of 500,000, summoned 20,000 cavalry and 30,000 infantry, the mountainous area to the west of the Shirvan plain. After learning about the attack by the Kopala tribe, Roy immediately summoned an army of 30,000 Kolkas, Sarsbirs, Dali, and Mangbels to fight. As a group that had just been conquered by Roy, the Mamba people were originally unable to take advantage of them. However, the attack of the Kopala people forced the Mangbel people to obey Roy's orders, because after the Mangbel people were conquered by the Kopala people, the Kopala people would definitely treat them as slaves. East shore of Lake Sevan. When King Kopala came here with an army of 50,000, Roy's army of 30,000 was already waiting here. King Kopala did not feel panic when he saw that Roy's army did not decrease after a great battle with the Mangbel people. Instead, it became an army of 30,000 due to the addition of the Mamber people. After all, his 50,000 strong army had an absolute numerical advantage. After Roy launched an attack with an army of 30,000, King Kopala showed no sign of weakness, and led an army of 50,000 to fight. While the two armies collided with each other, the god of thunder Kopala, Zeus, the god of fire Apoousa, Poseidon, and the god of plague Mana, Hades, who guarded the Kopala tribe, took the initiative to come to the battlefield. Obviously they attach great importance to the outcome of this war, because of the arrival of the three brothers of Kopala, Zeus, the sun goddess Mzekali, the moon goddess Medea, the earth goddess Samsamari, and the hunting goddess Dali also came to the battlefield to confront the three brothers of Kopala. It's amazing that you goddesses have united. Seeing the four goddesses standing together, Kopala, Zeus, teased with a playful smile. If you want to unify the various tribes in the Caucasus, I have a good idea. As long as Mzekala marries me, Samsamara marries my brother Apoousa, and Dali marries my brother Mana, humans who worship us will be united by the marriage of gods. In the face of Kopala's blasphemy, Mzekali said in a cold voice with no expression on his face, "Arrogant Kopala, today is your last day of arrogance, and soon you will be driven out of the Caucasus by our joint forces." Ha 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 ha. Kopala laughed proudly. Arrogant goddess. Do you think you can defeat our three brothers by joining forces? Just look at the war between humans. When both sides have similar weapons, my beloved King Kopala will lead an army of 50,000 to conquer the people who worship you. Humans, even if you goddesses don't want to, I will force you to become the wives of our three brothers. Before he finished speaking, Kopala's eyes widened in shock, because on the human battlefield, there was no situation where the Kopala people had the upper hand. At this time, in the center of the battlefield, Roy kept waving his hands to release his divine power, knocking down the Copala people in front of him. Seeing Roy getting closer and closer to King Coppola, the god of thunder Coppola asked with an angry roar. What's wrong with you? You're not a human being. As a god, you actually use the power of gods to interfere in human wars. This is an unforgivable crime. Of course I'm human. While Roy continued to approach King Coppola, he raised his head and met Coppola's eyes and said, if I were a pillar of gods, I would have violated the gods' rules and been punished by the mother of the world. You are lying. Coppola said angrily. I can feel that you are different from humans. I can attack you directly. After saying that, Coppola raised his right hand high, trying to release thunder to attack Roy. At this moment, Mzekali took the initiative to attack Coppola with the golden spear, preventing Coppola from attacking Roy with thunder. Coppola, your opponent is me. Coppola ordered Apuosa and Mana while fighting Mzekali. Apuosa, Mana, stop that guy quickly. Don't let him get close to our beloved King Coppola. When Apuosa Poseidon, the god of fire, and Mana Hades, the god of plague, were about to carry out Coppola's orders, the earth goddess Samsamari attacked Apuosa. And Medea, the moon goddess, attacked Apuosa. Ya and Dali, the goddess of hunting, also joined forces to attack Mana, the god of plague. While the seven gods are launching a full-scale war of gods, Roy knocked down all the Coppola people in his way and came to the king of Coppola. Next, as long as Roy captures or kills King Coppola, the war can be ended instantly. Or, just when Roy was about to attack King Coppola, with a wolf howl, the wolf god Mangbel came to Roy in the form of a 10-meter-tall werewolf. Wolf god Mabel. Looking at the wolf god Mangbel, who had destroyed the open-air temple and driven down the Mangbel tribe's patron saint seat, Roy couldn't help but frown and said, you want to protect King Coppola? That's right. Mabel stared at Roy with angry blood-colored eyes and said, as long as you let me regain the seat of the patron saint of the Mangbel tribe, I will stand by your side. If you refuse my request, I will do my best to become your enemy. Chapter 5:19 The first victory in the battle between gods and the wolf god Mangbel. Mabel. Faced with the threat from the wolf god Mangbel, Roy did not intend to compromise. Because there are only zero and countless compromises. If Roy compromises with Mangbel today, Roy can compromise with other male gods in the future. And Roy also wanted to fight Mangbel, who had lost his throne, to test the strength gap between himself and the wandering god. If you kneel at my feet and pray sincerely, and swear to remain a dog forever, maybe I will consider letting you be a loyal dog next to me. But if you threaten me, it is impossible for me to give in to you. After saying this, Roy stretched out his right hand to release his divine power, condensing it into a black magic gun. After holding the black magic gun in his right hand, Roy took the initiative to attack Mangbel. Swish! Roy flew to Mumble's right shoulder with teleportation speed, and swung his gun blade towards Mumble's neck. Mangbel quickly dodged Roy's attack, and then swung his sharp wolf claws with his right hand towards Roy's body. There was a loud explosion. Unable to completely dodge Mumble's attack, Roy could only use his gun blade to block Mumble's claws. After the sharp gun blade collided with Mumble's claws, Roy's divine power and Mumble's divine power collided like two torrents. In the end, both Roy and Mumble were knocked back 3 steps by the huge force. How can this be? Seeing that he could not suppress Roy, Mangbel said in disbelief. Your body is obviously human. Why do you have the same divine power as me? Roy has only a human body and a divine soul. Mabel possesses both the body and the soul of a god. Since neither Roy nor Mabel is a patron saint, it is obvious that Mabel is stronger than Roy. Roy was also doubtful that he could fight against the wolf god Mangbel. Mangbel's explosive power was obviously better than Roy's. For example, Mabel is like a large water glass, and Roy is like a medium water glass. The divine power of Roy and Mabel is like water in 2 cups. There is no doubt that the water, divine power, in Mumble's large water cup is more than the water, divine power, in Roy's medium-sized water cup. The confrontation with Mangbel just now was indecisive, and Roy thought it was Mangbel who did not use his full strength. Now judging from Mangbel's reaction, Mangbel does not seem to be hiding his strength. Or, seeing that Roy didn't respond to him, Mangbel looked up to the sky and let out a wolf howl, shrank his 10-meter-tall figure to human size, and then attacked Roy with his small and swift figure. Clang clang clang. Facing Mabel's violent and continuous attacks, Roy cautiously used the black magic gun to block Mabel's attack. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. As the battle between the two prolonged, Mabel's divine power began to weaken. What surprised Roy was that during the battle, bits of starlight, the power of faith, gathered into Roy's body like inexhaustibles and transformed into divine power. So until now, Roy's divine power has not weakened at all. I see this is the real reason why I can fight against you. Your divine power is like rootless water. It will become less when you use it a little. While my divine power is like endless sea water. Even if we have a medium-sized, even with the difference in strength between a water cup and a large water cup, you can't beat me. After understanding his advantage, Roy began to use his divine power to attack Mabel unscrupulously. Mabel was suppressed by Roy because he consumed too much divine power, and asked with confusion, "You are not the patron saint worshipped by any tribe in the Caucasus. Why didn't your divine power weaken in the battle?" "I have no obligation to answer your questions." After another 5 minutes, seeing that Roy's divine power still showed no signs of weakening, Mabel suddenly turned away from Roy and ran away. Because Mabel's divine power is about to be exhausted. If he continued to fight Roy and even used up the divine power to escape, perhaps today would be the day of Mabel's downfall. Seeing Mabel running away, Roy did not pursue him. Because more important than chasing Mabel is to capture King Coppola and end this important war. Without Mabel's obstruction, Roy flew directly to King Coppola with teleportation speed and kicked King Coppola off his horse. As the favorite of Coppola, the god of thunder, King Coppola is also a demigod hero, enemy of 10,000 people. So King Coppola was not kicked to death by Roy. After his body fell to the ground in a panic, King Coppola looked around blankly, obviously not understanding what happened. "Are you the King of Coppola?" Roy walked up to King Coppola, stretched out his right hand and stepped on King Coppola's neck and said, "Now I order you to surrender with the Coppola people. If you refuse, I will crush your neck." "Did you kick me off my horse?" King Coppola looked at Roy in confusion and said, "I am also a demigod hero. Why didn't I see you attack me?" "Because I am a being above human beings. You are an immortal god," King Coppola said with a sigh of relief. "Since it was a god who defeated me, I need not be ashamed of my failure. Great strange god. I can surrender to you. But I cannot command the people of Coppola to surrender to you with me. I can help you." After Roy finished speaking with a smile, he immediately released his divine power with his left hand, letting the invisible divine power act like a big hand, lifting King Coppola's body 10 meters into the air. After King Coppola floated in the air and attracted everyone's attention, Roy urged King Coppola, "Now you can ask the Coppola people to surrender with you. If you refuse, I will kill you. After this war is over, everyone in your family will be demoted to lifelong slaves." King Coppola did not want to die. Nor did he want all his family to become slaves for life. So after some hesitation, King Coppola shouted with a painful expression, "People of Coppola, I order you all to surrender. We have lost this war." At this time, the war between the 7 gods continued. Seeing King Coppola announcing his surrender, the god of thunder Coppola, Zeus, roared angrily, "This is cheating. This is cheating. This human god, who is neither human nor god, uses the power of gods to lead the humans who worship you to win this war. This is unfair to us. War is only about victory or defeat. There is no fairness or unfairness. The Coppola people lost the war. And the gods of Coppola, the god of thunder, Apaosha, the fire god, and Mana, the plague god, who were the patron saints of the Coppola people, began to weaken rapidly. Mzekali, the sun goddess, said as she stormed towards Coppola, "If you are the winner of this war, do you think it is unfair for the Coppola people to have 50,000 troops? Loi's army numbered only 30,000. The army of the king of Coppola numbered 50,000. When the war began, Coppola did not feel this was unfair. Just when Coppola was speechless, Mzekali seized Coppola's floor and suddenly penetrated Coppola's body with a golden divine spear, nailing Coppola to the ground. "Dear, I have subdued Coppola. Now you can take his thunder godhead." Chapter 520. My goal is the sun godhead. While the sun goddess Mzeka used the golden divine spear to pin the thunder god Coppola, Zeus, to the ground, the earth goddess Samsamari also defeated the weakened fire god Aposa Poseidon. And the moon goddess Medea and the hunting goddess Delhi teamed up to subdue the plague god Mana, Hades. Seeing the war between the gods ended, Roy hesitated. Although Roy now has Coppola's thunder godhead, Apoos's fire godhead, and Mana's plague godhead at his disposal, Roy does not want the thunder godhead, Vulcan godhead, and plague godhead to be his initial godheads. There is no doubt. In various regions of the world, the god of thunder, god of fire, and god of plague are all very powerful gods. But they are not the supreme godhead. The god of thunder worshipped by the Aryans was originally expected to become the supreme godhead. But the godhead of the sun god worshipped by the Aryans is like the nemesis of the godhead of thunder. Whether in the Indian region, the Persian plateau or the Mesopotamia, the Aryan god of thunder was trampled under the feet of the Aryan sun god. Even the Aryan god of thunder ran to Egypt and was defeated by the Egyptian sun god Amon. The sun godhead is the nemesis of the thunder godhead. History has proven this beyond a doubt. Only the sun godhead is the supreme godhead without any nemesis. Thinking of this, Roy said firmly, "Dear goddesses, I am not interested in the thunder godhead, the fire godhead, or the plague godhead." Hearing Roy's words, the four goddesses all widened their eyes in surprise. Coppola, Apoosa, and Mana immediately seized the opportunity and turned into three light balls and flew across the Caspian Sea towards the Persian plateau. Mzekali didn't pay attention to the three gods who escaped, and asked Roy with a frown, "What kind of godhead do you want?" "I want the sun godhead." "Sun godhead?" Medea glanced at the north and south and said, "On the southern Russian steppe in the north of the Caucasus, there is the Aryan sun god Baluberg. On the Armenian plateau in the south of the Caucasus, there is a branch of the Aryans, the Armenian sun god Ariga. You plan to bring should Baluberg be the target in the southern Russian steppe? Or should Areg be the target in the Armenian plateau? The people of sun god Baluberg should number in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Is he a target I can covet? Now Erechtheus, the king of the grasslands of the Athenian Empire, is at war with the Aryans in the southern Russian steppes. You can use the power of the Athenian Empire to seize Baluberg's sun godhead." Erechtheus. Hearing this very familiar name, Roy couldn't help but feel a splitting headache. And some vague memory images emerged in his mind. After the splitting headache disappeared, Roy shook his head and said, "Winter should have entered the prairie of South Russia now. So I plan to target Arago, the sun god of the Armenian plateau. The most important thing is that I don't need the help of Erechtheus to conquer the people who worship Arago. Armenians." After nightfall, the Colchis, Sarsbiers, Dali, Mangbels, and Kopalas all sat together, drinking and eating meat to celebrate the end of the war. Now all the tribes in the Caucasus have been conquered by Roy. As long as no accidents happen, there will be no more wars among the tribes in the Caucasus for a long time to come. Although the Coppola people were defeated, the king of Coppola and the noble leaders of the Coppola people were not humiliated. Roy sat with King Colchis, King Sarsbel, King Dali, and King Coppola. When everyone was full of wine and food, Roy took the initiative to speak to King Coppola. "Dear King of Coppola, since you Coppola people are the losers, I can't make two demands of you too much." King Coppola nodded hurriedly and said, "Great God Phaethon, even if you make 20 requests, it is not too much. I have a beautiful daughter and a beautiful niece, and I am willing to make them priestesses to serve you. I don't want girls to serve me." Roy said with a smile, "I once made a request to the king of the Mangbel people, asking them to give up worshipping the wolf god Mangbel. King Mangbel foolishly refused my request. So I deposed him from the throne and demoted all members of his family as a lifelong slave. Now I make the same request to you, asking you Coppola people to give up worshipping Coppola, the god of thunder, Apoosa, the god of fire, and Mana, the god of plague. Do you agree or disagree?" "Agree," King Coppola said without hesitation. "Since the three Coppola brothers cannot help us defeat the enemy, such incompetent gods are not worthy of me sacrificing myself and all my family members for them. From now on, we Coppola people will no longer worship the three Coppola brothers. We will worship the great Dharma god Eton." I have to say that Roy was very satisfied with King Coppola's flattery. Roy said with a bright smile, "My second request is that your army of Coppola people join my command and join me in conquering the Armenians on the Armenian plateau." "No problem," King Coppola said without hesitation. "With your help as a god, we are participating in a war that must be won. Of course we will not miss the opportunity to divide the spoils." The next day, Roy integrated his army, and then headed to the Armenian Plateau with 30,000 cavalry and 40,000 infantry. The Armenian Plateau is a volcanic lava plateau located in the western part of the Asian continent. It is mainly composed of the Alborz Mountains, the Zagros Mountains, the Taurus Mountains and the Pontine Mountains. Therefore, it is also called the Armenian Mountain Knot. It has an altitude of 4,000 to 5,000 meters, covering an area of 400,000 square kilometers. The Armenian Plateau has intense magmatic activity, with many volcanoes, earthquakes, hot springs and geysers. Many rivers develop due to melting snow in the mountains, and lakes of various sizes are often formed in fault basins. It is the source of the Tigris River, Euphrates River, Kara River and Aras River. And there are mountain lakes such as Lake Fan, Lake Rizay and Lake Shivan. The larger rivers include Karasu River, Murat River, Alas River, etc. It is rich in natural resources and produces mineral deposits such as copper, tin, iron, gold, silver and stone, as well as many mineral springs. The Armenians who worship the sun god Areg live a nomadic life here, with a population of about 300,000. Hatasha City, Temple of Alina. At the same time that Roy entered the Armenian Plateau with an army of 70,000. The sun goddess Alina sent an oracle to the Hittite queen Hatapuna. After listening to the content of the oracle, Hatapuna looked at the statue of Alina with doubts. Let me send a large army to conquer the Hayasa Az tribe in the Pontine corridor, and connect the Hittite region that worships the sun goddess with the Caucasus region. Although she could not understand the intentions of the goddess Alina, Hatapuna decided to obey the oracle. Because the Hayasaza tribe worships the god of thunder Teshub, Zeus Kopala, the god of fire Apoosa Poseidon, and the god of plague Nergal, Hades Mana, to Queen Hatapuna, who ruled the Hittite region of the Athenian Empire. She was like an ant at the foot of an elephant. Chapter 5:21 Sun Worship in Armenia. The current Armenian Plateau can be said to be divided into two, because the Aryans who worship the sun god invaded the northern part of the Armenian Plateau from the Persian Plateau. The local Hurrites were forced to move south. The northern part of the Armenian Plateau became the territory of the Armenians, a branch of the Aryan people who worshipped the sun god. In the southern part of the Armenian Plateau, the Hurrites originally lived together with the Assyrians, a branch of the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder. The Assyrians also established the powerful Assyrian kingdom. As the Hurrites from the northern part of the Armenian Plateau migrated to the south, the population of the Hurrites increased significantly, which led to the rapid decline of the once powerful Assyrian kingdom. The southern part of the Armenian Plateau became the territory of the Hurrites, and even the once powerful Assyrian kingdom, also became a vassal of the Hurrites. Roy entered the Armenian Plateau with 30,000 cavalry and 40,000 infantry. He did not intend to conquer the entire Armenian Plateau, but only the northern part of the Armenian Plateau, where the Armenians who worshipped the sun god lived. The Armenians, who live a nomadic life, mainly live around Lake Sevan. Roy led an army of 70,000 to the west of Lake Sevan, and soon encountered an Armenian tribe worshipping the moon goddess Azlik. Armenian tribes who worship the moon goddess live around Mount Aragats. The name Azlik may mean the goddess of Mount Aragats. The real name of this moon goddess is Anahit. She is not only the goddess of the moon and the goddess of war. She is also worshipped as the goddess of water on the plateau where rainfall is lacking. After Roy led the cavalry to attack, the Armenians who worshipped the moon goddess Anahit showed little resistance, and were completely conquered by 30,000 cavalry. Aryan moon worship was only a branch of sun worship. Therefore, the Armenian tribes who worship the moon goddess Anahit have a combined population of only 50,000. Even if there was one soldier for every 5 Armenians, only 10,000 soldiers could be mustered out of a population of 50,000. The Armenians who worship the moon goddess were unable to fight against Roy's 30,000 cavalry. This was a normal result. After leaving 20,000 infantrymen to manage the Armenian tribes around Mount Aragats, Lowy continued to the Yerevan area southwest of Lake Sevan with 30,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantrymen. 3,600 years later, Yerevan is the capital of Armenia. 3,600 years ago now, the Yerevan area was also the main area where Armenians lived, because there is a Rojdon river connecting Lake Sevan. When Roy entered the Yerevan area with an army of 50,000 people, the king of Armenia had already summoned an army of 40,000 people from various Armenian tribes, and was waiting on the west bank of the Azdan River. West bank of Azdan River, a valley suitable for a battlefield. Roy's 50,000 strong army and the Armenian king's 40,000 strong army faced off here. The 40,000-strong army of the king of Armenia were all cavalry. So in this battle, Roy's army did not have an advantage because of its larger number. Before the start of the human war, the Armenian sun god Areg and moon goddess Anahit took the initiative to come to the battlefield. Seeing Areg, the sun god, Roy couldn't help but think of Aramazd, the supreme god of Armenia. Aramazd is the clearly recorded king of the Armenian gods after the Armenian region entered the civilized era. Aramazd's name means sun, light and life, which proves that thousands of years later, the highest worship in Armenia is still sun worship. It was not until the Church of the One God swept in that the sun worship in Armenia was replaced by the One God. After the arrival of the sun god Oleg and the moon goddess Anahit, the sun goddess Mzekali, the moon goddess Medea, the earth goddess Samsmari, and the hunting goddess Dali from the Caucasus also came to the battlefield. Following Oleg confrontation with Anahit, you actually teamed up with other gods to deal with us. Seeing that the leader of the hostile goddess turned out to be the sun goddess Mzekali, Areg asked angrily, "Have you forgotten that we all originated from the sun worship of the ancient Aryans?" Mzekali said expressionlessly, "So what if our relationship is equivalent to that of brothers and sisters with the same parents among humans? In order to compete for the throne, humans can fight fathers and sons, brothers and sisters. And we gods can also fight for territory, brothers and sisters." Medea looked at Anahit with the eyes of a hunter eyeing his prey and sneered, "Because the sun and the moon are both unique, I have always felt that the moon goddess other than me is redundant. Dear Anahit, do you mind letting me eat you? And the two of us become two in one body." Anahit said in a cold voice without showing any signs of weakness, "If you want to challenge me stupidly, the end result will be that you are eaten by me." What a tough-tongued guy. As the sun god and moon goddess on both sides exchanged words, Loi's 50,000-strong army began to fight against the 40,000-strong army of the king of Armenia. Seeing that the war between humans had begun, Mzekali summoned the golden divine spear and said, "Sisters, Oleg is my opponent. Please don't attack him." After speaking, Mzekali took the initiative to attack Areg. Medea also summoned the golden divine spear and said while rushing towards Anahit, "Anahit is my prey. Sun goddess Mzekali and sun god Oleg, moon goddess Medea and moon goddess Anahit." After the war between the gods of four gods with the same origin began, the earth goddess Samsmari and the hunting goddess Dali became the audience of this war of gods. The 40,000 troops of the king of Armenia were all cavalry. And in order to defend their homeland, they burst out with a fighting will to fight even to the death. If Roy had not participated in this war, the final result would have been that the Armenians defeated the Caucasus coalition. But under Roy's leadership, from the beginning of this war, the balance of victory had completely tilted to the side of the Caucasus coalition. The center of the battlefield, Roy waved his hands to release his divine power, knocking down Armenian knights one after another. As long as there is enough time, Roy can defeat 40,000 Armenian cavalry by himself. In the Greek mythology of another world, there is a description of Ars, the god of war, being able to destroy 100,000 Greek coalition forces by himself. Areg, who was fighting with Mzekali, saw Roy's performance and immediately asked angrily, "What's wrong with you? As a god, why can you violate the rules of gods and attack humans?" "Because I am not a god," Roy said as he approached the king of Armenia. "You have seen that I have a human body, but you actually think that I am the same god as you. Are you kidding? It's impossible for humans to do what you..." "I didn't say I was human either," Roy interrupted Areg and said, "I am a being between humans and gods. So although I am not a human, I am not a real god either. This is why I am not restricted by the rules of gods." After speaking, Roy jumped over a human wall and directly attacked the Armenian king. Although the king of Armenia was prepared for Roy's attack, he was just a demigod hero and could not even see Roy's swift movement. Chapter 522 I am the brother of the moon goddess. There was a muffled bang. The king of Armenia could only see the afterimage of Roy flying in front of him. And then he fell from his horse to the ground. After kicking the king of Armenia off his horse, Roy walked up to the king of Armenia, raised his right foot and stepped on the king of Armenia's neck, threatening him. "Human, I order you to lead the Armenians in surrender. If you dare to refuse, not only will you die, but everyone in your family will be relegated to lifelong slavery." Faced with Roy's threat, the king of Armenia said very forcefully, "As the beloved son of the sun god, I will never betray the great father god." Roy and the king of Armenia looked at each other. Seeing that the king of Armenia really had no intention of surrender, Roy said coldly, "Then go die." After saying that, Roy stepped on the Armenian king's neck with his feet. After killing the Armenian king, Roy released his divine power with his right hand, lifted the Armenian king's body 10 meters into the air, and then said in a loud voice that echoed across the battlefield, "Armenians, you all look up. Your Armenian king is dead. And you have lost this war. As long as you choose to surrender, I guarantee that no one will harm you and your family's lives. And no one will take them away. Your property." The king of Armenia wore unique and special costumes. The Armenians looked up and saw his body, and were immediately demoralized by his death. The Armenians at the rear of the battlefield turned around and fled. And the Armenians at the center of the battlefield began to choose to surrender. The death of the Armenian king would have a huge blow to the morale of the Armenians, because the Armenians were internally dispersed into dozens of tribes, large and small. As the common leader of all tribes, the king of Armenia was able to unite the scattered Armenians. As soon as the Armenian king died, the united Armenians became scattered again. "You damn bastard." Seeing Lowy killing the Armenian king, and making the Armenians the losers in the war, the sun god Areg roared in anger. "I must kill you to avenge my beloved." If Areg had not fought Mzekli at this moment, he would have definitely attacked Roy. Feeling Aleg's anger and hatred, Roy turned to look at Aleg. In the battle between Mzekli and Aleg, Aleg was originally at a disadvantage. The king of Armenia was killed by Lowy, and the Armenians lost the war with the Caucasian coalition, which caused Areg's divine power to weaken rapidly. Seeing that Areg was barely able to resist Mzekli's attack, Roy immediately used his divine power to gather a black magic gun in his right hand, and then jumped towards Areg's back. Although Aleg was aware of the attack from behind, he was unable to turn around and deal with it under Mzekli's attack. Poof! When Aleg had no resistance, Roy stabbed Aleg in the back with a black spear. "You?" Aleg roared with a painful expression and turned around to attack Roy. But Mzekli did not stop attacking Areg. When Areg turned around, Mzeka used the golden divine spear to pierce Areg's abdomen, nailing Areg's body to the ground. Roy immediately asked Mzekli excitedly, "Dear Mzekli, thank you for helping me subdue Aleg. Now how can I seize Aleg's godhead?" Mzekli said with a solemn expression, "I will make my sun godhead resonate with Areg's sun godhead." After saying that, Mzekli's body glowed with dazzling light, releasing a wave of divine power like a heat wave. Under the impact of Mzekli's divine power fluctuations, Aleg's body also experienced such divine power fluctuations. Immediately afterwards, a ball that bloomed with golden divine light and released heat wave-like divine power fluctuations flew out from Areg's heart. After this golden ball appeared, it seemed to be attracted by Mzekli and flew directly to Mzekli's body. "Is this Areg's sun godhead?" Roy didn't have time to think. He flew over and hugged the hot golden ball with both hands, and then pushed the golden ball into his body. Boom! As the golden ball slowly integrated into Roy's body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Not only Roy's body, but also Roy's soul also changed. A large amount of information poured into Roy's mind, which not only allowed Roy to recover his past memories, but also made him understand that he, who has a human body and a god's soul, is indeed not a real god. This is the real reason why Roy used the power of gods to interfere in human wars, and did not violate the rules of gods. A god without divine power is certainly not a true god, Roy said with a bright smile while pushing the golden ball into his body. But from now on, I will become a true god. When half of Aleg's sun godhead, the golden ball, was integrated into Roy's body, like the sun goddess Mzekli, began to bloom with endless light and release heat wave-like fluctuations of divine power. As the heat wave-like fluctuations of divine power impacted the surrounding space, Roy's body continued to rise upwards. 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Roy's body did not stop rising until he entered the atmosphere at a height of 1 million meters. At this time, Aleg's sun godhead had completely entered Roy's body, standing 1 million meters high in the atmosphere and looking down at the world. Roy found that his heart was not as excited as he imagined, because at this time, Roy's body, mind and soul have transformed, and he is no longer human Roy. Looking at the tiny mountains, rivers, and all living things on the earth, Roy declared in a majestic voice without emotion, "From this moment on, I am the flaming Phaethon. The new sun god of this world. Boom boom boom. Following Roy's declaration, endless solar fire surged out of Roy's body, turning into a huge flame sphere and wrapping Roy's body in the center. When Roy returned to the ground from the atmosphere, he saw that Areg, who had lost his sun godhood, had escaped with serious injuries and fled from the Armenian plateau to the Persian plateau. Anahit, the moon goddess, was also subdued by Medea. Seeing Medea integrating Anahit into her body, obviously really wanting to annex Anahit, Roy couldn't help but frown and said, "Selene, don't do such a horrible thing." Hearing Roy change his name, Medea stopped annexing Anahit and said, "Why stop me? I am now the sun god of the Armenian plateau." Roy looked at Anahit and said, "Anahit is the moon goddess of the Armenian plateau, that is my sister. This is why I stop you." Medea rolled her eyes and complained, "You treat Anahit as your sister. Will Anahit treat you as your brother?" Anahit, half of his body swallowed up by Medea, glared at Roy with gritted teeth. "My only brother is the sun god Areg. You can't even hope to be my brother." After hearing Anahit's words, Roy immediately said to Medea, "Selene, you should annex Anahit and become the moon goddess of the Armenian plateau and at the same time become my sister." Chapter 5:23 Trinity and Binity. Just like some people are greedy for life and fear death, and some people regard death as home, some gods are willing to endure humiliation for survival and benefit, and some gods would rather die than lower their proud heads. Since the moon goddess Anahit is not willing to endure the humiliation of becoming Roy's sister, Roy is not interested in becoming Anahit's sister-in-law. Seeing that Roy no longer stopped herself, Medea accelerated her efforts to annex Anahit. After a while, the moon goddess Anahit was completely integrated into Medea's body, and Medea became the two-in-one moon goddess Medea Anahit. She was both the moon goddess of the Caucasus and the moon goddess of Armenia. It is usually very difficult for a god to annex another god. Medea was able to annex Anahit so easily because both Medea and Anahit originated from the moon goddess worshipped by the ancient Aryans. They are both clones of the moon goddess of the ancient Aryans, dating back to ancient Aryan times. Both Medea and Anahit were part of the moon goddess, Medea being Anahit and Anahit being Medea. If it were the moon goddess worshipped by other ethnic groups, Medea would never be able to annex each other in a short period of time. The moon goddess worshipped by other ethnic groups will definitely not be able to annex Anahit in a short time. After Medea completely engulfed Anahit, Roy immediately flew to Medea, gently stretched out his right hand and pressed on her little head and said, "Selene, since you are now the moon goddess of Armenia, then I am your brother. How should you call me?" Medea said, rolling her eyes, "As a human being, you are not even a fraction of my age. You are more like my younger brother. But in Aryan worship, the moon goddess is the sister of the sun god." Roy said with a smile, "If you call me brother, I will give you the northern part of the Armenian plateau and the Azerbaijan region, and make you the patron goddess of 100,000 square kilometers of these two regions." Medea hesitated for a moment, then shouted with a cute and sweet smile, "Dear brother, thank you for giving me the territory." As soon as Medea finished speaking, Selene's dissatisfied voice sounded, "There should be a limit to your naivety." The next moment, the sun goddess Elena and the moon goddess Selene appear simultaneously thousands of meters high in the sky like the sun and moon blooming brightly. Looking up to see the expressionless Selene, Roy pretended to be surprised and said, "The real Selene appears." Selene said as she glared at Roy fiercely, "Is there another Selene besides me?" Roy immediately looked at Medea beside him. "She is my past left in the Caucasus." Selene flew to Roy and Medea, looked at Medea with complicated eyes and said, "When the Hittites migrated from the Caucasus to the Asia Minor Peninsula, she and I were split into two. I experienced many battles in the Asia Minor Peninsula and grew up into the person I am today. But she stayed in the Caucasus and was no longer the same person I am now." "Same? It's really too much. You underestimated your past self." Medea looked at Selene without any sign of weakness and said, "I have also grown after we split. For example, just now, I annexed Anahit and completed huge growth. You really shouldn't look at me through the eyes of the past." Selene was convinced by Medea's words, nodded in agreement and said, "You're right. I really shouldn't treat you as your past self. Now I want to know, after 400 years of separation, are you still willing to become one with me?" "You already know my answer. Because I am you. Medea finished speaking with a smile. Her body slowly flew towards Selene. And Selene also opened her hands to welcome Medea. When the bodies of Medea and Selene touched each other, their bodies began to overlap and merge. And at the same time a dazzling divine light bloomed. The next moment, the dazzling divine light disappeared. And Medea and Selene merged into one goddess. The two moon goddesses turned into one moon goddess. Roy looked at Medea Selene with some disappointment and asked, "Are you willing to call me brother Medea now? Or are you unwilling to call me brother Selene?" Medea Selene blinked her sparkling golden eyes and smiled. "Now I am both Medea and Selene. And you can even think of me as Anahit. Whether I will continue to call you brother depends on your performance." Medea Selene Anahit. Looking at the trinity of moon goddesses in front of him, Roy asked again, "If you are still two goddesses, I can enjoy twice the pleasure. Why do you want to become one goddess?" "We were divided in the past because the Caucasus and the Hittites were not connected," Selene explained with a smile. "But now, Hatipuna has conquered the Pontine corridor, connecting the Hittite region, the Armenian region and the Caucasus region. At this time Alina also flew in front of Mzekali. The two sun goddesses had a tacit understanding. Their bodies flew towards each other at the same time and began to merge. A dazzling light so intense that it was blinding bloomed from the position where the two merged. After the dazzling light disappeared, the two sun goddesses turned into one sun goddess Mzekali Alina. Alina. Mzekali. Seeing the two sun goddesses merge into one, Roy said with some dissatisfaction, "Why do you want to change from four goddesses to two goddesses?" "There are certainly reasons why we have to do this. Two-in-one Mzekali Alina explains. In the Hittite region, as the sun goddess, I am surrounded by a group of earth goddesses. To the west of me is the earth goddess Hesione of Troy. And to the southwest is the earth goddess of Arzava, the earth goddess Hecate. To the south of me is the earth goddess Astanus. And to the east of me is the earth goddess Shauska. As the only sun goddess in Asia Minor, in order to fight against these earth goddesses, I must fight against the other. One I merge and strengthen myself. It is for this purpose that I convey the oracle to Hatipuna, asking her to conquer the Pontine corridor and connect the Hittite region with the Caucasus region." After listening to Mzekali Alina's explanation, Roy said suddenly, "So you want to change the situation of being surrounded by a group of earth goddesses?" In Asia Minor, the sun goddess Alina was a foreign deity from the Caucasus, surrounded by a group of earth goddesses with the same origin. It is natural that Alina would have a strong sense of crisis. From Alina's point of view, Roy would also find a way to break the situation surrounded by a group of earth goddesses. Moreover, the fusion of Alina and Mzekali into one will also allow the two-in-one Mzekali Alina to have more territory and stronger authority. "Alina, now that I have become a real god, are you willing to marry me as agreed? We can become the sun god and sun goddess who share authority. This is a win-win result for us." Chapter 524 I want you all to worship me. Have you really decided? After hearing Roy's proposal, Alina teased with a joking smile. "I can marry you as agreed. Are you willing to let me be your first wife?" Roy's eyes widened and he was stunned for a moment. And the beautiful face of Metis could not help but appear in his mind. The current Loey is no longer the human Loey of the past, but the sun god Phaethon, who has just completed his rebirth. Whether it is for Loey or the Athenian Empire, Loey's first goddess wife has special significance. Roy has not decided to make Alina his first goddess wife. Seeing Roy's reaction, Alina came to Selene and said while taking Selene's right hand and flying away, "After you make your decision, let me marry you." Selene stared at Roy with some dissatisfaction and said, "You don't want to marry your sister. Do you still want to be my brother?" Seeing Alina and Selene leaving, the earth goddess Samsamari and the hunting goddess Dali also turned into two divine lights and flew back to the Caucasus. After all the goddesses left, Roy descended over the battlefield between the Caucasian coalition forces and the Armenians. Caucasians. Armenians. Roy activated the sun godhead, causing his body to bloom with infinite light and heat, releasing the blazing fire of the sun to wrap around his body, and then declared in a majestic voice as loud as thunder, "I am a burning flame Phaethon. I have replaced the Armenian sun god Arij, and become the new sun god in Armenia. Now I ask you Caucasians and Armenians to build the sun god Phaethon. The temple is dedicated to me." Looking up at Roy's figure, the Caucasians and Armenians all knelt on the ground in awe. King Colchis said with some embarrassment, "The great sun god Phaethon, We in the Caucasus already have the sun goddess Mzekali. Roy said with a smile. How stupid. Although the sun god is unique, I can be the only male sun god in the Caucasus and Armenia. And Mzekali can be the only sun goddess in the Caucasus and Armenia. Just like the sun has its rising and setting, the sun god is also divided into men and women. You Caucasians will do as I ask. And Mzekali will not object. Roy then addressed the Armenians. Armenians, although you are the losers in this war, as long as you worship the sun god Phaethon, you will be protected by me and will not suffer any harm. This was the time when the Armenians were most fearful. Hearing Roy's words, the Armenians prayed to Roy for protection. A young Armenian prince even stood up and said, Great sun god Phaethon, I would like to worship you as the patron saint of Armenians. Please protect us all Armenians. After the Armenian prince finished speaking, a throne invisible to the human eye, the throne of the patron saint of the Armenian tribe, immediately appeared in front of Roy. Roy stepped onto the throne, and then said to the Armenian prince, From now on I am the patron saint of you Armenians. And you Armenians are my people. I appoint you as the priest of Phaethon in Armenia, and give you the power to govern the Armenians on my behalf. Because the Armenian region would soon become the territory of the Athenian Empire, Roy did not make the Armenian prince the new Armenian king. After making arrangements for the Caucasians and Armenians, Roy immediately used his divine power to hide his figure so that he could not be seen by the naked eye. Standing on the throne of the patron saint of Armenia, Roy closed his eyes and felt it carefully, and found that every city in the Athenian Empire had its own temple of Roy. Now Roy can teleport to every city dedicated to Roy. The guardian seat and the hero seat are indeed different. In the Athenian Empire, Loe was only worshipped as a heroic god. Although Roy can gain the power of faith, he cannot use the power of the earth's ley lines. As the master of a city and a place, the patron saint can use both the power of faith and the power of earth veins. Because of this essential difference, even the widely worshipped hero god cannot defeat the weakest patron god. After experiencing all of the Loe temple in the Athens Empire, Loe finally decided to come to the city of Babylon. The city of Babylon. Temple of Babel, Gate of God. In the language of the Amorites, both Babel and Babylon mean the Gate of God. The tower-like temple of the Gate of God, originally used to describe the temple of Marduk, Zeus, in Babylon. 10 months ago, Roy destroyed the Babel temple belonging to Marduk, and then ordered Ares to build a Babel temple belonging to Roy himself. Now Loe's Temple of Babel, Gate of God, stands as a 3-story temple building in the city of Babylon. With a thought in his mind, Roy moved from the Armenian area to the sky above the city of Babylon. Looking down at the ground from a height of several hundred meters, he saw that his Babel temple was like a palace, with many young and beautiful maids busy in the temple. Roy said with a satisfied smile, As expected of Ares, I didn't build my Temple of Babel into a building that looks gorgeous, but is actually useless. Who are you? How dare you invade the territory of the great queen Aphrodite? Just as Roy was about to go to the palace in Babylon, Aphrodite's angry shout suddenly came from the west. The next moment, Aphrodite flew up to Roy with her white wings spread out from behind. Dear goddess Aphrodite, it's been so long. Who are you? After Roy took the initiative to greet Aphrodite, Aphrodite's eyes widened and she looked at Roy with suspicion. Is it really you? Even if you can become a heroic god in such a short time, why do you still have a human body, and why do you have the godhead of the sun god? For the answers to these questions, you can ask the goddesses Persephone and Elena. Roy flew to Aphrodite and said while hugging Aphrodite's slim waist with his right hand, Dear Aphrodite, you have not forgotten our agreement. Now I want to share your territory with you as your husband. Are you willing to accept it? Aphrodite immediately opened her eyes and said, The real purpose of your proposal to me is to share my territory and authority. It's a win-win for us. Roy said confidently. Now that I have been resurrected as a human god with a human body and a divine soul, I will continue to expand the territory of the Athenian Empire. As I said at the beginning, as long as you marry me, I will let you get more territory. Possess greater authority. Aphrodite said with a hesitant expression. Will I be your first wife? Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, Cannot. It is as expected. Aphrodite said dissatisfied. Although marrying you will bring greater benefits to me, I can't decide to marry you now. Chapter 525 Coming to Andromeda. The city of Babylon. Royal Palace. Andromeda lay lazily on the throne in the hall, listening to the news reported by the palace maid. ever since the news of Roy's death was confirmed. The most distressing thing for Andromeda was the appearance of a large number of suitors. In Greek mythology from another world, Odysseus' wife was just the widow queen of Ithaca Island, which covered an area of 93 square kilometers. And she could attract hundreds of suitors. Andromeda ruled from Babylonia to Phoenicia, a territory of up to 300,000 square kilometers. An area more than 3,000 times the size of Ithaca. Increased the number of 100 suitors 3,000 times. And theoretically, Andromeda could have as many as 300,000 suitors. Of course, myths are fabricated false stories after all. In reality, it is certainly impossible for the widow queen of Ithaca to attract hundreds of suitors. Nor can Andromeda attract 300,000 suitors. Although Andromeda did not have 300,000 suitors, she still had 300 suitors. What makes Andromeda even more distressed is that her parents also support her in choosing a new husband among the suitors. After all, Andromeda was under 20 years old and had not given birth to a child with Roy. So of course she couldn't just be a widow for the rest of her life. Your Majesty the Queen. The suitor who wants to meet you today is the Prince of the Kingdom of Elam. The Kingdom of Elam. After hearing the words of the palace maid, Andromeda said doubtfully, didn't the heroic god Gilgamesh say he wanted to destroy the Kingdom of Elam? A large number of Elamite compatriots migrated from the Persian plateau to the Elam region, which increased the national strength of the Elamite kingdom. So Gilgamesh only conquered half of the Elamite kingdom's territory and returned to the throne of heroes. Since the Kingdom of Elam is still there, their prince probably doesn't just want me to propose. It is said that there is also an Elamite prince who went to the city of Uruk to propose to Queen Semiramis. Seeing Andromeda didn't respond, the palace maid continued. Queen Andromeda, if Queen Semiramis marries the Kingdom of Elam, she may be more powerful than you. So you think I should marry the Kingdom of Elam? Andromeda looked at the palace maid with dissatisfied eyes and said, I don't know who asked you to say such unnecessary words to me, but I will drive you out of my palace and let others know the consequences of betraying me. Her Majesty the Queen. Serving as Andromeda's personal maid not only earns a huge salary, but also brings you close to Queen Andromeda, the center of power. Now that she lost her job because of one word, the palace maid immediately showed regret and pain on her face. After driving away the talkative palace maid, Andromeda couldn't help but look to the southeast and said, is Semiramis as troubled as I am? The Aryans were a patriarchal society, and women from the ruling class usually did not remarry. This can be seen from the Greek mythology of another world. In Greek mythology, wives who were faithful to their husbands were praised. There are stories of wives remarrying after the death of their husbands. Only the mother of Heracles remarried Rhadamanthus after the death of her husband Amphitryon. Apart from this, there are no explicit stories of widows remarrying others. Odysseus' wife was wooed by 100 suitors. Not only did she not accept the suitors, but she also used the fights among the suitors to delay the marriage while raising her young son. Andromeda and Semiramis, as descendants of Aryans, of course also received the education of loyalty to their husbands. It would be great if I had a child. Touching her belly, Andromeda sighed and said, if I had a child, whether it was a boy or a girl, I would remain faithful to you. In Greek mythology, a widow with children would remain faithful to her husband. Childless widows usually died for their husbands. During the Trojan War, the first hero to land was the first to die, and his fiancé or wife ended his life in pain. Andromeda was not a widow with children, but she did not want to be a widow without children. Do you really want a child that much? Along with the joking banter, Roy's figure suddenly appeared in the hall. Seeing Roy suddenly appearing, Andromeda's eyes widened in surprise, thinking she was hallucinating. It wasn't until Roy climbed up to the steps of the throne and sat next to Andromeda, stretching out his left hand to hug Andromeda's waist, that Andromeda pushed Roy away with both hands in panic and said, who are you? My husband is dead. Are you trying to disguise him as a human or a god? Seeing that Andromeda actually doubted his identity, Roy was not only not angry, but said with a smile, I your dear husband. You can touch me to see if my face is fake. After saying that, Roy put his face in front of Andromeda. I am a foreigner from the Far East, so my face is unique here and cannot be disguised by humans. Andromeda tentatively stretched out her hands and pinched Roy's cheeks. Your face is real, so you can't be a human pretending to be my husband. Then do you think I am a god who deceived you? Roy held Andromeda's small hands with his own and said, The city of Babylon is the territory of the goddess Aphrodite. And you are the highest priestess who serves Aphrodite. If I were the god who deceived you, Aphrodite would not allow you to be controlled by me. So you're not some god pretending to be my husband. Andromeda looked at Roy in disbelief and asked, "Is the news of your death false? Did you deliberately fake your death for some purpose?" As she spoke, Andromeda's eyes welled up with big tears. Because she felt hugely cheated. Roy hurriedly held Andromeda in his arms and comforted her. "Andromeda, I did not fake my death. Your husband Roy is indeed dead. The me you see now is a heroic god enshrined by the Athenian Empire. And also a sun god from Armenia. Phaethon, the sun god who has usurped the sun godhood, is in his body. You said you are a god now." Andromeda looked at Roy with suspicion. "You're lying to me. I heard that the hero god Gilgamesh doesn't have a real body. You have the same body as before. So you can't be the hero god. I am indeed different from ordinary heroic gods." Roy nodded and said, "Hero god has no body. So he cannot move freely. I am a hero god with a human body. So compared to the title of hero god, I am more like a human god between humans and gods." In order to prove his identity to Andromeda, Roy stretched out his right hand and released a blazing sun fire in the palm of his hand. Witnessing the miracle performed by Roy, Andromeda still said in disbelief, "You have really become a human god now. Then can you still be with us humans?" Roy put his forehead against Andromeda's and said, "I am here in front of you now just to fulfill your wish to let you have a child. You will know if I can be with you and experience it for yourself."